Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Saiyan Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Winged Deku Got Dormant Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Prologue. Having a dormant quirk factor was just as good as not having a quirk at all. Midoriya Izuku was quick to learn. Even though the specialist reassured a 5-year-old him and his mother that he did indeed have a quirk and that it was only a matter of when it would activate, 10 years passed, and nothing happened. Izuku was never able to pull objects towards him, breath fire, or do anything at all that would be perceived as extraordinary. Any hope or excitement for Izuku's quirk had long since dissipated, quickly replaced with derision, scorn, and contempt. His peers sneered at him for daring to keep hoping that he would get a quirk. They beat him up for attempting to protect children who were just like him, quirkless and unable to defend themselves. Even his childhood friend, the boy whom Izuku had known since they were in diapers, jumped into the bandwagon of torment after a perceived slight against his ego, when all Izuku wanted to do was help him out of a stream after falling from a bridge. 10 years of horrific abuse, pain, and despair followed. Line after line was crossed, with peers seeing no harm in using their quirks on Izuku simply for existing in the same plane as they did. No adult came to the green-haired boy's aid either. They dismissed and derided him, believing that he was not worth the air they all breathed, let alone someone that deserved help. The ultimate low would finally come one innocuous day in Izuku's final year of junior high, when his former childhood friend turned tormentor destroyed one of his notebooks and told him to kill himself. Just fucking throw yourself off a roof, useless Deku. Bakugo Katsuki sneered. No one will fucking care that you are dead. Maybe then, you'll get a quirk ... I in your next fucking life. That is. Izuku was left all alone, Katsuki's cruel laughter fading as he left with his lackeys. To add insult to injury, the parade of misery was far from over. When Izuku finally managed to pull himself together and trudge home, he was attacked by a villain made up of foul-smelling slime in an underpass that hardly anyone used. It was the perfect setting for a cold murder case. The underpass had no security cameras. No one would witness Izuku's life come to a painful end, until all fucking might of all people showed up and eviscerated the villain with one overpowered punch. And that might have been the end of the story. But Izuku, desperate for answers from his lifetime idol, grabbed the hero's leg just as he took off into air. After some airborne struggle, All Might lands on the roof of a random office building to get the teen off safely. Again, that might have been the end of the story, except that the #1 hero harbored an enormous secret, one that was involuntarily exposed to an unexpected Izuku. One promised to not tell anyone about what he had seen. The true emaciated form of Toshinori Yagi made to leave, when Izuku, out of desperation, asked the single question that would have major repercussions for not just him and the symbol of peace, but for the very future of the entire country. All Might, please, I need to know. Can someone with a dormant quirk factor ever become a hero like you? The emaciated man turned to him. A dormant quirk factor. The specialist told me that I have a quirk, but it's dormant. I can't do anything. But surely, there must be a way for me to become a hero, right? A beat of silence. My boy, be patient. I'm sure your quirk will manifest eventually. In the meantime, please do not do anything stupid. Don't put yourself in any unnecessary danger. You'll just cause more trouble for the pros and everyone else around you. As you said, you can't do anything, because you don't have an active quirk to protect yourself. Stay safe, okay? I'll let the security of this building know you're up here. With that, Toshinori brushed past Izuku and headed for the rooftop door, leaving a frozen teen behind. It would be 5 minutes after that door clicked shut behind the man before Izuku was able to move again. His legs gave out, and he crumpled to the floor. Izuku tried to not hyperventilate. It was not in blatant rejection ... but it was effectively the same thing. All Might saw him as useless, as someone who would only get in the way because he didn't have an active quirk. The man didn't believe he could become a hero even without a quirk. Give up already, Deku. How can you be a hero without a quirk? No ... no. There must be another way. Look at him. Stupid Deku thinks he can be a hero with those creepy notes. No ... and no ... no. It's been so long, and I still don't have a quirk. Do you think I can still be a hero? I'm not sure, Izuku, but I'm sure it'll come soon. Let's keep up hope. How can I, Mum? Even All Might doesn't believe in me. Just fucking throw yourself off a roof, useless Deku. No one will fucking care that you are dead. Maybe then, you'll get a quirk ... I in your next fucking life. That is. Izuku slowly picked himself up. He wasn't hyperventilating anymore. His expression was blank, and his emerald green irises dulled. He sauntered over towards the railing. Looking down, he could see that it was quite a long drop to the road below. A fall from such a height would inflict serious injury at the very least. Izuku pulled his shoes off his feet and placed them to one side. He stepped onto the ledge and hoisted himself over the railing. Perched the precipice of no return, he took his final breath and pushed himself off. For a moment, the tiniest of split seconds, he was airborne, just like a bird taking off from a branch. But unlike a bird, Izuku didn't have wings to keep him in the air. The descent was swift. The ground approached rapidly, and Izuku closed his eyes. His body hit the pavement, and a great burst of light lit up the surrounding area. By the time anyone noticed the teenage boy throwing himself off the roof, it was far too late to do anything useful. Some even took out their phones to record the impending death. But the moment he hit the ground, a blinding burst of light exploded. Screams erupted. Thinking that it was a villain attack, people fell to the ground, curling in on themselves in an attempt to protect themselves from the perceived coming attacks, while others fled. The sudden appearance of fire bursting from the concrete and tarmac in great columns did nothing to quell the quickly escalating panic. Smoke began to fill the air as the ground shook with strong tremors. Amidst the chaos, at first no one noticed something emerge from the exact same spot where the boy had hit the pavement. Because of all the smoke, soot and flames, it wasn't immediately clear what it actually was. A few sharp-eyed individuals will tell the police later that it appeared humanoid, rising up from the ground like a demon from the deepest depths of hell. When the wind began to blow and push some of the smoke away, more laid their first sights upon this creature. It had the head of an raptor, almost like an eagle, with impressive crest feathers that flowed down a distinctively human-like torso, matching the tail feathers that rolled like lava spilling down the side of a volcano. It had hands that ended with clawed tips, and avian-like feet with sharp talons. The ripped remains of a Gakurin uniform hung loosely over the torso and legs. Its entire form seemed to be made up of fire, little wisps breaking away and disappearing the air with each movement. The people who remained were frozen, unable to move as the creature reached its full height. Shivers ran down their spines as it appeared to open its eyes. There were no pupils, just glowing stylized diamonds of light. Then the creature shrieked. People cowered, covering their ears as they feared the worst. It sounded like a mix of a human's scream and a raptor's roar. The columns of fire surged towards the creature, swirling around it in a ferocious dance. Expansive feathered wings sprouted from its back, a beautiful mix of orange, red, and yellow, the tips burning with lists of fire. Before anyone could react, the avian shot up into the air in a great blast of a fire. It shot off into the distance like a comet, disappearing from the sight. The fires left on the road extinguished themselves, leaving behind spots of blackened, melting tarmac. It would be several seconds before more quick-thinking individuals pulled out their phones to contact law enforcement personnel about a potential villain running loose. The avian creature had been flying for 15 minutes when it sees a great plume of smoke in the distance. Explosions went off, and fires appeared to be spreading quickly. A villain attack. Curiosity piqued. The avian took off in that direction. It arrived to a scene of absolute carnage. The road was filled with pieces of debris and shattered glass. Cars were overturned, and lampposts had been knocked down. Police officers were holding back a crowd of curious onlookers, as a trio of pro-heroes that it vaguely recognized as Kamui Woods, Death Arms, and Mount Lady faced off against a villain that was. The avian's eyes widened. It was the same slime villain that All Might had eviscerated in the underpass. And trapped in its slimy folds was a blonde, spiky-haired boy with red eyes that the avian was all too familiar with. Katsuki clawed at the slime, trying to free himself, but his hands were trapped, and his explosions were nullified by the material. Despite his struggles, more slime simply smothered his nose and mouth, cutting off any oxygen from reaching his burning lungs. It was evidently clear that Katsuki was losing the fight. But even then, the three heroes standing only several meters in front did nothing. Despite being in the air, the avian could hear them whisper frantically amongst themselves about how they didn't have the right quirks to safely extract Katsuki from the villain. It was ridiculous, completely absurd, and it was going to cost Katsuki his life if they continued to do nothing. The avian saw no choice but to intervene. Those on the ground would never forget the sight of a bipedal avian-like creature dive-bombing the villain, roaring loudly. A blistering burst of fire was blasted at it, hot enough to burn away a section of its body. The villain screamed in agony, the distraction allowing the avian to grab Katsuki and yank him out of the slimy folds. It tossed the blonde towards the three heroes and landed on the tarmac, ready to face off against its opponent. Raising its hands, fireballs of varying sizes materialized. The slime villain, still reeling from having part of its body seared off, had no time to recover as the flaming orbs were hurled one after another towards it. The monster's unholy screams rattled the eardrums of the watching crowd, as it was severely burned and scorched. Finally, the avian surged forward and slammed a hand into slime. Fire burst to life, and quickly consumed the rest of the villain. It would be 5 seconds of agony before the monster was no more, reduced to nothing but some ash and broken tooth fragments. The avian backed up, when Death Arms shouted, "You, stop right there." A wall of fire burst from the ground, preventing the massive armed hero from getting any closer. The avian took off into the air, leaving behind a stunned Katsuki and one Toshinori Yagi, who had been watching the attack whilst hiding in an alleyway, unable to do anything with his time limit used up. Midoriya Izuku was worried. It was nearing 7 in the evening, and her beloved son had still not returned from school. She had called him multiple times, but all she got was his voicemail recording requesting her to leave a message. As the minutes passed, Izuku became increasingly frantic, especially when she turned on the television and the local news broadcast was reporting on a villain attack downtown, where she recognized Katsuki being held hostage by the slime villain. She tried calling Izuku again, but once more, it was straight to voicemail. As 7:30 approached, and still no Izuku, Izuku stopped pacing around the living room and beelined for the phone again, with the intent of calling the police to file a missing persons report. But just as she picked up the receiver, the doorbell rang. Immediately, hope blossomed in her chest. Izuku dropped the receiver and hurried for the door. She opened it, expecting her son to be outside. Instead, she came face to chest with the same avian creature that saved Katsuki from the slime villain. A beat of silence. Izuku screamed. The creature immediately reacted. "Mum. Wait, no, it's me, Izuku." Izuku's scream died instantly. Her mind began to spin. The voice was not like her son's. It was too deep, too unhuman-like, something one might expect some deity or otherworldly being to have, not a 15-year-old teenager who on his best days was the literal embodiment of positivity and sunshine. But at the same time, she would have to be deaf and dumb to not hear the desperation in the creature's voice, and call it a mother's intuition. But there was something about the creature's voice that sounded somewhat familiar. It was as if a faint shade of her Izuku was inside this creature. She couldn't quite describe it, but it was a compelling feeling in her heart. How do I know you're Izuku? I am not some villain?" The avian's eyes immediately wilted, enough to almost make her feel guilty. However, before either one could utter another word, the sound of sirens approaching cut through the air, peering over the common corridor railing. Izuku and the avian saw police cruisers pulling up at the car park below. Officers began swarming out, several cordoning off the exit towards the main road and others beelining for the elevators. "Mum, go back inside. I'll deal with them." Despite that, Izuku remained too much in shock to move. Within seconds, police personnel were already swarming out of the elevators straight towards them. "Freeze. Put your hands up." The avian immediately complied, giving the officers the chance to force it to the floor and restrain it. That snapped Izuku out of her shock. "No, please, don't hurt it. It didn't do anything to me." "Madam, please stand back," an officer said methodically. "This is a potential villain here. We are not taking any risks that it might lash out at us." "No, you don't understand," Izuku cried. "That might be my son." The personnel in the corridor all turned towards her. One officer spoke for them all. "Pardon, my son ... He had a dormant quirk factor," Izuku explained quickly. It might have triggered today. I don't have definitive proof, but I'm at least partially certain that it is my son." The avian's eyes almost melted in gratitude. A moment of uncomfortable silence followed. "This might require Tsukachi-san's assistance," one officer remarked. Another sighed. "Whatever, let's just get this over with." He turned to Izuku. "If you would be so kind as to follow us down to the station, we can sort this out." Izuku didn't need to be asked twice. Tsukachi Naomasa was a very perceptive individual. Not just because he was arguably the best detective in the entire Musutafu police force, but it was just his nature. When presented with a scenario or situation, Tsukachi would immediately ponder how he might end up getting involved, especially if it involved debuting criminals or villains. So when he watched the news broadcast reporting about a humanoid avian creature appearing out of the sky, plucking a middle school student out of a villain made of slime and subsequently cremating said villain to nothing but ashes. At the same time, the station started receiving multiple calls about some villain rising out of the ground from the depths of hell. Tsukachi instinctively knew that he was going to get dragged into this debacle, probably sooner than later. Best to stock up on the coffee while he had the chance. Sure enough, just as the detective finished brewing his latest kettle of coffee, Officer Sansa, a man with the head of a cat, knocked and entered his office. "Tsukachi-san, you're needed over at interrogation room 3. It's the flaming chicken, isn't it?" the detective asked, half in jest. Sansa nodded. "Best get to it then." Izuku wrung her hands nervously. She was now in an observation room with an officer, next to the interrogation room where the avian creature was being held. She could see the avian, but not vice versa due to the one-way window. Izuku could easily see the slight nervousness in the avian's eyes, and she desperately wanted to be by its side, despite not being completely certain that it was actually Izuku. The speaker system in the observation room crackled to life. As a man that the officer told her was Detective Tsukachi entered the interrogation room. The avian looked up, the handcuffs securing him to the bench rattling slightly. "Good evening," Tsukachi said as he sat down opposite the avian and began the recording. "I am Detective Tsukachi Naomasa, and my quirk is lie detector, which means I can tell if you are telling the truth or not. I hope that I can have your fullest cooperation here." The avian wordlessly nodded. Tsukachi started. First, what is your name? Midoriya Izuku. Inko immediately turned to the officer next to her. Can you ask if it is telling the truth? She nodded and went over to a telephone next to the window. The officer picked up the receiver and the phone in the interrogation room rang. Tsukachi picked it up. Yes, Officer Yukamoto, detective. Midoriya-san is requesting to know if what the avian said was true or if it was lie. My quirk registered it as truth, Tsukachi replied. Inko gasped and was immediately by Yukamoto's side, grabbing onto her arm desperately. It's my son. Please let me be with him. Please. The officer turned her attention back to the call. Permission to let Midoriya-san into the interrogation room. Now, unlike the stereotype that detectives were heartless truth seekers with no capacity for empathy, Tsukachi was not a monster. Permission granted. Please escort Midoriya-san over. It also spoke about the detective's capability of empathy when Inko was led into the room, and immediately flew over to the avian no, Izuku's side, that he felt his heart warm up. If his younger sister was in Izuku's position, he'd do anything and everything to be by her side until the whole mess was sorted out. Inko was sobbing into Izuku's chest. The avian would have hugged his mother, but one of his hand was still cuffed to the bench, so he used one of his wings instead. You're free to go, Officer Yukamoto, Tsukachi said, dismissing the policewoman. Once she had left, he returned to the Midoriyas. If you're able, Midoriya-kun, I would like to continue with the questioning. Izuku nodded. How old are you? 15. Truth. What's your quirk? Izuku glanced down at his avian body. I guess this is my quirk. Truth. Tsukachi nodded, writing in his notepad. How did your quirk manifest? According to what I've heard, you were first spotted in this form only today. Inko had just regained control of her emotions, completely unaware that she was about to fall apart again. I threw myself off the roof of a building. Truth. Dead. Silence. Tsukachi almost snapped the pen he'd been holding, and Inko's eyes had widened to the size of dinner plates. Izuku. What? The detective tried his best to pull himself back together. Midoriya-kun, please elaborate. Izuku regarded the man with serious eyes. Detective, can I have your reassurance that you won't judge me? Tsukachi nodded, prompting the avian to continue. I met All Might earlier today. Due to some recklessness on my part, we ended up on the roof of a building. I asked him whether I could become a hero like him, even with a dormant quirk factor. He told me to patient, that my quirk will come eventually. In the meantime, he told me to stay out of the way of the pros, that I will be simply a liability to them, an innocent civilian. I can't do anything, because I didn't have an active quirk, he said. He left me on the roof, and I decided that I couldn't bear the pain anymore. I threw myself off the roof, and when I hit the ground, I just saw fire. Lots of fire. I heard screaming. Something was changing inside me. And the next thing I knew, I was standing again, surrounded by columns of fire. Truth. The detective was silent once more, seemingly unaware that he had snapped his pen into two, the ink staining his palm and the notepad. Inko had burst into tears again, clinging onto her son as she descended into hysteria. Izuku remained neutral as much as his eyes seemed to show. It would be a full 10 minutes before Tsukachi could push the thoughts of throttling his friend out of his head and continue the questioning. You mentioned that your quirk factor had been dormant until now. Has it always been this bad? Izuku regarded the detective seriously. I presume you are not blind to the difficult lives endured by quirkless individuals, right? Tsukachi nodded, indicating that he was very well aware. For 10 years, I grew up effectively quirkless. I was bullied horribly. Peers used their quirks on me, seeing me as an easy punching bag because I didn't have an active quirk to fight back. The teachers never stepped in once. They turned a blind eye to my torment. And then, this afternoon, someone told me to kill myself in the hopes that I will actually get a quirk in the next life. Truth. Tsukachi's hands were trembling, and Inko appeared to be exhausting herself out of the hysteria and the shock of the latest bombshell. There was just 2 more questions that needed to be asked. Who told you that? And which school do you go to? Aldera Middle School, and the person who suicide baited me was Bakugo Katsuki. Truth. The shock was too much. Inko slumped down and passed out. Oi, Katsuki, what the fuck do you want, old hag? Watch your tongue, fucking brat. Get changed and get your lazy ass down here. We're going to the police station. That confused Katsuki. Whatever the fuck for. Hell do I know. Just get your ass down here. We're leaving. Despite not being satisfied by his mother's response, the explosive teen went to get changed. It was nearing 9 at night, and he was planning to go to bed. Why the ever-loving fuck would he need to go down to the police station? Never once did the possibility of his past coming up to bite him in the ass ever cross his mind as he trudged down the stairs, where his parents were waiting for him. Took you long enough, you little shit, his mother said. Let's go. Katsuki ignored that and his father's measly attempt at trying to get his wife to tone down her rough language. They got into the car and drove downtown towards the station. His parents spoke to the receptionist upon arrival, Katsuki lingering behind and tapping his foot impatiently. A police officer was called down and led them to the exact same interrogation room where Izuku had been in earlier. Unbeknownst to the Bakugas, said teen and his mother were watching behind the one-way window in the adjacent observation room. 5 minutes later, Tsukachi entered the interrogation room, expression deceptively blank. "Thank you for coming down at this inconvenient hour," the detective addressed the two adults. "There is something of the utmost importance that you need to know." "Is it about Katsuki, Masaru?" the explosive teen's father asked. "Unfortunately, yes," Tsukachi replied, expression darkening as the temperature of the room metaphorically plummeted. "Bakugo-san, your son here is facing charges of instigating suicide and having an involvement in the actual suicide attempt, among others." The bombshell was dropped. What? Mitsuki, the mother, sputtered. Tsukachi took quiet vindication at their horror. Opening a manila folder, "I have been privy to rather damning testimony that not only has Bakugo-kun here's suicide baited appear simply for lacking a quirk, but his other actions against the victim include destruction of personal property, illegal quirk usage with the intent to cause bodily harm, verbal abuse with the intent to cause mental distress, cruel acts of pranking with the intent to cause long-term mental distress, and instigating others to bully said peer. His suicide baiting also resulted in a completed suicide attempt." He regarded the Bakugas sternly. "And for the record, I have a quirk that determines if a person is telling the truth or is lying. And everything I just listed was true." Spluttering, Mitsuki rounded on her son. Only one individual fitted the description of the victim. "Why, you fucking brat. How could you do such things to Izuku-kun?" He was fucking quirkless," Katsuki shouted back, trying and failing to defend himself. "He is worthless. Nothing but." "Shut your fucking mouth," Mitsuki screamed, slapping her son across the face harshly. "I don't know where you got into your fucking head that quirkless means inferior, but we never taught you such nonsense. I did not raise you to become a fucking monster." Normally, Masaru would try to intervene whenever his wife got physical with their son, but he was too much in shock to do anything. Tsukachi watched mother and son scream at one another and trade blows with each other for about a minute, before deciding that it was enough. He closed his manila folder, raised it up and slammed it on the table, startling the fighting pair out of their screaming match. "Wonderful, we can continue," the detective said, reopening his file. "Now, with these charges, Bakugo-kun is looking at a very long spell in juvenile hall. Since he is still below the age of majority, that would see him formally charged in the court of law and sentenced to prison instead. That would mean absolutely zero chance of attending a heroic school and getting a professional license, and permanent black marks on his record." Katsuki flinched, his palms beginning to sweat. But Tsukachi was not done. "However, I have been told that such course of action will not be beneficial in the long run, and I have been presented with some alternatives that will be shared with you all right now." He picked up the receiver connected to the observation room next door. "Midoriya-san, you and your son can come in now." Confusion spread between the family of three, which quickly morphed into shock when the door opened. Inko stepped in with an unreadable expression, flanked by the same avian creature that saved Katsuki from the slime villain earlier that day. Deku. Izuku smirked. "Good to see you too, Kaken." He spat that nickname out. "Looks like your little advice turned out right in the end, because look at me." He spread his hands out. "My suicide attempt actually activated my quirk. I am now an anthropomorphic phoenix with pyrokinetic abilities. At least, that was what the specialist deemed me as. I was even able to save your ungrateful ass from that slime villain earlier today." Katsuki lost the ability to speak, as did his parents. "I will never forgive you for what you have done to me for the past 10 years. Bakugo Katsuki." Izuku made it extremely clear. "It is so easy for me to simply wash my hands of you by agreeing to have you shipped off to juvenile hall. You will never get to be a hero, while I get to become what has sustained my life right up until my suicide attempt. However, I will not stoop down to your level. Despite everything you and Aldera has done to me, I will be merciful." "Izuku-kun." Masaru spoke quietly. "What do you mean? Sending your son off to juvenile hall is too easy and convenient," Izuku replied, tone becoming a little kinder for the man who tried his best, but was ultimately powerless to stop the monster Katsuki has become. "He'll just be surrounded by people like him. He will fester, never learning from his mistakes. His denial of any wrongdoing will be reinforced by those around him, and it will simply spiral from there. Katsuki has already acted like a villain to me. What's stopping him from becoming an actual villain to others upon release?" "You little fucker. Katsuki, stand down," Masaru shouted, startling his son. The patriarch had never raised his voice before. "Ever, you are already in deep trouble as it is. Don't make things any worse for yourself." So stunned he was, Katsuki sat back down. "As I was saying," Izuku continued, unfazed, "simply putting him away into the system will only turn him into the physical embodiment of how he has been acting for so long thus far. I will be fair. A good portion of the blame lies with Aldera and this society, and we don't need another villain tainting the lives of the innocent. So Detective Tsukachi and I came to a compromise. Katsuki will not be sent to juvenile hall and placed on probation for 10 months. If he succeeds in clearing that with no infraction, he will still be able to attend Yui, but he will be barred from the heroics course for a period of time as determined by the principal of Yui, Nezu. If he proves himself worthy, Katsuki will then be allowed to join the heroics course on Principal Nezu's discretion. I have already contacted him on what had happened, and he agreed to the terms. So, he regarded Bakugo's. What is your decision? Masaru immediately spoke up. Regardless of his wife and son's input, we accept unconditionally. Too long he'd been a doormat. It was time to put his foot down. Also, Izuku-kun, I know that things have been traumatic for you for too long a period of time. If you require therapy, I will be more than happy to fund any help you need. Izuku's eyes warmed. Uncle Masaru, it's fine. There's no need to trouble yourself with me. You could say that following my death and rebirth, I no longer hold any lasting animosity towards your son. After all, Katsuki is effectively dead to me. Not only do I not want anything to do with him anymore, I am also filing a restraint order against him. If that works out, he will not be able to come within a 50-meter radius of me without my express permission or if circumstances prevent it. To do so will be seen as a breaking of his probational terms. Masaru nodded. I understand, and I know it means little from me, but I sincerely apologize for letting Katsuki become who he is now. To further prove his point, the man got up from the bench and bowed deeply to the humanoid phoenix. Thank you, Uncle Masaru, but please don't bow to me. Izuku stepped forward to embrace the man. What's done is done. I'm ready to move on, and so should your family too. Masaru allowed a small smile and nodded. Tsukachi decided it was time to wrap things up. It was getting late. After all, well, seeing that things have been cleared, I believe we can bring this meeting to a close. Bakugo-san, a probational officer will visit you in the coming week to formalize the terms of your son's probation. There is an officer waiting outside who will escort your family out. I understand. Masaru nodded. Before turning to his wife and son, we're leaving, let's go. Overwhelmed by the whole proceedings, Mitsuki and Katsuki did not utter a word of argument. As they got up and headed for the door, Inko spoke up. Mitsuki, all attention turned towards the petite green-haired woman. From now on, you are dead to me. Don't come looking for me or my son ever again. It was another blow to Mitsuki's battered heart. She departed with her head down, dragging Katsuki behind her. Masaru bowed to Tsukachi and the Midoriyas once more, before closing the door behind him. Izuku let out an enormous sigh. That felt so liberating. I can't imagine how much so. Izuku-kun, Tsukachi grinned, albeit a little tiredly. I'm really happy for you. I just wish you didn't have to go through 10 years of hell before you could find such liberation. Well, what's done is done. Izuku shrugged. Thank you, though, for your immense help. And also for not having me arrested for illegal quirk use and vigilantism. It's the least I can do, Izuku-kun. After all, you did do the jobs of 3 fumbling heroes who are now weathering a PR nightmare. Just make sure to stay out of trouble, okay? You don't want anything to jeopardize your chances of getting into Yui. After all, I'll make sure to remember that. Izuku saluted with a wing. Thank you once again, Tsukachi-san. It's my pleasure. The detective's grin grew. Have a good night, both of you. The Midoriyas made their farewells and left the interrogation room. Once the door closed behind them, Tsukachi sighed. His night was far from over, unfortunately. He picked up the receiver. Officer Sansa, bring Toshinori Yagi in, please. The days after the debacle at the interrogation room were extremely awkward for the students of Aldera. At first, it was so blindingly obvious that Izuku's classmates and peers, the very same people who used to scorn him, pick on and beat him up, were trying to worm their way back into his good graces. They weren't even being subtle about it. Izuku-kun, one of his classmates said, as if they were on close, personal terms from the very beginning. How about we hang out today after school? We've always been pals, right? Izuku-kun, can you help me with my homework? Izuku, my man, could you cover for me while I skip Minamoto-sensei's class? The brown-nosing only got worse as 3 days passed, eating away at Izuku's temper. It finally came to a head when someone from 3B had the audacity to solicit him for sexual favors in front of a crowd of students. That was the exact moment when Izuku's fuse burnt off completely. The offending student would stumble back, hair smoldering. As Izuku put out the fire, he conjured up his hand. He only spoke 2 words, fuck off. From that day onwards, no one bothered him anymore. Sure, the admiring looks had now become that of fear, but Izuku preferred it that way. That'll teach them for attempting to curry favor and being the textbook definition of hypocrites. And speaking of hypocrites, the tables were clearly turned on Katsuki. Back when his peers were still clamoring to be his friend despite prolonged periods of past torment, one of the common questions was how his quirk came about. Izuku would answer with brutal honesty. I attempted to die by suicide, jumping off the roof of a building to be more precise. My quirk manifested when I hit the pavement. Katsuki's lackeys connected the dots and spread the salacious gossip like hot potatoes. Within a day, the explosive blonde went from top dog to social pariah. Izuku watched on with silent neutrality as Katsuki became the victim of merciless bullying, cruel pranks, and humiliating verbal jabs, all of which he couldn't fight back for fear of breaking his probation terms. Someone even scrawled, "Take a swan dive from the roof and pray that you'll be a decent person in your next life," on the blonde's desk with a permanent marker, and placed a vase of red spider lilies as a nice gesture, as if Katsuki was already dead. Izuku realized then that a line had been crossed, especially when none of the teachers did anything, just like when he was the target of the bully. He told his mother what had been going on. While Inko had severed all ties with the explosive teen, she couldn't, in good conscience, allow such behavior to continue. She reported the incidents to Tsukachi, who, after a short investigation, procured the warrant for Aldera Middle School to be shut down. The local newspapers had a field day when police cruisers swarmed into Aldera's front grounds with sirens blaring. Every single staff member, including the principal, were all let out in handcuffs. The students were interrogated. A good many subsequently arrested and taken into police custody. By day's end, the shutters were pulled down and the gates locked. The remaining students were told to find alternative schooling options, as the scandal began running through the printing presses for the rest of the week. Now, with all the free time in the world, Izuku shifted his focus on his biggest priority, the UE entrance exam. He had 10 months to prepare. Best make full use of his time. Gym memberships were useful, though Izuku quickly found another place to build up his strength and train his quirk at the same time. Dagaba Municipal Park and Beach. As Izuku was quick to discover, to call it a park or beach was an overstatement, with piles of rotting garbage, sewage, and pollution spanning the entire length of the coastline. It was more of an illegal landfill than a place of fun and relaxation amidst nature. He covered his beak with a custom-made mask. Time to get to work. It was painstaking, but Izuku moved with vigor. He began with the smaller pieces of garbage, using his fire to cremate them into ashes. Now, before you ask about air pollution, Izuku discovered that while his fire did burn objects, no smoke or foul-smelling odors were produced. He attributed it to being a phoenix, whose fire is said, in folklore, to be a purifying construct. Speaking of which, when he was not clearing up the trash at Dagaba, Izuku sought out every bit of information available on phoenixes and their powers. He knew that pure phoenixes can never truly die, reborn from the ashes of their previous form. Izuku wasn't entirely sure if immortality applied to him too, since he couldn't really be called a pure phoenix, and he wasn't willing to test that theory out. There was pyrokinesis, which he was already familiar with, and flying at supersonic speeds, which is darn useful for all kinds of purposes. There was also regeneration from non-fatal injuries or wounds, both for himself and others. Again, something he didn't want to really test on himself, but was more than willing to do for others if he actually had such an ability. Oh well, he'll find out sooner or later. Back to cleaning Dagaba. As his strength grew, Izuku began hauling bigger pieces together into piles where he would set off a bonfire and mass cremate the trash. The months continued by, and more of Dagaba's original pristine beauty emerged. Finally, 8 months after he first started, it was done. Cremating the last piece of trash, a broken oven, and sweeping away the ashes, Izuku turned back to the final result. The sun was rising over the horizon, light reflecting off the undulating water and the sand grains of the cleared beach. For the first time in God knows how long, the smell of fresh, salty air permeated the coastline, a far cry from the rotting, putrid and decaying odors that soured the atmosphere of months prior. Izuku knelt down and traced a clawed hand over the sand. Even the little grains felt clean, when they used to be saturated with all kinds of horrendous fluids that he didn't want to know the source of. He even read a blog post speculating that Dagaba was used by criminals and villains to hide the corpses of their victims away from prying eyes. And while he never actually encountered any corpses in the 8 months of clearing, even Izuku had to admit that the concept wasn't that far-fetched. He just hoped that if he did cremate any bodies unwittingly, their souls were in a much better place now. A strong breeze blew across the coastline, ruffling his crest feathers and wings. The sun was almost completely over the horizon. Izuku decided it was time to go home. He hadn't had breakfast yet, and even though a major milestone had been completed, he still had 2 months before the entrance exam, and he wasn't going to slack off. Back to the gym for him then. This was it, the day that he had been working towards for the past 10 months. Izuku was stronger, and he was ready. His mother made him katsudon for breakfast in order to give him an energy boost, and he was eternally grateful for that. You got this, Izuku. Do your best and don't do anything reckless, okay? I promise, Mum. Thank you for supporting me all this while. I am your mother. I will always support you, no matter what you do. Izuku's eyes warmed, and he hugged Inko. He could do this. Yui was ... huge, for lack of a better word. It was also packed. Thousands of hopefuls, heroics and otherwise, were filing past the gates into the twin-glassed buildings for the entrance exam of their registration. Izuku took a moment to simply bask in the atmosphere. It was tense, but at the same time, it was filled with determined hopefulness. He didn't want to be as cynical, but for a good many candidates, their very futures hung in the balance. Many have dreamed of attending Yui and becoming a hero, but Izuku knew that not everyone will get that chance. Even him, after everything that had happened over the past 10 months. Stood a still possible, no matter how small, chance that he wouldn't do well enough to secure a spot in the heroics course. Izuku sighed. That was the nerves talking. Either way, he was doing this. He took a few steps forward. ... and his shoe hit something. Izuku looked down. The pathway was made of bricks, and one of them was sticking up. If he still had eyebrows, Izuku would have raised one. This was unusual. Hey, is everything okay? Izuku turned back to the unfamiliar voice. A girl with short brown hair styled in a bob, dressed in a sailor fuku uniform, gave him a questioning look. Oh, I'm sorry. Was I blocking you? Blinking at the unexpectedly deep voice, the girl quickly pulled herself together. Yeah, actually. Is everything okay? Yeah, I just noticed one of the bricks sticking up from the ground. The girl glanced down. You're right. Why though? I don't know, but it is a safety hazard. Izuku tried stepping on the brick to push it down, but it didn't budge. He narrowed his eyes. He summoned some fire to his shoe and kicked the brick. The hardened clay immediately combusted, turning to ash in 2 seconds. There, that should solve it. The girl blinked. Not what I was expecting ... but as good as anything, I suppose. Anyway, good luck for the exam. I'm sure you'll do great. What a nice girl, Izuku thought, as she rejoined the crowd of hopefuls heading for the doors. I hope she gets in too. He headed for the doors, unaware of another brick rising up and filling the spot of the one that got cremated. Hey, Present Mike slid onto the stage with as much subtlety as a screaming cockatiel. Welcome to the briefing for the Yui practical assessment. Can I get a loud yeah? Izuku glanced around. It was dead silent in the auditorium. No one daring to open their mouths. He sighed. A bunch of wusses, they were. He stood up. Woo. Tough crowd, aren't you lot? Present Mike chuckled. And to candidate 167, thank you. You're a great cookie, and I appreciate you. Izuku sat back down, ignoring the looks he was getting from those sitting around him. With that out of the way, let's get this show rolling. The voice hero continued, as a screen rolled down behind him. Each and every one of you here today are all potential heroes in the making. And what do heroes do? They take down villains, of course. In this practical assessment, you will be up against 4 different kinds of robots. The screen lit up and revealed the silhouettes of the aforementioned robots. Each robot carries a different number of points, 1 through 3, Present Mike explained. It will be your job to destroy or disarm as many robots as possible within a certain time limit. Now, I won't disclose how long you all have. Certainly raises the stakes, doesn't it? Izuku didn't particularly mind that. What he did mind, however, was someone shooting up from their seat and blasting their voice across the auditorium. Excuse me. Izuku turned around, as did virtually everyone else. A bespectacled teen with a navy blue undercut, dressed primly in a school uniform that screamed Rich Kid Academy, was chopping a hand at Present Mike. He did not divulge about the 4th robot. Aren't the staff of Yui supposed to be extremely thorough with their presentations? And you? He suddenly turned on Izuku, the one who looks like a flaming bird. Do you think this is nothing but a joke? This is an extremely important occasion. And yet there you are, thinking this is some kind of game to cheer at. You do not belong here if you think heroics is a game. Izuku did not take that insult sitting down. X-fucking-C-U-S-E me, he roared, shooting up from his seat and startling everyone in his vicinity. Who the fuck do you think you are, calling me out in front of everyone? I was merely giving Present Mike something that he wanted. Not once did I cause a fucking disruption like what you just did. You didn't even raise your goddamned hand and wait to be called on. If anything, you do not belong here, you motherfucking egotistical snob. Izuku's crest feathers rose with his rage, tongues of fire whipping from the tips in his wings. Those sitting near to him tried to distance themselves away, lest he actually exploded and ignited a conflagration. The bespectacled boy was stunned into silence, having not expected to incur such fiery wrath from someone who didn't come up to his chin. Now, no need for shouting, little listeners. Present Mike immediately tried to apply damage control. We're not here to get at each other's throats. Candidate 167, please sit down and try not to set anything on fire. As for candidate 435 over there, I was actually about to get to the 4th robot. The bespectacled teen, properly chastised, bowed deeply and sat back down. Izuku huffed in vindication before sitting down too. The fourth robot is what we call the zero-pointer. Present Mike continued as if nothing had happened. Basically, there is no reason for you to take down this robot. It won't add to your score, and is basically your cue to make a run for safety. And that's it. We've come to the end of the briefing. Please make your way to your respective changing rooms and be at the bus bays by 2 p.m. Good luck out there, and break a leg. Izuku joined the rest of the candidates, getting up and heading for the doors. Luckily, that bespectacled snob didn't accost him once, despite apparently being in the same grouping as he was, dressed in a modified, plain black tracksuit to accommodate his wings. The bus ride down to Ground Beta was unremarkable. He scanned his opponents. There were easily 50 of them, of which he estimated only 3, at most 4, will make it into the heroics course. There was no room for playing around. He was doing this. There was a great rumble as the massive gates opened to reveal the fake city that stood behind them. Start. While everyone else stood around looking quite dumb with confusion, Izuku unfurled his wings and took off into the fake city. What are you all doing? There's no countdown in real life. You like that flaming chicken and go before all the points are gone. While the other candidates scrambled, Izuku was already taking down his first targets. 4 three-pointer robots rolled down the tarmac. Rocket launchers aimed at him. None were able to fire their ammunition before they were engulfed by a wall of flames that instantly cremated them to ashes. 12 points. Izuku took to the air again. A flock of 1-pointers, 7 in total, flew out from behind an alleyway with their lasers locking on him. Izuku raised his hands, created a massive fireball, and hurled it at the robots. The flaming orb smashed through the entire flock, reducing them to charred metal which fell down upon the city as shrapnel. 19 points. By then, he could hear the sounds of his competitors scoping out their own targets. As he took down 3 2-pointers, Izuku spotted 3 3-pointer robots aiming at a candidate with reptilian scales on his arms, too busy attempting to destroy a 2-pointer to notice the danger he was in. Swooping down, Izuku unleashed a wave of fire which incinerated the 3-pointers to a crisp. However, he never expected the backlash. What the hell? You stole those points, you fucker. Izuku blinked. Well, fuck you too then. He flipped the teen off and flew away in search for more targets and perhaps more grateful candidates to rescue. Within the next 5 minutes, he would rake in another 36 points and save 7 other candidates from immediate danger. He had just settled down a female candidate with a belt that shot out a massive laser when he noticed something odd. Just seconds prior, robots swarmed the fake city waiting for candidates to take them down. Now though, they were gone, as if swept away with a wave of a magic wand. Instinctually, Izuku knew that something was about to happen. The other shoe was about to drop. ... And it did with terrifying fashion. The first instance that everything was going to hell was the sound of rubble falling, followed by great mechanical roars. All the candidates turned around as a massive robot, with a gigantic 0 painted on its main body, rumbled down the road, knocking into buildings and creating downpours of debris that kicked up clouds of dust. Monsieur, we need to go. The girl with the laser tagged his arm. There's no point in facing it. Izuku was inclined to agree when he heard someone scream for help. Help. Someone. Please. Help. Ignoring the tugging on his arm, Izuku broke away and rushed towards the advancing robot. Monsieur. Braving a rain of rubble, Izuku found the source of the cries. It was the same girl with the bob whom he'd met at the gates. She was trapped until a pile of concrete and twisted metal, the robot inching closer. Miss, can you move? No, I can't. She cried. My leg is trapped. Izuku looked up. The robot was less than 15 meters away. I'll be right back. The girl watched, confused and scared, as Izuku rushed towards the 0-pointer. Fire bursting into life from his hands, the humanoid phoenix roared and slammed the flames into the metallic body of the robot. There was a deafening whoosh, and a fireball ignited. Now, most people would never be able to stop a gargantuan robot in its path, but the extreme heat from Izuku's fire melted the robot's mechanisms and electrical circuitry in a split second. It barely got to shudder to a stop when the fire spread rapidly. Within 3 seconds, the entire metallic structure was engulfed. Those who watched the spectacle drew back from the rapidly intensifying heat. Metal cracked and crumpled as the entire structure caved in on itself. A deafening groan echoed, with the entire robot falling to pieces as it was completely cremated. Izuku extinguished the fire, and immediately, the smell of burnt metal wafted through the air. It wasn't the most pleasant odor, but at least the girl wasn't in danger of getting turned into a pancake now. In Time's Up, Present Mike's voice rang through the city. That's all there's to it, folks. Thank you for taking part in the UE entrance exam. Izuku sighed. Thank fuck it was over. He immediately jogged back to the trapped girl. He pushed and hauled the rubble off her leg and knelt down beside her. Can you walk? The girl tested her leg, expression twisting into a pained wince. No, I think it's sprained. Don't worry, I'll carry you. I'm pretty sure UE provides medical help to those injured during the exam. Gently, Izuku picked the girl up bridal style. However, what none of them expected was a little string of fire to shoot out of Izuku's hand and swirl around the girl's swollen ankle. When asked later, she would describe the feeling as warm, but nothing uncomfortable. The fire dissipated, and the girl bit back a gasp. My ankle. It doesn't hurt anymore. She turned to Izuku with amazement. Oh my god, I was wondering if you were an actual phoenix or something, and I was right. You have the ability to heal people. Izuku blinked. Who knew? Wait, you didn't know you could heal people with your quirk? I didn't want to risk it if I didn't actually have such an ability, Izuku admitted. That makes sense. Actually, the girl conceded. But wait, surely you would have known since young. That doesn't apply to me, Izuku admitted again. Walking back towards the other candidates, my quirk only came in 10 months ago. 10 months ago. The girl exclaimed, but you were so good with it. You literally cremated that 0-pointer. I will admit, I got lucky, Izuku replied. I can't really explain it, but I think fate finally dealt me a good hand. The girl wanted to ask him what he meant by finally. When Izuku perked up, oh look, Recovery Girl is here. True enough, the famed medi-heroine was going around, tending to the injuries sustained by the candidates during the exam. Izuku approached her. Recovery Girl. It's so good to meet you in person. The elderly woman looked up. Goodness, is she all right? I think so. Izuku shrugged. Apparently my quirk healed her sprained ankle. Recovery Girl blinked in surprise. Let me have a look. Izuku set the girl down to let the medi-heroine examine her ankle. I am honestly shocked, Recovery Girl said after a moment. Her ankle really is healed. But then again, she gave Izuku a thorough look. You do look like a phoenix, so I can't really stay surprised for too long. Do you want me to help you tend to the other candidates? Do you know how to use your quirk to heal others, Sonny? Recovery Girl asked. Izuku scratched his cheek. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure. It just happened. The medi-heroine was about to decline Izuku's offer when the same laser-producing girl whom he'd saved just before the 0-pointer was released sauntered forward, clutching her stomach in obvious discomfort. Excuses moi ... but I would like Monsieur Phoenix to heal me, she said, turning all attention towards her. He saved me from danger, and I trust him with my well-being. Surprise spread among the candidates. This was arguably the first time in known history that someone had declined to be healed by Recovery Girl. Izuku stepped forward. Are you sure? When the girl nodded, he asked, where does it hurt? My stomach, she winced. It is a side effect from my quirk. All right, Izuku nodded. Lay down on the ground. She did as instructed, Izuku kneeling by her side. May I have your permission? She nodded, allowing Izuku to push her tracksuit top up to reveal her stomach. He placed a clawed hand on the exposed skin, his quirk immediately getting to work. Little wisps of fire sprouted from his hand, and the girl sighed in growing relief. I feel much better. Merci beaucoup, monsieur. You saved me several hours of discomfort. I'm glad I could help. Izuku allowed a small uptick of his beak. That set the ball rolling. More candidates came up, sporting various injuries that they requested for Izuku to heal. The humanoid phoenix very quickly took over Recovery Girl's role, prompting the medi-heroine to huff in amused exasperation. Looks like she wasn't needed here anymore. As she quietly left Ground Beta to check on the other examination grounds, she considered the idea of offering an apprenticeship position for this enigma that was Midoriya Izuku. The world should definitely have more healers, after all. Quite an interesting batch of candidates this year. A certain Chimera, who is also the principal of UE, chirped brightly to his underlings at the table. Anyone that stands out in particular? Everyone gave the mammal incredulous looks. Only one person was in their minds, and they were absolutely certain that even Nezu knew who it was. He just wanted to fuck with all of them, seriously. Aizawa Shouta, also known as Underground Hero Eraserhead, decided to take on the spokesperson role as the silence dragged on longer than it was necessary. Midoriya Izuku, 70 villain points and 40 rescue points. Total 110 points, putting him at the very top of the list. You are going to put him in my class, aren't you? You know me so well, Aizawa-kun. Nezu beamed. Indeed, he is going to be in your class. He can learn a lot from you. Aizawa groaned, while Vlad King grumbled to himself. Something about Wana always getting the spotlight and the best. Anyways, Nezu continued. Do you all have anyone else in mind? There were a few more answers, but it was evidently clear that Midoriya Izuku dominated most of the mental space. It was arguably the shortest staff meeting pertaining to the entrance exam ever. Once everyone had left, Nezu returned to his desk to ruminate. When he heard of Midoriya Izuku's rather dramatic rebirth, he couldn't be more thankful about external circumstances and timing. If the Hero Commission had heard about young Midoriya cremating in a ranked villain to nothing but ashes, no doubt those snakes would have begun crafting nefarious plans to lure the humanoid phoenix in under the guise of heroics training, only to then clamp a leash over his neck. cut off his wings and make him another slave of a corrupt organization who had long foregone the meaning of keeping the public safe in return for leeching off heroism like a parasite. Nezu was grateful that one of the HPSC associates caused an international incident by making sexist and xenophobic slurs against a high-ranking Taiwanese female pro-hero. The island nation almost severed all ties with their Japanese counterparts had it not been for the government intervening. Despite happening almost a year ago, things remained testy between Taiwan and Japan, and the HPSC was still weathering the fallout from such an scandalous misstep. It was a good distraction, keep their attention away from destroying a promising hero's future. Also, one could say that Nezu had developed a soft spot for Izuku, despite not having met the teen in person. Humanoid individuals with animal quirks ought to band together against poor treatment and abuse, and having Izuku as a friend and ally would most certainly help. Furthermore, once Izuku displayed his power during the sports festival, Hawks will be almost certainly sending an internship offer to the Phoenix, regardless of his overall performance. Hawks was another point of concern for Nezu. Despite the Commission's best attempts at keeping it a secret, the Chimera knew all too well how the winged hero was bought out by the HSPC as a child, and subsequently forced to go through inhumane training by handlers in order to mold him into the perfect hero. Even after his debut and setting up his own agency, Hawks remained leashed to the Commission, and Nezu was doing everything in his power to sever that leash permanently and expose the HSPC for all the corruption, crimes, and misdeeds they have done under the name of heroism. And having Midoriya Izuku, a person who will not hesitate to cremate villains alive if so needed, as an ally would make that goal even more attainable. Nezu took a sip of his tea. He really needed to schedule a personal audience with the Phoenix as soon as possible. Handkerchief? Yep. Water bottle? Yep. Clean pair of underwear? Inko chuckled. I'm just messing with you, Izuku. Now, you take care, okay? Make lots of friends and have fun. I'll certainly try my best. Izuku nodded, recovering from the mortification. And you should, Inko stressed. Now, you better get going. You don't want to be late and make a bad first impression. I will. I'll see you later this evening, Mum. With that, Izuku left the apartment and began his commute to Yui. While he could have easily flown there and covered the distance in mere minutes, illegal quirk usage was still a no-no. He deliberately left a little earlier than he would have to avoid the morning rush hour and to give himself time to find his classroom. 1A, and being the top candidate with the highest number of points to boot. The first was expected, since he had been keeping track of how many points he got. The second was completely unexpected, though in hindsight it should have been obvious. Heroics wasn't completely about taking down villains. Helping others and get them out of harm's way was also a major part of the job description. In all of the chaos that afternoon, it must have slipped his mind. But there was no point in dwelling in what has passed. The commute was unremarkable, and he was at the gates a full 45 minutes before the first bell. Pulling out his phone, he opened a downloaded map of the campus. All right, so one is on the 3rd floor. I wish they'd give more information than just that. Putting his phone away, Izuku inwardly patted himself on the back for his foresight. Entering the main buildings and riding the elevator up to the 3rd floor, he began his search for his classroom. It would take 15 minutes of wandering the corridors before he came upon a massive door with one painted on it in red. Good on Yui's part that they accommodate for all kinds of quirks, including size-related ones. Taking a steadying breath, Izuku slid the door open and stepped inside. It's you. Izuku barely had the time to turn his head when a familiar bespectacled snob was speed-walking towards him. Immediately, his stomach sank, as he braced himself for another unwanted tirade. I humbly apologize for my error during the briefing. Izuku blinked, as the teen dipped himself into a perfect 90 degrees bow. He did not expect that. What? I'm Ida Tenya, from Sumi Private Academy. The teen introduced himself. Your performance during the practical assessment and after made me realize that you knew what you were doing as a hero in training. You were clearly the superior candidate, and your actions that day helped me to understand my own error of judgment. For that, I humbly apologize, and I sincerely beg for your forgiveness. Tenya had gone progressively lower during his speech. Any further, Izuku realized, and his head would be touching the floor. Personally, he thought the entire thing was unnecessary, but seeing as Tenya didn't appear to be returning to a normal stance until he actually said something, he might as well do it before he gave his bespectacled classmate crippling spine problems. I forgive you, he replied neutrally. Next time, do not rush to conclusions and actually think before you act or speak. Thank you. Tenya shot back up. I promise to work harder and abide by your advice. We're going to be classmates for 3 years, and I hope that we can work together to become the best heroes we can be. Izuku blinked again. Tenya was either really polite or really enthusiastic, but as the conversation was seemingly done, he just nodded to the bespectacled student and searched for a seat to claim as his own. Aside from him and Tenya, Only 2 other students were currently present. One was a muscular teen with a head that was shaped like a rock. They appeared to be communicating with a rabbit on their desk with sign language, probably an animal-related quirk, Izuku surmised. The second was a beautiful black-haired girl sitting at the other corner of the room. Figuring that he was being spoiled for choice here, Izuku decided on the seat 2 places ahead of the girl, by the window. He had just set his bag down when said girl leaned over. "Good morning," she spoke eloquently. "I'm Yaoyorozu Momo." "Morning, Yaoyorozu-san." Izuku turned around. "Midoriya Izuku. I've heard about you before," Momo continued. "You cremated that slime villain 10 months ago, didn't you?" "Yes, that was me." Izuku nodded. "Had to do it, since the pro heroes were just standing around doing nothing. I'm surprised that you weren't arrested for illegal quirk usage." "It's a long story," Izuku shrugged. The conversation ended at that point. Izuku fished out a novel that he'd been reading these past few days and continued on from the bookmarked page. Over the next 25 minutes, more students began trickling in. For most of them, Izuku didn't really pay much attention to. He'll get to know them better later on. There was an outlier though. They made themselves known with a loud gasp. Izuku barely looked up from his book when suddenly he was accosted by what appeared to be a shadow-like being that had avian-like characteristics. It had clawed hands, just like him, which were roaming all over his head and crest feathers. He barely heard the footsteps racing towards his desk. "Dark Shadow, cease this behavior at once." The being, Dark Shadow as it was evidently called, ignored the voice. "You are a burb. My host is also a burb. 2 burbs should be friends." Izuku blinked, turning to see just who or what the shadow being was connected to. Now he understood what it was saying. The student whom Dark Shadow appeared to emerge from had the head of a bird, but the rest of this body was human. "Good morning. It seems that Dark Shadow is attempting at playing matchmaker for us," said Izuku. The other student blinked and looked away bashfully. "I'm really sorry about her behavior." "Oh, no trouble." Izuku absently reached over to pat Dark Shadow on her head. She evidently liked it, because she cooed happily. "It's nice to see someone else with bird anatomy. And Dark Shadow seems like an interesting character." "That's because I am the shadow," being chirped with a thumbs up. Izuku chuckled. "Anyway, I'm Midoriya Izuku." "What's your name?" "Tokoyami Fumikage," he replied while trying not to wince at the sheer brightness radiating from the phoenix. "I've decided." Dark Shadow drew the attention to herself. "Izu and Fumi will be best friends forever." Dark Shadow, please. I don't mind being friends." Izuku shrugged. "How does that sound to you, Tokoyami-kun?" The bird-headed student looked away, muttering something about a blinding light, before turning back to Izuku. "Sure, I don't mind too." "Yeah," Dark Shadow whooped. "The burbs are going to have so many chicks together." Dark Shadow. Izuku couldn't help the snort that shot out of his mouth. "You're a funny one, Shadow-chan." The sentient quirk gasped. "Izu gave me a nickname. Izu loves me, more than Fumi ever does." Fumikage had given up on trying to stop his quirk. But even he had to admit that the sight of Dark Shadow hugging Izuku, looking far happier than he had ever seen the shadow being show in the years since she popped into his life, was extremely heartening. And also incredibly bright. Unused to such blinding light, Fumikage figured that he should invest in some strong sunglasses if Izuku was going to hang around. He'd probably lose his sight at this current rate. "All of you didn't even notice me standing here. In the real world, you all will be dead in an instant." All eyes, including Dark Shadow's, turned to the front of the classroom where the voice drawled from. At the teacher's lectern, where it had been empty not long prior, stood a disheveled-looking man with long, unkempt black hair, prominent stubble, and eye bags so severe that Izuku and Fumikage knew wasn't healthy. "I'm Aizawa Shouta, your homeroom teacher for the year," said the man, leaning down to pick something up from behind the lectern. He produced 20 pairs of identical uniforms. "Put these on, and meet me out at training ground 1 in 15 minutes. Those who arrive later than that will get detention today." Aizawa took a step off the lectern, only to realize that the entire class was still staring at him. "Did I not make myself clear? Or do you all want attention?" That got everyone moving. 13 minutes and 23 seconds, Aizawa drawled when the last student finally showed up. "Far too slow. You're expected to be here in a fraction of the time." The girl with the brown bob raised her hand. "Aizawa-sensei, what about the opening ceremony? Or our sessions with the guidance counselor? You are all heroes in training. You have no time for such platitudes." Aizawa cut in. "We've already wasted enough time as it is. Midoriya Izuku, come forward." All eyes turned to the phoenix as he did as instructed. Aizawa tossed to him a softball. "What was your previous record for a softball throw without your quirk?" 15 meters. "Do it again, but with your quirk. Use it by any means, so long as you don't step out of the semicircle's line." Izuku got into place and eyed the softball for a moment. He couldn't use flames, it would just reduce it to ashes. But with his wings, Izuku threw the softball up into the air at a vertical line. Just as it began to fall back towards the ground, he shot up, unfurled his wings, spun in a circle at increasing speed to create a vortex of wind, With the ball falling closer towards him, Izuku stopped spinning and used one wing to push the spinning air against the ball. There was a loud crack, a split second of stillness, before the softball shot out into the sky like a missile. Within seconds, it was gone. He landed with a gentle flap of his wings. Behind him, Aizawa glanced down at a tracking device. After about 20 seconds, he showed the screen towards the class, 7,820 kilometers. Meanwhile, in a suburb of Sydney, Australia, a young boy that had been innocently playing with toy cars alongside a friend was suddenly brained by a softball that hurtled out of the sky. His friend immediately screamed, running off to get his parents while the dazed kid lay on the street, looking quite confused as the softball rolled to a stop some distance away, smoking slightly. Back in Musutafu, Class 1 was losing their shit. 7,820 kilometers. Where in the world did it go? Depending on the direction of the throw and the wind pattern. That's fucking insane. A female student with pink skin and a pair of horns then squealed, "Oh my gosh. This is so much fun." Izuku could pinpoint the exact moment the temperature plummeted, even though the sun was out and air was warm. Fun, you say? The entire class, save for Izuku, froze. An unsettling smile spread across Aizawa's lips, his eyes losing their default tiredness and taking on a cold, flinty glint. Is that what you think you're going to do for the next 3 years? Having fun? The eternally tired man zeroed in on the pink-skinned girl, making her flinch. Do you really think this is all a game? That you are here to goof around and fun? Izuku mentally count down the moment when the other shoe dropped. Perhaps this will make you realize the gravity and the precariousness of your position as hero students. Aizawa's smile became even more manic. The person to place last in this quirk assessment test will be expelled from the school. A beat of silence, followed by sheer pandemonium. What the fuck? That is totally uncool. A spike-haired redhead shouted, just as another teen with messy gray hair and large, unusual eyelashes also shouted, "That is fucking unmanly. That's unfair. You can't do that." "You will find," Aizawa drawled, effectively cutting off all protest, "that I am within my rights to do so as a teacher of Yui. Nothing in this world is fair, and it is the job of pro-heroes to make it a little fairer. However, if you have no potential as a hero, then you are wasting a space that could have been taken by someone more deserving. My decision is final, and if you wish to continue protesting, you are free to walk out anytime." No one uttered a word after that. "Good, let's continue then. Uraraka Ochako, you're up next." Izuku's impressive distance was completely upended by Ochako's virtually unbeatable infinity score after she used her quirk to send the softball up into the infinite reaches of outer space. It was a reminder that even the most powerful quirks had a better, and that there was no room for complacency, especially with Aizawa's warning looming overhead. He had to go beyond. This was Yui after all, plus Ultra. In the subsequent stations, Izuku used his quirk to his advantage. His wings helped him ace the long jump and the 50-meter sprint, surpassing even Tenya in the latter. He did use his wings some of the way during the endurance run, though he mainly used the stamina in his legs so as to not get disqualified by Aizawa. He couldn't really use his quirk for the side steps, grip strength, pull-ups and seated toe touches, but he forced himself beyond his capability. At the end of it all, he and the rest of One all gathered before Aizawa, sweaty and nervous. The eternally tired man produced a tablet, which projected a holographic screen that listed the names of all the students based on the scores they had. Izuku nodded to himself. He was in second place, just behind Momo. It was honestly no surprise, given how versatile the girl's creation quirk was. In third place was Todoroki Shoto, whom Izuku recognized as the youngest child of Endeavor, the second-ranked hero in the country behind All Might. The bicolor-haired teen was staring at the results with an unreadable expression, but Izuku would have to be blind to see the tension in his jaw. His focus quickly shifted to the spot where everyone else was looking. The last name on the list, at the very bottom, was one Minta Minoru. "Minta, pack your bags and don't ever darken the halls of Yui ever again." Aizawa spoke in no uncertain terms. "You're expelled." Minoru, a short teen with purple balls for hair, immediately burst into tears. "Why you can't do this? I've spent my entire life reaching for this dream. You have absolutely no potential." Aizawa cut in without a hint of mercy. "Don't think I didn't catch you eyeing the female students' bodies as if they were pieces of meat. The heroics industry is already sexualized to a fault. The last thing I will ever do is send a disgusting pervert out into the real world whose sick fantasies are going to get innocent people killed. Leave, before I have someone forcibly remove you from campus." The dam broke. Minoru wailed like a baby and ran away from the training grounds. Izuku watched him go with silent contempt. Thank heavens Aizawa nipped the problem before it could get any worse. Meanwhile, Momo was stunned. "Wait, you were serious, Aizawa-sensei? This wasn't some ruse to get us to give our all?" "Aizawa-sensei is always serious about this." "Yaoyorozu-san," Izuku said. "Last year, he expelled the entire class over a period of a month because they didn't show an ounce of potential or strove to improve their overall behavior. Dead silence followed his revelation. Midoriya, how in the ever-loving fuck did you know that? Aizawa demanded to know. Izuku shrugged. I wanted to see what I would be facing should I get into Yui. And social media exists, Aizawa-sensei. There are plenty of people smack-talking you for expelling them last year, and all the previous times that you've kicked others to the curb. If I were you, I'd be extra careful in your patrols to make sure none of them attempt to settle the score by illegal vigilantism or outright villainy. No one knew what to say following that. Duly noted. Midoriya, Aizawa nodded. Now as for the rest of you, take this as both a warning and a lesson. Midoriya was right in that I will expel students who show no potential or are slacking off, just because you all got in. That doesn't mean that your placement here is rock solid. One wrong misstep, and you can say goodbye to being a Yui student. Am I clear? Everyone nodded. Good, then we're done for today. Aizawa continued. You may go back to class and collect your syllabus. I'll see you all tomorrow. It was clear a dismissal as it possible could. As the students trickled off back to the main campus, Izuku heard Fumikage approach. What a mad banquet of darkness, the bird-headed student remarked. I guess this is truly the hero course, isn't it? It sure is, Izuku agreed, before changing the subject. Hey, do you have any plans right now? I figured we can hang out for a bit. Fumikage tilted his head. Hang out? Yeah, you know, go someplace to chill or do something. I've never indulged in such activities before. You haven't? Fumikage shook his head. Very few people wanted to be associated with the host of a demonic parasite. Izuku paused, turning to his classmate. He gently gripped the shorter boy's shoulders. Tell me who they are. I will cremate them to ashes. No, that's illegal. Worth a shot. Please no. It's fine. Fumikage stressed. I've cut them out of my life, and even if I wanted to, I don't know where they are now, and there are too many of them for me to properly remember. Fine. Izuku seemed to relent. Or maybe I should hack into your old school's past records and see who you were classmates with. Then I can track them down and cremate them to ashes. Midoriya, no. Dark Shadow suddenly appeared. Izu, yes. Dark Shadow. After some discussion, Izuku and Fumikage decided to go to a cafe that the latter had been visiting regularly before his enrollment in Yui. It was a cross between a standard, run-of-the-mill cafe and a dingy pub where the people society sneered as deviants were perceived to hang out in. The aesthetics and furniture were dark-themed, and even the lights were set to the dimmest intensity. There wasn't much conversation going around. At most, Izuku noted, there were two people sharing a table. Virtually everyone else were on their own, doing their own things as they sipped their beverages. Even the baristas and the staff manning the counter didn't seem to interact with each other that much. It was unusual, but no less interesting, Izuku thought. The two avians approached the cashier. Back again, Fumikage, the usual? Yes, please. And extra whipped cream for Dark Shadow. The cashier nodded. And for your boyfriend. Izuku's eyes widened, the flames making up his body burning brighter. He's not my boyfriend, Fumikage corrected without missing a beat. What would you like, Midoriya? Izuku quickly recovered. What's today's special? Dark chocolate latte with burnt caramel bits topped with whipped cream with Oreo crumbs sprinkled on top. I'll have that, then. The cashier tallied up the tab. That'll be 1,620 yen. Shall we split the bill? Asked Izuku. That's fine with me, Fumikage replied. The pair then bagged a table once the money was paid. The cashier promised that a server will be over with their drinks soon. I honestly don't know what to feel about Aizawa-sensei, Fumikage admitted, expelling someone on the first day of school. It is unusual, and it can be jarring for someone not used to such practices, Izuku conceded, but I'm glad that Minta was the one expelled and not someone else. I can't imagine how dreadful it must be for the class to have an unapologetic pervert in their midst. You have a point, Fumikage nodded. A waiter came up to their table and served them their drinks. Immediately, Dark Shadow emerged and swiped a bit of whipped cream from Fumikage's drink. Izuku took a sip of his own drink. It was sweet and bitter, but he did have the occasional sweet tooth, and it was not like he stopped exercising after his acceptance into Yui. Izuku believed he was entitled to a sweet treat every now and then. You know, Midoriya, I envy you. Me. Yes, you, Fumikage said bluntly, you have a pair of wings. You have the ability to fly around, whereas I'm stuck on the ground because all I have to show for is the head of a bird, and a shadow being inside me. Well, it's not like I can fly freely without the police coming after me for illegal quirk usage. And I presume you were born with your quirk. The bird head. Yes, Fumikage nodded. Dark Shadow came into the picture when I was 4. I won't deny that you had difficult moments because of people fearing demons and whatnot, Izuku continued. But I honestly think you had the better deal. Having a quirk is better than not having one at all in the eyes of society. What do you mean? Fumikage tilted his head, Dark Shadow mirroring his action. Let me be honest with you. I've only had this quirk for less than a year. Fumicage's eyes widened. Pardon? Izuku took another sip of his drink. For 10 years, my quirk factor was dormant. I was effectively quirkless, and I'm sure you know how horribly the quirkless are treated in Japan. Fumikage nodded, prompting Izuku to continue. I was bullied, physically and verbally. I was suicide-baited by the very person I grew up with and was previously childhood friends. And the only reason my quirk became active was because I threw myself off a building, and death activated my quirk factor when I hit the pavement, reviving me and transforming me into what I am now. Fumikage almost dropped his drink. After everything I've gone through, I have come to believe that when something is given, something else is taken. No one lives a perfect life, otherwise we'd all be in paradise by now. Midoriya, I don't know what to say. Fumikage ran a hand through his feathers. I apologize for bringing up bad memories. You have truly gone through hell and back. I have, Izuku agreed, but I've been rewarded for my pain. That former friend who suicide baited me. He was made to serve probation in lieu of being sent for a spell in juvenile hall, which would have stripped him of any chance of becoming a hero. And my old middle school was shut down and all the staff arrested because of my mother's efforts and the support a detective in the police force gave to me. Things are much better now, and I want to focus on that. Truly ... what a mad banquet of darkness, Fumikage sighed, Dark Shadow nodding in agreement, before moving across the table to envelop Izuku in a hug. Silence followed for a moment, before a new song began to play in the cafe's overhead speakers. I don't recognize this type of genre, Izuku remarked. It's from the pre-Quirk era, Fumikage replied. It's called A Forest, by the gothic rock band The Cure. Pretty dark, but then again, it suits the ambience of this cafe. Not your favorite? Fumikage asked, with a slight hint of disappointment. Well, I never really had a favorite genre of music to begin with, Izuku admitted, but I can at least appreciate gothic rock when the atmosphere is right for it. The disappointment vanished in an instant. Fumikage smiled slightly. You are a good person, Midoriya. Never change. I don't intend to. Izuku learned during their little hangout at the cafe that Fumikage's registered place of residence was actually Hamamatsu City in Shizuoka Prefecture, but he was living with a relative in Musutafu so as to save on commute fares. Their stations were along the same line, just that Fumikage got off before Izuku did. Before they went their separate ways for the day, they exchanged numbers. Later that night, before Izuku went to bed, he texted Fumikage, offering to meet up with him at Yui Station so that they could walk to class together. Fumikage's response was quick to show up. I would love to. How does 7:30 sound? Izuku immediately replied. Sounds good to me. CUTMR Tokoyami. That might have been the end of it, but apparently Fumikage wasn't done. What was that? Beside your message, Izuku replied. It's a K emoji, kinda like an emoji where you can express your emotion through text messages. Fumikage's response came about 15 seconds later. I can literally feel your brightness from the visual, and it's not just from my phone screen. Izuku chuckled. Well, I am made of fire, after all. Being bright is something I can't control. Half a minute would pass before Fumikage replied. I've decided. I'll be bringing a pair of sunglasses to school from tomorrow onwards. If not, I will literally go blind from your ungodly brightness. Izuku laughed. He really liked Fumikage. Fumikage, as promised, was there at Yui Station when Izuku arrived at 7:30 a.m. And the Phoenix very quickly realized that his new friend was indeed wearing a pair of tinted sunglasses despite the fact that he was indoors. Didn't you get stared a lot? Asked Izuku as they headed up to street level. I did, Fumikage confirmed, but it's better than to go blind. You're not going to take it off while I'm around, aren't you? Nope. Homeroom came and went without fanfare. A few of their classmates questioned Fumikage about wearing sunglasses, with Tenya losing his shit about the bird-headed student defying Yui's dress code. Aizawa took one look at Fumikage, who pointed his thumb towards Izuku. The eternally tired hobo simply nodded in acknowledgement and carried on with his planned announcements before slipping into his sleeping bag and napping for 20 minutes. Morning classes were a standard affair. They had English with present mic and modern literature with Cementos. Admittedly, the latter was a bit on the dry side, though Fumikage appeared to have a vested interest in the subject. As he told Izuku later during the lunch break, literature was once of his pastimes, especially dark, gothic stories from the pre-Quirk era. Curious about it, Izuku asked for some recommendations, which Fumikage promised to send over via text later that evening. After lunch ended, the pair returned to a class that was alive with anticipation. They had foundational heroics training next, and given that all of their teachers thus far have been pro-heroes, virtually everyone wondered who was going to teach them next. The hour bell rang, and the students of Wana returned to their seats. Barely 5 seconds later, by a.m., the door burst open. Coming through the door like a regular person, all hell and pandemonium broke, as All Might, dressed in his Silver Age costume, burst through the doorway. No fucking way. Izuku straightened up, expression going blank. It's All Might. Fumikage adjusted his sunglasses. The brightness in the room had gone up significantly, and it was not from Izuku this time round. Is he really our teacher? All Might strode towards the lectern with every ounce of confidence as the symbol of peace. He scanned the entire class, beaming brightly. But when his eyes passed Izuku, his smile became just the tiniest bit forced. It would have gone unnoticed by most people, but Fumikage wasn't like most others. He noticed the shift in the smile, and he became warily curious. Today we're going to begin our first lesson on foundational heroics. All Might began as if nothing had happened, which only deepened Fumikage's suspicion further. I am going to wring out the very best from each and every single one of you, and turn you into the greatest heroes you are destined to be. Everyone has to start somewhere, and today we are going to be holding. The number 1 hero whipped a small card out from somewhere. Battle Trials. He put the card away. Before we head down, you will all be needing these. As if on cue, 4 metal slots opened out of the wall, each holding 5 metallic cases with numbers stamped on the lids. Your costumes have been tailored and ready for appraisal. I'll see you all in ground beta in 20 minutes. Izuku found a quiet corner in the changing room, away from the other boys. Putting his case on the bench, he opened it and took out the contents. He nodded to himself. Everything appeared to be in order. Midoriya. He turned around. Fumikage had come up to his side, case in hand. Are you willing to entertain my question? Depends on what it is. Back in the classroom, I caught All Might's smile becoming forced when his line of sight fell upon you. Do you two have a history? Izuku had been in the midst of taking off his blazer when Fumikage asked his question. He glanced back at the others. They were all gushing about All Might being their teacher and what they expected the battle trials to be all about. No one appeared to have heard Fumikage's question, but he didn't want to take the risk. I'll explain it as we go, Izuku replied, voice low. In the meantime, let's get changed first. Despite his suspicions raising again, Fumikage didn't press it. He set down his own case and opened it. The 2 avians suited up. Fumikage was dressed in a full-body black cloak that went down to his ankles, brushing atop a pair of black combat boots. Izuku's outfit was more revealing. His torso was bare, and his legs were covered by a long, flowing white skirt that covered his feet, with an open slit down the length. An ornate golden belt circled his waist, and a pair of decorative gauntlets took their places on his forearms. While the other boys were still chatting and changing, Izuku and Fumikage quietly left the locker room unnoticed. All Might was the catalyst for my quirk's activation. Catalyst? In what? Fumikage fell silent, as his brain did the math and connected the pieces. No. And no, he didn't. Yes, he did. Never in the short time he had known the other had Izuku seen Fumikage look so horrified and outraged at the same time. All Might drove you to suicide. It was at the same time that Dark Shadow emerged, looking absolutely feral. The smiley man made our Izu kill himself. I will tear him apart and consume his soul. He will endure the pain of everlasting darkness for all eternity. Shadow-chan, it's fine. There's no need to murder the symbol of peace, Izuku calmly. He has already been made to pay for his sins. I was not blind to how his smile became forced when I came into his line of vision. He is living with the consequences of his actions. Anger aside and with Dark Shadow more or less appeased, Fumikage asked, what sort of consequences? I'll fill you in later. We're almost at ground beta. The pair had just emerged out of a tunnel into the fake city where Izuku made his imprint on Yui. All Might was already waiting there, and once again, his signature smile became forced when Izuku and Fumikage came into view. The next 5 minutes were both silent and incredibly awkward. For only All Might. The 2 avians stood a respectable distance away from the man, completely ignoring him and the turbulent storm of emotions running behind the facade of a smile as they chatted amicably about topics that the man never registered. Seeing Midoriya Izuku as a humanoid phoenix, and not the frail, vulnerable human boy whom he'd foolishly left on that roof, brought back memories that All Might desperately wished to move on from, but will never, ever leave his conscience alone. I presume that you witnessed everything, did you? Tsukachi asked rhetorically. Toshinori shifted uncomfortably. He had, indeed, witnessed the entire proceedings. From the moment the Bakugas were brought in, to Tsukachi's bombshell unveiling of every transgression committed by young Katsuki, and the immense shock of seeing the humanoid phoenix enter the room with a deal. As soon as he realized that this phoenix was the boy whom he'd left on the rooftop, and that he actually killed himself to become what he was now, all air left his remaining lung. He had caused someone to end their life. So dazed from the brutal shock, Toshinori never registered the Bakugas and Midoriya's leaving the interrogation room. He only came around when the accompanying officer snapped him out of his stupor and brought him in to face his longtime friend. Toshinori, I have all the mind to both throttle and strangle you right here and now, if not for the fact that I will lose my job for causing grievous hurt to a civilian, Tsukachi continued icily. What the hell were you thinking? How could you be so fucking foolish to leave a child, whose dreams you had callously crushed with no regard for his well-being, on a fucking rooftop? The emaciated man truly wanted to defend himself, but he very quickly knew that he could come up with nothing that could even begin to justify his actions. He told you, on no uncertain terms, that he was effectively quirkless. Tsukachi proceeded with tearing him a new one. I know you very well, Toshinori. You are not blind to how fucked up this society treats the quirkless. Furthermore, once upon a time you were quirkless yourself. Has the power and fame gone into your fucking head? Have you completely forgotten about the plight of those whose only crime is to pull the short straw in the genetic lottery? How can you call yourself the #1 hero when you have acted nothing more than a fucking hypocrite? It was a good question indeed, one that Toshinori knew all too well on how to answer. I failed him. I have to make things right somehow. Well, too fucking late for that. Tsukachi spat. Midoriya-kun's quirk has activated, and I can say with damn well certainty that he is going places with it. Furthermore, he has also told me in no uncertain terms that he does not want anything to do with you anymore. And quite frankly, I agree with Midoriya-kun. In fact, I have suggested to him and his mother to file a restraining order against you so that he does not have to suffer any emotional or mental setbacks from your bumbling presence. It would seem impossible for Toshinori to deflate any further, but he somehow did, understandably. You will not approach him for anything. If Midoriya-kun wants to forgive you, he will do it at his own discretion. Symbol of peace or not. If it weren't for the fact that I have been friends with you for years, I would have had you charged for causing the suicide of a minor. So deep in his grief and guilt, Toshinori didn't protest or try to defend himself. It was the truth, after all. I will have Officer Sansa escort you out, Tsukachi said with absolute finality. Do not bother attempting any form of communication with me. I need some time to think on whether I should continue my friendship with you. That was almost a full year ago, and Tsukachi still wasn't talking to him. If he still had a stomach, Toshinori would have drowned further in the sinking feeling that was his overwhelming grief. He had lost an important pillar of support that day, and he had no idea if it would be ever rebuilt. He itched to approach young Midoriya and apologize, not at his instincts, but Toshinori knew that it was pointless. The restraining order was in effect, and he couldn't afford to face legal repercussions as the symbol of peace. Despite his personal problems, Japan still needed him. But as much as his duty as the top hero provided some sort of distraction, the guilt from the entire debacle made even the simple act of getting up from his bed more difficult. In a bid to continue functioning, Toshinori sought after any distraction that could allow him to focus on the present and not let his mind wander back to his greatest failure thus far. The sight of the rest of one emerging out of the tunnel, dressed in their hero costumes, graciously provided such a distraction. The costume makes the hero, as some will say. You all look absolutely dashing. Izuku turned towards his classmates, his eyes analyzing the different costumes that were before him. Immediately, his stomach dropped. Virtually all of the boys were covered with baggy pieces or accessories, while a majority of the girls were dressed in skin-tight bodysuit, or in Ajiro Mashira's case, a skimpier version of Chun-Li's outfit from the pre-Quirk era video game franchise Street Fighter, or in Momo and Hagakure Toru's cases. Izuku immediately turned away. Momo was dressed a leotard that barely covered her breasts, left her abdomen exposed, and her groin area barely covered by padding. As for Toru, she had an invisibility quirk that made her entire body invisible, and her costume comprised of only a pair of gloves and boots. Tokoyami, I'm going to lodge a complaint to Aizawa-sensei. Why? I'm pretty sure there must be some rule or law preventing female minors from wearing such revealing outfits, or in the case of Hagakure-san, no costume at all. Tokoyami blinked, before having a look himself. He too immediately turned away after a second. I'm coming with you as backup. Much appreciated, Tokoyami. Meanwhile, All Might was welcoming the class to ground beta when Tenya interrupted. All Might sensei, I can't help but notice that we're in the same grounds where some of us took part in the practical assessment of the entrance exam. Are we by any chance performing city-based maneuvers like in the exam? Not exactly, young Ada. How are we going to be grouped? Well, I was. Will you expel the worst performing team like what Aizawa-sensei did to Mainta? Achako asked worriedly. No, Does my cape look trash chic? You asked in general to the class, though she was ignored. Wait. All Might boomed, silencing the class, not all at once. I do not have enhanced hearing like young Jiru here. The #1 hero took advantage of the silence to fish out a manual that looked comically small in his massive hands and read off his lesson plans. Izuku frowned. A teacher had to refer to notes in order to answer questions. All Might is a piss-poor educator, Tokoyami muttered, verbalizing his friend's thoughts. Today's battle trials will see the class split into 2 groups, heroes and villains. You will be pitted against one another in 2 versus 2 fights that will take place in an enclosed building. The villains have a nuclear bomb in their possession, and it is the hero's job to either capture the villains or secure the bomb within the time limit. If the hero team is unable to accomplish either objective, the villain team wins. All Might put away the manual and address the class. The teams will be drawn randomly by lots. Now, I know that you might have made some friends already, but in the real world, you don't always have the choice of partners or teammates. Izuku blinked. Where did that box come from? Come forth and draw your lots. One by one, the students went up and drew their lots. The pairs were subsequently decided. Team A, Tetsu and Uraraka Ochako. Team B, Shaoji Mezu and Todoroki Shouto. Team C, Ida Tenya and Kirishima Ijiru. Team D, Aoyama Yu and Ashido Mina. Team E, Satoriko and Kuda Kuji. Team F, Juru Kyuuka and Kaminari Denki. Team G, Tokoyami Fumikage and Asui Tsuyu. Team H, Midoriya Izuku and Hagakure Toru. Team I, Ajiro Mashira and Siro Hanta. All Might Sensei. Momo raised a hand. I do not have anyone to partner with as Minta was expelled yesterday. I see. All Might looked stumped for a moment. Are you willing to participate on your own, young Yaoyorozu? Or I could ask one of your classmates to participate a second time and partner with you. I'm willing to go solo, Momo declared. It is a challenge that I'm more than happy to take. Splendid. All Might boomed. Now then, we can proceed with the determination of the factions. A pity that I wasn't paired with you, Midoriya, Fumikage muttered. Likewise, Izuku nodded. But let's do our best, yeah? Midoriya-kun. Izuku turned around, only to immediately turn away from Toru as she bustled up him. Fumikage quickly did the same. The invisible girl stopped at the unexpected response. What's wrong? Hagakure-san ... Are you really not wearing anything other than that pair of gloves and boots? Of course. Otherwise, how can I stay invisible? Izuku did not turn around. My apologies if this seems rude on my part, but I refuse to look in your direction in order to protect your modesty, even though there is technically nothing to see. Toru was silent for a moment, before chuckling. You are such a gentleman, Midoriya-kun. But it's okay, I'm completely used to it. As long as you keep your hands to yourself, everything is okay. Then, can I at least have your permission to look in your direction during this exercise? Sure. Only then did Izuku and Fumikage turn around towards the invisible girl. Meanwhile, All Might ruffled his hands in two boxes that were labeled H and V respectively. He pulled out two balls, one from each box. One was labeled with B, and the other a H. The first round will see Team B as the heroes and Team H as the villains, he declared, getting everyone's attention. As for the rest of you, please head up to the observation room. I will join you there shortly. Teams B and H, please follow me. The four selected students trailed behind the towering man towards an inconspicuous concrete building. All Might gave them each a set of capture binds, which were meant to immobilize their opponents should they come into direct conflict. Team H, you may enter the building first. Izuku let Toru enter first, before closing the doors behind him. So what's the plan, Midoriya-kun? Todoroki will not let Shaoji help him. Instead, he will just use his ice to freeze the entire building. Izuku replied immediately, the cogs in his mind already spinning. Todoroki Shouto was an enigma that was both curious and worrying at the same time. In the short time Izuku had been in the presence of the bicolor-haired teen, he had seen Shouto only use his right side, namely his cryokinesis. Never once did he see Shouto use his left side, which Izuku presumed to be pyrokinesis inherited from Endeavor. Furthermore, there was that horrific burn scar over Shouto's left eye, which Izuku instinctually knew couldn't have been the result of an accident. Izuku already had misgivings about Endeavor previously. What he has observed thus far did nothing to alleviate the unsettled feeling in his stomach. He'll hope that by overrunning us with ice, it will guarantee a swift victory. However, I intend to use my fire as a counterattack. Mind you, my fire can easily cremate someone to ashes instantly, so I will warn you before I use it. Toru nodded. Even though Todoroki is among the strongest in 1A, he still has his limits. Hopefully, my fire can incapacitate him, leaving Shaoji to take over. The both of us can use our skills to take him down should we come into combat. Got it. But Midoriya-kun, I heard that Todoroki-kun has the ability to control fire. What if his fire overpowers yours? Izuku shook his head. Todoroki will never use his fire. But why? Toru asked, as they arrived in the room where the bomb was held. Izuku became grim. I don't have any definitive proof, but I believe that Todoroki's fire is trauma-locked. Something must have happened in his past to make him swear to never use his left side. However, as the simulated villains, we are supposed to take advantage of any weakness or flaw from the opposing side. As much as I do not wish to further exacerbate whatever trauma Todoroki has gone through, I am not going to jeopardize our grade for sympathy. There is a time and place for that. Toru couldn't find any fault with that reasoning. As she nodded, All Might's voice crackled from a series of hidden intercom speakers. The heroes have entered the building. The battle trial starts now. Hagakure-san, get ready. I'm about to use my fire. Bursts of flame roared to life over Izuku's hands, just as Toru heard crackling noises echo all around them. The temperature began to plummet, and within seconds, ice burst into the room and headed straight towards them. With a loud roar, Izuku unleashed his fire in a conflagration of burning heat. The ice vaporized instantly. The flames burst out of the room and swarmed the entire building, melting the ice in seconds. Outside, Mezu, who had been made to leave shortly before Shouto froze the entire building, looked back to see flames whipping from every opening in the building. Shouto rushed out of the building moments later, chased by a wall of fire that quickly dissipated once he was outside. Damn it, the dual quirked student cursed. The fire was too strong. Nezu created a mouth from one of his 6 arms. Todoroki, are you alright? I'm fine. Shouto's expression darkened. I'm not going to be cowed again. He headed to the doorway and froze the entire building a second time. But just like before, the flames came and melted the ice in seconds. Shouto cursed under his breath, pulling away just before his hand got burned. Todoroki, I think we need to engage our opponents in direct combat. Flushing them out is not going to work, Nezu remarked. Fine, let's get this over with, Shouto replied, already moving in. As Team B entered the building, Hagakure watched them from the 4th floor. They're coming, she told Izuku. Alright, slight change of plans. We have about a minute at most before they find us. Izuku slipped into analytical mode again. They are not going to split up, so most likely we'll be facing them together. Hagakure-san, take your capture binds and wait outside the room, preferably behind a nearby corner. Once they enter the room, be as quiet as possible and sneak up to Shoji. Bind him, and in the momentary distraction, I will take down Todoroki. How does that sound? Sounds good to me. Toru was already taking off her gloves. Izuku tactfully looked away as a gesture of respect. The invisible girl grabbed her capture binds and left the room, just as Izuku heard noise coming from the floor below. Toru found a suitable corner, went around it, and waited. About 10 seconds later, Shouto and Nezu came up the stairs and began scoping out the various rooms for the bomb. Toru could hear her heart beating wildly, hoping that Nezu would not be able to hear it too. Finally, Team B entered the room where Izuku and the bomb were located. Toru quietly and quickly headed back, waiting by the doorway for her chance. Congratulations, heroes. Izuku put on an impromptu speech. You found me. Is this the end of the line? It will be in seconds, Shouto replied tonelessly. Ice already forming on his right hand. Don't make this any more difficult for us. Toru saw her chance. She rushed into the room and wrapped the bindings around Mezu's legs. There, I got him. Shouto and Nezu immediately reacted. Wah, Shoji Nezu from Team B has been captured, All Might's voice announced. Shouto immediately moved to attack, but Izuku was faster and on him in seconds. Izuku deliberately used his fire upon Shouto's right side, which caused the latter to flinch. It was all the distraction Izuku needed to tie his own capture bindings around Shouto, immobilizing him and ending the match definitively. Todoroki Shouto from Team B has been captured. The villains win. Before everything went down, the rest of Wanna and All Might gathered in the observation room, with a multitude of screens capturing the various floors, corners and rooms of the building where the exercise between Teams B and H was about to unfold. All Might gave Team B the command to start, and a countdown timer set at 15 minutes began running. At first, the audience watched Shouto rush into the building, and immediately froze the entire structure with his ice. However, within seconds, a conflagration of fire burst out from Izuku's hands from the 4th floor and spread throughout the building, vaporizing the ice and making Shouto flee back out. Oh my gosh, Ashido Mina had sparkles in her eyes. Midori made the Ice King run. How have the cameras not cut out from the heat? Someone else asked. Must be enhanced technology. Someone replied to that question. Fumikage smirked. Good show, Midoriya. Give them a worthy fight. The feed then broadcasted Shouto's second attempt to freeze the entire building solid, which was again met with fire from Izuku. Seeing that such flush-out tactics were not going to work, Shouto and Nezu were forced to enter the building in order to fight their opponents head-on. The collective attention then shifted to Izuku planning with Toru about Team B's imminent arrival. Quite a well-thought-out plan, Momo remarked. Does he have 2 quirks? Kaminari Denki wondered. Analysis and Flaming Chicken? 2 that you sorely lack, Kaiuka snarked. Yeah, wait. Denki rounded on the snickering girl. What was that supposed to mean? Fumikage couldn't help the smirk from that little piece of banter as he returned his attention back towards the screen. Toru had left the room and was hiding behind a corner with her capture binds. Shouto and Nezu showed up 10 seconds later, and after a brief fight, where both members of Team B were subsequently taken down one after the other, All Might called the match. The villains win. Fumikage immediately applauded, with Dark Shadow emerging to do the same, even though Izuku was not able to see them. Back in the fake building, the adrenaline from the battle was beginning to wind down. With All Might's declaration echoing into nothingness, Izuku turned to Toru. Great work, Hagakure-san. You go ahead and put your accessories back on. I'll untie the heroes. Okay. As the invisible girl hopped to the side, Izuku went to undo the bindings from Nezu's legs first. The multi-armed teen produced a mouth. You got us good, Midoriya. Great job. Thanks, Shoji-san. I apologize if we didn't give you a chance to show off. Nah, it's cool. Nezu's extended mouth brushed off as the bindings came off and allowed him to stand again. There's honestly not much I could do in this situation. Seeing that furthering the conversation was unneeded, Izuku went over to Shouto to undo his bindings. As he did so, the Phoenix noticed the lack of attention and movement coming from the dual quirk team. "Todoroki-san, are you okay?" The dichromatic irises turned towards him, but Shouto didn't reply. It appeared that the teen was deep in thought, completely ignoring his surroundings. Izuku resolved to bring up his suspicions with Aizawa later. "Teams B and H, please return to the observation room." Izuku turned to Nezu. "Could you help Todoroki-san up? I think he needs some support right now." The multi-armed student nodded. He took Shouto into his gentle grasp and led him out of the building. Izuku and Toru followed close behind. Once they returned to the observation room, Shouto broke off from Nezu and went to a quiet corner in silence. "So, All Might turned to the class. Who would you say is the MVP of this battle trial?" Fumikage immediately raised his hand. "Midoriya is the MVP. I agree with Tokoyami-san." Momo also replied. "Midoriya-san displayed excellent tactical planning and foresight in anticipating Todoroki-san's initial attacks. He also did not alienate his teammate and included her in the planning, unlike Todoroki-san who initially insisted on doing all of the work." "Excellent deduction, young Yaoyorozu," All Might declared. "There you have it, the MVP of the battle trial, Midoriya Izuku." The class applauded, Dark Shadow clapping the loudest and cheering Izuku's name. "Now with that out of the way, we can proceed with the next battle trial." All Might continued. "Teams as the heroes and Team C as the villains, please make your way down to your designated building." As Ochako, Aizawa, Tenya and Tetsu left the observation room, Izuku came up to Fumikage. "You did well, congrats." "Thanks, Tokoyami. I'm sure you'll do well too." "One can hope, but I will do my best," Fumikage affirmed. The performances of the subsequent teams varied. The match between Teams A and C dragged on due to Aizawa and Tetsu's equally matched quirks. Rock and metal clashed, neither giving up even as the battle between Ochako and Tenya ended quickly in the latter's favor. In the end, the match concluded with Team C's victory following Tenya's assistance in taking down Tetsu. Fumikage and Tsuyu were up next as the heroes, against Team D as the villains. Mina put up a decent fight against Fumikage using her acid secretion quirk, though the combat between Tsuyu and Yu was mostly one-sided in the former's favor. Tsuyu made use of quick reflexes and agility to get out of the way of Yu's laser, which was ultimately the catalyst to the hero's victory. Due to a slip in carelessness, Yu accidentally fired her laser into the ceiling, causing part of the concrete to cave in on her. Tsuyu was able to secure the weapon, before immediately rushing over to pull her classmate out of the rubble. The frog-like girl was, in the end, awarded the MVP status for that additional act of selflessness. The match between Teams E and I was arguably the funniest. Kyoyuka used her extendable earlobes to listen out for any noise and movement made by the villain team, while Hanta secured the bomb with his tape. Once Team E entered the room and faced them head-on, Denki one-shotted Hanta and Mashira with an overpowered blast of his electricity emitter quirk. While it did take down the villain team, it had the side effect of short-circuiting Denki's brain. Kyoyuka, who stayed behind to not get caught in the crossfire, had a hard time keeping her composure as her teammate wandered the room, eyes blank, drooling slightly, two thumbs up and making weird noises. She barely remembered to secure the bomb before the timer ran out. But perhaps the most anticipated match was between Momo as the sole villain, up against the hero team, comprised of Riko and Kuji. Fully aware of her opponent's quirks, Momo spent the 5 minutes before the hero's entry blocking up all the windows in the room where the bomb was held and barricading the door with reinforced steel bars. Riko's quirk requires the consumption of sugar, which increases her strength with more consumed, at the cost of her overall intelligence past a certain threshold. Kuji, on the other hand, can summon all manner of animals with their voice, which was why they communicated with sign language so as to not accidentally summon any nearby creatures. When All Might commenced the match, Riko downed an entire packet of sugar, increasing her strength by what Izuku estimated was about 5 times more. Kuji summoned a flock of birds to attack the blocked-up windows. While the birds assaulted the material, the heroes moved in. Meanwhile, Momo had created an electric taser attached to a long pole from her lipids. She banked on the obstructions she placed on the windows to hold steady in the event that the steel bars become no match for Riko's increased strength. This foresight played true when the door was blown in from a powered punch courtesy of Riko. Momo immediately sprang into action, tasering Riko and doing the same to Kuji before the latter could reach the bomb. It was all over in a matter of seconds, and All Might declared the match in Momo's favor at the end. After a short debrief, All Might dismissed the class and immediately ran off somewhere. While the rest of the boys changed out of their costumes, Izuku and Fumikage nodded to one another. Their day was far from over. Finding the staff room after a search, Izuku knocked hard on the door. "Come in," came a voice that he recognized as belonged to Present Mike. Several staff members were present in the room, the voice hero in particular turning towards the two students as they entered. "How can we help you two listeners today? We would like to speak to Aizawa-sensei about an urgent matter." Well, he's over there, taking his nap. Present Mike jabbed a thumb at what appeared to be an oversized yellow caterpillar resting against a corner of the room. Closer inspection revealed that it was actually a yellow sleeping bag, with a tuft of Aizawa's signature unkept hair sticking out of the zipper. I wouldn't risk waking him up, unless you want to deal with a grouchy hobo. We're willing to risk it. This involves several of our classmates, Fumikage stressed. What exactly is the problem? All eyes turned towards the sleeping bag, as Aizawa was now very much awake and emerging from his sleeping bag like an eternally tired butterfly. Whoever designed the majority of our female classmates' hero costumes took some extremely unsavory liberties in order to fuel their perverted fantasy. Aizawa immediately frowned. Explain. The rest of the staff were now listening in, especially Majima Higari, otherwise known as Power Loader. However, before Izuku could go into detail, the overhead pause system crackled to life. Could Aizawa shout a, "Midoriya Izuku, Tokoyami Fumikage and Majima Higari, come to my office please. I believe this conversation should be held in a more private setting." Whose voice was that? Fumikage wondered. That was the principal. Aizawa sighed, already heading for the door. Come along, we don't have all day, and we certainly can't afford to keep the satanic rat waiting too long. Izuku and Fumikage turned to one another. If they could raise their non-existent eyebrows, they would have. After all, how often was it that a teacher would throw shade at the principal of a prestigious education institution like Yui? A short elevator ride up, and the group of four appeared before a door. Aizawa didn't bother knocking, and opened it to let the teens enter first. Good afternoon. Am I a mouse, dog, or bear? Either way, I'm Principal Nezu. Izuku and Fumikage blinked at the white-furred mammal sitting behind an ornate desk. They turned to one another for a brief moment, before returning their attention to Nezu. You're neither of those animals, Principal Nezu. I believe you're more of a chimera than anything. Personally, I think you resemble more of a stoat, but I can also see the resemblance to a chimera, Fumikage remarked. Nezu looked impressed, and his beady eyes glinted with intrigue. Aizawa felt the smallest bit of fear settle in his stomach. Intrigue and the sadistic monster that was Nezu never mixed well together. Interesting deduction. You too, the mammal remarked. Come, have a seat. Would the both of you like some tea? Yes, please. Both avians spoke at the same time. All three adults blinked at the unexpected synchronicity, even if the teens didn't appear to notice that. Putting that little tidbit of information away, Nezu produced 2 cups and poured some tea out of a nearby kettle. He offered them to the 2 teens, before diving into the matter at hand. So what unsavory liberties are you referring to? 4 of our female classmates, Uraraka, Asui, Ashido, and Sadu, are dressed in skin-tight bodysuits. I distinctly remember Uraraka-san complaining about how she didn't want a skin-tight bodysuit, nor the heels that was included on her shoes. I don't know about Sadu-san, but I didn't hear Asui-san complaining about her costume, which given the nature of her quirk, I can understand why. But while Ashido-san also didn't make any complaints, her cleavage was prominently open with no coverage. It gets worse from there. Fumikage continued. Ajiro Mashira's costume is basically a skimpier version of a female video game character's outfit, which already exposes quite a bit of skin, especially with the legs. Her cleavage was made bare, and only a thin rectangle of fabric covered her groin area. I observed her behavior during the earlier battle trials, and she looked extremely disgruntled by her costume. Aizawa's tired eyes became stormy with outrage, and although Majima's expression couldn't be seen due to his helmet, it wouldn't be wrong to assume that he mirrored his colleague in his outrage. Nezu had lost his smile, his own expression turning coldly calculative. And there was Yaoyorozu-san and Hagakure-san, whose costumes I believe completely violate any law that was put in place to protect minors. Izuku picked up again. Yaoyorozu-san was dressed in a leotard that has an open window at the front which exposes her abdomen and much of her breasts, ending dangerously close to her groin, which I will add is barely covered by 2 layers of padding. As for Hagakure-san, I'm sure you all are aware that she has an invisibility quirk. All 3 adults nodded. Her costume only comprised of a pair of boots and gloves. That's it. That's it. Power Loader exclaimed. That means she's as naked as a newborn baby. Yes, absolutely. She even confirmed that herself to me during the battle trial earlier. The temperature in the office plummeted. Aizawa was literally shaking with erupting rage. Power Loader had gone catatonic with shock, and Nezu's eyes had become absolutely feral from the animalistic genes that still remained in his overall makeup. This is most concerning. Nezu turned to Power Loader, who flinched under the mammal's gaze. I don't suppose it is your 3rd-year students who design the first year's costumes. Why, you be correct, Nezu-san. Usually I don't have a hand in finalizing the first year's costumes, but I realize now that I should have done so much earlier. Well then, given the nature of such transgressions, those responsible will face severe punishment. Nezu nodded. Perhaps we should table the possibility of expulsion, especially for those who designed Ajiro, Yaoyorozu, and Hagakure's costumes. Principal Nezu, if I may give a suggestion. All eyes turned to the humanoid phoenix, Nezu replying immediately, "Speak your mind, Midoriya-kun." To the surprise of Fumikage, Aizawa and power loader Izuku got up from the sofa, went over to Nezu's desk, and whispered something into the mammal's ear. That surprise became one of uneasiness when Nezu's expression gradually morphed from interest into sadistic glee. The uneasiness quickly became barely concealed fear as Nezu began laughing hysterically, rattling the windows and teacups on the table. "Priceless, Midoriya-kun. Absolutely priceless. I completely, 100% approve of your suggestion. Rest assured, I will have everything set up and ready tomorrow. Thank you for considering my idea, Principal Nezu." Izuku bowed. "I was surprised that you actually agreed to it." The smile Nezu gave made the other 3 people in the room shudder. "Aizawa-kun doesn't call me the satanic rat for nothing, you know. So you were listening in on our conversation earlier," Izuku remarked, "and I take it that you are far from offended." "Absolutely not," Nezu chirps. "If anything, I see it as more of a compliment. And you rightfully should," Izuku agreed, unintentionally sending another shiver down Aizawa and power loader's spines. "If there is one individual I can get behind, it is the chimera who is more than willing to inflict trauma to teach someone a lesson." Nezu's grin could only be described as positively evil. "Oh, you don't even feel the slightest bit of fear of what I am capable of." "Women are queens," Izuku replied bluntly, "and anyone who disrespects women deserves to suffer. The more traumatic, the better." Nezu's grin became wider. "I like you, Midoriya-kun. You have intrigued me, and I wish to get to know you better. Are you free in the afternoons? I would like to have tea with you." "That sounds nice. Unfortunately, my afternoons are spent hanging out with Tokoyami," Izuku replied, unknowingly making the bird-headed student's chest a little lighter, despite the overall fear from the past few minutes. "No trouble. Tokoyami-kun can also join our afternoon tea sessions if he wants to. Having more people to discuss the infliction of trauma is always so refreshing." Alarm bells were ringing in Aizawa's head. His instincts told him to grab his 2 students, tell them to flee the country and then resign on the spot. But he knew it was futile. Nezu had sunk his paws into Izuku and Fumikage, the latter looking all the more accepting of such a proposal. At the back of his mind, the eternally tired hobo believed that there might be something budding between the 2 avians, but that was beside the point. The point was that he lost 2 promising heroes to the dark side known as Nezu, and he could only pray that his sanity would remain intact by the time this whole debacle was over. As it turned out, the answer was not so simple, especially given what was about to happen the very next day. At exactly 10 p.m. that evening, a text message was sent to every female student in 1A, sans Riko, Tsuyu, Kaiuka, and Yu. It was a cookie-cutter message sent by Izuku with the following words: "Principal Nezu would like to speak with you. Please come to the Yui gates at 7:30 a.m. tomorrow." Naturally, there was confusion among the 5 recipients. When asked on the purpose of such a meeting, all Izuku replied was this one line: "You'll see." That did nothing to abate the curiosity and concern among the 5 girls. Sleep did not come easy for them, their minds conjuring up all kinds of worst-case scenarios, ranging from a severe scolding, suspension, or even expulsion. They searched their memories for any wrongdoings that they may have committed unknowingly, but found none. While the fear remained, confusion dominated their emotional states. The night was a long one for all 5 girls. "Everything's ready, Principal Nezu." "Splendid, Tokoyami-kun." The chimera ignored the noises of struggle behind them. "Midoriya-kun, it's all on you now." "Got it." The phoenix nodded, turning to their victims. "All right, you pieces of rotten scum, time to face your fate." It appeared that fate orchestrated their meeting. At precisely 7:23 a.m., Momo, Ochako, Mashira, Toru, and Mina encountered one another at the ticket concourse level of Yui Station. "Hey, you all got the same text message too. What a coincidence. Do any of you know why Principal Nezu wanted to meet us?" "No clue, actually." "Do you think we're going to be expelled?" "I don't think so." Momo took control of the conversation. "I don't believe any of us did anything wrong. Personally, I find this whole situation perplexing. But until we actually show up at the gates, we won't know why the principal wants to meet us. For the record, it is almost 7:30. If we don't hurry, we're all going to be late." It was true. A digital clock on the wall read 7:25. The 5 girls quickly rode the escalator up to street level and speed walked the short distance towards the gate. However, all 5 stopped in their tracks when they noticed a large crowd of students gathering by the gate. "What's going on?" Ochako wondered. "Some kind of fan meeting," Mina guessed. Momo led the group towards the crowd. They noticed that many of the students were pointing upwards. They looked up, and immediately, everything froze. Dangled by their ankles over the side of one of the glass-windowed buildings from the rooftop ledge were 5 Yui students, all male. They were screaming and wailing, spouting apologies and pleas for mercy. The ropes tying their ankles to the ledge were all that stopped them from plummeting to their deaths. What the fuck is this?" Mashira swore. The other four were too speechless to add anything else. Suddenly, Momo's phone chimed with an incoming message. It was from Izuku. "I see that you and the others have arrived, Yaoyorozu-san. Please make your way up to the roof of building and the staff will let you all up." She honestly didn't know what to even think of this, but it was increasingly clear to the beautiful heiress that Izuku had a hand in this whole drama. She turned to her fellow classmates. "Midoriya-san messaged me. He wants up on the roof." "Midori?" Mina tilted her head. "Why?" "I suspect that he is the reason why 5 students are being dangled by their ankles over the roof," Momo replied. "Come on, let's move before someone dies." The 5 girls pushed their way through the crowd and headed for the doors. Mathematics teacher Ectoplasm was there to greet them, and he silently guided them to the elevator and keyed in a code that would take them to the roof. After a short ride up, the doors opened to the concrete roof, where Izuku, Fumikage, and a white mammal whom Momo instinctively guessed was Principal Nezu were already waiting for them. "Midoriya-kun, what's going on?" Ochako spoke for all 5 of them. "Ah, good, you're all here. You're just in time to mete out the punishment prescribed to these 5 perverts who sexualized your hero outfits." What punishment? Isn't dangling them over the side of the building by their ankles punishment enough?" Momo asked uncertainly. Principal Nezu came forward with a cushion with 5 pairs of scissors on it. Izuku took one and snipped it before the girls. "For the crime of sexualizing female minors, you each have the honor of cutting their ropes and sending them plummeting to their fate." 4 of the girls blanched. "Why, you can't be serious. This is nothing short of homicide." "But I like my costume," Mina protested. "There's nothing wrong with it." "That may be the case, Ashido," Fumikage replied. "But what's stopping that pervert from being emboldened from the lack of complaint and making even more sexualized costumes for future students against their wills?" "I don't like my costume." "Sure," Ochako looked conflicted, "but I don't think they deserve to die." Nezu shrugged. "I find it very fitting, to be honest. Of course, you can choose to sit out of it. Either way, all 5 perverts will be sent falling." Ochako, Mina and Momo looked a little mollified with such a proposal, but still remained mostly uncomfortable that 5 lives were still at stake. Then Mashira surprised them. "Hand me a pair of scissors." "I'll do it." "So will I." Toru stepped forward after a moment. "Ajiro-san, Hagakure-san, you can't be serious," Mina exclaimed. "You'll be charged with murder." "I'm willing to take that risk," Mashira declared with no uncertain seriousness. "My wishes for my costume were deliberately ignored just to fuel some sick pervert's fantasy. My personal honor was sullied yesterday, and it is only right that I punish the perpetrator for his sins." "Mashira-chan makes a lot of sense," Toru agreed. "While I was indifferent to being naked, I can't just sit around and let other girls be sexualized." Furthermore, she turned to Izuku and Nezu. "Even if these perverts deserve to die, they won't actually die if we cut their ropes, right?" Both simply shrugged, giving nothing away. Both the tailed and invisible girls took a pair of scissors each. The 5 perverts dangling over the edge had become even louder with their wailing and pleas for mercy. Izuku turned towards the 3 remaining girls. "Any more takers? Or do you wish to sit out?" Momo, Mina, and Ochako turned to one another in silent consideration. After a few moments, all 3 nodded to each other and came forward to Izuku and Nezu. The humanoid phoenix handed Momo the scissors he'd been holding, while the other 2 took the remaining pairs from the cushion. They joined Mashira and Toru, each standing before a hook where the ropes were tied to. "Whenever you all are ready." Ochako, Mina, and Momo took a steadying breath. Almost in synchronicity with each other, the 5 girls cut the ropes with their scissors. Those watching on the ground would forever remember the exact moment where all 5 boys began to fall. Absolute pandemonium broke out, screams punctuating the air as the victims were sent into free fall, their own screams shooting into a high-pitched falsetto. The ground rapidly approached, ready to meet them and announce their departure from the mortal plane. However, fate had other plans. Before all 5 perverts could hit the ground, a massive airbag suddenly materialized and expanded, breaking their fall and ensuring their continued existence on Earth. The watching crowd stood silent, completely dumbfounded. No one had any idea that the airbag was even there to begin with. The same sentiment was shared by the 5 girls on the roof. "You didn't tell us that there was an airbag waiting for them," Mina screeched. "To be fair, we didn't," Izuku conceded, "but we can't afford to lose the element of surprise. Otherwise, those 5 perverts will know that they would be safe. They won't learn anything from this punishment if they knew that beforehand. You could have at least started with that." Ochako was indignant. "I wouldn't have been so reserved to begin with." "I sincerely apologize," Izuku bowed. "I am only human, and I will make mistakes. I hope you will forgive me." Ochako huffed. "Fine, I will. But only because you allowed me to get back at that bastard who sexualized my costume." Izuku nodded in gratitude, when suddenly, an acrid odor filled the air. "Oh gross," Toru squealed. "What is that god-awful smell?" Fumikage looked over the edge. The 5 perverts were still on the airbag, either too dazed to move or had passed out completely. Around each of their groin areas, pools of yellow liquid and soft brown solids were starting to appear. The crowd on the ground were running for the doors, covering their noses with whatever they had on hand in an attempt to block out the horrific odors. Looks like a good amount of cleaning products and new changes of pants are required, Fumikage remarked. No trouble. I'll handle this, Nezu chirped. Now, off to class, you lot. Izuku-kun here will discuss with you all about your hero costumes later. It was a surreal way to start the day. That much could be said with great certainty. As one might expect, the whole debacle about Yui putting on a public spectacle of attempting to murder 5 of their students made waves through social media that day. Videos and photos were uploaded onto all major platforms, and by lunchtime, it was picked up by news networks. Izuku, Fumikage, and Nezu would spend an hour in the mammal's office watching several on-air broadcasters reporting on what happened earlier in the day, making commentary about whether Nezu had gone feral or attempting to discern the reason why he nearly executed 5 supposedly innocent students. Supposedly, do they not know the full story? Well, Japan's media isn't known for its research skills, especially the tabloids, Nezu replied. If there is anything sensational, they'll take it and run with it. I can expect an entire crowd of reporters descending upon Yui tomorrow, Fumikage remarked. A very real possibility. Fumikage-kun, Nezu nodded. Then again, this sort of thing happens every once in a while. How are you going to deal with them? In most instances, we just ignore them, Nezu explained. If they attempt to cross the gates, the school's security system will kick in immediately and bring the shutters down. But I suspect that you have something else on your mind, Izuku-kun. Yes, actually, the Phoenix nodded. I want to speak directly to the press when they come. Midoriya, what do you mean? Fumikage asked, dark shadow emerging to mirror his host's confusion. Look at what's currently playing. Izuku pointed at the screen, prompting 3 pairs of eyes to follow his finger. As an anchor talked about the morning's events, the broadcast played an amateur video, obviously taken by one of the students in the crowd, of the 5 dangling perverts. The video panned up to the roof, where wisps of fire could be seen rising up and disappearing into the air. I acknowledge what you said about the media not always doing their research, Principal Nezu, but my gut instinct tells me that some random person is going to actually do their job for once, find out that I had a part in it, and send the vultures after me. I want to be there to set the matter straight, and teach them all a lesson about respecting boundaries and learning to have an ounce of decency towards their fellow citizens. An intrigued look made itself at home in Nezu's expression. Oh, I sense a story here, Izuku-kun. Do you mind sharing? For the record, I do not have a personal history with the press, Izuku emphasized as he straightened up on the sofa. But I have read plenty of stories where the press had endangered the lives of pro-heroes and civilians alike by sticking their heads into places they were not supposed to be in. I wouldn't put it past them to do something stupid tomorrow. If I can get them to back off, it'll save Yui and you, Principal Nezu, one hell of a headache. I appreciate the offer, and I'm willing to let you go ahead with your plan. The mammal nodded. Do whatever you need to do. Thank you, Principal Nezu. Just as Izuku expected. As soon he and Fumikage stepped out of the station, they immediately spotted a large crowd of reporters and camera personnel camped outside the Yui gates. The reporters were shouting questions at the poor students who just wanted to get to their classes, microphones pushed into their personal spaces. Some were even grabbed by the more unscrupulous reporters in their attempt for a story. What a mess, Fumikage muttered. Izuku said nothing, merely taking his friend's hand and moving closer towards the textbook definitions of hooliganism. No sooner were they 5 meters away. One of the reporters spotted them. You were the one spotted on the roof. And here it comes, Izuku thought to himself as a tsunami raced towards him and Fumikage. The Phoenix immediately pushed his friend behind him as microphones were thrust into his face. Were you the one who made those 5 students dangle from the roof? One shouted. Did the principal agree to this? We want confirmation. As more reporters fought one another to shove their microphones into his face, Izuku's eye twitched. Screams suddenly echoed as the Phoenix unleashed a wall of fire, forcing the reporters back and destroying more than a few microphones in the process. If you all can act like sensible, decent human beings and not vultures converging on a carcass, I will give you my account, Izuku snarled. A few more microphones were produced, but this time at a safer distance. Yes, I was the one who had those 5 perverts dangled from the roof, Izuku confirmed. But just before an outburst could occur, he manifested a flaming orb in his hand. Did I not tell you to act like human beings? When the energy dissipated, he continued. And yes, Principal Nezu agreed to this. Why did the principal agree to carry out your plan? Someone shouted. What did those 5 poor students do to warrant this inhumane treatment? Those poor students, as I quote you, are perverts who deliberately sexualized my classmates' hero costumes for their own sick, twisted fantasy. One went against her request for a more loose-fitting costume, and 2 others broke the Protection of Minors Act by having the costumes display more skin than what is legally allowed by law. Even so, shouldn't they be punished according to Yui's rulebook? One reporter questioned. I don't believe that dangling them by the ankles from the roof is a valid punishment. On the contrary, it is, Izuku countered. The Yui guidebook is merely a set of guidelines. The final say lies with the staff and Principal Nezu. If this isn't clear enough to you lot, I did not take the punishment into my own hands. I suggested it to Principal Nezu, who wholeheartedly agreed with it. Perverse behavior cannot be changed easily, not by traditional means of punishment. Principal Nezu agreed that trauma will ensure that those perverts will never even think of sexualizing minors ever again. But isn't suspension or expulsion traumatic enough? Another reporter shouted. Why give them the impression that you were planning on killing them? Because rightfully, these kinds of perverts have no place in this world. Izuku shot back. Japan already has an endemic problem of perverse behavior exhibited by men against women, no matter the location, circumstance, or setting. The hero industry is already sexualized to a fault. What kind of school will Yui be if we don't attempt to nip the problem in the bud before it becomes permanently ingrained in the mind? The trauma from almost dying will serve as a lifelong lesson to these 5 perverts, as with the year's suspension meted out alongside it. This will also serve as a warning to others who share such perverse thinking and behavior. A similar fate will await them should they try anything. Absolute silence followed. I've said my piece. I would now appreciate it if you all cleared off and stopped harassing the students. I don't think you all had a permit to even be here in the first place, so scram before I call the police on you. We're the press. Some stupid fool cut in. We have every right to be here. Izuku snarled. Are you fucking deaf? I said scram. A blast of fire was shot. The reporters and camera personnel screamed, falling back so as to not get burned. In the distraction, Izuku grabbed Fumicage's hand and dragged him through the gate, just before the barriers came down behind them, keeping the press outside. What a mad banquet of darkness, Fumicage muttered. You really went all out on them, didn't you? Yet I fear this will not get them to leave, Izuku growled. He glanced at the time. Maybe I should swing by Principal Nezu's office and suggest that he call the police on them for unlawful disturbance and harassment of minors. I'll cover for you, Fumicage replied. Thanks, Tokoyami. You're the best. Izuku returned to class just before the homeroom bell rang, with about a minute to spare. Just as soon as he sat down, the door opened, and Aizawa sauntered into the room. To most of the students, the eternally tired hobo looked just as physically and mentally dead as he was before. But as soon as those bloodshot eyes fell upon Izuku and Fumicage, they became even more lifeless, as if their owner had given up on everything and was waiting for the angels to come take his soul up to heaven. Unfortunately, it wasn't his time to leave the mortal plane, and he still had a class to teach. Damn it, he really should have downed that entire pot of coffee instead of going for just 3 mugs. 25 seconds, an improvement, but you can still do better, Aizawa drawled. Now for today's homeroom, we'll need to cover something important. Important? Izuku would have raised an eyebrow if he had a pair in the first place. Is it about the reporters? You'll be choosing your class representative. The entire class had been holding their breaths in anticipation for whatever major thing that was supposed to come. No one, not even Izuku, had expected something so completely normal. This was immediately followed by a deafening cacophony of clashing voices. Pick me. No, me. I'm the best shot for class rep. Izuku had no idea how long the class went up in verbal arms against one another, until Tenya decided that enough was enough. Everyone, stop this nonsense right now. All eyes turned towards the bespectacled robot. The roles of the class representative are a sacred duty. Tenya began to chop metaphorical vegetables with his hands. They are supposed to lead the class and look out for their fellow peers. This is not something that should be taken lightly. His hands stopped chopping. We should uphold the values of democracy and choose our representatives through a vote. Silence followed for a moment. But won't everyone just vote for themselves? Cyril Hanta interjected. How do we know who is the most trustworthy? Suyu pointed out. We've only known each other for 2 days, Kiro. The final decision lies with the candidate with the most votes, Tenya declared, before turning to the hobo, Aizawa-sensei. Do you approve of such a motion? Do whatever, just get it done before the end of homeroom, Aizawa drawled, already getting into his sleeping bag. Don't disturb me unless the results are in, someone is dying, or if Midoriya and Tokoyami have decided to raise hell upon us all. Momo created slips of paper and distributed them around the class, staring down at his own slip. Izuku considered who would be the best choice for the representative roles. Ida is definitely one of them, but who else? He scanned the rest of the class, before falling his gaze upon Momo. I'm not sure if Yaoyorozu-san has ever held a leadership position before, but she seems like a capable individual. Alright then, I've decided. Izuku wrote down Momo's name for class representative. Over the next 10 minutes, the rest of the class made their decisions and submitted their votes. The names were tallied up and presented on the blackboard. Yaoyorozu Momo, 4 votes. Midoriya Izuku, 3 votes. Ida Tenya, 2 votes. Somewhere along the line, Aizawa had woken up. Upon the finalization of the results, he turned to the class. Yaoyorozu and Midoriya, come up front. Both did, and faced their classmates. It has been decided. Yaoyorozu Momo is class representative, and Midoriya Izuku will be her deputy. Izuku glanced over to Tenya. The bespectacled robot was hunched over, fists clenched. It was evidently clear that he was affected by his loss, and it had been a close-run thing too. Ida was really disappointed. Izuku said, I feel sorry for him. He must have really wanted the position. Lunch hour came, and our two avians were conversing over their meals. We can't get everything we want in life. Fumikage shrugged, pausing to toss Dark Shadow a blackberry. For the record, I voted for you. Thank you, Tokoyami. Izuku nodded, swallowing his bite. I hope that you don't mind that I voted for Yaoyorozu-san. No offense was taken, Fumikage replied. I too believe that Yaoyorozu is a capable individual, but I felt that you were a better candidate. Furthermore, I had no intention of being voted as representative. Izuku hummed, taking a sip of his milk tea. Good afternoon, can we sit here? Speak of the devil. Oh, Yaoyorozu-san and Jiru-san, yeah, sure. The two girls took the seats next to the avian. Congrats on becoming the class representative, Yaoyorozu-san. Thank you, Midoriya-san. Momo beamed. To be honest, this is my first time in a position of authority. And while I am nervous, I'll be sure to do my best. And I will do my best to support you all the way. Fumikage glanced at Kyoyuka. The earphone jack girl was staring at Momo, food untouched. Jiru, are you okay? You're spacing out. Kyoyuka snapped back into reality. Was I? Sorry, it's just that I thought I saw a halo around Yaoyorozu's head. Fumikage glanced at Momo. I don't see anything, but I understand where you're coming from. Because Midoriya is made entirely of fire, he has a constant glow around his silhouette. Jiru nodded, but before she could say anything else, a deafening alarm blared across the cafeteria. Attention students, this is a level 3 emergency. An automated voice accompanied the alarm. An intruder has infiltrated the grounds. All students, please evacuate to the nearest assembly points quickly and calmly. The students did move quickly. However, calmly they did not. Pandemonium broke out in an instant. Students stampeded towards the doors, creating a bottleneck with multitudes of bodies pushing, shoving and squeezing past one another in an attempt to escape the perceived threat. Amidst the screams and shouts, Izuku was already on his feet. He rushed towards the window where their table was adjacent to, and looked down. He could see the front gates, which mysteriously was open. Members of the press, some of whom he recognized from earlier in the morning, were streaming in like creatures escaping a forest fire. He turned back to his classmates. You three, stay close together. I'm going to try to calm the crowd. Unfurling his wings, Izuku flew towards the doors of the cafeteria, his talons clutching the exit sign above the doors. The phoenix took a deep breath and let out a deafening roar so loud that the windows and anything that wasn't nailed down rattled. Immediately, all movement and noise ceased. Everyone, do not panic. It is just the press, not a villain attack. Do not panic and evacuate calmly. I repeat, this is not a villain attack. Nobody moved, and it was just as well. When the overhead PA system crackled to life a second time. Intruder has been neutralized. Level 3 emergency lifted. All students, please return to your previous activities. Thank you. Izuku lifted off the exit sign and flew back to his classmates. Are you guys okay? We're fine. Momo replied for all three of them. You were amazing, Midoriya-san. I never knew that you could shout so loud. The perks of being a humanoid phoenix, Izuku replied. The students were now dispersing, either returning back to their tables or off to see Recovery Girl for any injuries sustained during the stampede. Please pardon me, but I have to go speak to Principal Nezu. What's wrong? It's the fucking press, Izuku growled. I don't know how it happened, but they managed to get in and quite possibly triggered the alarm. I'm going to inform Nezu about this and see if we can press charges against those reporters for trespassing. With a parting nod, Izuku headed for the doors. As he left, Kyoyuka asked, is he really going to do it? Absolutely, Jiru, Fumikage replied. I pray for those reporters' journalistic licenses once this is over. Nezu was concerned, not just because the press had overstepped their boundaries and he was in the process of suing the networks into bankruptcy for trespassing and causing emotional and psychological distress among his students, but also because something was definitely amiss. The first question that was on the staff's mind was how on earth did the press manage to get into the grounds in the first place, once the press had all been sent packing. Nezu, Cementos, and Snipe went to investigate how the front gates could have malfunctioned. What they found was troubling. Part of the gate had been completely destroyed. Not by some kind of explosive, rather something corrosive. The metal structure had been completely broken down, as if it had been disintegrated. Right away, all three knew that this was the work of a quirk. If some form of powerful acid was used, pieces of metal would have remained. All that was left of the destroyed section was just a dry dust. Nothing in known science could turn a substance into dust, save for a quirk. The intruder alarm was not the only one ringing today. Nezu took a sip of his tea in an attempt to further calm his nerves. He would have to be blind and stupid to not realize that this was the work of an individual with less than noble intention. Once order had been restored, Nezu had ordered an immediate scan of all the security cameras in order to pinpoint the perpetrator. A diagnostic run-through of all digital files stored within the school's computerized cloud was also conducted to ensure that nothing got stolen. The cameras yielded nothing, and nothing appeared out of the ordinary with the digital files. That in of itself was not reassuring to Nezu. It was obvious, at the very least, that whoever disintegrated the front gates and let those vultures storm in was trying to send a message, a declaration of war, a warning of an incoming storm. Whatever it was, Nezu was not going to ignore this obvious threat to the safety of his school and his students. Class 1 was going to have their first rescue training lesson at USJ the next day, the prime time and location for something to go horribly wrong. USJ was part of the UE campus, but it was a good distance away from the main buildings, requiring the students to take a bus to get there. If something terrible was to happen, and if, God forbid, the communication between the main campus and USJ was to get cut off, Nezu won't have any indication or knowledge about it until it was probably too late. The mammal bit his lip. As much as he wanted to have the entire staff stationed at USJ to mitigate the outbreak of any sort of calamity, he knew he couldn't do that. He would deprive the rest of his school the education they needed, and he didn't want any unwanted attention turned towards Mona by pulling off any reckless moves. Nezu sighed. It was might as well that All Might was also supposed to oversee the lesson at USJ alongside 13 and Aizawa. Better to have someone than no one at all. He just prayed to any deity up in the heavens who would hear him that the bumbling oaf that was the symbol of peace wouldn't do anything stupid tomorrow. This afternoon, you all will be undergoing rescue training, Aizawa told the students of Wana during homeroom. Being a hero isn't all about punching the living daylights out of villains and looking good for the cameras. Whether it be from natural disasters or man-made acts of villainy, people are going to be injured and trapped. It is an additional responsibility of pro-heroes to get these innocent civilians out of harm's way and away from death's doorstep. Izuku and Fumikage were particularly interested. Unknowingly, both wondered what they were going to do that afternoon. Other than that, Midoriya-kun, Aizawa turned to the humanoid phoenix, who straightened up at the call of his name. Can I trust you to bring the girls down to the support labs during the lunch break to retrieve their hero outfits? You can count on me, Aizawa-sensei. Good. The eternally tired hobo nodded, before slipping back into his sleeping bag. As for the rest of you, do whatever you want for the rest of homeroom, but keep the volume down. I didn't get any sleep last night, and I want to embrace the void of nothingness for a short while. What a mood, Fumikage inwardly remarked, something I can wholeheartedly agree. As Aizawa drifted off, the students split off into their different cliques to do whatever. Momo approached Izuku. Midoriya-san, I can't thank you enough for redesigning our costumes into something more appropriate. It's the least I can do, Izuku replied. Women are queens, and they ought to be respected just as well as anyone else. Dark shadow emerged from Fumikage. In this house, we stand Izu in drinking respect women juice. When the lunch hour came, Izuku and Fumikage sat down with Momo, Ochako, Mashira, Toru and Mina to have their afternoon meals together. Once everyone had finished, they trooped down to the support labs to pick up the girls' costumes. No one expected the doors to explode off their hinges when they came within walking distance. HATSUME. A voice that Izuku recognized as belonging to Power Loader screamed in anguished exasperation. For the sake of everything that is holy, can you please stop exploding things? All 5 girls plus Fumikage blinked, completely nonplussed at what had just happened. But sensei, a crazed-sounding voice that the hero students guessed belonged to this Hatsum retorted, explosions are a sign of failure, which means that I must keep improving to get my babies working. Babies, checking to make sure that a second explosion wasn't going to pulpify them to inorganic material. Izuku peered around the smoking doorframe and called out, Good afternoon. My name is Midoriya Izuku from Class 1A. I'm here to collect the modified hero outfits for my classmates. A few moments later, Power Loader came up to him. Once again, his expression was obscured by his helmet, but Izuku didn't need much to guess conclusively that the man was just so done. Oh, Midoriya-kun, thank you for coming. If you could wait for just a moment, I'll be back with your classmates' costumes. A loud noise came from somewhere in the labs, and Power Loader flinched, as if almost bracing himself for another explosion. Thankfully, nothing of the sort happened, and the man went back in to collect the outfits. He returned a minute later, holding a bundle in his hands. Here you go, Midoriya-kun. Thank you so much, Majima-sensei. Izuku nodded as he took the bundle. We can't express our gratitude enough for expediting the process. No trouble, now off you go. You don't want to be late for your first rescue training lesson, do you? The 5 girls and Fumikage also thanked Power Loader for his troubles, before taking their leave alongside Izuku. They only got a few paces before another loud explosion shook the labs and the hallway. HATSUME. Power Loader screeched. What did I just fucking beg you to do? All he got was another round of crazed laughter. The hero students took it as their cue to quicken their footsteps. Looking ready to kick ass, Yaoyorozu-san. Class 1 had gathered in a car park just away from the main buildings, waiting for the hired bus that was to take them to their rescue training lesson. Everyone was dressed in their hero outfits, and when the 5 girls whom Izuku led to the support labs earlier emerged, he knew that his job had been successful. No more did Momo look like a stripper at a nightclub, while her abdomen was exposed in order to allow her to use her quirk. She had a proper top with zippers along her sleeves that she could unzip at will if she needed to expose more skin to create extra objects. Her breasts were covered, and she had a pair of pants with zippers down the length. A utility belt was wrapped around her waist with multiple pouches where she could store any form of dry snacks in order to keep her lipid levels regulated. Achako's outfit retained her astronaut theme, but it was noticeably baggier, and her boots no longer had those impractical heels. Mina's cleavage was covered up, and Mashira now wore an outfit that resembled a standard-issue karate gi in black felt boots. Toru was still invisible, but it wasn't due to her not wearing anything. Using special nanotechnology, the support labs were able to use the DNA from Toru's hair to weave together a jumpsuit costume that had full coverage and was invisible at the same time. To ensure that she retained some form of presence, Toru wore her gloves and boots from the previous getup. Thank you, Midoriya-san. I really like it. It's practical and stylish at the same time. I'm glad that you love your new costume. Izuku nodded. He glanced down the road. Ah, the bus is here. The bus was part of a self-driving fleet imported from Germany. Good thing too, as it allowed Aizawa to catch another nap. God, does that man need his sleep. Izuku and Momo herded their classmates onto the bus before boarding last with Aizawa. Momo went to the back, while Izuku beelined for a seat that Fumikage saved for him. The doors closed with a hiss, and they were off. The humanoid phoenix settled in for the 20-minute ride. He was content to just sit back and space out when he felt a finger prod his arm. It was Tsuyu. What's the matter, Asui-san? Call me Tsuyu, Kiro. Izuku blinked. All right, what's up? I usually speak my mind, Kiro. The frog-like girl began. I first want to thank you for standing up for my fellow female classmates. No trouble, Tsuyu-san. They deserve respect as any decent human being on this planet. Tsuyu's lips quirked upwards a little. Also, Kiro, I want to talk about your quirk. You are a phoenix. Were you born like this or did something happen? Fumikage, who had been listening in on the conversation, had to physically keep Dark Shadow within his body so as to prevent the shadow being from attacking Tsuyu. Something happened, something traumatic. Izuku replied without going into detail. Tsuyu nodded, and much to Fumikage's relief, she didn't press the matter further. You have a very versatile quirk, Izuku-chan. Aizawa, who was sitting not too far away, decided to add his 2 cents. Absolutely. Mido Bro has a really flashy quirk. He can control fire, and he can even fly. An unsettled feeling blossomed in Izuku's stomach. He didn't like where this conversation was going. On the other hand, Aizawa looked at himself, becoming extremely wistful. Even though I can harden any part of my body, there's nothing flashy about it at all. I honestly don't see myself becoming popular with the masses when I go pro. Izuku took offense to that. Hiroshima, the spiky redhead, turned to the phoenix, who appeared to grow even deadlier as a dark hue overshadowed his expression. The flashiness of one's quirk will ultimately mean nothing when lives are at stake. Let me give a brutal example. Endeavor has a strong pyrokinesis quirk that is both useful and extremely dangerous. Even though he has the second highest number of villain captures in the industry, he is notorious for having the highest level of property damage and civilian casualties to his name. I don't know if you are aware of how many billions of yen are lost to his rampages. And so what if the villain is caught by him and his flashy quirk? Would you care about that if your home was burnt to the ground in the crossfire? Or your loved one gets grievously injured or killed due to a misfired attack? The only reason why Endeavor hasn't been struck off the industry is because he catches so many villains that the public and the government love him for that, even though a good number of innocent civilians has suffered due to his reckless and thoughtless action. So I must stress to you, Kirishima, never ever talk about the flashiness of quirks as if they are the requirements of a good hero. Many would rather see you as a villain if all that your quirk does is cause pain and suffering under the thin guise of delivering justice. The spiky redhead was rendered completely silent, as was everyone else on the bus. Even Shadow was paying attention. Even though Izuku missed the brief glimmer of tentative awe and hope in his dichromatic irises. Midoriya is right, Aizawa suddenly piped up, turning all attention towards him. Quirks mean nothing in the field of heroics. If you're in it for the fame and glory, you're much better off being an actor or some kind of celebrity. One mistake on your part can cost someone their entire life and family. Let this be a lesson for all of you, especially as you embark on rescue training. If you're too busy looking good for the cameras, someone might have already died. And unlike fame and fortune, a lost life cannot be regained. Seeing that he was done, Izuku sat back down. The rest of the bus ride was completely silent, as the students of Wonder ruminated over the revelations dropped upon them. The bus pulled up in front of a massive glass-domed structure that sparkled in the afternoon sun. Izuku would admit right away that it was impressive, and while Aizawa had given nothing about what was inside, it didn't take much to guess what the building was capable of hosting. Holy shit, this is like Universal Studios Japan, Tetsu exclaimed excitedly. Not quite, Tetsu-kun, although you are somewhat close. All eyes turned to a person standing by the doorway. They were dressed in an outfit that heavily resembled an astronaut's spacesuit. Judging from the way Ochakos perked up, she knew who this person was. Oh my gosh, it's the space hero, 13. That's me, 13 beamed, although it wasn't clear since their helmet visor obscured their expression. Welcome, 1A, to the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or as it is more commonly called, USJ. So it is like Universal Studios Japan. Again, not quite, Kirishima-kun. 13 corrected, it's merely a coincidence that the USJ shares the same acronym as the theme park in Osaka. Now, if you will all follow me inside, I will run you through everything that the USJ has to offer. The students followed the space hero through the doorway, with Aizawa flanking the end. Emerging through another set of doors, the class made noises of awe at what stood before them. The USJ has multiple zones that simulate many different kinds of man-made and natural disasters that take place in real life. 13 explained, before pointing towards the aforementioned zones. Those two domes over there are the conflagration and downpour zones, which simulate fires and unusually heavy rainfall. Those two mountainous areas are the landslide and mountain zones. One had the ruins of buildings embedded in the soil, and the other was, as described, a realistic-looking mountain. And finally, we have a ruins zone and a shipwreck zone, which are pretty self-explanatory. In today's lesson, you will be split into the different zones where you will be tasked to rescue civilians against the simulated environments that you will be placed in. This prompted a new round of excited murmuring among the students. At the same time, Izuku noticed Aizawa come up to 13. Their subsequent conversation was hushed, obviously not meant to be heard by his classmates. But Izuku's hearing seemed to pick up the eternally tired hobo ask where All Might was. The space hero held up 3 fingers, and immediately, Izuku knew. He would never forget the moment that All Might spilled to him his secret that could tear apart society should it ever get out. His time limit in his muscle form. But at the same token, questions began to form in Izuku's mind. If All Might was supposed to chaperone, why wasn't he? Why did he go about and use up his time limit when he had a lesson today? As far as he knew, there wasn't some major villain attack in Musutafu. Shouldn't All Might have left the safety of the citizens to the other pro-heroes so that he could attend today's lesson? People think that All Might is an infallible god, Izuku thought to himself, but really, he is only a stupid, arrogant fool who has long passed his usefulness. At that same moment, 13 returned to the students, sorry for the slightly delay. Now, before we begin with today's rescue training, there is something that you must be aware of. With all 19 pairs of eyes on them, 13 continued, disasters are inevitable. Nature is always trying to figure out ways to eradicate us from this planet. But there are times, many times, I should stress, where mankind does nature's work for her. Humans are flawed, and in times of such flawed behavior, man-made disasters occur. Let me give further clarity. The conflagration zone does not just simulate a fire caused by nature, but also a result of fire quirk going out of control. Izuku blinked. He could have been overthinking it, but that might have been an uncanny reference to his spiel on the bus earlier. The ruins zone. Not just earthquakes, but also quirks that manipulate the ground we walk on. The shipwreck zone simulates a sinking ship that can be caused by rogue waves, human error or deliberate sabotage, for example. My main point is, humans and quirks can cause just as much suffering as nature can. Even me, 13 gestured to themselves. I'm not sure if all of you know what my quirk is, but essentially, it allows me to create black holes that I use to suck rubble and debris in, which are subsequently atomized and never seen again. But on the other hand, I could easily use my quirks to make people disappear permanently, and no one would be any the wiser. The entire class was silent, just like it was back on the bus when Izuku finished his spiel. I want to stress to everyone here today that just because you have a powerful quirk, that doesn't automatically make you a hero. You are just as likely to become a villain if you decide to use your quirk for evil. It takes a conscious, continued effort to maintain your drive to do good, but when you are able to do so, people will thank you for it. The silence turned into one of contemplation, and Izuku could see the message sinking in. He suspected that the response would have been positive and affirmative if he hadn't noticed the sudden change in the air that most certainly didn't come from his classmate. The overhead lights began to flicker. Izuku turned just in time to see the area around the central fountain distort and warp. Before he could speak and raise the verbal alarm, a swirling, black mass materialized before the fountain. It rapidly grew bigger until it encompassed the entire length of the front plaza. Is this part of the lesson? Asked Aijuru. as Izuku was quick to realize, no, this was clearly not part of the lesson. Not when literally hundreds of sinister-looking people, led by a young, blue-haired man with what appeared to be disembodied hands attached all over his skinny body, and a mist-like humanoid in a suit emerged from the black mass. 13. Protect the students, Aizawa shouted, jumping into his hero persona. These are villains. It was supposed to be an ordinary lesson on how to rescue trapped civilians in the aftermath of disasters. Instead, the students of 1A, all 19 of them and some barely 16, were faced with hundreds of villains pouring out the black mass that was clearly a portal of some sort. One in particular, a towering, hulking monster that could only be described as something out of the worst nightmares, joined the two leading villains at the front. It had an exposed brain, its skin was a dark purplish blue, and it had a beak with razor-sharp teeth. Izuku noticed the hand-covered man scan his class, almost out of curiosity. In the silence, he heard the villain speak in an unnaturally childish-sounding voice. Strange. All Might isn't here. The information said that he'd be chaperoning the lesson today. The humanoid phoenix caught an exposed eye between the fingers of the disembodied hand attached to the man's face. It was alit with madness, unhinged sadism, and a thirst for the spilling of innocent blood. But maybe ... he'll come running if we murder some of his pride and joy. 13. Get the students out, Aizawa ordered, as he dove right into the fray. As the hobo transformed into the hero known as Eraserhead and began dealing with the villains, 13 pushed the students back towards the door. But before any one of them could take a step, the same black mass that appeared in the central plaza materialized in front of them, blocking off their exit. A pair of yellow eyes appeared amidst the undulating mass. Good afternoon, came a dark, silky voice that unnerved several of the students. We are the League of Villains. I apologize for interrupting your lesson today, but we're here with the goal of killing All Might. Kill All Might, Denki screeched. The yellow eyes roamed across the class, yet strangely, he isn't here. Was there a change of plans? Izuku wisely kept his beak shut. He may hate the symbol of peace, but now wasn't the time to spill a secret that could topple the country. No matter, the portal villain continued, even without All Might, we have a job here today. Have fun fighting our fodder. I'm sure they'll love to get their hands on you. Before anyone could react, the mass expanded and surged towards the class like a rolling mist. Izuku tried to reach for fumigage when the ground beneath them seemed to disappear. As Izuku fell into darkness, he heard the screams of his classmates as they suffered a similar fate. It lasted a few seconds before the darkness gave way to light. Izuku felt himself falling through the air, everything spinning wildly. Instinct took over and his wings unfurled and flapped, stopping his fall. Izuku righted himself, and taking a moment to reorientate his mind, he took stock of what had happened to him. He was hovering over the shipwreck zone, the main plaza further up ahead where Aizawa was still fighting the villains. Izuku was tempted to fly back and help his teacher, when movement in the water below diverted his attention. Someone had broken through the surface and was swimming towards the small ferry anchored in the middle of the man-made lake. Tsuyu-san. He hurtled down towards the deck of the ferry, just as the frog-like girl grabbed onto the railing. Izuku pulled her out of the water onto the deck. Tsuyu-san, are you all right? I'm fine, Kiro, she replied, but we've got company. Looking over the railing, Izuku saw several dozen heads emerge from the water, all of them villains, each with either a water-based or marine mutation quirk, bearing looks of sadistic glee at the two heroes in training. We have to get out of here, Kiro. 1 second, I need answers first. Tsuyu raised an eyebrow as Izuku went over to the railing. Oi, fuckhands, Maji brought you all here, right? Who the fuck is he, and what is that monstrous insult to all avians? As if we'll tell you. The shark-headed villain cackled, leaping out of the water to grab a bite out of Izuku, only to be met with fires that cremated the top half of his body in a single second. The other villains blanched as his lower half fell back into the water and sank from view. I will give you all one more chance to answer my questions, Izuku growled. If not, I will find out if my fire can work underwater and have you all burnt to ashes. All right, we'll tell. One of the smarter villains spoke quickly. His name is Shigaraki Tamura, and the Mist guy is called Kirigiri. They came with this thing called a Nomu that is supposed to kill All Might. What the fuck is a Nomu? Some genetically engineered monster that is supposed to exceed All Might in strength. A monster that can surpass All Might strength-wise. This isn't good, Izuku thought to himself. With the answers in hand, he turned to Tsuyu. Let's get out of here. She nodded, allowing Izuku to pick her up bridal style. Unfurling his wings, Izuku took off from the deck of the fake ferry and flew towards the edge of the lake. However, it appeared that one of the villains wasn't willing to let their prey escape. Leaping out of the water, he hurled himself towards the two students, webbed hands clawing at them. Izuku immediately unleashed a fireball that instantly cremated the villain. But instead of dissipating, the fireball continued its trajectory towards the water. The flames disappeared when they hit the surface, but the most unusual sight was to come. The water started bubbling, and the screams began. Phoenix and Frog blanched as the villains in the man-made lake were boiled alive. Some tried to swim their way to safety, but the extreme heat caused their bodies to shut down before they could make it to the edge. Izuku immediately flew away from the lake, covering Tsuyu's eyes as he touched down away from the shipwreck zone. The screams from the doomed villains were now overshadowed by the fighting taking place in the main plaza in front of them. Aizawa, it seemed, had no trouble taking down the low-level villains and thugs, and was now facing off against Shigaraki. Izuku watched in morbid horror as the hand-covered villain managed to grab Aizawa's elbow with his hand. Immediately, the fabric began to peel away and disintegrate into dust. Izuku barely held in the gasp when Aizawa's skin began to peel away too, before the hero managed to yank his elbow out of Shigaraki's grip. Shigaraki has a disintegration quirk, requires all 5 fingers touching the object for the quirk to activate, Izuku thought to himself. However, any further analysis came to a screeching halt when the villain screamed for the Nomu. Then, right before Izuku's eyes, the genetically engineered monster pummeled Aizawa to the ground, the sickening sound of bones fracturing echoing through the air. Aizawa didn't have the chance to groan when the Nomu peeled him off the ground and slammed him back down. No. Not on my watch. Izuku turned to Tsuyu, as Shigaraki laughed maniacally. Hide yourself or get to safety. I'm going in. Izuku-chan, you can't be serious. That monster is stronger than All Might. It will kill you instantly. At this point, nothing matters. I am not going to let our teacher die at the hands of this villain and his monster. Before Tsuyu could stop him, Izuku unfurled his wings and took off. He shot towards the plaza, and with a loud roar, grabbed the attention of both Shigaraki and the Nomu. Aizawa, too much in pain to realize what was about to happen. Izuku created a large fireball and hurled it at the monster. The intense heat burnt away the Nomu's arm. As it shrieked in agony, it dropped Aizawa's mangled body. Seeing his chance, Izuku landed in front of his teacher, pulled his fire to his hands, and unleashed a conflagration straight towards the monster. Never mind that the Nomu was stronger than All Might, or the fact that it had a regenerating ability that was slowly regrowing the arm that was burnt off. The wall of fire that came towards it was its final death knell. The Nomu screamed an unholy sound made only by the damned souls condemned to the fiery pits of hell. As its body burned, its regeneration ability tried to keep up, but was ultimately powerless against the otherworldly heat of Izuku's fire. Skin turned to charcoal, blood boiled, muscles and organs liquefied and bones splintery. It took a total of 10 seconds before the Nomu was completely cremated to a pile of ashes. All that remained were tiny pieces of bone fragments and teeth that survived the cremation. Izuku let his hands fall to his side as he turned around to a shell-shocked Shigaraki. My Nomu. Shigaraki released a strangled cry, hands scratching wildly at his throat. No, this cannot be. It was supposed to be stronger than All Might. It can't be dead. The villain's cry reached an unholy crescendo, his throat bleeding from the skin being scratched off. Izuku was almost certain that Shigaraki had completely lost his marbles and was slipping into insanity. A black mass suddenly materialized, and Kurogiri stepped out. Young Master Tamura, we need to retreat. Shigaraki stopped scratching and screaming, turning crazed eyes towards the mist villain. I managed to incapacitate 13. But one of the students managed to escape. Reinforcements will be here any seconds, and we can't afford to take them on. Shigaraki's hands began to tremble. No. This cannot be it. This can't end like this. We were supposed to kill All Might, to bring this rotten, corrupt society down. He never showed that goddamn smile. And our Nomu gets ... He screamed, whirling on Izuku. ... Gets turned to ashes by this fucking NPC. You should have died when Kurogiri teleported you away. You were not supposed to be this strong. You cheated. You used a cheat code. You ruined everything. Hey, you ruined my class lesson by invading. I'm only doing what was expected of me, Izuku replied mockingly. Shigaraki growled, you fucking NPC. Since All Might won't show his cowardly face, we'll take his pride by killing you instead. The hand-covered villain lunged for Izuku, despite Kurogiri's attempt to stop him. Izuku was unfazed, and simply met the incoming hand with fire. Shigaraki screamed as the flames hit. Young Master, realizing that Kurogiri could easily teleport Shigaraki away, Izuku unleashed another conflagration upon the mist villain. The temperature rose rapidly, as did the screams of the two villains being consumed by the flames. If a layperson had been standing in Izuku's position, they would have seen nothing but fire. But Izuku could easily see the flailing forms of Shigaraki and Kurogiri as the flames ate away at their bodies. The hands covering Shigaraki's body was the first to go, followed by his clothes. Shigaraki's screams ascended into a falsetto as his skin began to blister and roll off, his hair disintegrating. His muscles followed, quickly accompanied by his organs liquefying just like with the Nomu. The screams came to an end when Shigaraki's vocal cords were burned away, leaving his skeleton to crumble amidst the heat. As for Kurogiri, his death throes were noticeably different. The mist making up his body rolled off in great plumes before his screams died down. What hit the ground didn't look like a person made of mist, rather something more human-like. This prompted Izuku to extinguish his flames. As the bone fragments of Shigaraki fell to the ground, the phoenix rushed over to the spot where Kurogiri previously stood. What laid there both confused and disturbed him. It was a corpse, somewhat singed by his flames, but still intact. It appeared male, with sky blue, wavy hair that was smoldering. The corpse was dressed in a dark blue martial arts gi, black undershirt and an aviator jacket with faux fur lining, all of which were also smoldering from the flames. A pair of cracked goggles framed his head. Izuku had no idea who this corpse belonged to, nor how did it appear when he had cremated Kurogiri. He wasn't sure what to do with it, but his instincts told him not to touch it, in case there was something important about it. The sound of groans behind him gave him the perfect distraction. Aizawa-sensei. Izuku rushed back to his teacher, kneeling down to assess the damage. Aizawa was bleeding liberally, from his head and all over his body. His limbs were bent in unnatural angles, and Izuku could see the muscles of his teacher's disintegrated elbow bleeding and twitching from the exposure to air. And am I do or I you Aizawa-sensei, try not to move. I'm going to heal you. Wasting no time, Izuku placed his hands on his teacher's chest and forced his healing powers through. Gentle wisps of fire emerged from his hands and spread across his mangled body. Aizawa sighed from the soothing warmth of the flames. As the bleeding was stopped, his bones put back together whole and in their rightful places, and the skin over his elbow reforming and covering the wound. The entire process took 15 seconds, and by the time Izuku withdrew the flames, it was as if Aizawa had never been attacked in the first place. Midoriya, the hobo muttered as Izuku helped him sit up. What did you do to me? I healed you, sensei, Izuku replied. As a phoenix, I have the power to heal injuries so long as they are not fatal. How are you feeling? Can you walk? In the rush of adrenaline of fighting the villains and getting pummeled into the ground by the Nomu, Aizawa had only felt pain tear his body apart and the ever-approaching feeling of imminent death. Now though, despite being a little lethargic, he felt normal. Then, he remembered his student flying into the fray, cremating the Nomu and subsequently the two villains that led this entire invasion to begin with. Midoriya you. The sound of the front doors being blasted and interrupted what Aizawa wanted to say. Have no fear, for I am here. Both Hobo and Phoenix turned around. All Might stood at the doorway, in his muscle form, looking extremely confused at what was going on. Immediately, Izuku saw red. All Might, he growled, turning the attention towards him as he stood up. Wings unfurling in a successful attempt at intimidation. You good-for-nothing, syphilitic, gonorrhea and crabs infected mother F. Beep. Not long after All Might's poorly timed and late arrival, the rest of Yui's staff showed up, led by Tenya, whom Izuku would later learn was the one who managed to escape and inform the school of the attack. Apparently, the villains had someone who could jam communication signals between buildings, which explained the staff's late arrival. Nezu was also present, and immediately instructed the staff to head into the different zones to get the students out and deal with any remaining villains, while he himself called the police and for ambulances. Present Mike beelined towards Aizawa and Izuku, throwing himself onto the former and blabbing about how terrified he was when he heard about the attack and that his best friend was in danger. Not wanting to intrude on what was obviously an intimate moment between the two men, Izuku quietly broke away and headed back to the corpse of the teenage male that somehow appeared after he cremated Kurogiri. He was still confused, and he hoped that by searching for clues on the corpse, he might get some answers. However, that got the attention of Present Mike. Little listener, are you Oka? The question the voice hero had died on his lips as he laid eyes on the corpse. He took off his signature sunglasses, rubbed his eyes, and put them back on. No. He was not seeing things. He tried pinching himself, thinking that this was some kind of fever dream. No, he didn't wake up in his bed. He was still in the USJ, staring at the body that belonged to one of his closest friends, whom he and Shouta believed would never be found after his tragic, untimely demise. Yamada, what are you? Aizawa turned to where his colleague was staring and gaping like a fish. In a matter of 3 seconds, Izuku saw more emotion flash across his homeroom teacher's face than he had ever seen in the few days he had known the eternally tired hobo. There was confusion, before it shifted into realization. Denial was quick to follow, flanked by a desperate need to be proven wrong. The hobo rushed towards the corpse, with Present Mike following. Izuku tactfully moved away, allowing Aizawa to crouch before the corpse, hands trembling and eyes wide. Oabaru, Present Mike muttered shakily. Is that his name? Izuku wondered. No. This can't be right. The voice hero began to ramble. We all saw you getting crushed by the rubble. Your sea corpse went missing. What is it doing here? Aizawa whipped his head towards Izuku, eyes manic with desperation. Midoriya, what the fuck happened? What did you fucking do? Admittedly, It was unsettling to see his normally stoic or bored-looking teacher literally trembling with emotion. I don't know, Aizawa-sensei. When I was cremating Kurogiri, the mist rolled off his body and, oh Aburo, is it? When I extinguished my fire, he was lying there. This might make me sound crazy, but I think Aburo was inside Kurogiri. Izuku was right in that Aizawa and present Mike were now staring at him as if he had grown a second head. A full moment of awkward, tense silence followed, before it was broken by someone running up to the scene. Midoriya. Izuku turned around to see Fumikage running up to him. Before he could reach him, Dark Shadow emerged and immediately threw herself onto the phoenix. Izu is safe. The dark void didn't take him away. Fumi was so terrified that he was going to lose his only friend. Izuku hugged the shadow being back as he turned to his friend. Fumikage said, I was beyond terrified when the warp villain separated us. I could see you reaching out to me, but I was too slow. I'm so relieved, and I thank every deity up there that you are safe. He looked around the plaza. Where are the villains? Did they get away? Before Izuku could correct his friend, Aizawa cut in, putting on a commendable attempt to keep himself together despite the literal bombshell lying before him. Midoriya, Tokoyami, go outside with your classmates, now. This is an order. Fumikage was, understandably, confused, especially after seeing the body in front of his homeroom teacher. But Izuku quickly led him away towards the steps. Midoriya, what's going on? A lot of things, Tokoyami, Izuku replied. I'll explain it later. All 19 students of WANA had gathered outside the main dome of the USJ. The relief was palpable. Despite being separated and warped into the different zones around the facility, most emerged from the entire incident with only cuts, bruises, or scraps. Denki was an exception, having short-circuited himself in the effort to incapacitate the villains he was facing off alongside Momo and Kyoyuka. Last that Izuku knew, his electric quirk classmate had been sent back to the main campus to recover under the watchful eye of Recovery Girl. The students huddled in their respective cliques or groups, with Izuku and Fumikage on their own. Some attempted to talk to one another. Others remained silent as they processed the traumatic event they just went through. Many watched the crowd of paramedics wheel injured and dead villains like into waiting ambulances, while others were distracted by police officers questioning them and taking their statements about the invasion. Izuku-kun. The humanoid phoenix turned away from comforting Dark Shadow towards the familiar voice. Detective Tsukachi, dressed in his matching trench coat and fedora, approached him and Fumikage. Tsukachi-san, I didn't know you were here. Whenever there is a major villain attack, I'm expected to be there, Tsukachi replied. Are you and your friend okay? No injuries. We're fine. Izuku spoke for the both of them. You know him? Fumikage asked. He's a family friend. Izuku replied. Before turning back to the detective, I suppose you want to take our statements. As part of protocol, as you would know, Tsukachi nodded, taking out a voice recorder and activating it. Who would like to start first? I'll go ahead, if you don't mind, Midoriya. Izuku shook his head, prompting Fumikage to speak. I was warped away to the downpour zone with Kuda-san, where we faced off against about 50 villains, I believe. All of them were lowly thugs, simply brawn with no brains. Kuda-san and I were able to deal with them fairly easily, especially since there wasn't much light in the zone and my quirk, Dark Shadow, were able to defeat them with her enhanced power. We were able to escape after that. That was when I saw Midoriya, Aizawa-sensei and Yamada-sensei over at the front plaza. I went over and I saw this body I didn't recognize. They didn't appear to be one of the villains. But Aizawa-sensei and Yamada-sensei appear to be quite distraught about it. The last part made Tsukachi concerned. Eraserhead was arguably the most emotionally stunted heroes in the industry. To hear him actually being distraught, the detective pushed the matter into the back of his mind. He still had Izuku to question. He'll check on Eraserhead after that. Izuku-kun, tell me your side. Just like with Tokoyami, I was warped away, in my case towards the shipwreck zone with Isui-san. There were, I think, also about 50 villains in the water waiting for us. I tried getting them to spill on the ringleader and the massive genetically engineered monster. Izuku missed Tsukachi, minutely flinching, before one tried to attack me. Out of self-defense, my fire destroyed him. That got the others talking, and once I had the answers, I got myself and Isui-san out. But another one of the villains tried to attack us as we were escaping, and I threw a fireball at him. It cremated him, but for some strange reason, it didn't dissipate. It continued into the water and it caused the lake to boil. Were the rest of the villains still in the water? Asked Tsukachi neutrally. Yes, I can still hear their screams as they were boiled alive. Dark Shadow immediately hugged Izuku. Tsukachi said, Izuku, listen, it's not your fault. Did you intend to kill those villains in the water? No, I never did. I only intended to protect Isui-san and myself from the villain that attempted to attack us as we were escaping. I had no idea the heat from my extinguished fire could remain long enough to boil water. It's not your fault, the detective stressed again. You did the right thing to protect yourself and your classmate. It was an unfortunate accident. What happened to those villains in the water? Izuku nodded, as Dark Shadow nuzzled her beak into his head. Is there anything else? I touched down in the front plaza, where I saw Aizawa-sensei fighting the ringleader. He was called Shigaraki Tamura, and he had a 5-point disintegration quirk. He managed to disintegrate Aizawa-sensei's elbow before ordering his monster, I think it was called a Nomu, to attack him. I saw that monster pound Aizawa-sensei into the ground ... and I knew I had to step in. I managed to get Aizawa-sensei away, and I faced the monster in his place. With my fire, I cremated it to ashes, despite the fact that it had a regeneration ability. Shigaraki ... he went insane. You see, the Nomu was supposed to be stronger than All Might, and the whole purpose of this invasion was to kill the symbol of peace. When he saw me defeat his monster, Shigaraki lost his marbles and tried to kill me instead. In self-defense, I set him on fire, as well as Kurogiri, who was the one who warped us to the different zones. I ended up cremating Shigaraki, but Kurogiri ... his miss rolled off of him, and Oboro ... kind of was left in his place. Tsukachi-san, will you call me crazy if I say that someone could emerge from another person's physical form if the latter was destroyed? Honestly, Izuku-kun, most people would. But then again, my quirk registered that as a truth, so I cannot say anything of the sort. Fumikage was silent, completely at a loss for words. Dark Shadow was still hugging Izuku. I then healed Aizawa-sensei with my quirk. And that was when All Might appeared, shortly followed by the rest of the Yui staff. That was it, I guess. Tsukachi nodded, before turning off the voice recorder. Thank you for your testimonies, you too. I won't keep you any longer. Izuku-kun, can I trust for you to keep yourself and Tokoyami-kun safe? Yes, Tsukachi-san. With a final acknowledging nod, Tsukachi went off to speak to Principal Nezu, who had just emerged from the USJ with Snipe and Midnight. Principal Nezu, I just spoke with Midoriya and Tokoyami. How are they, detective? Asked the Chimera. Physically, they're fine, but I believe that Midoriya is especially shaken by what happened, especially when he mentioned about this Oboro character. I don't blame him, Nezu replied, looking really unnerved. Detective, there are plenty of things that we need to talk about, but this conversation must not be heard openly. I would like to invite you to my office where we can divulge in such sensitive information in a more secure, private setting. I plan to invite Izuku-kun too, since I believe he told you information that you yourself find to be unsettling. Tsukachi huffed good-naturedly. I can't get anything past you, can I? But yes, I will gladly take up your invitation. Please lead the way, Principal. Nezu nodded, and dismissed Snipe and Midnight to handle the students. The Chimera and Tsukachi headed back to Izuku and Fumikage, who were engaged in quiet conversation and didn't hear them approach. Izuku-kun. The Phoenix turned around. Principal Nezu, what's the matter? I would like to invite you to my office alongside Detective Tsukachi. Nezu replied, before giving the teen a reassurance, you're not in trouble. There are several things we need to talk about, much of which carry grave importance. He then turned to Fumikage. I would like to invite you to sit in too, Fumikage-kun. I know that your shadowy companion doesn't wish to be separated from your friend just yet. Thank you for your consideration, Principal Nezu. Dark Shadow is most appreciative. I certainly am. First order of business, would anyone like some tea? It wasn't often that someone would accept Nezu's offer of tea whenever they had a meeting with him. Normally they just didn't want the drink or were too terrified of the mammal to accept. Izuku and Fumikage could say that they were outliers, and they were grateful for the soothing beverage after an afternoon of trauma. As for Tsukachi, it wasn't coffee, but it was just as good a hot drink as any. The tea was poured out and offered to the trio. Before we begin, I must stress to you too, Izuku-kun and Fumikage-kun, that what will be discussed here will not leave this office. You cannot tell anyone, classmate or family, about what we talked about. This is sensitive information that can cause mass panic should word get out. I'm already in the process of keeping things under wraps from the press, save for the bare details. Can I have your promise of silence? I solemnly swear, cross my heart, and hope to die should I slip up, Fumikage replied, with Dark Shadow emerging to give a salute. Excellent. Now we can start off with Izuku-kun's testimony. Nezu steepled his paws together during his cremation of Kurogiri, the villain responsible for warping you two and your classmates into the different zones around USJ. Izuku-kun inadvertently freed Shurikumo Oboro from his inhumane confinement. Now, why is Oboro-kun significant? Before his tragic, untimely death, Oboro-kun was a classmate to your teachers, Aizawa and Yamada here in Yui. If they both had eyebrows, Izuku and Fumikage would have raised them in surprise. They were an extremely tight-knit trio. But when Oboro-kun was killed during a rescue attempt gone wrong during their second year, Aizawa and Yamada were both left horribly traumatized. You could say, for lack of a better phrase, that they were never the same without their friend. In fact, Aizawa's habit of expelling students with no potential stems from this tragic event. He'd rather see students out of Yui, but alive, rather than not taking things seriously and end up dead later on. Both avians were left to ponder over this new revelation. Izuku-kun, I cannot stress enough the great service you have done for your teachers and more this very afternoon. For years, it was believed that Oboro-kun's family would never have closure because even after the villain who caused his death was dealt with, his body mysteriously vanished from the hospital morgue before it could be returned to his family for a funeral and cremation. By bringing him back, Oboro-kun can be finally laid to rest. I'm thankful that I was able to help, however unintentionally. But Principal Nezu, Oboro was inside Kurogiri before I cremated the latter. Surely ... that isn't natural, right? You're right, Izuku-kun. That is far from natural. Nezu nodded. This actually ties in from the testimonies of both yours and your classmates about the giant-beaked monster that was brought in with the villains at the beginning of the invasion. As you pointed out, that monster is called a Nomu, which in of itself is a terrifying concept. I'll let you explain further, Detective Tsukachi. With the baton passed over, the detective cleared his throat. During my tenure as head of the Musutafu police force, I was involved in many investigations about rumored human experimentation involving quirks. The end products are these monstrous beings called Nomu. They were once human, but all traces of their humanity were systematically destroyed after having multiple quirks forced into them at once. How is that possible? Fumikage was rightfully confused. Even with something as unlimited as quirks, the idea of forcing multiple quirks upon someone seemed right out of a science fiction novel. My investigations have yielded several conclusions over the years, but have ultimately boiled down to just one, Tsukachi replied, his tone becoming grim. This is the work of a villain so evil, with a quirk so powerful that even seasoned criminals utter his name either out of reverence or fear. He is called All for One, and his quirk allows him to take and give quirks freely with no side effects or drawbacks. How All for One came to become what we call the bogeyman of the criminal underworld stems back to when quirks started manifesting. Nezu jumped in. I'm pretty sure you two are familiar with quirk history, the anarchy and complete collapse of societies and countries alike when people started developing superpowers. Out of the chaos, factions rose, but none were more powerful and unrivaled than the one led by All for One. With his ability to give and take quirks, he amassed a following that outnumbered that of the most tyrannical dictators of the pre-quirk era. He claimed to want a society where the people could live peacefully, but all he truly wanted was absolute, unchallenged power. Those who dared oppose him met horrible ends, until All Might came along and vanquished him several years ago, bringing an era of peace to Japan, hence his title. For a while, we all believed that All Might truly defeated All for One, and that the greatest villain of all time had been killed. Tsukachi sighed heavily. However, with the events at USJ, it is increasingly clear that All for One is not dead, and that he is biding his time to make his return. The Nomu was a clear message, one might say a declaration of war upon the peace that will ultimately collapse should word get out. Izuku and Fumikage were surprised that the windows of Nezu's office hadn't frosted over from such damning conclusion, bringing the focus back to Oboro-kun. Nezu continued after a moment, even though we can't say for sure, based on Izuku-kun's testimony. We can theorize that All for One was behind the initial stealing of his corpse 14 years ago, and somehow used him to create the villain that we knew as Kurogiri. And there is the enigma that is Shigaraki Tamura. How are the investigations coming along about this character, detective? So far, nothing as of yet. Tsukachi took a sip of his tea. There is nothing in the quirk records about this Shigaraki person. I'm attempting to have the search cover more bases, but I honestly don't think we'll find anything useful, other than that he is clearly linked to All for One. It is a pity, especially since Izuku-kun cremated him before we could get answers. Nezu sighed. Principal Nezu, Fumikage spoke up with a slight glare. Are you suggesting that you'd rather have Midoriya die than to fight back against a villain that was going to kill him? Far from it, Tokoyami-kun. Nezu replied placatingly. I'm merely stating that it is unfortunate that we are unable to link certain puzzle pieces because of Izuku-kun's rightful and understandable act of self-defense. However, I apologize, Izuku-kun, if I had insinuated such a scenario. Izuku nodded, accepting the apology. That being said, I have a strong feeling that we might have mitigated a greater catastrophe if we had let Kurogiri and Shigaraki escape with their lives. Nezu continued, a disintegration quirk is scary enough, but a teleportation quirk, as rare as it is and used for acts of villainy, I believe that we might have dodged a major bullet with the unfolding of today's events. Whether or not that was true remained up in the air, although Izuku could understand where the chimera was coming from. So what's going to happen now? Asked Fumikage. The students will get tomorrow off and the weekend to recover from today's events. Nezu said, this will also allow me and my staff to mitigate the fallout when the press learns about the villain attack. Hopefully, come Monday, we can return to some form of normalcy. Both avians nodded. Such a move was a sensible one. With that out of the way, I believe someone wants to see you, Izuku-kun. Nezu brightened. At that precise moment, a series of knocks came from the door. It automatically opened, allowing Aizawa and Present Mike to step into the office. Aizawa-sensei. Izuku stood up with fumigage. Given everything that Nezu had said thus far, Izuku was ultimately not surprised when Aizawa and Present Mike dropped into a perfect 90 degrees bow before him. Midoriya, you were incredibly reckless and you could have gotten killed, the eternally tired hobo began. That being said, it was your actions that brought back the stolen corpse of our friend, allowing us to return him to his family where he can finally be laid to rest after 14 years. I do not say this often, but you have mine and Yamada's eternal gratitude for bringing us and Aburo's family closure. Thank you, Midoriya Izuku. Aizawa-sensei, I did what I did to protect you. If I hadn't stepped in, you would have very likely died by the hands of that Nomu. I'm glad that I could bring your deceased friend back. But ultimately I moved so that you could live another day. The two men rightened themselves. We appreciate your selflessness, little listener, Present Mike replied, but your safety is just as important. You are still young, so let us protect you, listener. Yes, we are teaching you to prepare you for the world outside, but in such unforeseen events such as this, it is our responsibility to ensure that you go home to your family safe and sound. It is better that we sacrifice our own lives so that we can preserve our hope for the future. This back and forth was very heartwarming. But Nezu saw a need to interrupt before they continued on for God knows how long. He did have another meeting after this. Aizawa-kun, wasn't there something else that you wanted to say? The hobo nodded. Aburo's parents would like to meet you in person, Midoriya. They want to thank you for bringing their son home. Are they here on campus? Yes, Aizawa nodded. I'm supposed to take you to meet them now. Best that we do not keep them waiting then. Izuku remarked, before turning to Nezu and Tsukachi, thank you for this enlightening meeting. I'll be taking my leave now. As am I, Fumikage added. I need to contact my uncle before he turns Musutafu upside down trying to locate me. No trouble, you two. Take care. And I hope we can meet again for afternoon tea soon. Nezu waved them off. Once the two avians had departed with their teachers, whatever jovialness the chimera had melted off his expression. He turned on the intercom on his desk. Toshinori Yagi, please come in. Tsukachi got up from his seat and went to stand next to Nezu's chair. The door opened, and the gaunt, true form of All Might sauntered into the office. Have a seat, we have a lot to discuss. The detective took vindictive pleasure in seeing his former friend shudder from Nezu's icy tone. He remained steadfast in his aloofness when All Might glanced towards him in a silent plea for solidarity. Any chance of forgiveness was still a long way off. Toshinori Yagi, I have absolutely no clue what was going on inside that empty head of yours when you failed to show up for 1A's rescue training lesson today. Didn't I give you specific instructions that you were supposed to chaperone in case something was to go south? Why am I hearing reports that you used up your time limit stopping petty crimes all over Musutafu when you were clearly needed for a lesson? The shadow of the symbol of peace wilted under Nezu's merciless questioning, something which Tsukachi was again more than willing to take vindictive pleasure towards. I can't just abandon my duties as the #1 hero. Oh, so other heroes don't exist then? Nezu shot back, which Tsukachi inwardly applauded. How self-centered and arrogant are you, Toshinori Yagi, to believe that you are the only pro-hero out there and that the peace of Musutafu rests on your shoulders. Come off your high horse. Just because you are the symbol of peace, that doesn't mean that you can discount the work of other heroes who are also doing their job to maintain peace in this very city. Do you honestly believe that the entire industry revolves around you? Tsukachi huffed in exasperation. He thought that his current opinion of Toshinori couldn't fall any further. He was clearly wrong. In your arrogance and hubris, you not only endangered your students by not being there to get them to safety following the villain's invasion, but it also shows your incompetence as a teacher of you. Nezu continued to tear the skeletal man apart. I know that I hired you not only as protection but also for you to find your successor, but I am beginning to see the error of my judgment. Toshinori Yagi, effective immediately, you are hereby fired from Yui. Pack your things, and never darken the hallways of my school ever again. Tsukachi expected many things, like All Might falling to his knees and begging Nezu for another chance, among others. It was a slight surprise for the detective to see his former friend merely nod silently, before getting up from the sofa and leaving the office without a further word. When the door closed behind the man, Nezu sighed. Toshinori may have given us peace as All Might, but at many costs to himself and the greater future as a whole. I personally fear that such peace may not remain for much longer. Knowing that All for One is still alive, Tsukachi remarked. The path ahead is uncertain, detective, even more so than before. Nezu turned his gaze out of the window. I just hoped that my students would not get caught up in the crossfires like they did today. It was a tearful thank you that Izuku experienced when he met Aburo's parents in the main atrium. The couple were delirious with emotion. even going down onto their knees, doja style, to thank him for bringing their son back. In all honesty, Izuku was a tad bit unnerved, not used to having such wild displays of emotion played out before him. Still, he managed to pull himself together, convince the Shurikumos to get up, and express his hope that this closure will help them move forward. To his credit, Izuku managed to tone his reply into something that didn't resemble those half-baked, meaningless platitudes heroes and law enforcement tend to give to the bereaved family members of victims who tragically died. If the commending glint in Aizawa's eyes was any indication. The meeting itself was short, as Aizawa and present Mike were to immediately escort the Shurikumos to the crematory to have their son's body disposed of before history could repeat itself. After some final farewells, they were gone, leaving Izuku on his own. Fumikage returned a moment later. "How's your uncle? Did you manage to convince him not to turn Musutafu upside down?" "Funny that you should mention him, Midoriya," Fumikage replied. "Apparently my uncle isn't in Musutafu right now." "What happened?" Izuku asked curiously. "I wouldn't call it a strange twist of events, but while we were fighting off villains back at the USJ, my uncle's sister was caught up in another villain attack while out shopping with her family. She's fine, and so are her family, but she sustained some injuries and was hospitalized," Fumikage explained. "As you would expect, my uncle took the first train to Hamamatsu in order to be with her. I only just saw his message and confirmed it with him over a phone call. He also told me that he won't be back until Monday afternoon. So you'll be all alone for the next 3 days, essentially." "That's correct." A beat of silence followed. "Are you okay with living by yourself?" "In normal circumstances, I would be fine with that, but..." Fumikage trailed off, looking into the distance for a moment. "Following the events of this afternoon, I would be lying to myself if I said I don't desire some company for the time being. Dark Shadow definitely needs someone else other than me." To prove his point, the shadow being emerged from her host and immediately hugged Izuku. "How about you stay over at my place?" the Phoenix offered. "Knowing my mother, she would love to have someone by my side until this whole thing blows over. I don't want to intrude though." "Nonsense," Izuku brushed off. "It'll certainly help, knowing that she will be losing her marbles once she gets the call from Aizawa-sensei. Also, I don't think Dark Shadow is going to let go of me anytime soon unless she knows I'm in the same general area as her." "I most certainly won't," the shadow being cried, hugging Izuku harder. "You should at least call your mother first," Fumikage advised. "I intend to do that," Izuku nodded. Izuku would spend 5 minutes calming down his frantic mother over the phone. Apparently, Aizawa had called her just minutes before his own, and her reaction was completely understandable and expected by Izuku. When she finally came down from her panic-induced hysteria, Izuku presented the proposal of Fumikage coming over to stay with them for the weekend, while explaining the circumstances. Inko was more than happy to have the raven-headed teen over. And when Izuku ended the call, the last words he heard from his mother was her muttering to herself over preparing bigger portions for dinner later. All that was left to do now was to return to Fumikage's place of residence and grab enough clothes for a weekend stay over. Fumikage lived in a low-rise apartment building in a suburb not unlike the one Izuku lived in. It was a 2-bedroom unit, and it was immediately clear which one of the two belonged to the raven-headed teen. While the rest of the apartment walls were painted a soft peach-hued beige, Fumikage's room was painted entirely black. The wooden furniture was a dark type of wood, and all manner of items that would not look out of place in an occult film decorated the room. A black duffel bag was pulled out, and 4 nights' worth of clothing went into it, alongside Fumikage's toothbrush. "You really love the dark goth aesthetic, don't you?" "I am one with the dark," which was all that Fumikage replied, and Izuku accepted it without a further word. Locking up the apartment, the two avians hopped onto the train again for a ride up to Izuku's apartment. When they arrived, Fumikage was eternally grateful that he was still wearing his tinted sunglasses. Midoriya and Co. carried not a candle to his friend's perpetual brightness, but the beaming smile she gave as she welcomed him and Dark Shadow into her home still exuded a light that would have made most people flinch. At least she was very friendly and incredibly hospitable, inviting him to bring his clothes to Izuku's room while she put the finishing touches on dinner. Fumikage noted that his friend's room was a complete contrast to his own. For one thing, the walls were all white, just like with the rest of the apartment that he had seen thus far, though he noted parts of the walls seemed to be lighter than the rest. "Did there used to be something pasted on the walls?" "Yep," Izuku nodded, helping his friend take out his clothes. "Back when I was still a naive, innocent child, my walls and room were filled with All Might merchandise. To be honest, there was more poster than wall at the highest point. But after that fateful meeting, and the activation of my quirk, I decided to get rid of every All Might merchandise and paraphernalia from my room. remembering what his friend told him of that very day. Fumicage's mind immediately wandered to a scene of a vindictive phoenix tearing the posters to shreds and cremating every known piece of merchandise available on the market. For the record, I didn't go on a fiery rampage on All Might's irritating smile, Izuku continued, seemingly reading Fumicage's mind. Several pieces I had are really valuable on the market. I made sure to carefully pack everything into packages or boxes before selling them. I actually got quite a nice sum from the transactions. Makes sense, the raven-headed teen remarked inwardly. Izuku, Tokoyami-kun, dinner's ready. Having dinner with the Midoriyas was an experience in of itself. Not that the food was bad or anything. Inko was an excellent cook. It was just that Fumicage never expected the extremely animated conversations that took place over the course of the meal. This was, in a way, foreign territory, especially since his uncle wasn't exactly the sociable type and mealtimes were often periods of verbal silence back at his place of residence. At the same time, it was a nice feeling, especially when Izuku and his mother always ensured that he was included in the conversations. Although he could do without the intense brightness that radiated around the dining table, Fumicage was almost certain that he had taken a few steps closer to going blind. He would have worn his sunglasses, but he didn't want to come off as rude. That aside, Fumicage could count dinner with his friend's family a success. Inko cleared the dishes and bowls, shooing him and Izuku off to have alone time while she ran the dishwasher. The two teens headed back to Izuku's room, who immediately beelined for his wardrobe to pull out the extra futon that he stowed up on top for such occasions. How deep into the occult do you go into? The Phoenix asked offhandedly. The temptation to fully submerge myself into the deep unknown always follows me, Fumicage replied, watching his friend pull down the futon and lay it out on the floor next to the bed. But I am aware that going too far can have unintended consequences, so I discipline myself with whatever practice or ritual I discover. So you spend the nights using the Ouija board, among other things? Izuku guessed, pulling out a pillow for his friend. I tend to stick to the Ouija board and rituals to ward off anything questionable from moving through the veil, Fumicage replied. So far, I've yet to have anything happen to me, though I do wonder if the events at the USJ was my karma finally catching up to me. To be fair, I know next to nothing about the occult, but I can at least understand why you think of this afternoon's events as such. Izuku came back to his friend. Maybe your survival was a manner of evening things out. Perhaps, though I suppose I should lay off the seances for a while anyway. It's your decision, Izuku shrugged. The two avians went to freshen up for the night. Slipping into their respective covers, dark shadow emerged from Fumicage's body to turn off the light. Though, as Fumicage was quick to discover, the darkness didn't completely come. I didn't know that your body continues to glow even in darkness, Midoriya. Yeah, there's nothing I can do about it, the Phoenix replied. If you asked me to infiltrate a villain hideout, I'm not your bird for the job. On the bright side, Fumicage replied, unintentionally making a pun. It'll keep Dark Shadow from doing too much. What do you mean? Right on cue, the shadow being emerged. Fumi always sleeps with a nightlight at home. It is to stop me from growing out of control and becoming feral, as he says. The darkness fuels my growth, which is why he never lets me out in places where it's dark. What happens when you go feral, Shadow-chan? Bad things, Izu. Really bad things. I usually refrain from talking about it, Fumicage added. It happened once after Dark Shadow manifested. It was painful for everyone involved. Izuku took the cue and decided it was time to go to sleep. And eventually, he, Fumicage, and Dark Shadow drifted off, the third dulled by the Phoenix's eternal glow. For a while, all was silent. It wasn't uncommon for Izuku to wake up in the middle of night, seeking a glass of water. With his entire body made up of fire, it meant that his insides tend to get parched easily, requiring more frequent rehydration. While this partly the reason why Izuku woke up in the early morning hours of 15 minutes past 3, the other part lay with his friend, tossing and turning in his futon and making noises of distress. Dark Shadow hovered over her host, trying and failing to rouse him from the clutches of nightmare he was caught in. Izuku was immediately out of his bed. Dark Shadow moved out of the way, as the Phoenix knelt down beside Fumicage. Tokoyami, wake up. You're having a nightmare. Wake up. Izuku laid a clawed hand on his friend's body, the flames glowing brighter. Immediately, Fumicage snapped awake, and shot up with a loud gasp. The Phoenix wrapped his friend in a hug. Breathe with me, Tokoyami. You're fine. You're okay. Everything's all right. You're in my room. Just breathe with me, okay? Dark Shadow hovered anxiously, as Izuku led her host through a series of exaggerated breaths to help him bring the adrenaline down. Midoriya, it's okay, I'm right here. I'm not going anywhere. Izuku tightened his hug to prove his point. Dark Shadow made a distressed whine. Do you want to talk about it? Fumicage subconsciously leaned into his friend's warmth. It was a fragmented sight, like I was watching a badly edited film. But I remember, I was back at the USJ. I saw our classmates and Aizawa sensei ... all of them were dead. I saw you. Your head was bent at an unnatural angle, your wings torn off your body. The hand villain was laughing, and the Nomu was reaching for me ... Then I was woken up by you. Izuku carted a hand through his friend's head feathers. I'm here. I'm not going anywhere. I killed the villains and the Nomu. They will never hurt a soul ever again. Dark Shadow quickly joined the hug. The minutes ticked by. Nobody moved. I am at ease with the dark. But in such occasions like this, it reminds me that true darkness is a place where no mortal should ever face. Does that mean you won't be able to sleep now? I'm ... not entirely sure. The nightmares I've had in the past were never this vivid. Izuku considered something, a bit unsure if Fumikage would appreciate it. His conscience overruled his doubt quickly. How about a lullaby? A what? This sounds really cheesy, but when I was younger, nightmares used to plague my sleep almost all the time. Fumikage didn't need to guess the source of such nightmares. My mother would hear my screams, and she would burst in with a lullaby at the ready. Despite its rather ominous messaging, it always works for me. What lullaby is it? Are you familiar with the Frozen franchise, specifically the second movie? Fumikage shook his head after a moment. He couldn't say that he knew such a franchise, since it doesn't ring a bell, and even if he did, he probably wouldn't have watched it since it wasn't his favorite genre of movies. Well, it's titled All Is Found. Let's hear it then. Izuku adjusted his position to make Fumikage feel more comfortable. Where the north wind meets the sea, there's a river full of memory. Sleep, my darling, safe and sound, for in this river all is found. Fumikage never expected this. Midoriya, your voice is so melodious. I guess it has to do with the fact that I'm a phoenix, Izuku replied. Do you want me to continue? Yes, please. In her waters, deep and true, lie the answers, and a path for you. Dive down deep into her sound, but not too far, or you'll be drowned. Fumikage now understood what Izuku meant by ominous messaging. Yes, she will sing to those who will hear, and in her song, all magic flows. But can you brave what you most fear? Can you face what the river knows? By this point, Fumikage could feel his eyelids beginning to droop, but at the same time, he didn't want to sleep yet, not when he felt the temporal energy in the room rise with the building orchestra. Where the north wind meets the sea, there's a mother full of memory. Come, my darling, homeward bound. When all is lost, then all is found. With the winding down of the emotional energy, Fumikage couldn't stop the effects of Morpheus from dragging him under. Izuku glanced down, realizing that his friend had fallen back into sleep. Izu ... you are a great burp. I would do anything for him. Dark Shadow regarded him with pleading eyes. Can Izu sleep in the same bed with Fumi? Izu will protect Fumi from all nightmares if he is with him. I will, being careful not to wake his sleeping friend. Izuku slipped back into his own bed and pulled the covers over him and Fumikage. Dark Shadow slipped in too after a moment, wrapping herself around her host and Izuku. All three forms bundled together, coupled with Izuku's permanent warmth, meant that the Phoenix and Shadow Being had joined the Raven in quiet slumber within minutes. None of them noticed that the bedroom was slightly ajar, before quietly closing. Just like her son, Inko was prone to waking up in the middle of the night, needing a glass of water. On this particular night, she managed to get what she needed. One glass of water later, she was heading back to her room when she heard voices coming from her son's bedroom, pushing down her fears that some villain had managed to invade their home. Inko opened the door slightly, sighing in relief when it was just Izuku and Fumikage talking. Though the relief quickly became concerned sympathy when the two teens talked about the nightmare one of them just had. Poor things ... they were only 16. None of them should have been made to face what they went through at the USJ until they were prepared and ready. At the very least, Inko thought to herself, Yui is making sure that they will receive all the help they should get once the school reopened. That in of itself was a good move, but it would be days until they would receive such help. What could they do now? Where the north wind meets the sea. Inko blinked. There's a river full of memory. She did not expect this. Like Fumikage, this was the first time Inko had heard her son sing, and she couldn't look away. She quietly watched Izuku sing the exact same lullaby she herself would sing to him when he was younger to the raven-headed teen. It had its intended effect by the end of the song. Fumikage had fallen back to sleep. Izuku then climbed back into his bed, with Fumikage in his arms, and was soon asleep himself, with Dark Shadow wrapped around them. When their gentle snores reached her ears, Inko quietly closed the door. She could have returned to her bedroom, reassured that her son had gotten the situation under control. But Inko was more perceptive than that. She knew that this was a temporary solution for a long-term problem. Her son and Fumikage needed something else to help them move forward from this traumatic event. Hearing the lullaby gave Inko an idea. Instead of returning to her bedroom, she made a detour towards the study. Booting up the family computer, she opened a website to make plans for the coming day. Come sunrise, Izuku believed that this particular Friday was just going to be a laid-back one. He and Fumikage had nothing planned, and wasn't that the beauty of flexibility? All sorts of possibilities laid before them. They could spend the day at home, surfing through the channels on TV or the vast expanse of the internet. Or they could head back to Fumicage's favorite cafe and people watch. Maybe they could even wander around Nusutafu, letting fate determine what they would do this particular day. Neither he nor his friend could have expected Inko's announcement over the breakfast table. Izuku, Tokoyami-kun, you two are off to Disneyland and Disney Sea today. What? Inko explained. I couldn't help but overhear about Tokoyami-kun's nightmare last night, and I figured that you two need something to put your mind elsewhere until you receive sanctioned help from Yui. And I thought, why not the so-called happiest places on Earth? Izuku's mind made the connection. Is it because of the lullaby I sang to Tokoyami? Partly, and also because I've never taken you to either park before, Inko replied, but that's beside the point. These are your tickets. She pushed 2 pieces of paper with barcodes printed on them towards the 2 avian. I've also taken the liberty to include whole-day unlimited fast passes into your tickets so that you won't have to deal with those annoying crowds and queues. Both Izuku and Fumikage took the tickets, stared at them for a moment, before turning to one another. I know this is extremely sudden and out of the blue, but are you okay with this? To be honest, I don't really know much about Disneyland or Disney Sea, other than they are theme parks, Fumikage admitted, but I can't say that I am not curious about it. I'm sure you'll have a wonderful time there, you two, Inko grinned. But what about you, Mum? Oh, don't worry about me. I have work today, and after that I have a dinner with my colleagues. Inko brushed off, just have fun, okay. It was obvious that the 2 avians were not going to refuse such a generous gift. Even if one was more enthusiastic about it, one of them would simply have to show the other a world where happiness is the name of the game. Packed with an extra set of clothes and some cash for meals, Izuku and Fumikage took the train for a 40-minute ride down to the Magic Kingdoms. It was decided, after a short discussion, that they would visit Disneyland first, even though most schools were still in session. The entrance was packed with people, mostly parents with young children. The 2 avians spent 20 minutes waiting in line to have their bags checked and their tickets scanned before they actually entered the park itself. Do you have a map? Asked Fumikage as they went through the retail area known as the World Bazaar. Yep, snagged one from one of the ticketing booths outside. Izuku replied, producing a folded pamphlet which he unfurled and shared with his friend. Since Disneyland is circular-shaped, I think we should go in a clockwise direction. He trailed a clawed finger to the left. There's Adventureland, which has the world-famous Pirates of the Caribbean ride and the Jungle Cruise. Honestly, the Pirates of the Caribbean ride is the more well-known ride since people have been known to dump their loved ones' cremated ashes into the water. Tokoyami blinked. Pardon? Well, I don't think such incidents have occurred here in Tokyo, but I know that at the Disneyland in California and Disney World in Florida, people have been caught scattering cremated ashes throughout the parks, especially in rides such as Pirates of the Caribbean. Fumikage remained silent, even as he and Izuku began walking again. People actually do that. They think it's a nice gesture for their departed loved ones, especially if they are Disney fans, but honestly it just causes more headaches for park employees. And such a gesture is wasted when the ashes are simply cleaned up and sent to a landfill afterwards. What a mad banquet of darkness. Just like at the park entrance, there was already a long line snaking into the Pirates of the Caribbean ride. But with their fast passes, Izuku and Tokoyami bypassed the people in line and were at the ride boarding bay in less than a minute. They boarded their boat, with Dark Shadow emerging to take the seat next to her host. One ride through the Louisiana Bayou and all kinds of pirate imagery and tomfoolery later, they emerged out into the sunlight. I could honestly see multiple chances for people to toss ashes over the boat, Tokoyami remarked. But then again, I'm sure the entire ride is monitored by employees. Night vision technology exists for such reasons, Izuku added. The Jungle Cruise was honestly not that interesting, since the animals were not even real and the onboard narration given by the cast member was rather cheesy in the avian's opinion. Moving out of Adventureland, Izuku and Fumikage stepped into the next zone known as Westernland. Ah, there's something interesting here, said Izuku, pulling out the map. The Big Thunder Mountain. Sounds like a roller coaster, Fumikage remarked. That's because it is one of the classics, apparently, Izuku replied, folding up the map and putting it away. Have you been on roller coasters before, Tokoyami? A few, but I can't say whether I'm a fan or not. Let's see if today can change that. Fumikage shrugged. Rises and falls, sudden turns, loop-de-loops and adrenaline pumps later, both avians and one shadow being emerged, feathers literally ruffled. I think I can shift my perception about roller coasters into something more positive, Fumikage said after a moment. Well, there are more of such rides around Disneyland and Disney Sea. Izuku smirked. Fumikage turned to his friend and grabbed his arms. I want to go on all of them. Every single one. Izuku's smirk grew. Your wish is my command. Thanks to their fast passes, Izuku and Fumikage went through each roller coaster attraction in both Disney parks at least 5 times. The classics included Space Mountain and Splash Mountain, and a junior ride called Gadget's Go Coaster, which Dark Shadow apparently enjoyed the most. Other attractions in Disneyland, such as the Dark Rides, were another fast favorite for Fumikage and Dark Shadow. But perhaps the 2 most intriguing rides were the Haunted Mansion and It's a Small World. I can understand why people in America would scatter their loved ones' ashes in the Haunted Mansion, but the It's a Small World ride. Again, I think these people believe it's a nice gesture, but it just gives the park employees unnecessary headaches. But why that particular ride? Even I found the entire experience bizarre. Why would anyone want to spend eternity hearing that unsettling song on repeat? Some people just have different tastes, I think. Truly a mad banquet of darkness. Once all the Disneyland rides had been completed, they headed next door to Disney Sea where their adrenaline-seeking adventure continued. Fumikage and Dark Shadow especially enjoyed the Tower of Terror ride, a free-fall attraction with a backstory that prompted a discussion about colonialism and cultural exploitation during the pre-Quirk era between the 2 avians over their lunch meals. Having covered all the rides they wanted to try by mid-afternoon, Izuku and Fumikage finished off their day in the Magic Kingdoms with a must-do activity, character meet and greets. Admittedly, Fumikage couldn't exactly enjoy this wind-up of their outing since he never really watched Disney movies before and knew about the characters that took up residence in the parks. They did it more for the sake of photographic mementos, rather than a chance to meet their favorite characters. That being said, Izuku had some fun during this time. Heading back to Disneyland, Izuku and Fumikage got in line to meet with Elsa and Anna from the Frozen franchise. The line was filled with excited children hoping to meet the characters, and this wait was arguably the longest since there were so many of these little cretins and their desires to take as many photos as they wanted. Growing a little bored, Izuku decided to be a little cheeky and experiment with something. Immediately, all activity in the room stopped. Izuku tried again. Fumikage turned to his friend with a questioning look. The children were looking around the room in confusion, as were the 2 women acting as Elsa and Anna. Though, the Elsa actress was quick to catch on, and with an enviable skill of acting in character, she improvised. "Anna, did you hear that?" Her counterpart joined in, the voice. The 2 women turned to the queuing children. "You all heard that, right?" Izuku snickered when all of the children made replies and noises of assent. Elsa clasped her hands together. "Why don't we all have a little adventure? A voice is calling out to us. There must be a meaning behind it." Anna gripped her sister's arm. "I'm coming with you. I'm not going to let you just run off on your own like last time." As the children cheered and followed the 2 women out of the room, Fumikage turned to Izuku. What did she mean by last time? Izuku regarded his friend with a serious expression. "I have got to show you both movies when we get back." He then took out his phone to check the time. 5:45. "I think we should grab dinner before the fireworks show." The show itself was supposed to start at 9 p.m., but Izuku and Fumikage wanted to avoid the dinner crowd and grab a good spot to watch the night sky light up with colorful explosives. Given how crowded Disneyland was throughout the day, nightfall did nothing to deter the numbers of park-goers who still lingered around. By 7:30 p.m., when Izuku and Fumikage snagged a spot in front of the iconic Cinderella's castle, there was already a crowd forming. An hour later, barely anyone could move as spectators began taking up any remaining space available. By 8:45 p.m., employees had stopped entry to any more park-goers for safety reasons. At 9 sharp, the show commenced. Despite the loud noise and blinding lights, Dark Shadow loved the performance of exploding fireworks, bursts of fire, and dancing fountains against the backdrop of the iconic castle and orchestral music playing in tune to many well-known songs from the films. Lasers and lights projected images upon the castle, adding to the visual performance amidst the sounds. Finally, at the closure of the 20-minute performance, an orchestral climax propelled the final blast of fireworks high into the air, ending with a continuous explosion of gunpowder that lasted for about 15 seconds. As the lights faded, the spectators applauded loudly before beginning to disperse. Some would attempt to squeeze in one final ride of their favorite attraction before the park closed, while more decided to call it a day and head back towards the exit. Did you enjoy the fireworks? Immensely. And I think Dark Shadow can attest to that. I most certainly can. Izuku checked the time. Shall we head back? Or try to squeeze in one more ride? I would prefer to head back, actually. I believe we've had enough fun today. Alright then, let's go. As one might expect, the train ride back to Musutafu was crowded with other park-goers heading home. By the time they reached Izuku's station, whatever energy they had left in their bodies had been spent standing the entire journey back. Izuku and Fumikage barely got back to the former's apartment before their legs gave way. Inko still had not come back from her dinner with her colleagues. Sheesh, I'm knackered. I think I'll get the bath running. Do you mind waiting for a few minutes? Not at all, but Midoriya? Yeah. Is it okay if you could sing me to sleep tonight? Turning to his friend, Izuku smiled. You didn't need to ask. I have every intention of doing so every night while you're here. Fumikage grinned appreciatively. Thank you. After that fun-filled day at the Magic Kingdoms, the rest of the weekend passed by slowly and quietly. As promised, Izuku showed the Frozen movies to Fumikage, alongside the family's collection of other Disney films that they had in the house. The marathon lasted for hours, and along the way, Dark Shadow had become addicted to the songs and had begun to belt them out at random intervals, even at inopportune moments like when her host was in the bathroom. Come Monday, it was time for the two avians to return to Yui. Luckily, it appeared that whatever hubbub about the USJ incident had already died down. Their commute to Yui Station went by peacefully and uninterrupted. This time, there were no vultures known as the press congregated outside the school gates. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that they went through the villain attack themselves, it would have seemed like nothing had happened. Izuku and Fumikage arrived at their classroom and took their seats. Several of their classmates were already present, with more coming in as homeroom approached. When the bell rang, those who weren't at their seats rushed to their desks as Aizawa sauntered into the room, grasping a large latte as if his life depended on it. Good morning, sensei. So you spoke up. You look all right, Aizawa-sensei. You can thank Midoriya for that, the eternally tired hobo replied. While he was incredibly reckless last Thursday, his healing powers are a godsend. I did what I had to do, sensei. Aizawa nodded. Before continuing, moving on, there are a couple of announcements I have to make today, so listen up. The entire class straightened. After the events of last Thursday, the school has decided that each and every one of you will have mandatory sessions with Hound Dog, Yui's guidance counselor and trained therapist. You all have gone through a traumatic event that none of you should have been forced to experience until much later in life, and the school is not going to take any chances. Several of the students appeared like they wanted to speak up, but Aizawa raised a hand for silence. You may think that such sessions are unnecessary, that you are all fine. I can guarantee you, this is not the case. People adapt to trauma differently, but having a trained professional by your side will help the process move along easier. I also want to stress that such sessions are mandatory. Unless you have a valid excuse, missing such sessions will warrant a detention. Am I clear? Yes, sensei, the class chorused. Good. Now the second announcement. In 2 weeks, Yui will be holding its annual sports festival. A beat of silence. Aizawa-sensei. Izuku spoke up. Do you think this is a good idea, given how Yui was invaded by villains only a few days ago? I did raise such a point myself, the hobo replied, confirming the Phoenix's suspicions that the man himself didn't think it was a good idea, but Nezu also raised several good points. First, while we were able to contain the media spread about the USJ incident, we can't sweep the fact that Yui was invaded by villains under the carpet. By holding the sports festival, we are showing to the country that we will not be cowed by villainy. Second, Nezu reasoned that teleportation quirks are extremely rare. None that can hold a candle to Kei Kurogiri's quirk. Izuku didn't miss the slight hiccup over Kurono, Aburo's post-death identity. Nezu believed that a repeat of what happened at the USJ is extremely unlikely, especially with the third reason. We will have more pro-heroes stationed around Yui to prevent any funny business from happening. Izuku nodded. 2 weeks, Aizawa turned his attention back to the class as a whole. That is the time that you have to prepare. You have 3 chances throughout your education at Yui. As much as I dislike theatrics, this is a rare opportunity to get your image out there and establish your name as a hero in training. Realistically, many doors can open, but also slam shut, depending on your performance. Don't squander this opportunity. Leaving his words to set in, Aizawa turned to Izuku. Midoriya, a word outside, please. Nodding, the Phoenix got up from his seat and followed the hobo out of the room, just as the rest of his class broke into an excited hubbub. Midoriya, as you scored the highest number of points during the practical assessment, you will be opening the sports festival with the competitor's pledge. A speech, I presume. That's right, Aizawa nodded. Also, during the lunch break, go see Recovery Girl. She wants to talk to you. Noted, sensei. Class 1 had modern art history and modern literature lessons before the lunch break, but it was evidently clear that most of the students were too excited to completely pay attention to their teachers. The bell for lunch couldn't come soon enough, and no sooner had Cementos left the room. Whatever excitement that had been brewing throughout the morning came up to the light. The sports festival. Aizawa punched his fist into the air. I am so fucking pumped. This is going to be fucking fun. Tetsu shared the excitement with his red-headed counterpart. I can't wait to kick some ass. This was the sentiment experienced by most of the class. Izuku and Fumikage were 2 of the exceptions, ignoring their classmates as they headed for the door. The Phoenix had informed his friend of what he needed to do later, so they went off first so that Izuku could eat something before his meeting with Recovery Girl. That was the plan, at least. None of them expected the literal crowd of students standing outside their classroom when Izuku opened the door. A beat of silence when the gathered crowd realized that their presence had been discovered. "Excuse me, but what are you all doing here?" Another beat of silence. "So this is the famous 1A," an unpleasant-sounding voice sneered. There was movement in the crowd as someone pushed themselves to the front. It was a teenage male with slick blonde hair, slightly taller than Izuku, and wearing the most arrogant expression the Phoenix had ever seen someone have on their face. "Who are you?" Fumikage asked. The blonde clicked his tongue. "HMPH, of course you wouldn't know who I am. So full of yourselves that you don't even deign us a glance, despite the fact that we are literally next door." "You didn't answer the question," Izuku deadpanned, already not liking whoever this pompous bastard is. "Monoma," from the esteemed 1B, the blonde smirked. "All right, Monoma, do you mind moving aside so that we can go have our lunch?" "What, do you really think that we'll just step aside and bow down to you as if we are nothing more than common peasants?" Nito snorted incredulously. "You must really be full of yourself, 1A. He spat the name of their class as if it was something rotten in his mouth. "Just because you all beat some villains, you think that you're already big-name heroes whom everyone worships the ground you walk on. I'm very certain that 1B will do a much better job, and we won't be prancing around as if we own the entire world." By this point, many of Izuku's classmates had gathered behind the Phoenix, wondering what was the hold-up. Nito's scathing verbal attacks were not lost upon them. Some screeched indignantly, hurling back insults and other cusses not meant to be heard by children. Fumikage could feel dark shadows shaking within him, threatening to emerge and tear this blonde asshole to pieces. Izuku was deceptively calm, not saying anything and letting Nito further dig himself into his grave. "Also, the sports festival is coming up. We at 1B are going to show to the entire country that we are the superior class. So what, that you all fought villains? No one is going to remember your silly little escapades when you are all taken down by the might of." Nito never got to say any more, as Izuku's clawed hand shot out and grabbed the blonde by the throat. The gathered students gasped, some shrieked, as Izuku lifted Nito off the ground, grip deathly tight around the bastard's neck. "Do you really think that?" Izuku's voice was dark, extremely dangerous. Nito immediately knew that he had crossed the line, despite his struggling. "Do you honestly believe that 1B ... and you would have done a much better job taking down the villains? Think about it, Monoma Nito. I'm pretty sure that you're aware that there were over 200 villains at the USJ last week, led by a psychotic man-child with a disintegration quirk, a warp villain who could teleport people anywhere, and a towering genetically engineered monster with multiple quirks." His claws dug into the skin of Nito's neck, drawing blood. "Let us forget about the villains, the fodder, we'll call them. The man-child managed to disintegrate my homeroom teacher's elbow before ordering the monster to pummel him into the ground. Aizawa-sensei came within inches of death that day, had it not been for my healing abilities. The warp villain managed to teleport most of my class to the different zones of the USJ before we could flee right into the hands of the fodder. And from what I heard, he used his quirk to make 13's quirk turn on them and atomize their entire back. And after all of that, my entire class has to have sessions with Hound Dog to help us process what we went through. So tell me, Monoma Nito, do you truly believe that you could have done a better job when professional heroes with years of experience were nearly killed that day?" Izuku took vindictive pleasure in seeing the fear cross the blonde's face. "Let me tell you, right in front of everyone here, that you will not stand a chance. If the circumstances had been reversed, I'm pretty sure your parents would be called in to identify your corpse. Or rather, what is left of your corpse, because I firmly believe that you would have been pulpified and disintegrated should you have been forced to face the monster and the man-child like Aizawa-sensei had did." He heard hurried footsteps trying to push their way through the crowd. But he continued nonetheless, "Monoma Nito, you are in the heroics course, regardless of class name. Yet your current attitude leaves plenty to be desired. Let me fill you in on a secret. Aizawa-sensei expelled someone from WANA because he had no potential and exhibited unheroic behavior towards his classmate. If my homeroom teacher was yours instead, you wouldn't have survived the first day. You would have been kicked to the curb faster than you can go on about your little spiel on superiority. Count your blessings, and pray that you develop enough brains to actually be a decent person, because I can guarantee that if you continue this arrogant behavior, your days as a hero in training will be numbered. This is your only warning. Trash talk my class again, and you will very quickly learn why that man-child, warp villain and monster that I mentioned earlier are no longer threats to society." Izuku tossed Nito to the ground, the watching students moving back out of reflex. The arrogant blonde coughed and spluttered, grabbing at his throat, which was red from the flames and bleeding. "Why you, Monoma, that's enough." A girl with orange hair emerged from the crowd and grabbed Nito by the scruff of his collar. She turned to Izuku and bowed deeply. "I'm so sorry for all the trouble Monoma-kun has caused for you. He doesn't represent the entirety of 1B, and I don't know where he got all of his delusions of superiority from. Who are you? Kendo Itsuka, class representative of 1B. The girl introduced herself. Please excuse us. Without a further word, Itsuka dragged Nito away, the latter squawking in protest and earning a hard slap to the head for running his tongue. Izuku and Fumikage watched them go, the former turning back to the crowd. I believe we're done here. Can you please move? You're blocking the corridor. The crowd began to disperse, many giving the Phoenix uneasy looks as he and Fumikage passed. Two individuals, in particular, stared at Izuku's direction long after he had disappeared from sight. One of them was a chronic insomniac with gravity-defying lilac hair. Initially, he had joined the crowd in an attempt to issue a declaration of war against One, but his plans were completely upended by Izuku's speech while almost choking Nito with just one hand. Seeing that his would-be audience was already dispersing, the boy left, vowing to make his proclamation come the sports festival. The second was one we temporarily bid farewell to after his departure many chapters back. Just like the lilac-haired insomniac, the spiky blonde-haired bully had his own declaration of war to give against the students of the class which he believed he should have been part of since the beginning. Not stuck in general education like the insomniac. And again like his lilac-haired classmates, the blonde was forced to temporarily shelve his plan following Izuku's actions and the dispersing of the crowd. But unlike the insomniac, the blonde didn't leave quietly. Muttering darkly and dropping expletives like hailstones, he stomped off to someplace where he could explode things without getting into trouble. With 20 minutes left before the end of lunch break, Izuku separated from Fumikage to head down to the infirmary. Knocking on the door, he let himself into the room that faintly smelled of disinfectant. 2 rows of beds lined the room with curtains partitioning each one for some privacy. At the other end of the room was a desk with folders, files, and a high-end laptop. Recovery Girl was attending to some paperwork when Izuku entered. Recovery Girl, you wish to see me? The elderly Medi heroine looked up from her laptop. Ah, Midoriya-kun, you're here. Yes, there's something I would like to talk with you about. Please, have a seat. Izuku nodded, going up to the bed closest to Recovery Girl's desk and sitting down. Aizawa-kun should have mentioned this by now. The sports festival is in 2 weeks. As such, we can expect a lot more injuries from students battling one another and going overboard with their antics. I would like to recruit you as my temporary assistant to help me tend to the injuries during the festival, especially since your healing abilities do not appear to have any side effects on the recipient. I'm willing to help, but I guess this means that I won't be sitting with my classmates to spectate the festival, then. That's right, Recovery Girl nodded. However, we will have television monitors installed in the infirmary so that you can still watch the festival as it progresses. Understood. So when exactly do you want me to come in? I am not allowed to disclose what you and the rest of the first years will be doing during the festival, but I will say that the whole thing is split into 3 parts. As the first 2 are back-to-back, I will only require you to come in after the second event. All right, got it. Is there anything else? Yes, actually. Monoma-kun from 1B came in earlier with first-degree burns around his neck and puncture wounds that were bleeding. When I asked what happened, he said that you attempted to choke him. Is that true? I did, Izuku replied bluntly, but only because he was trash-talking my class and trivializing what we went through at the USJ last Thursday. He was braying like a donkey about how 1B was superior, and that they would do a better job taking down the villains we faced that day. If he had left us alone and not let his superiority complex compel him to dig his own grave, none of this would have happened. That may be so, but I beseech you to exercise restraint when dealing with unpleasant individuals. Not everyone are on the same level as the villains that you faced. Furthermore, Monoma-kun is not your classmate. Leave him to his class representative to be dealt with. I'm willing, but what if Monoma deliberately seeks me out? I have no choice but to take matters into my own hands if he doesn't stand down or if Kendo-san is nowhere in sight. Recovery Girl sighed. As I said, just exercise restraint. I do not wish to see a promising healer get into unnecessary trouble. Seeing that nothing else needed to be said, Izuku excused himself and left the infirmary. There was only about 10 minutes left before the next bell, and he didn't want to be late returning to class. The 2 weeks were extremely busy for both Izuku and Fumikage. It would have been easy for them to rely on their quirks to sweep through the sports festival, but realistically, that was not possible. Fumikage knew all too well that Dark Shadow can be completely defeated if someone was to shine a blinding light upon the shadow being, leaving him completely defenseless as he had virtually no experience in hand-to-hand combat. Izuku found himself in a similar situation, but the events leading up to this conclusion was extremely different. As cliched as it sounded, it came as a revelation in the middle of the night. Izuku had been on the precipice of falling asleep when it came with as much subtlety as a train wreck. He shot up from his bed, stared into the darkness as the realization fully set in, and uttered just one word: shit. He then fell back onto his pillow and fell into a rather disturbed sleep. As soon as the opportunity presented itself, Izuku beelined to Nezu's office and told the Chimera what had been on his mind. You wish to inhibit your strength during the sports festival? Izuku nodded. I realize that I do not really have control over how hot my flames are. Sure, I am able to control the size of the flames I produce, but I suspect that the temperature remains the same. And given how every time I've used my flames in combat, Nezu set his teacup down, I understand. You're worried that you might accidentally cremate your opponents. Izuku nodded. A very valid point, said Nezu. Luckily, Yui has arguably the best support equipment program in the entire country, save for Island. Given such a short time frame, I believe modified quirk suppressant cuffs will be the best solution for this predicament. Although I would also suggest that you seek a second opinion from Power Loader. He's a better expert, after all. Thank you for your suggestion. Izuku got up. Do you happen to know if Power Loader Sensei is free this afternoon? I'm sure he can spare a few minutes, Nezu reassured. He should be in the support labs. If not, in the staff office. Thank you, Principal. The rest of the school day passed. Izuku told Fumikage to wait for him, and he hurried down to the support labs as fast as he could, stopping to make sure that the doors didn't explode off their hinges and flatten him into minced chicken. Izuku knocked loudly and let himself in. Hello, is Power Loader Sensei here? Not 10 seconds later, a loud explosion rocked the lab, followed by crazed laughter of which Izuku vaguely remembered belonged to this Hatsune whom he heard the last time he was here. Power Loader could then be heard shouting incoherently, though Hatsune's laughter only intensified. Izuku briefly wondered if this was a bad time, and made to leave when he heard mechanical noises approach him. Midoriya-kun, I suppose. Good afternoon, Power Loader Sensei. I'm here for an urgent request. What do you mean? Izuku gave the man a brief rundown of what he had discussed with Nezu. By the end of it, Power Loader nodded consideringly. Given the need to protect your fellow first years, I can approve and expedite the process. With a bit of luck, we can create what you need and have it delivered to you by Friday. Thank you so much, Sensei. It's no trab. Another large explosion rocked the labs, almost making Izuku fall over. Power Loader literally screamed in exasperation. Hatsume. For the last fucking time. Do not explode anything or else I will kick you out from the lab and permanently ban you from it. You can't ban me. This Hatsume cackled back amidst the smoke that enveloped the labs. I'm your best student. You will be committing a grave crime against creativity. Do not test me, Hatsume. All Power Loader got for that threat was more crazed laughter. Izuku decided that it was time to make himself scarce. He may be a phoenix, but he didn't want to test if he had immortality or not. As promised, come Friday, Power Loader met up with Izuku just as he was returning to class with Fumikage from lunch. He gave the phoenix a small box containing the modified quirk suppressant cuffs, styled in the form of bracelets. The man explained that unlike regular suppressant cuffs, this pair would only limit the temperature of Izuku's flames, not eliminate them completely. Now came the next step, training. The afternoons after school had ended for the day were spent in one of Yui's many training grounds. Under the supervision of Aizawa, Izuku tested out his suppressant bracelets to determine how hot his flames now were. The digital thermometer in the hobo's hands registered a much lower temperature of about 540 degrees Celsius, when the normal temperature was easily at least 10 times hotter. Once that had been settled, Aizawa sat Izuku and Fumikage through a crash course on hand-to-hand combat, which their inadequacy became apparent extremely quickly, just as Izuku had suspected. Give the number of times they had their asses kicked by their homeroom teacher and having their beaks taste the faux leather covers of the floor pads, not much needed to be said. But Izuku and Fumikage were determined, and they always jumped back up until exhaustion finally shut their bodies down. Even though his capture weapon hit it, this determination made Aizawa give one of his rare smiles. The hobo would bet his life savings on both of his students making it far in the upcoming sports festival. And if they continued this mindset, they were going to make waves once they stepped foot into the industry. Maybe, perhaps with a lot of luck and guidance, they will bring much-needed reform to a profession that was quickly losing its original meaning for shallow frivolity that was going to one day cost society, as a whole, irrevocably. There was one more thing Izuku needed to do before the day of the sports festival arrived. English class had just ended, and lunch break was upon them. While his classmates rushed off to sate their grumbling stomachs, Izuku hurried to intercept his teacher. Present Mike Sensei. The voice hero turned around. Oh, how may I help you, little listener? I need to ask, are you emceeing the sports festival? That's right, alongside Shouta. Present Mike nodded. How do you know that? A calculated guess, Izuku replied, but that's beside the point. Are you willing to consider a request of mine? What do you mean? Can you have my class and 1B enter the stadium together, and have us introduced as a combined unit? I don't want anyone to think that Wana is being given preferential treatment or attention just because we fought villains back at the USJ. The relations between Wana and the rest of the first years are at a crossroads because of our experiences. And I don't want things to sour just because our lives were threatened by the worst of society. Present Mike was silent for a moment as Izuku's reasoning sunk in. However, within 2 seconds the hero was back into his loud, boisterous persona. You got it, little listener. I will make sure to let Principal Nezu and Vlad King know as soon as possible. Thank you, Sensei. Oh, also, do you mind introducing the other first years based on their departments so that there is no differentiating between us and them? The older man flashed him a thumbs up. You can count on me, listener. Izuku bowed in thanks before heading off to the cafeteria. There are only 3 days left before the festival, and he had an opening speech to write. He was pensive. It had been more than 2 weeks already, and his loyal pawns were still missing. He had already ordered the doctor to organize search parties and investigations on their whereabouts. But everything came back empty. He had no information on what happened to Shigaraki and Kirigiri. He couldn't allow this. Things were not supposed to go this way. But he knew he could do little. He would be jumping the gun and exposing himself for capture. He had to bide his time and think of new strategies. The overall plan had to be overhauled, and he had to seek new avenues. More time will be inevitably wasted, but there was nothing he could do to prevent that. Curse All Might for putting him in this state, and curse whoever it was that took his pawns away from him. He swore, once he regained his strength and rebuilt the League from the ashes, he will enact his revenge, and he will be victorious. This was it. Izuku took a long, deep breath to settle his trembling nerves. The entire class of 1 had gathered in their designated waiting room. Some attempted conversations with others, while many, just like Izuku and Fumikage, remained silent. The Phoenix had a good reason to be quiet. In the past 3 days, he wrote and rewrote his speech, going through points, striking off mistakes and rephrasing paragraphs. In the end, though, he decided to forego sticking to a script and simply winging his speech, which he spent the whole of yesterday running through the main points that he wanted to cover. He closed his eyes. Perhaps some temporary darkness could help. Footsteps approached him from behind. Midoriya. Izuku opened his eyes and turned back, as did Fumikage. What's the matter, Todoroki? Now the entire class had their eyes on them. Realistically, you have an advantage over me. Todoroki spoke after a moment, but even so, I refuse to back down. I will beat you with my ice alone, and I will emerge on top. Holy shit, is Todoroki declaring war on Midoriya? Denki whistled. Do what you will, Todoroki. Izuku nodded. But don't forget, you are not the only one participating in this sports festival. Everyone will be aiming for the top 2, as will I consider your declaration of war reciprocated. Damn, Midoriya is going feral, Hanta remarked. One could literally feel the tension rise in the room. Aizawa, the pure soul that he was, tried to diffuse the tightening air around them. Come on, man. Relax, will ya? There's no need to get at each other's throats. We're all friends here. Todoroki glanced at the redhead with a cold look. I'm not here to make friends. This is the chance to prove myself once and for all. Izuku remained silent. Now wasn't the time to intervene on any possible underlying issues. An overhead speaker crackled to life. Class 1A, please make your way to the gate. Come everyone. Momo clapped her hands. It's time to go. Please line up in 2 straight lines. We'll be entering the stadium with 1B. The class assembled with Izuku taking the front with Momo, Fumikage directly behind him. As a united unit, all 19 students left the waiting room, trooped down the corridors and came to a large metal gate, where 1B had already gathered. Immediately, their counterparts all fell silent upon their arrival. Izuku found himself next to Itsuka. Midoriya-kun. Yes, Kendo-san. I heard through the grapevine that it was you who suggested that our classes should enter the stadium together as a united department. I can't thank you enough for being so thoughtful, and for sparing us more headaches from Monoma. Though thanks needed, Kendo-san. I did what needed to be done. Just because my class have fought villains, that does not mean that we should get special treatment. We are all heroes in training, and there should be no distinction between us. Itsuka gave the Phoenix a beaming smile, just as the gates rumbled and slid open. Immediately, the roars of the crowd filled the brightening hallway, as Present Mike's amplified voice pierced through the air. May I present to you all, the first-year Heroics Department, Classes 1A and 1B. Izuku nodded to Itsuka, and together, both classes trooped out into the sunlight. There must be easily at least 100,000 spectators seated around them. Phones and cameras were out, recording their entry, as were all of the press cameras that were broadcasting the festival live to every single television screen across the country. Loud orchestral music guided them up to the concrete field in the middle of the stadium, where the pro-heroine Midnight was waiting for them on a raised stage. Both classes took their spots, allowing Present Mike to continue his introduction of the other UE departments. First, General Education with classes C, D, and E. Second, the Support Department with classes F, G, and H. And finally, Management with classes I, J, and K. All 219 students stood before their fellow citizens and country as the orchestral music came to a loud end. Midnight produced a cat-o'-nine-tails whip and cracked it over the air. And now, ladies, gentlemen, and every other gender known to mankind, the competitor's pledge, presented to you by Midoriya Izuku of Class 1A. Loud applause echoed across the stadium. Fumikage patted his friend's shoulder. who returned the gesture with a nod. Izuku broke off from his class and climbed the steps up to the stage. Midnight stepped to one side, allowing him to take his place before the microphone. Most expected a few words, and most a short speech. No one expected what followed. I am not going to give meaningless, generic platitudes. Even though the sports festival is a licensed opportunity for us to show off and be scouted by pro heroes, we must not forget our true purpose. All of us gathered on this concrete field are the future of this society, regardless of whether we are in heroics or otherwise. The fact that we are UE students to begin with, it already shows how blessed we are to be given the chance to do immense good for our fellow citizens, and to bring reform to the flaws of society as a whole. Millions of children dream to enroll into UE, but for the vast majority, such dreams are crushed simply because of the labels society have branded them with. Those with weak, villainous, useless quirks, or even those with no quirk. Izuku took a moment to breathe. The entire stadium was eerily quiet. We do not get to choose what quirk we are born with, or whether we would even get to have one in the first place. But the larger society continues to judge or condemn those who pull the short straws in the genetic lottery. This is fundamentally wrong. These innocent people are pushed to the margins simply for who they are, and in many cases, resort to villainy or crime simply to get by. Izuku turned to his fellow first years. Our responsibility as UE students is to make the world a fairer place. Everyone deserves to live in a safe environment. No one should be bullied, mistreated, or abused simply for who they are. We, as a cohort, must put in the effort to ensure such reform becomes reality. No matter whether you are a hero in training, a future tax-paying citizen, budding support inventor, or management personnel, our future, and for those not yet born, rests in our hands. Society is not going to change on its own. We have to be the catalyst. So to open this year's sports festival, to this I say to you all, go beyond your best, and Izuku pulled the microphone off the stand, held it out, plus ultra, ... and dropped it onto the stage. A moment of silence, before the entire stadium roared with noise. The masses rose to their feet in a standing ovation, applauding wildly until their hands smarted. Izuku stepped off the stage to his cheering cohort, receiving fist bumps to the chest and claps to his back. Even Dark Shadow was adding to the noise, a sharp contrast to Fumigage's more mellowed, but no less proud smile to his friend's speech. Holy cow, talk about a mic drop. Present Mike was truly amazed. Are you taking notes, future politicians? Because that is how you harangue a crowd. Himata, for the love of everything that is holy, lower your volume. I'm literally right next to you, Aizawa grumbled. Come on, Shouta. You've got to admit that that speech was impressive. I won't deny it, yes, but your volume is a completely different matter. Anyways, it's time to get things moving. Present Mike's sudden increase in volume overshadowed his colleague's groan. Nimiri, take it away. Midnight cracked her cat o' nine tails to get everyone's attention. On it, Hizashi. Now pay attention, children, for we are about to go wild with this show. From behind the R-rated heroine, a screen rose up from the ground. A visual display of a slot machine appeared. Then, Midnight pulled a lever which somehow materialized from somewhere, and the slot machine ran with funky music playing in the background. The 3 slots came to a stop. First round, an obstacle course. The slot machine visual disappeared, and a map appeared in its place. All 219 of you will be participating, Midnight began explaining. The entire course spans the circumference of the stadium, approximating 4 kilometers. As long as you stay on the course, you won't be disqualified. Whether you use your quirks or not, it won't matter. But all I'm saying is that only the top 42 will advance to the second round, so you better give it your all. Izuku turned to Fumikage. Tokoyami, do you want a free ride? The raven-headed student would have to be blind to not notice the other students looking at his friend's wings and the hopeful looks in their eyes. Despite the free ticket, he ultimately shook his head. No thanks, Midoriya. I appreciate it, but I want to make it with my own merits. All right then, all the best. Thank you. I'll see you at the finish line. Across the field from the students, a set of metal doors rumbled open, leading to a long hallway. Alrighty children, time to get ready. Make sure to stay behind the line until flag off. There was a mad dash into the hallway. Izuku followed behind at a much more sedate pace. Over 200 teenagers within a confined space. No way, that was a mess waiting to happen. And when the countdown went off, a mess it definitely became. At the flag-off buzzer, the tight spaces created a bottleneck. Exactly the same situation when the press set off the intruder alarm several weeks before and the students panicked in the cafeteria. But Izuku did not let this deter him. As soon as the buzzer went off, he unfurled his wings, kicked off the ground, and while his cohort were stuck against one another, he was already flying out of the hallway and into the light. As he flew off, he vaguely heard the sound of Shadow's ice crackling and Katsuki's explosions igniting, but they quickly petered off as he gained distance. In a show of majestic flight, Midoriya Izuku from Class 1 takes the lead. Will the others manage to keep up? Meanwhile, Shoudo and Katsuki burst out of the congested hallway and propelled down the race course with their quirks, quickly followed by several of their Wanna classmates who managed to dodge Shoudo's ice attack, and one certain crazy inventor from the support department, several hundred meters ahead. Izuku quickly found himself faced with the first obstacle. The first stage is against giant robots. Will machines be able to stop our flaming chicken? The same robots that were used in the entrance exam loomed large and ready for fire. Several of the two-pointers were already shooting towards Izuku, lasers and bullets aiming at Izuku to knock him out of the sky. But the Phoenix was prepared. Even with his suppressant cuffs on, his flames were still incredibly hot. While the resulting fireballs and flame bursts weren't hot enough to cremate metal, they were enough to blast the robots away. More robots who came after Izuku met the same fates. And when the final line of defense, the zero-pointers, came into view, Izuku unleashed a wall of fire that melted the electronics within the robots, nullifying them into metallic statues. Midoriya Izuku clears the first obstacle with practiced ease, and he is still a good distance from his classmate Todoroki Shoudo and Bakugo Katsuki from 1 degree Celsius. I think we can confirm that this round is already in the bag for our flaming chicken. Izuku would have raised an eyebrow if he had any. What did Present Mike mean? Leaving the robots behind him, he continued flying ahead. Come about several hundred meters, he came up to the second obstacle. Watch out for that chasm. If you fall, you will be immediately disqualified. Calling it a chasm was an understatement. Izuku surmised that it was more like a canyon than anything else. It was so deep that he couldn't see the bottom of it, and all that connected the two sides were cables attached to little islands or plateaus dotting the canyon. Izuku knew that if one had a fear of heights, they would have great trouble crossing this obstacle. At least, there must be airbags at the bottom to break any falls. He hoped. Seeing that this was not a problem for him, Izuku continued on. After a full minute of flying, he arrived at the third and final obstacle. He paused momentarily. A dirt field? Looks like our flaming chicken is confused. Hey, listener, throw a fireball at the field and see what happens. Izuku blinked before shrugging. Can't hurt, he thought. He willed a small fireball in his hand and threw it at the dirt field. Immediately, there was a loud explosion, and a cloud of dust and smoke rose into the air. Has this answered your curiosity? It's a minefield. Well, good luck to the others then, Izuku thought to himself before flying off. The final kilometer was uneventful, just a course back into the stadium. Izuku lowered his altitude just as the tunnel approached. He wanted to make his re-entry as memorable as possible. This is it, everyone. Our winner is coming through. The light at the end of the tunnel rushed up towards him. Izuku ignited his flames around his wings as he burst into the stadium in all of his fiery glory. Give it up for Midoriya Izuku of Class 1A. The applause was deafening. Izuku did a victory lap around the stadium, culminating in a loud roar amidst a backdrop of fire dancing around him in a show of jubilation. Many kilometers away on the other side of the country in Fukuoka City, members of a certain bird-themed hero agency were all tuned in to watch the live broadcast of the Yui Sports Festival. At first, no one had planned to watch the yearly event, since most have seen some incarnation of it at least once before. But upon seeing a humanoid phoenix with wings give such a fiery opening speech, everyone sans security had abandoned what they were doing and were all glued to whatever screen they could find. Among them was the owner of the agency and his sidekicks, who had congregated in a conference room to watch the broadcast. Oh my gosh, he's an actual phoenix. Does that mean that he has cool fire powers as well as flight? Xiaoyu, calm down. I'm sure we'll find out soon enough. Takami Keigo, otherwise known as the number 3 hero Hawks, watched on with silent curiosity. Sure, he didn't have the same hyperactive excitement as his crow-winged sidekick, but his attention was undeniably piqued. It wasn't every day that one would see a humanoid incarnation of an avian, let alone a mythical phoenix. And when the obstacle course was announced, he knew that he definitely had to see this. This kid, Midoriya Izuku, completely slayed the competition. Once he had gotten through the army of robots, it was a no-brainer. Then Xiaoyu noticed something. Hey, is he wearing some kind of bracelet? That got everyone's attention. Looks like a pair of modified quirk suppressant cuffs. One of his other sidekicks guessed. Why would he willfully weaken himself? Another asked. Keigo might have an answer to that. Although he couldn't openly share it with his sidekicks, he did hear, through the grapevine, that when the USJ was attacked by villains 2 weeks prior, one of the students apparently had a flame quirk so hot that he cremated 5 villains to ashes and caused 46 others to be boiled alive. It didn't take much to connect this student with this Midoriya kid. And seeing how his flames effectively decimated the robots despite being inhibited, he could only imagine the damage the kid would cause in a sanctioned event if he went full throttle. Good on his part, at least he cares about collateral damage, Keigo thought to himself. From then on, the kid has it in the bag. He returns to the stadium as the triumphant first placer, swooping around the masses in a well-earned victory lap and celebrating with a loud raptor-like roar. Immediately, Keigo knew what he had to do next. Ushiwaka have an internship offer prepared for the kid. Keigo-san, we don't know how well he will perform in the later rounds. I don't care. I want him. He will be my intern. A sigh later, yes, Keigo-san. Back in Musutafu, Izuku touched down onto the concrete field from his victory lap, the flames dissipating into the warmed air. It took a moment for him to realize his current predicament. Once he had also come down from the emotional high. He had 100,000 spectators staring at him, and he was on the screens of every television set in the country. The other 218 competitors were still clearing the course, and God only knows how long that would take. Izuku had to do something, preferably to end the imminent awkwardness that would swiftly come if he didn't. He called out, Yamada-sensei, how much longer will the others take? With Todoroki just clearing the canyon, maybe about another 5 minutes. Cool. In the meantime, shall we give the audience some entertainment? Oh yeah, what do you have in mind, little listener? Got some funky beats, like Garnidelia. Immediately, the spectators began to cheer. Even though Garnidelia was from the pre-Quirk era, the pair has become immortalized by the government as a national treasure. Their songs are still played on radio stations and remain popular on social media platforms till this day. Any song of your choice. Surprise me. You got it, little listener. Izuku positioned himself in the middle of the concrete field. Present Mike hit the play button, and the first song began to play. It was just as well that Izuku was familiar with all of the songs from Garnidelia, and because he had no friends growing up, a lot of his extra time was spent on learning the dances to amuse himself, alongside his hero analysis notebooks. Immediately, the spectators burst into enthusiastic cheering in time with the music. Izuku released a small stream of flames that acted as both a visual aesthetic and bait for awe. As he performed the famous Charleston-inspired steps, the audience hyped up their chants, building up the atmosphere for the first verse. Admittedly, Izuku never considered singing while dancing, since his voice movement coordination wasn't exactly the best. But his dance steps were enough to entertain the crowd, especially the intense fire displays during the chorus. Come the instrumental bridge. Instead of sticking to the choreography, Izuku put on a fire-bending show that absolutely wowed the audience. The final chorus had the fire amped up to the next level, with the last note finished with an almighty flame burst that sizzled the air behind Izuku. The spectators burst into raucous applause, giving him a second standing ovation that day. Izuku bowed and waved to his audience. Suddenly, the cheering became a repetitive chant, encore, 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 encore. Izuku turned towards the commentator's box. Yamada-sensei, do we have time for one more? We sure do. Todoroki is just crossing the minefield, followed by Bakugo. I think we can squeeze in one more performance. Again, surprise me, sensei. Hit it. The second song came up. This one carried more story than the first, and mixed between electronica funk, soft ballad, and techno pop. The fire came once again, and Izuku pulled off another flawless performance, with added attitude for greater effect. Halfway through the song, Shadow crossed the finish line, closely followed by Bakugo. But Present Mike was too caught up with the impromptu concert to notice and announce their placings. The runners-up stared at Izuku in confusion, who continued dancing as if he hadn't noticed their presence. The other competitors streamed into the stadium, and were met with the same sight. Even when the song reached the final chorus, the students were too stunned to join in with the cheering audience. It was only Izuku's final pose at the end, and the spectators' uproarious hollering did someone among the students react. Woo, Izu, best burb is best dancer. Izuku bowed to the spectators and spread his arms out. Are you all entertained? The entire stadium screamed the affirmative. What a rockin' performance. Brought to you by Midoriya Izuku of Class 1A. Yamada, the other students are back. Wait, what? Present Mike did a double take. So they are. Welcome back, everyone else. The names of the top 42 competitors will now be shown on the screens. For those who didn't make it, there's always next time. Nimuri, I believe it's time for the second round. Indeed it is. The R-rated heroine cracked her cat o' nine tails. All of those who didn't make it, please vacate the field and head up to your designated seating arrangements. As for the 42 of you, gather around, because we're not done yet. The same screen from earlier rose up from the ground, and Midnight pulled the lever. The slot machine rolled, until it came to a stop 5 seconds later. Up next is a cavalry battle. The screen rolled back into the ground. Midnight explained, for this round, you will be in teams of either 4 or 5. Each of you will be given a headband with a specified number of points. If you're in the 42nd place, you will have 5 points. The higher your placing, the more points you will have. The goal of this event is to grab as many headbands as you can while protecting your own. Bear in mind that only the top 4 teams will progress into the final round, so make sure you do your best. Izuku nodded to himself. This was doable. But, Midnight suddenly added, this in of itself is boring as hell. What if we up the stakes a little bit? Make things a little rougher? What does she mean? Our first place contender, Midoriya Izuku, will carry a headband that will be worth ... 10 million points. Dead. Silence. That's right. If you are able to steal Midoriya's headband and keep it until time runs out, you will be guaranteed a place in the final round. Izuku, as a phoenix, was a bird of prey. He suddenly felt what it was like to be the prey itself, when 41 pairs of hungry, predatory eyes turned on him with a burning desire to be his undoing. Externally, he was the epitome of calm, but internally, a single thought crossed his mind. Well, shit. You have 15 minutes to form your groups. Once you have done so, please come to me so that you can be registered. Midnight smirked, cracking her cat o' nine tails to kick off the exercise. The response was instantaneous. Izuku felt the tiniest bit of sadness when virtually every student ran away from him in their search to find or form a team. Of course, nobody would want to team up with the one person who had a target pinned to his back. He just hoped that Midoriya. The phoenix visibly sighed with relief when Fumikage approached him. Let's team up together. Dark shadow emerged. Burbs flocked together. Izuku nodded. Thank you. Now, let's see if we can find more people. Otherwise, I think we'll be doing this as a partnership. A small part of Fumikage, admittedly, wanted it to be a partnership, partly because the name had a nice ring to it, and also because he was quite certain that everyone didn't want to be on the same team as Izuku due to the massive target that was the 10 million point headband. He was wrong. Yo, Mr. 10 million points. Izuku immediately recognized that voice. Ah, I believe you are Hatsum, the one who constantly puts Majima-sensei through the mental ringer every day. That's me. A pink-haired girl decked out in support equipment gave them a winning, if also crazed smile. Hatsume, future CEO of Hatsum Support Industries, at your service. She gave an exaggerated bow. I suppose your support inventions will join the light against the incoming darkness. Fumikage asked. That's right. They beamed, prompting an almost inaudible mutter from the raven-headed teen about the additional brightness. My babies will prove themselves to the world. Are you aware that by calling your inventions babies, people might get the wrong idea? Izuku asked. I am. I always find their expressions entertaining. The smile May now had was positively shit-eating. How ... Well, that's that. Which of her babies will you be using? These two. She tapped her clunky boot on the ground and gestured to the jetpack strapped to her back, since we've got a flight aesthetic going on and all. But I can't fly, Fumikage pointed out. Well ... Then I've got nothing without being accidentally offensive. May shrugged. Suddenly, Midnight called out from her raised stage. Everyone, you have 5 more minutes to form your teams. Also, since we have participants who are capable of flight, I would like to inform you all of a new rule that will be in place. You are allowed to fly, so long as it is within the boundaries of the field, and you don't remain airborne for more than 10 seconds at a time. Izuku looked around. He saw 6 teams of 4 and 3 teams of 5. There weren't any more stragglers looking for a team. Looks like we're going to be a team of 3, unless Dark Shadow is allowed to be our 4th member. We should ask Kayama-sensei, Fumikage suggested. Alright, in the meantime, let's discuss how we're going to go about this. In the end, Midnight allowed Team Izuku to include Dark Shadow as their 4th member, since there was literally no one else to fill the gap. After some further discussion, it was decided that Fumikage would be the rider, while Izuku, May, and Dark Shadow supported him. The teams were given their respective headbands, and as flag-off approached, took their positions around the perimeter of the field. Everyone, remember our plan. Yes, yep, yeah. Get ready, hell is about to break open. All teams to themselves in 3.2.1.go. Immediately, like a tidal wave of human formations, the other teams converged upon Team Izuku. The Phoenix could hear the sound of Shadow's ice and Katsuki's war cries. With his hands occupied in supporting Fumikage, Izuku unleashed an arching stream of fire from his beak. The flames formed a protective barrier around his team, stopping the others from getting too close lest they get burnt. Team Shadow and Katsuki, on the other hand, were unfazed. Shadow just used his ice to extinguish the flames, and Katsuki simply vaulted his team over with his explosion. Take flight, and remember your move, Shadow-chan. I, Captain. May's hover boots and jetpack roared to life, and Izuku's wings unfurled. Before either Team Shadow or Katsuki could get any closer, Team Izuku was already airborne. The group flew over the 2 rival teams, and Dark Shadow swooped down like a raptor on its prey. While she wasn't able to grab Shadow or Katsuki's headbands, she did make away with 2 from Momo and Aizawa. Barely 10 seconds into the fray, and Team Midoriya is already up to a strong start. Will the others be able to catch up? Good job, Shadow-chan. Izuku nodded as the team touched down and began moving. Incoming team to my left, Fumikage warned. It was a group of 4, ridden by one Monoma Nito. Repeat the maneuver. Hatsum, get ready. Got it. Team Izuku took off into the air, just out of Nito's reach. Hatsum cackled loudly, releasing a cloud of acrid smoke from her jetpack that fell over the pretentious blonde like a dense fog. Fumikage was able to rip Nito's headband off his head in another, and pass both to Dark Shadow, who immediately fused it into her shadowy form. Once again, Team Midoriya is picking points like cherries. The other teams better step up their game soon. Izuku knew that such smoothness would not last. Deku. Team Bakugo coming in at 6 o'clock. Repeat maneuver. Despite the bloodthirsty look on the Pomeranian's face, he didn't even get close to Team Izuku before they were airborne again. This time, Izuku freed one hand and threw a fireball at his former childhood friend. As Katsuki reeled back from the fire, Dark Shadow took the opportunity to lunge at the explosive blonde. This time, she was able to snatch Katsuki's headband off his head and let out a victory screech that thankfully overshadowed the explosive blonde's own screech of fury. Our target has just gotten bigger, Fumikage remarked, mostly to himself as his quirk pocketed the headband. But at least we're advertising my babies. They replied cheerfully. Looks like we're going to have another opportunity right now, said Izuku, noticing Team Shadow turning their attention towards them. Team Shadow was upon them within seconds, helped by what Izuku guessed was a signature move on Tenya's part, honed and trained for many years. His team put up a fight, but thanks to Tenya's faster than normal speed and Shadow's reflexes, the bicolor-haired teen managed to rip the headband off of Izuku's head, and Todoroki Shadow steals the 10 million point headband from Team Midoriya. Present Mike was completely losing it. What an unexpected turn of events. And with only a minute left, can anyone turn this around? No one could have expected what happened next. That's where you are wrong, Yamada-sensei. Izuku called out in his loudest voice. All movement and noise ceased at once. What do you mean, little listener? Izuku turned to Shadow. Look closer at the headband you just took. The son of Endeavor did so. His eyes widened the slightest bit. There was no 10 million printed in bold font and colors on the headband. It was only a measly 5. Izuku held up a headband in full display. The real 10 million headband is right here, in my hand. There was a single full second of complete silence. The entire stadium was immediately on their feet. The other teams broke out of their stupor and raced towards Team Izuku, who didn't move an inch despite the 9 human formations surging straight at them. Izuku heard Katsuki screech that derogatory childhood name like a banshee, and Shadow's eyes have morphed into a manic level of determination only seen on individuals who have thrown all caution to the wind and desperation knew no bounds. But just as his team was capable of pulling off a sudden twist, they were capable of a second. Before any team could get within an arm's length, Izuku threw the headband into the air. The sudden act caused all movement to stop momentarily, which was long enough for the Phoenix to throw a fireball at the head, causing the fabric to disintegrate into ashes, raining down over the quartet like dirty snowflakes. Again, silence befell the stadium. Dark Shadow decided to break it with as much subtlety as a gong that had just been hit, and 1 minute is up. Snapped out of his stupor, Present Mike hurriedly checked the timer that he had up in the commentator's box. Sure enough, there was no time left. The second round had come to an end with the destruction of the 10 million points headband. Well, talk about 2 unexpected twists of events. With that, the cavalry battle draws to a close. Pay attention to the standings. The screens around the stadiums listed as followed. First place, Team Midoriya. Second place, Team Todoroki. Third place, Team Shinsu. Fourth place, Team Bakugo. Congrats to the top 4 teams. Don't worry to those who didn't make it. You will have another chance come next year. In the meantime, there are plenty of activities for you to keep yourself entertained until the end of the day. Aizawa interjected. For the top 4 teams, the final round will take place in 2 hours. Make sure to eat enough, because you will be pushed to your limits. And that was that. The teams disbanded and went off to do their own things for the next 2 hours. Team Izuku came out of formation. That was truly mad. The Dark would have been proud, Fumikage muttered. Thank you so much, you guys. Mei was ecstatic. This will definitely catch the sponsor's attention. Izuku's stomach growled. Hey, do you guys want to grab lunch now? Not for me. I've got to prepare my babies for the next round. See you. They waved to them, before bouncing off to who knows where. I guess it's just the 2 of us then, said Fumikage, though he could hear Dark Shadow snickering inside him. Let's not dally. I'm pretty sure the queues are bonkers by now. There might be a stall for students only. Maybe ... that actually would be. Midoriya. Both stopped. Todoroki-kun. How may I help you? I would like to speak to you, in private. Fumikage could feel Dark Shadow hiss protectively inside him. Will this take long? I need to have my lunch, and Recovery Girl requires my help. I'll try not to take too much of your time. Izuku turned to Fumikage. You go ahead first. Just grab something for me. Anything is fine. He turned back to Shadow. Lead the way. They found a quiet corridor, near an obscure exit that led to the back of the stadium, away from the main hub of activity. Izuku and Shadow faced one another, on opposite walls, in a silence that was quickly becoming awkward and oppressive. What is it that you wanted to talk about? Shadow's eyes remained cool. You played me and my team good, Midoriya. That I will acknowledge. It was a tactic I'm sure many people can think of in such a situation. Izuku replied, is there anything else? Yes, I've been observing you for a while. Izuku remained silent, expression carefully neutral. You caught my attention ever since the battle trials, Shadow continued. Even though you have a liberal use of fire, you are not like him. You are not arrogant, and despite your tendency for dramatics, you don't actively seek attention. Furthermore, you are a humanoid bird, and I have only seen you hang around with Tokoyami. Midoriya, I need to ask you this, and I want you to be honest with me. Izuku nodded. Are you the secret love child of both my parents and Hawks? What? You didn't answer my question. Izuku had to force down the sheer incredulity in order to respond. Todoroki-kun, where on earth did you come up with such an assumption? Just because I am a phoenix and have pyrokinetic abilities, that does not mean I am related to that flaming garbage can that you call a father. Izuku didn't notice it, but Shadow's eyes thawed just the slightest bit. You just appeared as such. I needed to know. The phoenix wasn't sure how to respond to that, so he continued, but anyways, are we done? One more thing, said Shadow. I suspect that in the final round, we will be pitted against one another. If we do meet at opposite ends of the field, I want you to give me your all. That, I can do. But Todoroki-kun, didn't you tell me something similar earlier? Do you have something to prove? Shadow's eyes became dark. Have you heard about quirk marriages? Immediately, the temperature plummeted. Izuku knew that what was about to be said was something he wasn't not going to enjoy hearing. He was right. Your parents are in a quirk marriage, aren't they? Despite the fact such marriages have been outlawed for decades. Shadow's eyebrows furrowed. Do you know why my father has Endeavor as his hero name? All his life, he had longed to surpass All Might. He always wanted to be number one. But no matter what he did, All Might remained out of reach. Years after years of hearing people praise All Might's name, and never his, convinced him to do whatever means necessary to see his one-sided adversary taken down. Izuku remained silent. My mother came from a family that wasn't well off, but she had a quirk that Endeavor sought after to create the perfect heir. He paid her family ludicrously for her hand in marriage, and sired 4 children with her, me being the youngest. The first 3, Tauya, Natsuo and Fayumi, did not have the perfect quirk he desired, so they were cast aside to be raised by the servants. My birth changed everything. Endeavor finally had his heir that will surpass All Might in his name, and he was going to ensure that his masterpiece stayed on his predetermined path. Did he physically abuse you? He called it training. Shadow's voice had taken a dark tone, almost painful as the memories assaulted him. There isn't much to remember since I was often beaten into unconsciousness. But what I do remember is my mother and Tauya trying to intervene, to convince Endeavor to have mercy. They paid dearly for it, especially when he used his quirk on them. Izuku hadn't eaten anything since breakfast, but he was sure the beginnings of nausea were forming in his stomach. I remember Tauya trying to get Endeavor's attention away from me, to him instead. I think he was trying to prove to that man that he could be what he always wanted to. He took to training his fire all by himself, but he often overdid, and Fayumi was constantly patching up his burns. Then one day ... he just disappeared, ran away. I don't know. All I heard was that an entire hill was incinerated. The wildfire could be seen for miles around. And it took almost an entire day for heroes and firefighters to extinguish the flames. Endeavor always said that Tauya had died, but there was never a funeral, nor a body. Izuku could see the slight trembles running through Shadow's body, as if his classmate was holding back tears. As much as he wanted to hug Shadow, as he did for Fumikage after waking him up from the nightmare, he reasoned that Shadow might be adverse to contact from people he wasn't close to, especially given the thinly veiled physical abuse that he described going through. Tauya's disappearance was the tipping point for my mother, Shadow continued. I could literally see her crack and splinter as time passed. About a month passed about Tauya's disappearance. I found her in the kitchen, boiling a kettle of water. She was mumbling to herself, and she looked really disheveled. I didn't realize it at the time, but she had gone beyond the event horizon. The look of absolute insanity in her eyes, the twitches of her eyelids, her broken voice whispering how my left side was unsightly, how it only reminded her of the monster she was married to. That was immediately before she threw the boiling water over my left eye. Izuku flinched. That explained the scar. My mother was institutionalized. Until this day, I haven't seen her. Shadow sighed. Whatever sliver of emotion that managed to break through being roughly pushed behind his walls, things did not improve at home. With my mother and Tauya out of the way, Endeavor saw this as open season for more training sessions. From then on, I made a promise to never use the fire Endeavor has cursed me with. Today, I will show that bastard that my ice will be enough to win. I'll destroy his pride and ego with my victory alone. I'll prove to everyone watching that I am more than just Endeavor's son. Silence followed for a brief moment. What I wanted to say is, make sure to give me a good fight. Knowing our strengths, we will be facing each other on the battlefield. Help me prove to that bastard that fire will not hold me down. His fire has destroyed my family, but he will not destroy me. Shadow gave him a final nod, before turning on his heel and disappearing down the corridor where they'd come through previously. For about a minute, Izuku remained still, completely silent as he processed what he had just learned. He let out a shaky breath, before he too went down the corridor, deep in thought. Did something happen? Fumikage asked worriedly when he noticed his friend sit down heavily beside him. A lot of things, Tokoyami. Izuku replied. It's honestly right out of a Korean drama plotline. How bad is it? True darkness exists in our world, and Todoroki has the misfortune of being caught up in it. Fumikage was silent, merely pushing an extra-large serving of katsudon to his friend. Izuku finished the meal in minutes, given how ravenous he had become, pushing the empty bowl to one side to be picked up by one of the cleaning robots roaming around the grounds. He turned back to his friend. So anyway, I heard from Todoroki that we will be pitted against one another for the final round. That makes sense, since it would be illogical to have a second team event. Fumikage nodded. Who do you think you will be up against first? No clue, Izuku shrugged. I wouldn't put it past them to randomize the brackets. They enjoyed each other's silence for several moments. Fumikage checked his watch. We have about an hour before the break ends. Do you want to walk around the stalls? I would love to. The pair got up, and with only a centimeter of distance between them, they wandered around the carnival, occasionally spending some money to play games and winning prizes for their efforts. Inside Fumikage, Dark Shadow was squealing with bubbling joy. AANND were back with the Yui Sports Festival. Did everyone have a good lunch break? The entire stadium roared its affirmative. ROCKIN. Now, I hope everyone is up for more excitement, for we are progressing into the final round where our top 16 competitors will be facing off one another in one-on-one battles. As the stadium roared, inside one of tunnel leading out to the field, Izuku stood in quiet contemplation. His match was the first one, against Shinsu Hitoshi from class 1 degrees Celsius. It was his opponent that submerged the Phoenix into deep thought. Earlier, just as he and Fumikage were returning from the carnival and the brackets were announced, Mashira came up to him with a troubled look. He remembered their conversation. You're pulling out. Yes, I can't, in good conscience, continue when I did not put my full effort in the cavalry battle. It is against the honor I carry as a martial artist, and furthermore, I feel violated. He didn't even ask me if I wanted to be in his team. He just put me under his mind control when I turned around to acknowledge his presence. I couldn't snap out of it. And it was only when someone bumped into me at the end did I return to conscious action. What if he had nefarious intentions? He could have bodily violated me if it was in another scenario. Mashira took a moment to compose herself. Midoriya, I saw the brackets, and you're going to be up against him. Please teach him a lesson, and put him in his place. It would have been so easy. From what things were, it appeared that this Hitoshi relied heavily on his quirk to get this far. He probably didn't have much in the manner of physical training. Izuku knew he could easily win this round by drop-kicking him out of the park, but at the same time, there was more to this. A mind control quirk. That was almost asking for some prejudiced bigot to label as villainous. Even though Izuku could easily see how someone with such a quirk would be unbelievably valuable in hero operations, the negative implications are also undeniable. Who knows how much suffering Hitoshi must have gone through across his lifetime simply for pulling his straw in the genetic lottery. And furthermore, Hitoshi sounded like he really wanted to be in the heroics department. But a mind control quirk is effectively useless against giant robots, thereby relegating him to general education. If Izuku wanted to play devil's advocate, it would appear that Hitoshi was doing whatever he could to succeed in the sports festival to clinch that rare chance to be transferred into the heroics department, even risking his social standing with his cohort if it meant getting in. Izuku wondered just how he was going to go about tackling this issue. The metal doors in front of him rumbled and began to open, presenting to you all the flaming chicken whose dance moves rivaled that of JLO and BEYONCE, Midoriya Izuku from Class 1A. With the crowd cheering and bursts of flames rising up from hidden jets at his end of the field, Izuku stepped out into the open and took his position. Across from him, another set of metal doors opened with a rumble. He will be facing off against one of only 2 general education students to make it to the final round, Shinshu Hitoshi from Class 1 degrees Celsius. Sheesh, those eye bags really can't be healthy, Izuku thought to himself. Hitoshi was taller than him by about 10 centimeters, but Izuku had him beat in muscle size and mass. His almost bored-looking expression was almost successful in hiding the sheer determination to beat his opponent and move up to the next bracket. But Izuku had his own plan in the works. Midnight raised her cat O9 tails. Give the audience a clean match. Begin. Izuku strode over towards Hitoshi, who started drawling. Impressive speech you gave, I'll acknowledge that. Pity though. This is coming from someone who had everything handed to you on a silver platter. I would have taken you more seriously if otherwise. His quirk must be voice activating. He's obviously trying to rouse me to snap back. Do you realize how pretentious you sound, claiming to know the struggles of those with villainous quirks when yours is already so flashy, powerful, and best suited for a hero? Izuku continued to remain silent, his strides undeterred. Around them, people started to whisper about what was going on. The entire scene was microphoned, meaning what was being said was broadcasted live to everyone watching. I bet that you never once had to face real struggle, Hitoshi snorted, trying to mask the rising desperation in his throat. You never knew what it was like to be treated like some kind of villain. I bet you are the popular kid with adoring fans, praising you for your powerful, useful quirk. Again, Izuku stayed silent, expression carefully neutral. The closer he got, the more frantic Hitoshi became. Did you even have to take the entrance exam? I bet you just threw money around until Yui accepted you into the heroics department, didn't you? After all, you are the perfect hero wannabe, I bet you. Hitoshi never got to say anything else, for Izuku pounced onto him. And wrapped him in a tight hug with his arms and wings. Someone with a cricket quirk must have been in the audience, given the rhythmic sound of the iconic chirps that followed. It took a full 5 seconds for Hitoshi to process his current predicament. Boy, what are you doing? Let go of me. Promise me, for a hot second, that you won't take control of my mind. Hitoshi flinched. Now he knew why his opponent didn't say anything. The Phoenix knew his quirk all along. I'll take that as a yes. As for what I am doing, I am giving you a hug, because you seem like you desperately need one. Hitoshi wanted to protest, do something to get out of his current cage. But first, Izuku was strong. Second, his wings made the possibility of escape impossible. Third, he truly did want a hug. No one has hugged him since his quirk came at age 4. And the feeling of warm protection was nice. Let me fill you and everyone watching in on a story. Hitoshi slackened. I have been what I currently am for about a year. What? For 15 years, I was a human. A completely ordinary human with a dormant quirk factor. For 15 years, I was effectively quirkless. The cricket chirps were back again. Are you serious? Why would I lie in front of the entire country? Izuku asked rhetorically. I have nothing to gain from lying. Hitoshi's lips trembled. You were quirkless. So you were bullied, physically, verbally, emotionally, and mentally abused. Told I was useless, not worthy enough to breathe the same air as the superior quirked people. Ignored by authority figures who actively took part in the torment. Told to kill myself in the hopes of getting a quirk in my next life by my childhood friend who developed an ego the size of Jupiter and also became a quirkist bigot. Yes, all of the boxes were ticked. Hitoshi was now speechless, a stark contrast to the spectators who were either confused, shocked, horrified, or outraged. Noise began to build up, when Izuku continuing his spiel got everyone to shut up. You've always wanted to be a hero, didn't you, Shinsu-kun? Well, a top pro hero told me, right to my face, that I couldn't become a hero because of my dormant quirk. He called me a liability to my face, before leaving me on a rooftop to skedaddle off to God knows where. So what did I do? I went to the ledge and threw myself off. For the third time, the cricket chirps filled the dead silence. When my body hit the ground, that was when my quirk factor activated. Death was the trigger, which is actually poetic, given how I was technically reborn as a humanoid phoenix. Izuku chuckled. Before returning to the serious tone, Shinsu-kun, I won't discount that you went through tough times yourself. It is undeniable and inevitable that people will immediately think the worst of you, or whatever terrible crime you are capable of, when they learn that you have a mind control quirk that is voice activated. But at the same time, no quirk is villainous. Something the Pro Hero 13 told us just before my class was attacked at the USJ was that a quirk can be used for good and evil. Even me, my quirk caused the deaths of 51 villains at the USJ, all in the name of protecting my classmates and teacher. Does that make me no better than a villain? It depends on the person, but what matters is the purpose of one's quirk. As quoting my homeroom teacher, you, Shinsu Hitoshi, have great potential as a hero. It was just bad luck that the entrance exam is extremely biased towards combative quirks, which Principal Nezu. I hope you're watching this, because we need to have a serious conversation about overhauling the entrance exam. In most cases, such a call-out would have ended awkwardly, since it was extremely unlikely that the subject would have heard it. No one, except for the staff, Izuku and Fumikage, could have expected all of the overhead screens to suddenly broadcast a live feed from the mammal's office, with the principal himself at the center of focus. I hear you loud and clear, Izuku-kun. Swing by my office next Monday, and we can brainstorm ideas. Up in the commentator's box, Aizawa was torn between relief and dread. He had long pushed for the entrance exam to be more inclusive to non-combative quirks, But at the same time, he feared what his student and Nezu were going to create from the recesses of their dangerous mind, mainly because the education board had always blocked attempts by Nezu and the staff to reform the entrance exam in the past. If the Phoenix and Chimera had their way, Aizawa couldn't guarantee the safety of the board members in the future. Thanks, Principal Nezu. Now, where was I? Oh yes, 2 more things, Shinsu-kun. No one expected the insomniac to get bitch-slapped, the impact reverberating through the silent stadium. That's for putting my classmate, Ajiro Mashira, under your mind control without her consent during the cavalry battle earlier. Izuku's tone became admonishing. I understand that you may have wanted to keep your quirk a secret, but that does not mean you can just use your quirk on her without the basic decency of asking for permission. If you're going to be a hero, manners and communication are part of the underlying foundation. People will be afraid to work or interact with you if they do not know when you are going to use your quirk. Have some consideration for your fellows, and your path to heroism will be much smoother. Understand? Still reeling from the unexpected slap, Hitoshi nodded. Good. After this is over, I want you to personally apologize to Ajiro-san and seek her forgiveness. By clearing this up, your relationship with her and my classmates will be a lot more smoother when the time comes. It took a moment for Hitoshi to register the last part of what his opponent said. What do you mean? My homeroom teacher expelled a pervert with grapes for hair on the first day of school for unsavory behavior towards my female classmates. Izuku explained. That means we have an empty spot in 1A. And when I said that you have potential to be a hero, I mean it. The Phoenix looked up to one of the screens. Principal Nezu, do you hear me? I want Shinsu Hitoshi in my class by next Monday. The entire stadium exploded in shocked noises. The volume went up several notches when Nezu winked. I'm fast-tracking the transfer paperwork as we speak, Izuku-kun. Consider your request fulfilled and effective immediately. Amidst the unfolding chaos, Izuku turned back to Hitoshi, who was gaping like a fish and making unintelligible noises. Shinsu Hitoshi, it is my greatest honor to welcome you into the Yui Heroics course. Come, this is your Hero Academia. The stadium speakers suddenly started blaring congratulatory orchestral music on their own accord. Hitoshi's legs gave out, prompting Izuku to catch his blubbing opponent before he faceplanted on the concrete field. The spectators were going crazy, as were the press who were greedily lapping up the scene for tomorrow's headlines. Impervious to the noise around him, Izuku gently soothed a sobbing Hitoshi, the latter thanking him profusely. Holy shit, what an unexpected twist. Truly a roller coaster of emotions. I am absolutely at a loss for words. It took several minutes for midnight to reign in the spectators. Indeed, it is truly a delectable scene that we all have just witnessed. However, the show must go on, Midoriya-kun. Your classmates still have their performances, after all. Sorry, Kayama-sensei. I won't hold up the others any longer. Izuku suddenly picked Hitoshi up and lifted him over his head. Ready, Shinsu-kun. What are you doing? Izuku just grinned cheekily. This bitch empty. YUT. And tossed his opponent right out of the field. A great roar of laughter erupted. Present Mike literally fell out of his seat, his uncontrollable guffawing echoing through the speakers. Up in the seating gallery allocated to 1A, Denki, Hanta and Mina all pressed their hands together as if praying, got down to their knees, and thanked the heavens above for gracing them the sight of a budding meme lord making his debut. Even Hitoshi, despite hitting the ground considerably hard, was impressed. I see that you are a man, no, Phoenix, of culture. Izuku was already rushing over as he said this, ignoring Midnight declaring his victory. I just thought that it was fitting. Now, let's get you to recovery, girl. I hope I didn't break any of your bones from throwing you. Hitoshi huffed. Nah, you didn't. This isn't the worst that's happened to me. Immediately, Izuku went still, though Hitoshi failed to notice this. The Phoenix eventually moved again, and helped his opponent to his feet. They vacate the field in seemingly comfortable silence, a facade that hid the hurricane of thoughts blowing through Izuku's mind. Not the worst thing that happened to him. Despite being thrown a considerable distance, red flags were being raised. He needed to speak to Aizawa and Nezu after this. No broken bones, recovery girl concluded. Just some very minor scrapes, a kiss would suffice. The Medi-heroine administered the kiss, and whatever injuries Hitoshi sustained from being yeeted across the field healed up in an instant. He received a couple of gummies for the trouble and sent on his way. Aren't you coming? He asked Izuku, who remained where he was. Nope, I'm recovery girl's assistant for the day, the Phoenix replied. We are expecting quite a number of injuries soon, so she wants me to help her heal whoever comes in after their fight to the death. You can heal people. Hitoshi was impressed. Is this the universe's apology for making your life so fucked up? Language, recovery girl admonished. One could see it that way. Izuku shrugged. Hurry along, head up to where one is sitting. For the first time in a long while, a genuine smile formed itself on Hitoshi's lips. Thank you. Is it okay if I speak to my 1 degrees Celsius classmates first? I can't stop you even if I wanted to, Izuku said. Go on, you're gonna miss the other battles. With a final wave, Hitoshi left the infirmary. You did an immense solid for Shinsu-kun, Recovery Girl remarked. I remember treating him after the entrance exam, and he was completely sullen. He knew right away that he wouldn't get into the heroics department. So to see him so happy, it warms my old heart. Izuku nodded. Then he remembered what his opponent had said on the field. Recovery Girl. I'm almost certain that Shinsu-kun had been bullied in past, but I also suspect that he has been physically abused before. What do you mean, Midoriya-kun? When I tossed him out of the field, I asked him if he was hurt anywhere. He told me that that was not the worst thing that has happened to him. Recovery Girl's lips thinned. That is concerning. I will do some digging, and I will inform Aizawa-kun and Nezu about this. You have reassurance. Izuku nodded, just as knocking came from the door. It opened, and Fumikage stepped inside. Tokoyami-kun, what are you doing here? Dark Shadow suddenly emerged. Fumi wanted to congratulate you on winning. Also, he wants a hug too. The raven-headed student hid his face in his hand. Dark Shadow, have some decorum, please. Izuku noticed that his friend didn't deny the statement. He got up and went over to Fumikage, wrapping the shorter teen in a hug, wings included. Dark Shadow cooed adorably, joining the hug without hesitation. Recovery Girl watched on with a small smile. Always happy to see the younger generation looking out for one another. Do you want me to let go? Just a few more moments, Fumikage replied. You feel really warm. It soothes my cold insides. Izuku obliged. After the requested moments passed, Izuku let go. Congrats on moving on to the next bracket, said Fumikage, but I don't understand the meaning of your loud battle cry at the end. The smile on Izuku's beak became devious. He turned to Recovery Girl. Can Tokoyami-kun stay here with me? He can, so long as he doesn't disturb you when you're healing the competitors. Izuku turned back to Fumikage. Sit by me. Let me introduce you and Shadow-chan to the wondrous world of memes. The sports festival continues. Hanta was up against Shadow, and it was no contest. An iceberg kicks the human tape dispenser out. It was over the top, unnecessary, and it only reinforced what the son of Endeavor told Izuku in that quiet corridor. The camera broadcasted Shadow thawing his opponent out, a conflicted look souring his handsome features. Izuku's healing flames helped to warm Hanta up and prevent any complications from the sudden lowering of his body temperature. Recovery Girl gave him a kiss to be on the safe side, and sent him back to the stands with some gummies. The next match pitted Denki against a student from 1B, Shizaki Aibara. The references and allusions to Jesus Christ and Christianity were not lost on Izuku. Again, it was a no contest. Denki foolishly thought he could take out Aibara with his signature move of 1,000,000 volts. He never considered that electricity would have no effect on plant matter. Aibara used her hair, which were made of strong, thorny vines of which she had good control over, to form a shield around her body to protect herself from the electricity. With Denki reduced to drooling, stupefied mess, Aibara easily threw him out of the field with her vines, declaring her victory. When Denki was wheeled into the infirmary, still making those funny noises, Izuku had his classmate laid down on one of the beds. A combination of his flames and Recovery Girl's kiss sent the electric quirk teen to sleep, of which he woke up just after the next bracket. Mei's match against Tenya was absolutely hilarious. Essentially, it was a cat and mouse chase with Tenya fitted out with a selection of Mei's inventions. While the bespectacled student chased her around the field, Mei was excitedly giving a pitch presentation to the dozens of support heroes and representatives in the audience, which close-ups showed expressions of curiosity and intrigue. In the end, Mei had Tenya catapulted out of bounds with what appeared to be a launcher that fired a boxing glove propelled by an inbuilt rocket. At this point, Fumikage left the infirmary. His match was next, and he was up against Mina. This time, there was no fooling around or one-shot KOs. Both had the same magnitude of power, and they were determined to advance. Upon flag-off, Mina made the first move. She sent a wall of acid straight towards Fumikage, who rolled out of the way in time. He got back up and charged towards his opponent, Dark Shadow out as a second means of attack. It quickly became a mix of dodgeball and tag, Mina firing shots of acid while Fumikage and Dark Shadow dodged and shot back with their own melee attacks. While Fumikage was occasionally hit by the acid, most ended up on the concrete field. As the match dragged on, more acid was spilt. Then, everything came to a sudden end when Dark Shadow grabbed Mina and pushed her away. Her shoes slipped on the acid, and like a bar of soap sliding across the floor, she skidded away from Fumikage and out of bounds. It was an unexpected conclusion. Hardly anyone saw it coming. It took midnight declaring Fumicage's victory to get the audience up to speed. Mina was disappointed at her loss, but she pushed it aside for a smile, congratulating her opponent and heading back up to the one-a-seating gallery. Fumikage returned to the infirmary where Izuku was waiting with his own congratulations and healing powers at the ready. Izuku was more than willing to continue his impromptu lesson about memes with Fumikage, had it not been for the subsequent match with a lineup that warranted his close attention. Momo was up against Katsuki. Momo knew that her opponent was strong. Anyone who could create sizable explosions from their palms was a formidable opponent, and while she did have some questions on why this Bakugo Katsuki was not in the heroics department despite his strong quirk, Momo quickly pushed any confusion to the back of her mind. Her match was due to begin at any moment, and she needed to some strategizing. From what she observed of Bakugo during the obstacle race in Cavalry battle, the blonde's personality matched his quirk. He was quick to anger and has no knowledge on restraint. Momo knew that Bakugo would waste no time in attacking her, meaning that she would have to be quick on her feet and quirk if she wanted to stand her ground. The metal doors before her rumbled and opened, presenting to all the all-rounded creator of 1A, YAOYOROZU Momo. Steadying her breathing, she stepped out into the light and made her way towards the field. Across from her, the second set of doors rumbled open. She'll be facing off against the only remaining general education student left in the finals, Bakugo Katsuki from 1 degree Celsius. Yep, Momo thought to herself, as the aforementioned blonde stepped out with a look of ravenous murder on his face. She needed to be fast, otherwise she won't survive. Midnight raised her cat o' nine tails. This better be a clean match, otherwise there will be hell to pay. So, begin. D-I-I-I-E-E. Bakugo screamed, pawns igniting as his explosions propelled him straight towards Momo, who just got out of the way before she could be hit. Okay Momo, be quick on this. What can stop or inhibit explosions? She dodged another set of fireballs. Fucking fight me, you pussy. Momo scowled. Oh, she most definitely will. As Bakugo rebounded and prepared for another attack, Momo took a leap of faith, charged forward, and from her hand, produced a yellowish liquid that was somewhat viscous. It splashed all over Bakugo's hands, and as he spluttered, which Momo took advantage of to douse him with more of the liquid. Now, in most situations, the explosive blonde would have continued on unimpeded, but when a good portion of the liquid fell over his face, everything changed. He couldn't breathe. The liquid had gotten into his nose and covered his mouth, cutting off the flow of oxygen. His lungs screamed with increased heat, his brain running haywire like a derailing train. All he could think of was slime, more and more slime, pushing and forcing itself into his body despite his attempts at resistance. In a split second, fear began to take hold, and when Bakugo experienced fear, he released his explosions. Even as his body was covered in motor oil, a flammable liquid that required only a single spark to ignite. The stadium shook with a deafening boom, followed by Bakugo's unholy screams. Everyone watching live and through their screens blanched in horror as the blonde was engulfed in flames. It was a morbid sight. Bakugo flailed and danced like a puppet gone crazy, desperately trying to put out the fire eating away at his body. Momo immediately sprang into action. As quickly as she could, she unzipped her gym top to open enough skin to create a dry chemical fire extinguisher. She tried to get close enough to activate the nozzle, only to be thrown back when Bakugo unintentionally ignited an explosion that fueled the flames. As Midnight called the match off and screamed for emergency help, Momo tried again. Grabbing the fire extinguisher, she got close enough, unpinned the canister, and began spraying her burning opponent. It took 20 seconds for the flames to die down, revealing a gruesome sight for everyone to see. In the infirmary, Recovery Girl was already activating the Medibots as soon as Katsuki went up in flames. Izuku and Fumikage were frozen stiff, unable to tear their widened eyes and slackened beaks away from the morbid sight of the blonde being burnt alive. The live feed was suddenly cut, preventing the two avians from seeing the aftermath. Less than a minute later, the Medibots returned with Katsuki on a stretcher. Immediately, the smell of burnt flesh, nitroglycerine, and motor oil filled the room. As the extent of the damage became clear, Katsuki had third-degree burns covering virtually his entire body. His hair had been burnt away, and his breathing was shallow, bordering on non-existent. His body was bleeding heavily, staining the white fabric of the stretcher a dark crimson. Fumikage immediately became nauseous, running towards the nearest bin to puke up his stomach. Izuku was frozen, staring in horrified awe at the state of his childhood friend turned bully. Even though he hated Katsuki with all his guts, never in his life had he wanted for the blonde to suffer such inhumane pain as he was undoubtedly going through right now. Recovery Girl was already having Katsuki moved onto a bed, her voice snapping Izuku out of his stupor. Midoriya, get over here. Izuku rushed over as the Medi-heroine administered a sedative to numb Katsuki. Once that was done, the Phoenix placed his hands over the burnt flesh and activated his healing flames. It would take a full 3 minutes for Izuku's power to restore everything that had been marred and destroyed. There was nothing he could do about Katsuki's hair. It would have to grow back on its own. At least, though, the blonde was no longer at death's door. Fumikage returned, looking slightly the worse for wear. Recovery Girl immediately gave him a kiss and some gummies to replenish his energy. Izuku stumbled back onto the adjacent bed, still reeling from what they all just went through. I can't. Recovery Girl came over with another handful of gummies. You did what you needed to do. He'll be fine. Izuku accepted the candy and consumed them at one go. Fumikage and Dark Shadow were immediately at the Phoenix's side, hugging him as a show of support. Within 30 seconds, footsteps rushed towards the infirmary, and the doors burst open. How is he? Yamada, keep your volume down. Recovery Girl came up to the two men. Aizawa-kun, Yamada-kun, young Bakugo will be fine. Midoriya's healing powers reverse the damage. All that we can do now is to let him rest. Present Mike visibly relaxed. Even though Bakugo Katsuki was one of the most problematic teenagers he ever had to teach, he was still his student, after all. His well-being remained a top priority. Izuku turned around. Yamada-sensei, what's going on now? Aizawa took over. The entire program has been halted temporarily. Now that we know that Bakugo is out of harm's way, we should be able to continue. What about Yaoyorozu-san? She's with Kayama, Aizawa replied. Honestly, I'm not sure if she wants to continue. Even though the match was called off, Yaoyorozu would have advanced by default. But it's her decision if she wants to proceed or not. The conversation then shifted. How are you feeling, Midoriya? He turned back to the unconscious form of his bully. I think I need a moment to clear my head. Probably get a drink or something. You'll have about half an hour, Aizawa replied. Your match against Todoroki will be next. Understood, sensei. Midoriya, do you want me to come with you? Fumikage offered. I would appreciate your company. Aizawa and Present Mike parted ways to allow the two teens to leave. When the door closed behind them, Recovery Girl sighed. I wish they never had to see that. Unfortunately, this is part and parcel of heroics, Aizawa replied grimly. At least, we should thank the heavens that Midoriya has healing capabilities. This could have gone so much worse. I hated him. I truly did. But I never thought that things would end up like this. Fumikage silently nodded, playing the role of the listening ear as Izuku verbalized his inner turmoil. The pair had stopped by a vending machine, and Izuku got a soda for himself. They walked down an empty corridor, away from prying eyes. He was worse than a bully. He was a monster, a villain I should say. Yet why am I so affected by his misfortune? This time, Fumikage spoke. I think it's because you have a history with him. If I remember correctly, you were friends for 4 years, before things changed with his quirk. As much as I agree that Bakugo is a textbook example of one of the worst kinds of humans, it would be too simplistic just to say that you hate him. Would it be wrong for me to say that a tiny part of you wishes that you could still be friends with him? No, you would be correct, Izuku replied, finishing his soda and tossing the can into a bin. And I guess it is the natural level of compassion that most people would have for the suffering of others. Bakugo doesn't deserve your compassion, Fumikage replied. He doesn't, Izuku agreed, but compassion in of itself is an emotion. It doesn't discriminate when someone else is suffering. Fumikage would have voiced his agreement of such a statement when heavy footsteps approached them. Suddenly, the air became a lot hotter, and it wasn't due to Izuku. I've been looking for you. This was no clearer an example of an emotional whiplash. One moment, Izuku was coming to terms with his emotions pertaining to Katsuki's fiery and painful end of his journey in the sports festival. The next, he and Fumikage were face to chest with the number 2 hero, Endeavor, himself. The towering man was putting on an intimidation game, his signature flames burning brightly over his face and hero costume. Unbeknownst to the bastard, however, Izuku was too caught up in the memory of what Shouto told him earlier to be intimidated. In fact, it seemed to remove his brain-to-mouth filter altogether. What is it, Enduhor? Fumikage whipped his head towards his friend. What did you just call me? Despite the flames intensifying, Izuku remained steadfast. Are you deaf? I called you Enduhor. That's your name, I presume. The man literally growled. Listen here, boy. I'm a pro-hero, and I demand respect, reverence, adoration. Sorry, but if you are expecting any of those 3 from me, you have chosen the wrong person. After all, why would I respect or adore a domestic abuser? Despite the heat from both man and Phoenix, the temperature in the corridor dropped. You don't know what you are talking about, boy. Strange, since it was Shouto who told me everything that you did to him and your family. Shouto is only being rebellious. Rebellious? No, I think Shouto is far from rebellious, given how you were the indirect cause of his scar, your wife's descent into insanity, and Fertalia's supposed death. The mention of his eldest child's name seemed to stun Endeavor, which gave Izuku the opening he needed to continue his increasingly hostile spiel. I already had many misgivings about you, Endeavor. Your astronomical collateral damage in villain fights, the numbers of innocent lives lost to your reckless negligence, and your stunning attitude towards civilians. But when I heard that you forced your wife into an illegal quirk marriage, physically abused her and your children, caused one of them to allegedly die, and dealt potentially irrevocable trauma to the rest of your family, all for your fucked up goal for a title that you will never achieve. The mantle of hero no longer applies to you. How you got your license, only the heavens know. But what is undeniably clear is that you are a disgusting, abhorrent and vile example of the worst of humanity. Yes, in due war, I am calling you, right to your nasty face, nothing more than a motherfucking villain. The flames exploded, you insolent brat, Fumikage cried out. And Dark Shadow emerged to protect Izuku from the incoming fist. Let it be known that in many documented cases, adrenaline can cause people to perform unimaginable feats or acts of strength. Not only did Izuku stop Endeavor's fist with nothing but a hand, he pushed it away, grabbed the man's body, and drove his knee right into his groin. Also, let it be known that many male pro-heroes, in their bias and overdependence on their quirks, never include any protection for their family jewels in the design of their outfits. Endeavor was one of them. Izuku felt something ... and oh, something's burst on his knee. There was a moment of silence, before it ended by Endeavor producing a high-pitched squeal of agonizing pain. Izuku got out of the way, just as the man crashed onto the ground, hands grasping his crotch. For the second time in less than an hour, Fumikage was left stupefied. Dark Shadow's beak had fallen open, matching her host's look of abject horror at the horrific brutality before them. Midoriya, Tokoyami, go get Recovery Girl. Tell her that Endeavor suffered a medical emergency and requires immediate treatment. The raven-haired teen, understandably, stared at his friend with absolute incredulity, as if the Phoenix hadn't just committed a violation of the so-called bro code on the number 2 hero. Just go. I'll handle the fallout. Slowly, Fumikage got his legs moving and hurried down the corridor. As Endeavor continued to whimper, Izuku noticed a security camera nearby. Principal Nezu, if you are watching, can you make the camera nod? The camera nodded immediately. Can you please cover for me? He tried to attack me first, and I was only protecting myself from harm. It nodded again. Thank you, Principal. To his surprise, the camera produced a little robotic arm and gave him an okay gesture. It had just retreated back into the main body when footsteps rushed towards the scene. Midoriya, Recovery Girl called out in between breaths. She really was getting on with age. What happened? Izuku pointed at the trembling man on the floor. Endeavor tried to assault me for saying things he didn't like to hear. I need his crotch in self-defense. And his family jewels ruptured. The silence was back again, save for Endeavor's whimpering. What? I effectively destroyed Endeavor's sperm tanks while defending myself from his physical assault. Izuku replied simply. I believe he requires immediate medical treatment. Otherwise his manliness will be irrevocably ruined and he will never be able to have children again. Though that second one sounds really appealing. A perturbed Recovery Girl eventually dispatched the Medibots to bring over an extra-large stretcher to wheel the number 2 hero to the infirmary. Izuku watched with an amused glint in his eyes as Endeavor was carted away like a sniveling idiot. Fumikage turned to him. Worry overriding his previous stupor. Midoriya, this is Endeavor. He could literally destroy your life once he is treated, and I don't give a flying fuck, Izuku replied immediately. He tried to assault me first, and Principal Nezu has it covered. He pointed to that same security camera. Attacking a UE student simply for enacting his right to freedom of speech will be a public relations nightmare for Endeavor. If that abusive bastard has any brains inside his skull, he won't push the matter. Fumikage did see the logic in that. Come on, I want to check on Bakugo before my match with Todoroki later. Shadow didn't know what was going on. As he headed down to the field for his match, he heard all manner of whispering about his father. Apparently he had been taken to the infirmary because of some injury he sustained. What injury exactly? The whisperings he heard presented all kinds of theories, but nothing conclusive. Either way, despite the fact that Shadow knew that Endeavor was in the stadium, he hadn't seen him once since the festival started. Not that the dual quirk teen wasn't appreciative of such circumstances. The less time he spent in that bastard's presence, the better. Anyway, now wasn't the time to think about Endeavor. He had a match to win, and a promise to uphold. Across the stadium behind his own set of doors, Izuku was in the midst of his own thinking. Katsuki had stabilized, put into a medically induced coma by Recovery Girl as a precaution as she checked for any remaining signs of damage. On a different note, her quirk apparently wasn't able to completely heal the loss of Endeavor's manliness, and she had already called for an ambulance from the Musutafu General Hospital to pick up the flaming turd for possible further treatment. At the same time, he learned that Momo had decided to withdraw from the tournament. Izuku couldn't blame her. Seeing someone being burnt alive with their own eyes was a nightmare that promised untold trauma. It was a sensible act on Aizawa's part to send Momo straight to Hound Dog. It was a start until further arrangements for additional therapy sessions could be made. All that aside, back at the upcoming match, Izuku never forgot about what Shadow told him. No doubt, his classmate was only going to use his ice, which could only spell trouble if he continuously used it. His body was made for ice and fire, and both were supposed to balance the other out. If Shadow only used ice, frostbite and hypothermia were bound to follow. Izuku knew he had to intervene quickly. They already had a casualty in the form of Katsuki. He couldn't, in good conscience, let another one fall victim. The doors on both sides of the stadium began to open, presenting to you all the flaming chicken who has flown his way to victory thus far, Midoriya Izuku of 1A. Izuku released a breath and strode out towards the field. He will be facing off the Ice King of 1A and the Son of Endeavor, Todoroki Shadow. Shadow took his place at the other end of the field. Fire versus ice. Who will win? Only this battle will tell. Take it away, Kayama. Midnight raised her cat o' nine tails, just as she did for all the battles thus far. You two better have a clean match, or you will face punishments. Begin. Immediately, just as he had done to Hanta previously, Shadow unleashed a wall of ice in an attempt to freeze Izuku into submission. Of course, the Phoenix retaliated with his flames that melted the ice in seconds. Shadow was unperturbed and charged forward to get a close-up attack on his opponent. Izuku took to the air and threw several fireballs at Shadow, forcing him to retreat to not get burned. It quickly became a volley of attacks, one after another. Fire and ice clashed, and the atmosphere almost became akin to a tennis match with the ball being propelled back and forth. Hey, this is getting really boring already. Hype up the action, will ya? Yamada-sensei ... That's the worst thing you could possibly say. Shadow clearly saw the voice hero's words as a challenge. The ice came even stronger and harder. Izuku forced himself into aerial acrobatics to get out of the way of icicles and icebergs that threatened to turn him into either kebabs or frozen chicken. This, naturally, caused Shadow's body temperature to rapidly fall the longer he continued such attacks. Dodging another icicle, Izuku cursed under his breath. Shit ... His right side is freezing up. Ice had begun to form on Shadow's right half, inhibiting his movement. As the minutes progressed, Shadow's attacks became sloppier, some even missing Izuku altogether despite the Phoenix not moving at all. His breath came out in frosted fogs, and his body was trembling violently. This was when Izuku knew that he had to intervene. Todoroki, you're overusing your ice. Please, don't do this to yourself. Use your fire. Shadow's breath hitched. For a moment, all was silent. Did that bastard pay you to say that? Did he pay you to trample on the hope I had that you will be no different than him? What Izuku said next would tip the first domino in a long chain of events spanning beyond the sports festival. Not that he would ever regret it in hindsight. Why on earth would Endeavor buy me out when I literally castrated him earlier? Everything screeched to a halt. The cricket chirps were back again. Shadow was certain that he had heard wrong. What? Izuku didn't care that his bombshell was broadcasted live for the entire country to hear. He didn't care that this was a sanctioned battle to the death for an audience to satisfy their lust for blood and quirks. He didn't care that the unfolding scene looked right out of shounen anime. He needed to get to Shadow. Earlier, Endeavor sought me out. Before he could spew whatever garbage he had from his mouth, I called him a whore right to his face. I took his hero name, bastardized it, and threw it at his feet like spittle. Izuku slowly approached Shadow, who made no move in return. I called him out for every single crime he has committed. The Quirk marriage, the physical abuse, the horrendous treatment that drove your mother insane and thereby giving you your scar. I called him ashamed to the name of heroism. I declared, right to his fucking face, that he was nothing but a villain. Whispers began circulating amongst the spectators. The press had their cameras aimed at Izuku, eagerly lapping up the salacious intel that would make headlines for a heaven knows length of time. He tried to assault me, punch my head in, but I never gave him the chance. I drove my knee into his crotch. I felt two important parts of the male anatomy burst, and he went down, squealing like a pig about to be slaughtered. The dam broke. People shot to their feet, shouting over one another. Present Mike had found his voice and was adding to the rising furore. Izuku simply raised his hand for silence, and that was what he got. He wasn't done. Last I heard, he was sent to Musutafu General Hospital because not even Recovery Girl could fully heal his ruined manliness. He won't be bothering you for a while, at least. But enough about him. Izuku reached Shadow, and in a move that surprised everyone, he hugged his opponent. Shadow, pun not intended, was frozen. Nobody, other than Fayumi and his mother, has ever hugged him. He didn't know what to do. The sensations from being hugged by a mere acquaintance was foreign, and his freezing brain could not process what was happening to him. You went through hell and back because of Endeavor, and I can sympathize. As you probably heard from my match with Shinsu-kun, I too was abused by people who were supposed to look out for me. I know what it is like to be beaten all the time, and the burning desire for vengeance against those who wronged you. You are entitled to avenge yourself, but please don't do it at the cost of your body. Izuku wrapped his wings around Shadow. I know that Endeavor used fire to hurt and abuse you, but by suppressing your left side, you are playing right into his hands. He will continue to see this as a justification to hurt you more. by embracing the fire in you and using it to save not just others, but yourself. That is the biggest fuck you can give to that piece of animal shit that is your sperm donor. The hug tightened, Izuku's flames unconsciously melting the ice and warming Shouto's body. Shouto, I say this with all of my heart, the fire is yours. It's your power. As long as it is a part of you, it is yours. A memory surfaced, one repressed from years of abuse and torment. A quiet moment, a brief reprieve while Endeavor was out of town on duty, where a mother and her youngest child could watch videos of All Might without the threat of the monster harming them for bringing such sacrilege to his domain. The mother stroked her youngest dual-colored hair, smiling at his childlike offer, the symbol of peace and a desire to be like him someday. Her words echoed, almost eerily, with Izuku's own. You are not a prisoner of your blood, Shouto. You are the one to write your own story. For years, he had repressed his emotions, seeing them as nothing more than weakness and as an excuse for Endeavor to continue beating him. But the warm hug, the soothing words, and the sheer relief that someone had taken down his worst enemy completely destroyed the walls he built around his heart. Like a dam collapsing and a tsunami of water surging out, the tears fell, steam rose, and embers began to form. With a loud, pain cry, Todoroki Shouto ignited. It was a conflagration, akin to a wildfire that destroyed lush greens. The people were shouting again, losing their minds at the sudden turn of events. Izuku did not pull away, his beak upturned in a smile as the flames danced around him and his opponent. Why would you go so far? You deserve to be saved, Shouto. Heroes need saving too. With all of his emotions spilling out of him, Shouto began to sag. Izuku kept him steady. You're insane. Do you know that? I'm very much aware. A hero's duty is to do the insane. I'm merely doing what is expected of me. Shouto's legs were really giving out now. Only Izuku's strength kept him from hitting the ground. You're tired, Shouto. Do you want to continue this match? He shook his head. No. Me sleepy. Midoriya bested me. Me want a bed. Izuku nodded. Go to sleep, Shouto. I'll bring you to the infirmary. Thank you. With that, Shouto's eyelids fell shut, and he went under. Izuku easily lifted his opponent into a bridal carry and turned to a stunned Midnight. Please excuse us. We'll be on our way. It took the Phoenix leaving the field for the heroine to find her voice. Midoriya Izuku progresses to the next round. Izuku had just tucked Shouto into bed when Fumikage appeared at the infirmary doorway. Congratulations on your win. Can we expect the rest of your matches to turn into impromptu therapy sessions? I wouldn't know, Tokoyami, Izuku replied, turning to face his friend, but it would be a nice change. Though I don't know if the audience would be receptive to that. Humans always find blood sports entertaining. Dark Shadow suddenly emerged. Fumi wants Izu to hug him. He got jealous seeing the candy cane experience Izu's hugs. Dark Shadow, I am not jealous. Izuku huffed good-naturedly. Even so, I would never deprive you of hugs, Tokoyami. You obviously enjoy them, after all. To prove his point, the Phoenix closed the distance and encased his shorter friend in a tight hug, arms and wings together. Immediately, Fumikage relaxed into the ever-present warmth. Dark Shadow chuckled. Fumi also wants Izu to call him by his given name from now on. Again, he is jealous that Izu called Candy Cane by his name first. Fumikage spluttered indignantly. Dark Shadow, see such lies immediately. Is that true? Izuku asked, despite his host's protests and attempts to get him to shut up. Dark Shadow beamed. Absolutely. I am not only Fumi's quirk, but I can hear his innermost thoughts too. Fumi wants Izu to no longer call him by his family name. By this point, Fumikage had simply given up trying to silence his quirk, burying his head into Izuku's chest in resignation. The Phoenix smiled, carting a hand through the raven's head feathers. It's okay, Fumi. No need to be embarrassed. We're close enough anyway. So as long as you call me Izuku, everything's good. Fumikage groaned, but he didn't say anything to refute Izuku. Anyways, isn't your match against Shozaki up next? Indeed it is, Fumikage confirmed, pulling away from Izuku. I better get going. Watch out for the thorns. Okay, I will, Izuku. Izuku would not lie to himself. He was nervous. Watching the live feed of Fumikage entering the field opposite Aibara made his heartbeat increase. Midnight's flag off did not make things any easier, especially when the 1B student unleashed her vines upon his friend. Fumikage was immediately put on the defense. Diving and dodging from the thorny vines, he worked his way towards his opponent. When he got into striking range, he unleashed Dark Shadow. Aibara immediately shielded herself with her vines, and it was evidently clear that the thorns hurt both Dark Shadow and Fumikage. Even though the shadow being didn't bleed, Fumikage must have felt the pain through their shared connection. But, Izuku noted, he had to give Dark Shadow immense credit. Despite the pain, the shadow being refused to give in. Aibara, in an attempt to gain another advantage, loudly called Dark Shadow a demonic entity. She had hoped that by angering the quirk, Dark Shadow would go berserk. If Fumikage was too busy trying to rein in the shadow being, it would give her the chance to grab him with her vines and throw him out of bounds. And while it had the intended effect of pissing the shadow being off, it had some unintended consequences. Dark Shadow screeched angrily and sliced off her vines with her claws. Once the vines had been cut from her head, they fell to the ground like limp noodles, effectively useless. Aibara also didn't have the ability to regenerate them quickly. Fumikage immediately saw his chance. With his opponent distracted by her hair being sliced off, Fumikage surged forward, spun on his heel, and delivered a roundhouse kick to Aibara's exposed head. While Izuku would admit forefront that it wasn't the most expertly delivered, the kick still served its intended purpose. Aibara was left seriously disoriented, and Fumikage finished the match conclusively with a blow to the temple, knocking her out. Shizaki Aibara is unable to continue. Tokoyami Fumikage advances to the next bracket. Midnight declared. Recovery Girl had the Medibots dispatched to pick up Aibara, while Fumikage made his own way back to the infirmary. Izuku was ready by the time both arrived. While he worked his healing flames upon the unconscious Aibara, Recovery Girl gave Fumikage a kiss and some more gummies. Izuku had Aibara tucked in, before turning to his friend. Congrats on your win. I hope her inflammatory words didn't get to either one of you too badly. Fumikage replied. I, frankly, do not know if she meant what she said literally, or if she was merely using them as a means to win. But, so long as she does not use such dark language in front of me or other less aesthetic-looking individuals in peacetime, I won't pursue the matter. That was another problem for another time. Once all of the cut vines were cleared away, the next match got underway. Mei was up against Aizawa. Just like Tenya before him, the redhead was ultimately no match for Mei's ingenious mind and boundless creativity. The budding inventor used all manner of long-ranged inventions that kept her opponent at a distance, preventing him from even landing a hit on her. After several minutes of one-sided back and forth, Mei used the exact same rocket-powered boxing glove launcher to propel Aizawa out of bounds. The spectators went crazy. One time might have been a lucky fluke, but a support department student beating two hero department students was a moment of history never before seen in any sports festival thus far. If Mei continued her streak, she stood a very good chance on placing in the top 3 podium. The match between Ochako and Tetsu was next. Once again, both competitors were on the same power level, with no clear favorite or advantage for victory. Both duked it out in an attempt to push the other into submission. Tetsu's steel quirk certainly helped in mitigating any potential blows from Ochako, but for the gravity quirk girl, that was not the plan. Her goal was to cancel her opponent's gravity and toss him out of the field. But with his fast-paced punches and kicks, getting near was difficult. It was a long game, but Ochako did not falter. She finally got her chance when as Tetsu pulled his arm back for another punch. He made the mistake of exposing his chest for a second too long. Ochako pushed all 5 fingers against the steel, canceling his gravity. Tetsu began to float up, and Ochako grabbed his flailing legs. With all the strength she had, she threw him and canceled her quirk right after. The momentum of gravity suddenly returning propelled Tetsu some of the way. As he hadn't turned himself into steel because of the shock, Tetsu hit the ground and skidded right over the boundary line. It was a conclusive victory. Tetsu is out of bounds. Uraraka Ochako advances to the semi-finals. Picking himself up, Tetsu was visibly upset, but he put on a mature smile and thanked Ochako for the riveting match. Both teens headed down to the infirmary, where after an examination by Recovery Girl, were each given a kiss and some gummies. A brief intermission was announced for toilet breaks and food. This allowed Izuku and Fumikage to discuss the upcoming matches. I'll be up against Hatsume, you against Uraraka. Will you be alright? I'll certainly do my best, Fumikage replied, though I think speed will be the decisive card. If we can quickly get our opponents out of bounds, it will minimize the possibilities of injury and secure our place in the finals. Izuku nodded. I probably won't be around to wish you good luck for your match, so I'll say it now, yeah. Thanks, all the best with yours too. The intermission came to an end. We're drawing to the final rounds of the Yui Sports Festival, folks. Present Mike cheered. History as we know it is in the making. Will we see our first support student make it to the podium? Who will come away as the overall champion? Our answers start now. As the spectators cheered, Izuku released a calming breath. He could do this. The doors rumbled open. Ladies, gentlemen, and non-binary folk, the flaming chicken that is Midoriya Izuku once again takes to the stage, ready for his next brawl that will determine whether he makes it to the final. Waving to the cheering crowd, Izuku took his place on the field. As Mei's doors opened, Present Mike continued, will fire be able to stand against the boundless creativity of the human mind? Hatsume Mei stands between Midoriya and either catapults him to victory or the rotisserie. From across the field, Mei waved to him, 10 million points. Help me advertise my babies, will ya? Izuku nodded. He'll gladly cooperate. Midnight raised her cat o' nine tails. Go wild, children, but don't forget the rules. Begin. Immediately, Mei whipped out what appeared to be a handheld rocket launcher and began firing projectiles. Izuku took to the air, realizing right away that these were homing missiles programmed to chase after objects bearing higher temperatures. The Phoenix was forced to unleash fireballs to intercept the missiles, lest he get knocked out of the sky. Mei laughed. Good one. Now, face this. A quick change to another launcher which fired not missiles, but large blasts of freezing cold water. While his body had no adverse reaction to water, Izuku was forced to dodge. Cold water was not an experience enjoyed by many. Izuku was no exception. If his body went into thermal shock, Mei could easily take him out after that. Is Midoriya on the defensive? Why is he not attacking? Present Mike wondered. I'm playing along, Yamada-sensei. Izuku thought inwardly. Now it's time to get serious. Dodging another blast of water, Izuku unleashed his fire again. Each projectile of water was met with a fireball, both canceling each other out and leaving a cloud of steam. Izuku allowed a volleying for a short while, before deciding that playtime was over. Like a raptor swooping down on its prey, Izuku shot towards Mei, braving a hailstorm of water. He grabbed her, shot up into the air, tossed her away with a loud YET. Already knowing that the match was over, Mei fished out a pellet from her pocket and tossed it at her landing point outside the boundary. It rapidly expanded into an airbag and broke her fall. Unfazed, Mei sat up and flashed a thumbs up. Thanks for the free advertising. Izuku returned the thumbs up. Hatsu Mei is out of bounds. Midoriya Izuku earns his place in the final match, Midnight declared. As the spectators cheered, Mei bounded up to Izuku and shook his hand. Kick some ass in the final, will ya? I'll certainly do my best. Both teams cleared off the field, allowing the match between Ochako and Fumikage to take place. Izuku noticed that his friends seemed to constantly have opponents of which he had no advantage over and were more or less on the same power level as him. The match between Fumikage and Ochako lasted much longer than his own. Both were determined to win, trading blows and attacks in an attempt to force the other into submission. Ochako tried multiple times to cancel Fumikage's gravity, though Dark Shadow would often prevent that through her own swiping attacks. It was evidently clear that with little to no background on hand-to-hand combat, this match was going to drag on. It lasted for about half an hour, of which both combatants wore each other down. One could say that Fumikage's victory at the end boiled down to sheer luck. Ochako, exhausted from the back and forth, stumbled on her feet, giving Fumikage and Dark Shadow the opportunity to deliver twin blows that not only hit the brunette's head, but the fall to the ground also knocked her out. Midnight declared the match over, and Fumikage slumped to the ground from his own exhaustion. Even though he was still conscious, seeing his friend in such a state prompted Izuku to request a stretcher to be also dispatched to save Fumikage the journey to the infirmary. Once the two teens had arrived, Ochako was tended to by Recovery Girl, while Izuku helped Fumikage replenish his energy. A 15-minute intermission was announced in order to give Ochako and Mei enough time to recuperate and prepare for the third-place match that preceded the final one that would determine the overall winner. Despite recovering from the apparent concussion she sustained, Ochako was determined to continue on. I won't give up just yet, she proclaimed to Izuku, Fumikage, and Recovery Girl. A hero always gives their all until the very end. I'm going out there and be plus ultra, just as you said, Midoriya. And really, who could stop someone with that much conviction? The intermission came to an end, and Ochako and Mei took their places on the field. Midnight flagged them off, and Ochako surged towards her opponent. Mei produced another launcher and fired a large weighted net at Ochako, who dodged out of the way and continued her trajectory towards the inventor. More nets were fired, and one was able to pin Ochako to the ground. Immediately, Mei was upon her, using her muscle weight to hold her opponent down, keeping her hands and legs anchored to the ground and immobilizing her. There was some struggle, as Midnight counted down 10 seconds like a boxing match referee. However, Mei's strength prevailed, and the match was over. Hatsu Mei is the second runner-up of the Yui Sports Festival. The crowd's amazed and raucous cheers signaled to Izuku and Fumikage that it was time to get ready. Fumikage, all the best, yeah. The raven-headed teen nodded, seemingly deep in thought. Izuku didn't think too much about this, assuming that his friend was just tackling the nerves of the imminent match. He never expected what was to come. Fumikage wasn't the only one who had something on his mind. Ever since being catapulted out of bounds by Mei's boxing glove launcher, Tenya hadn't really been paying attention to the subsequent matches up in 1A's seating gallery. Intrusive, unwanted thoughts spun in his head like a typhoon. There was a prominent ache in his heart and stomach, and his body twitched with shudders that he had no control over. The roars of the crowd, Present Mike's loud commentary, and the noise of battle taking place raked his ears, not helping to alleviate the pain his body was feeling. He had to remove himself from the current environment. He needed to find someplace quiet, where he could be alone to work out whatever torment he was going through without unwanted attention from others. Nobody said anything as Tenya got up from his seat and left the gallery. Even if someone did notice, they kept quiet. An empty corridor was Tenya's destination. The roar of the spectators could still be heard, but it was much more muffled now, as if further away. There was hardly anyone walking around, which helped with the stifling feeling clogging his lungs when he had been sitting up in the gallery. Yet, it seemed that the relative silence made his thoughts even louder. Basically, Tenya was confused and conflicted. It was an undisputed fact that one couldn't win everything in life. There was always someone better than you. It was expected that losses will be incurred in such competitive situations. Tenya rolled with logic. It was his lifeblood. It was the mantra that governed his waking hours and daily activities. But no matter how hard he tried to apply logic to the wound that showed no sign of healing on its own, it had no effect. The thoughts continued to spin, the ache only grew worse, and now it appeared that he was struggling to breathe. He had come to this corridor looking for solitude, but now all he wanted was for someone to hug him. He didn't want to be alone facing this. He wanted someone to be there for him. If only. Tenya, the bespectacled teen, turned around, his eyes widening. Tensei, what are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be in Hasu? The pro-hero Ingenium, dressed in his armored hero outfit, came up to his younger brother and embraced him tightly. I came straight over as soon as I saw your match. I figured that you wanted some company. But Hasu is over 4 hours away. My match was only about an hour ago. Tenya's eyes widened even more. Don't tell me you silly dolt, Tensei teased. Do you really think I ran all the way from Hasu to here? Recovery girl would tan my ass if I ever did that again. I took the Shinkansen. It would be much faster, after all. Furthermore, I wasn't going to let my only brother suffer through immense sadness all by himself. This was what Tenya's aching heart wanted. His role model, his big brother, holding him close just as he had always done since Tenya was a young boy. But he still had so many questions. Tensei ... Why does it hurt so much? I know that losing is expected in life, but it feels like my heart is bleeding. I tried to think things through, but my head continues to spin. Tensei tightened his hug. You're trying to suppress your emotions. You shouldn't do that. You're stifling your body's attempts to release the pain. I know it feels terrible, but it's okay to not be okay. Just let it out, Tenya. I'm not going anywhere. The dam collapsed. No one, other than Ingenium, was around to witness Tenya break down into hysterical sobs. The older of the two gently stroked his brother's hair, soothing the distressed teen as the tears flowed. The hug remained tight, a grounding sensation that helped keep Tenya stable as he properly processed his loss and emotion. For 20 minutes, neither of them moved until Tenya had calmed down sufficiently. Do you want anything to drink? Orange juice, perhaps? Tenya let out a shuddering breath. Why, yes, I would like that. Fumicage's thoughts did not pertain to Ibara's inflammatory declaration of his quirk being a demonic entity. This was nothing he wasn't familiar with. Children and adults alike have decried Dark Shadow as a monster ever since his childhood. Unlike his quirk, Fumicage wasn't even affected by Ibara's words. As he stood behind the metal doors, he contemplated on his chances of winning. Realistically, it wasn't big. The fact that he wore sunglasses whenever he was around Izuku should have been an easy answer. Izuku could create fire that was the very bane of Dark Shadow's existence. All his friend needed to do was create a conflagration, leaving him effectively quirkless and with minimal hand-to-hand combat capabilities. Little chance of winning. Izuku already had the match in the bag. Nothing else needed to be said. How then should he, Fumicage, concede defeat? He could attempt to put up a fight, but it would be pointless. Dark Shadow would be forced to go through a traumatic event for nothing. And as the darker recesses of his mind whispered, it would be a farce to Izuku, an insult even. It was clear that all he could reasonably do was loudly declare his intent to forfeit the match before it could officially begin. At least he could do so with dignity. And Izuku would be declared as the winner, as he rightfully and justly should. As the doors opened with a great rumble, Fumicage braced himself for what he was about to do. Facing off against the flaming chicken is the edgy raven of darkness, Tokoyami Fumicage. The tension and excitement was palpable, and Fumicage inwardly grimaced on not being able to give what the spectators wanted. Alas, there was nothing he could do without causing pain to Dark Shadow. Midnight raised her cat o'9 tails for what would be the last time. Go all out, you two. Give the audience one final hurrah and finish with a bang. This was it. This was the moment. Kayama-sensei. There is something I need to say. Fumicage spoke loudly, and just like that, the entire stadium fell silent. I wish to forfeit. No, Fumicage blinked. Izuku, Fumi, I don't want you to forfeit. You deserve your chance to win as well. Putting aside the fact that Izuku had somehow read his mind, Fumicage tried to argue his case. Izuku, the chances of me winning are almost non-existent. Your brightness will render me and Dark Shadow powerless. It is only logical that I forfeit now. Then we'll fight without quirks. I won't use my fire or wings, Izuku suggested. Fumicage remained steadfast. You still have the advantage of strength over me. All you need to do is wrestle me to the ground and pin me for 10 seconds. Again, you will win easily. Fine, we'll leave this to chance, Izuku proposed. One round of rock, scissors, paper, and the winner will win the sports festival. The entire stadium, and most of the country, watched on with no uncertain amounts of bemusement as both avians stepped closer, pumped clenched fists upon their palm, and produced their signals. Izuku made a scissors. Fumikage made a rock. Izuku grinned. And that settles it. He came to Fumicage's side and raised his friend's hand up. Ladies, gentlemen, and non-binary folk, I present to you all the winner of the Yui Sports Festival, Tokoyami Fumikage. Fumikage felt many things in that moment. Disbelief, some vestiges of uncertainty, a tiny bit of denial, a smidgen of surprise, a minuscule of joy, and a good amount of a need to screech into the void. It was evidently clear that the very real fact of him winning the sports festival over a children's game that could have gone either way still had not fully registered in his brain, even as he stood atop the first-place podium, slowing rising up to the eyes of the entire stadium and the country. On both his sides were Izuku in second place and Mei in third. The pink-haired inventor was having the time of her life, waving excitedly as they came into view to cheers and applause. Fireworks blasted overhead, and fountains of fire burst up from pyrotechnic jets, presenting to you all the three winners of the Yui Sports Festival. Both Fumikage and Izuku waved to the crowds. We've come a long way, hours of trials and tribulations, not to mention all kinds of shenanigans and impromptu therapy courtesy of one flaming chicken. What a festival this has been, but let's not end the day on a dull note. The stage is yours, Kayama. Thanks, Yamada. Midnight called back. It has been an exhilarating day thus far, but let's all muster up one last hurrah to honor our top three competitors. Thunderous applause followed. Let us proceed with the awards ceremony. Please welcome our esteemed principal of Yui, who will present the medals to our winners. Cheerful laughter echoed across the stadium. Hello everyone. Am I a mouse, dog, or bear? Either way, I am Principal Nezu. The Chimera waved to the crowd, taking his place by the podium. Midnight came up to her boss with a tray bearing the three medals. It's all on you now, Nezu-san. Reaching up and taking the bronze medal, Nezu went up to Mei. Congratulations, Hatsu. You have made history by being the first non-heroic student ever to make it to the podium. Your genius and unlimited creativity has shown to the entire country that the human mind can rival, even surpass quirks at their strongest. Take pride, Hatsum. This is a defining moment in your journey to becoming a top support inventor for future generations. Of course, my babies are gonna rock this world down to the very foundations. Mei accepted the medal with a blinding smile. The silver medal was next. Midoriya, I have to say, you have made this year's festival unexpectedly entertaining and game-changing. You have created waves today, and I will bet the fur on my head that you will continue to do so in the years to come. Never change, Midoriya, and you will go far. Putting the medal around the phoenix's neck, Nezu leaned in to give his favorite student a hug. In doing so, the Chimera whispered, "Meet me in my office after the festival ends. There is something I need to talk to you about." Izuku nodded. And finally, the gold medal, Tokoyami. Your performance today has shown to everyone watching that just because someone doesn't have a positive aesthetic or quirk, it doesn't mean that they can't be successful. And even if your final match was won by luck, you have still proven yourself by coming this far through your own skill and Dark Shadow's prowess. Many doors are opening for you, Tokoyami, and boundless opportunities await. Just like with Izuku, Nezu leaned close when slipping the medal around Fumicage's neck. Meet me in my office when this is over. I need to talk to you and Izuku about something important. All right, Fumikage whispered back. With a satisfied smile, Nezu turned back towards the students gathered before the podium. And there you have it, the winners of this year's sports festival. However, this is far from the end. Even though you did not make it this time around, that does not make you any less of a budding hope for the future. This is not a time to rest on our laurels, for when tomorrow comes, we must rise to new challenges. But I have confidence in every single one of you. Your potential for growth continues to flourish each day, and every challenge has a solution. You all, dear students, are the solutions that will ensure the lasting peace for this country and its citizens in the years to follow. Nezu paused to allow the students and spectators to cheer, but I've spoken for too long. I'm sure everyone is exhausted, and the weekend beckons our weary bodies. So to draw this sports festival to a close, I would like to invite everyone to one last hurrah. With me now, go beyond your best. Plus ultra. The entire stadium erupted, followed by raucous applause. And with that, we have come to the end of the sports festival. Please take care on your way home. And to our student participants, make sure to get a good rest. This is Present Mike and Aizawa Shouta, signing off. The voice hero concluded for the both of them. Thank you for taking the time to meet with me. There are some very important things we need to cover before the day is done, said Nezu, once all three were in the privacy of his office. Do they pertain to what I did to Enduhor? Asked Izuku. That's one of the things. But first things first, internships, Nezu replied. You may or may not be aware of this, but it is tradition for first-year heroic students to attend a week-long internship with a pro hero of their choice after the sports festival. As it is, Izuku, I already have an internship offer sent directly from Hawks, the number 3 hero. Exactly, Nezu nodded. He was so impressed by your performance during the obstacle course that he sent it even before the festival ended. Also, he wants you as an intern too, Fumikage. Yes, he was apparently so amused by your final match with Izuku that he is offering you an internship. In fact, I should be getting his email in a time. A pinging noise came from the Chimera's computer. Now. Both avians shared a look, deeply aware that this was an opportunity not to be passed up. That aside, if either one or both of you choose to intern with Hawks, there is something you need to know, Nezu continued. Hawks may be a full-fledged pro hero with his own agency, and among the top in the charts, but he has a dark history that I intend to do everything in my power to free him from. What do you mean? Asked Izuku, noticing the Chimera's troubled expression. I will start from the beginning, Nezu said. Before becoming Hawks, Takami Keigo grew up in an impoverished family with an abusive father. His childhood was a difficult one, but everything changed on one innocuous day. Keigo saved 6 lives from a would-be fatal car accident. And when word got out that the hero was actually a child, he was approached by representatives from the HPSC, the Hero Commission. Fumikage blinked. Exactly, Nezu nodded. Now, I will digress a bit here. The HPSC was set up as an independent law enforcement organization separate from the National Diet, with the intent to keep the peace in society and oversee pro-heroes. However, it is terribly ironic that they still tout such goals when in reality, the entire organization has festered from corruption. In an attempt to maintain the public's squeaky clean image of pro-heroes, the Commission has committed innumerable crimes at the expense of innocent civilians, groups, and even pro-heroes who tried to break the status quo. Is that why Nduhor has been able to get away with his quirk marriage and domestic abuse for so long? It appears so, Nezu confirmed. Keep in mind, you too, that I have been keeping tabs on Endeavor ever since he graduated from UA. Whenever someone or an organization, say a newspaper, suspected that something was going on in the Todoroki household, they either received a large donation from an unknown donor, or mysteriously stopped whatever investigation they had been spearheading. I can say with great certainty that it is either Endeavor or the HPSC who bribed their silence, or took drastic measures to make sure the monster's crimes did not come to light. Izuku and Fumikage glanced at one another, an uncomfortable sensation churning in their stomachs. Putting Endeavor's criminal ongoings aside for a moment, let's get back to Hawks for now, said Nezu. After he was approached by the Commission representatives, he was sold to the organization. From what I gathered, the meeting between his mother and the men was short, not even 15 minutes. Takami-san was paid an incredible sum, and her only child was put through an inhumane training regimen that would be described as nothing short of torture for over 10 years. Even after he set up his own agency, Hawks remained chained to the HPSC as a figurehead for the perfect hero. A beat of silence. How did you uncover all of this? Asked Fumikage. I have my quirk, high specs, to thank for that, Nezu replied. The firewalls and network security measures adopted by the HPSC are among the strongest in the country, but I was able to spot and take advantage of the tiniest chinks in their digital armor to create a hole small enough for me to get in without notifying their servers that their security had been breached. But I suppose that even with all of this evidence, you can't go public with them yet. That's right, the principal nodded. I am but a mere individual. Why would the government listen to an animal with a quirk that barely puts him on the same level as humans? Also, the HPSC and Endeavor engage with some of the most powerful law firms in the country that help them cover their tracks. Nothing short of a public confession will be enough to bring them to justice. Izuku took a sip of his offered tea and set the cup down. Principal Nezu, be honest with us. Why else will you be telling us all of this information other than on the possibility that we will intern with Hawks? Nezu was more than ready to be honest with his favorite student. Izuku, you came really close to following in Hawk's footsteps last year. What do you mean? When your quirk manifested and you cremated that slime villain in front of 3 pro heroes, law enforcement personnel and a crowd of civilians, the stage would have been set for representatives from the HPSC to come knocking at your door. Think about it. A pyrokinetic quirk that could cremate individuals to ashes in seconds. There is no way the Commission would not have set their sights on you, had it not been for external events keeping their attention away. As it was, the HPSC was still weathering the fallout from one of their associates getting into trouble with the Taiwanese government, which temporarily kept their attention away from what happened in Musutafu. Izuku didn't know what to say. He hadn't even considered such a scenario when he saved Katsuki from the villain and the hero's ineptitude. But that doesn't mean that the Commission will lay off their pursuit. Nezu continued, your public revelations about Endeavor during your match with Shouto has triggered a media firestorm that currently shows no sign of stopping. I know that you haven't had a chance to see social media yet, but have a look at what is trending now. The Chimera swiveled his computer screen to let Izuku see. It was of the Twitter homepage, with several hashtags running into overdrive with thousands of mentions and posts coming in by the minute. Hashtag is Endeavor a criminal. Hashtag Flaming Chicken Whistleblower hash. Hashtag HPSC cover up. Hashtag Endure hash. Hashtag Down with Endeavor hash. Hashtag Dissolve HPSC. Izuku, you may not have intended it to be so, but this is a good example of a character assassination. Endeavor and the HPSC will not be taking this sitting down. And while I will wholeheartedly assist you with any legal action pursued by Endeavor, you need to be aware that the Commission will see this as an excuse to target you in earnest. They may try to bribe or deceive you and your mother, just like as they did with Hawks, or use more clandestine means to silence your voice. What I am saying, Izuku, is that you need to be careful. Before your match with Shadow, I had hoped that your internship offer from Hawks would allow us to begin the process of freeing him from the HPSC's control. But in light of such additional revelations, things have become more complicated. You have a target painted on your back, and several arrows are being drawn. Remember, people will do anything to maintain the status quo, even if it means blood being spilt. Do you want to talk about it? Asked Fumikage. I think Principal Nezu covered all important bases, Izuku replied as he let Dark Shadow hug him, so honestly, there isn't really much to talk about. I will need to be careful with any suspicious figures, and I should inform my mum about it too. Fumikage nodded with a sigh. Just when I thought our society couldn't get any worse, I am sadly proven otherwise. It is undeniable. But we're going to fix this, one way or another, Izuku said firmly. I won't let my sports festival speech become meaningless platitudes. Even if I have to reduce someone to ashes, I won't hesitate. Just make sure to cover your tracks if it comes to that, Fumikage reminded. Most definitely. The weekend passed with no major incidents or hiccups. While this could have been seen as a promising sign, Izuku remained vigilant. In all likelihood, the Commission was biding their time for the right moment to begin their assault. He was not going to give them a reason to strike earlier, though. Izuku would have to be living under a rock to not notice all of the articles, videos, even memes of him that sprung up on the internet following the sports festival. The last one in particular was both funny and cringy at the same time, especially those which centered around him eating any and everything internet users could imagine, and a satirical warning for all men to buy groin protectors, lest a flaming chicken comes around to ruin their family jewels. That one actually stemmed from a real-life surge in purchases of said protectors, especially among male pro-heroes who suddenly realized their hubris and sought protection for their manliness. But that wasn't even the most outrageous reaction to Izuku's performance. As the Phoenix found out on Sunday night, he had a cult following with over 1,000 members who gathered in abandoned warehouses at night to perform religious ceremonies and make sacrifices, which are mostly wax models of Endeavor's head melted over a sacred fire before a full-sized golden statue of Izuku, posed like a venerated angel or god. Izuku knew that if he responded to such attention or seemed to embrace it in a positive manner, it would give the HPSC the excuse they needed to come after him. So he stayed quiet, and come Monday, despite the whispers and sneak glances at him throughout his train ride, he ignored it all and met up with Fumikage at the station as always. It was raining that morning, so the two avians shared an umbrella as they trudged up to the main campus. They joined their fellow classmates, lingering around until the bell rang. Those who weren't already at their desks quickly slipped into place, as Aizawa sauntered into the room with a thermos of coffee that was as large as his head. Good morning, class. Morning, sensei. Before we begin with homeroom, I have a couple of announcements to make, the eternally tired hobo drawled. Today, a new student will be joining our class. You all should know who he is by now. He turned towards the door. You can come in now. It opened, and a nervous Hitoshi stepped inside. Shinsu, you'll be taking the seat behind Midoriya. The purple-haired insomniac nodded, hurrying over to the desk and sitting down. Second, Aizawa continued, we will be having a special hero informatics class during homeroom. Several students stiffened. Was this a pop quiz? We will be choosing your hero names today. Aizawa put those fears to rest. The relief was mixed with excited cheers. The hobo glared, quirk activated, prompting everyone to go silent immediately. As I was saying, this is in conjunction to the internships most of you will be partaking in. Aizawa continued, usually, this would have been only offered to second and third year students. But in light of the USJ incident, the school has decided to extend it to all first-year heroic students. Not only are we proving that you all are work-ready, it also shows that you are worthy of being future pro-heroes. I shouldn't have to remind you that your overall performance and behavior during your internship could make or break your career before it even begins. Everyone got the message. Before we move to hero names, these are the number of offers for each student in this class. Aizawa activated the holographic screen, and all 20 names appeared. A horizontal bar chart manifested with a descending number of offers. Despite being eliminated relatively early during the sports festival, Shouto's name was at the top with several thousand offers. Fumikage was second, followed by Tenya and then Momo. Near the bottom of the list, Izuku's name stood with slightly over 70 offers. Aizawa-sensei. Mina raised her hand. Mido-kun came second during the festival. Why does he have so few offers? Most hero agencies would rather not have someone who will not hesitate to castrate the number 2 hero and declare it on live television. Aizawa replied. Also, I must point out that the majority of agencies in Japan are run by male pro heroes who are extremely sensitive about their family jewels. Nothing else needed to be said further. Shinsu will be interning with me since he has only been in the heroics course since last Friday. Aizawa turned off the screen, crouched down, and produced 19 binders of varying thickness. At the end of homeroom, come collect your folder. It contains every internship offer made to you. Read through each of them carefully and inform me of your selection by the end of this week. Are we all clear? Yes, sensei. Good. The hobo nodded. Now with that out of the way, we can move on to selecting your brand name, for you will parade your stuff come next week. The door slammed open, revealing an excited Midnight as she walked into the room, hips swaying side to side in an obvious show of seduction. Midnight will oversee the next 25 minutes. I'm going to sleep. Don't disturb me unless she is unable to handle the problem. Someone is dying. Or Midoriya decided to go feral and castrate All Might as well. While such a concept is entertaining, there's no need for the call-out, Izuku thought to himself. Whiteboards were distributed. Izuku took his from Tetsu and began mulling over ideas. About 5 minutes in, Midnight announced, "All right, children, those who already have something to present can come up front." As Yu and Mina went up and had their draft ideas rejected for being too long or copyrighted, Izuku got out of his seat and went over to Fumikage. "Hey, how's your name coming along? I've got some ideas, but I want something that represents who I am. Since you have a dark, gothic aesthetic going on, maybe something along that line." "Interesting, I'll give it some thought." Fumikage nodded. "What about you?" "Actually, I would like to know if you're willing to have a duo name with me." "A duo name?" "Yeah, like, have you heard about the Wild Pussycats?" "They sound vaguely familiar." "They are a quartet of pro heroes with a feline aesthetic. They each have their own individual hero names, but most people know them by their team name. I was thinking, since we're both avians, we could have a duo name." Fumikage understood where his friend was coming from. "So, I have a hero name associated with darkness, and yours with light." "That's what I had in mind." "Sounds interesting." Fumikage grinned. "I can see the appeal. So if we're going to go with that line, I have an idea. How about Amaterasu, named after the goddess of the sun?" "I like that. And I suppose you are going to call yourself Tsukayomi, after the god of the moon." "It fits." Fumikage nodded. Both worked to finalize their names. As they did so, Shouto suddenly came up to them. "Midoriya, Tokoyami, I need your help." "What's up, Shouto?" "I can't quite decide on a name," the dual quirk teen admitted, looking a little sheepish. "What did you have in mind?" asked Fumikage. "I was thinking of going with my given name," Shouto replied. "I don't want people to associate me with my father, but I'm not entirely sure." "Sit with us," Izuku said. "I'm sure we can come up with something." As the trio brainstormed, more students came up to present their names. Tenya went with the speed hero, track star. Mashira decided on the martial art heroine, tailspin. Nezu settled on the six-armed hero, multitasker, and Momo went with the creation heroine, Genesis. Hitoshi decided on mind check, something simpler since he declared his intention to go into underground heroics like Aizawa. Homeroom was almost over, with only 5 minutes left. "We only have 3 more to go. Midoriya, Tokoyami, and Todoroki, come forward so we can wrap things up." The trio went up front. Shouto decided to go first. The thermodynamic hero, Frost Flare. Extremely fitting. Midnight beamed. "I approve." "Now, what about you two?" "Kayama-sensei, Fumikage and I decided on duo names," Izuku said. "Oh, what do you have in mind?" Midnight was intrigued. "The hero of light, Amaterasu. And I will go as the hero of darkness, Tsukayomi, going for the mythological and yin-yang appeal." "Well, you two certainly fit the aesthetic, so I approve." Aizawa awakens as if on cue. "With that settled, your internships will last for a week and Yui will cover for travel expenses to your choice of agency and back. Make sure to choose carefully. Each pro hero specializes in different areas. You could either have a fruitful experience during your internship, or a complete waste of time. That is all. Get ready for English next. So you two are going to intern with Hawks?" Hitoshi asked after a bite of food. "That's our plan," Fumikage replied, with Izuku nodding. "We might learn quite a bit from him, being the number 3 hero after all. And not because you two have bird characteristics?" Hitoshi asked in jest. "I believe that may have been a small part of why he sent us offers, though it has more to do with our sports festival performances," Izuku replied. Hitoshi made a noise of acknowledgement, before turning to Shouto. And what about you? I would probably have to intern with my father. The flaming dickbag. That insult made Shadow's eyes lighten a little. I absolutely despise him, but he would know the most on how to control my fire. If that's your reason, why not Izuku? I'm sure Hawks wouldn't mind his intern teaching his own intern for a time during the week. It was clearly a joke, but the nature of the conversation topic was not lost. Shadow, if you're not comfortable interning with Enduhor, Hitoshi snickered at the bastardized name. I'm sure Aizawa-sensei will be willing to take you as an intern. If there is one pro hero who knows what he's doing, it's him. I'll think about it. There wasn't much else to say beyond that. Good afternoon, Meijiru-san and I sit with you all. Momo suddenly appeared with Kayuka by her side. We were a little late to the cafeteria, and all of the tables were taken. By all means, Izuku nodded. Once the two girls sat down and gave thanks for the food, the conversation picked up again. Where do you two intend to internship at? Asked Fumikage. Haven't decided yet, Kayuka replied. I had a quick glance at my binder earlier, Momo added. The offer from the pro-heroine Uobami appears interesting. No, absolutely not. Izuku suddenly interrupted, surprising everyone at the table. Do not choose Uobami under any circumstances. What do you mean? As Aizawa-sensei said earlier, you will be setting yourself up for a waste of time, Izuku explained. Uobami can hardly be considered a proper pro-heroine. More often than not, she is too busy promoting her latest line of cosmetics or participating in fashion runway shows. My instinct is that she will just use you as some kind of background model in one of her commercials, rather than teach you anything meaningful. Kayuka found her tongue after a moment. How do you know this? Uobami pushes the limit of her media presence whenever she can. I've seen far too many of her commercials taking up airtime on television or YouTube for it to be normal. It doesn't take much to know that she is merely using her status as a licensed pro-heroine to boost her monetary sales. Also, Yaorazu-san, if you hear of anyone else from our class or 1B intending to intern with her, I strongly recommend that you try to persuade them to choose someone else if possible. Okay, I will, Momo nodded. I guess I have to do a more thorough scan of my offers. If it helps, I wouldn't mind going through them with you if you have some spare time, Izuku offered. When I was younger, I used to analyze pro heroes a lot, so I might be able to help narrow down some possibilities. Momo's eyes lit up. Would you? I would be most appreciative of your help. Just let me know. I'll be there, Izuku nodded. There was a lull in the conversation after that. Hitoshi swallowed his last mouthful of food, before noticing that Shadow appeared to be staring intently at his phone. Yo, Candy Cane, what's got your attention? Startling out of his trance, Shadow blinked. Sorry, what? Reading something interesting? Hitoshi asked. Well, apparently the hero killer has gone missing. That got everyone's attention. The hero killer, Stain, the former vigilante-turned-villain who has killed over 24 pro-heroes and permanently incapacitated over 50 others. Kayuka raised an eyebrow. Shadow nodded. And he's gone missing, Fumikage parroted. That's what people are saying. Shadow continued. There hasn't been any new attacks in over 2 weeks, when according to estimates, Stain would have targeted 1 pro-hero per week. People are beginning to speculate about what happened to him. Isn't that a good thing? Momo asked. Yeah, but why would he suddenly disappear into thin air? Hitoshi wondered. Didn't he proclaim that his goal is to rid the world of all fake heroes, and he won't stop until society has been cleansed? I don't know, Shadow shrugged. The only thing that is certain is that he hasn't been seen in weeks. Despite staying silent throughout that revelation, Izuku was in deep thought. A notorious villain that pro-heroes and law enforcement alike were thus far not able to capture, suddenly going missing. No matter how he tried to rationalize it, the whole thing smelled of rotten fish. There was definitely something going on here. Perhaps when he and Fumikage traveled to Fukuoka, he will bring this up to Hawks. Come a week later, and Wana had gathered at Yui Station, dressed smartly in their uniforms and carrying metal suitcases containing their hero outfits, ready to be debriefed by their homeroom teacher just before setting off. Make sure to be on your best behavior at all times. You all are representing Yui as you get a taste of the working environment. Don't do anything stupid that will dishonor the school or yourself as an individual. Also, do not wear your hero outfits unless given express permission by your interning agency. You are not full-fledged, licensed pro-heroes just yet, so under no circumstances do you assume that just because you are working in an agency, you get to call yourself one right now. Am I clear? Yes, sensei. The 18 students who were about to leave chorused back. Aizawa nodded, Hitoshi and Shadow by his sides. After spending a couple of days thinking hard about it, the dual quirk team decided to submit a special request asking the insomniac hobo to take him as an intern, in a move that raised more than a couple of eyebrows when it was disclosed. From Shadow's actual account, Endeavor had blown such a huge gasket that the training room had been completely burnt out following a massive temper tantrum courtesy of a man who was not used to being snubbed. Luckily, Shadow was not around when the monster that was his sperm donor lost his marbles. and had staked out in Momo's place of residence until Endeavor had sufficiently calmed down. The man did try to overrule his son's choice of internship, but Nezu pulled out such a complex legal performance which Izuku personally felt almost slipped into blackmail territory, that it forced Endeavor to back off lest he gets put into an uncomfortable position with the fickle thing known as public opinion. In the end, Shouto's choice of internship remained secure, though at the unfortunate cost of Nezu's office carpeting, which the Chimera made sure to bill Endeavor's agency for compensation. Back to the matter at hand, Aizawa only had one last thing to say: stay safe out there. And for the love of everything that is holy, do not seek trouble. You are dismissed. The 18 students dispersed. Most went out on their own, though a few departed in pairs. Izuku and Fumikage headed to their platform to an express train down to Tokyo, before boarding 2 Shinkansen rides that would take them to Fukuoka. All in all, the journey would take up the best of the daylight hours, with the expected arrival at Hawk's agency around dinner time. They didn't have to wait long for their express train. It rolled into the platform at exactly 9:30 on the dot. It was fairly crowded with all manner of other passengers, but the pair were lucky enough to grab adjacent seats for themselves. They settled in for an hour-long journey to Tokyo. You seem deep in thought, Izuku, Fumikage remarked, something on your mind. I'm just thinking that I will have to go against Aizawa-sensei's final instructions. Fumikage raised an eyebrow. Not to seek out trouble? Izuku nodded. Remember Shouto telling us last week that Stain has gone missing? Fumikage didn't say anything, merely nodding in acknowledgement. The whole thing smells fishy. Stain is an extremely determined character, almost to a fault. Nothing short of the world coming to an end will stop him from finishing his goal to purge society of all fake heroes. The fact that his attacks have stopped and no one has seen him for weeks only means that something must have happened to him. It's impossible to tell what exactly happened with so little information. But him, a villain with so much notoriety, it can only mean something bad. What if he is planning to team up with other criminals? Or even the Bogeman himself? Fumikage had to admit, his friend's worries were legitimate. I'm hoping that when we arrive at Hawk's agency, I can raise my concerns with him. With a bit of luck, Hawks might be interested to pursue an investigation to begin uncovering what happened to Stain. But what if Hawks decides that it's not worth pursuing? From what I read about him, Hawks can be quite laid back. Then I'll drop the topic. But if Stain reappears and causes even more chaos, it will be legitimate grounds for an extreme I told you so. Though I don't think you should take that as an excuse to castrate Hawks. Well, if he keeps up with the trends, he should have bought a groin protector by now. So even if I wanted to, there wouldn't be much effect. Yes, but your knee isn't the only means to ruin someone's family jewels. Just don't castrate the number 3 hero, Izuku, please. Once they arrived in Tokyo, the pair stopped by a shop to grab their lunch bento boxes and some snacks for the 5-hour Shinkansen ride to Fukuoka. Their first ride would end in Osaka over 2.5 hours, before their second ride to Fukuoka taking up the remaining time. After getting their tickets, they headed down to the platform where the bullet train had just pulled in. They found their seats, got themselves comfortable, and dug into their lunches. The Shinkansen departed from Tokyo at 12:30 on the dot. There wasn't much in the means of entertainment in their carriage, so phones were whipped out. However, Izuku and Fumikage didn't have ears in the human sense, forcing them to use headsets to listen to their playlists instead when a majority of people would be using earbuds. It also had the unfortunate consequence of not allowing either one of them to share their playlists with each other, a thought that was shared unknowingly by the pair. Still, fate allowed an opportunity for unexpected intimacy in a different way. After a half-hour layover in Osaka, the pair boarded a different bullet train that would take them to Fukuoka. By this point, Fumikage had gotten a little drowsy from the long journey thus far. Not within 20 minutes of leaving Osaka, a sleepy raven had gone under, and his head fell onto Izuku's shoulder, catching his attention. Fume. The soft whistling from his friend's breathing was the telltale sign that he was in dreamland. Izuku smiled softly, reaching over to card his fingers through Fumicage's feathers. Despite their sharp appearance, they were actually really soft. In the manner that was probably by rote, Fumikage cooed in his sleep. Izuku's heart squeezed. If anyone had passed by, most would have spent a few seconds staring at the goofy smile that was plastered on the phoenix's beak. Not even Dark Shadow emerging to teasingly sing that silly Kissing song was enough to erase that smile. In fact, the idea of kissing Fumikage didn't sound that bad to Izuku. He just wondered, though, how it would work. It was about 5:45 in the evening when Izuku and Fumikage emerged from the station and began their short walk towards Hawk's agency, dubbed the aviary by the man himself. At first glance, the name fits, given that Hawks had the wings of a raptor, and he was likely playing off with his traits. But as Izuku and Fumikage arrived at the agency in proper, they quickly realized just how far the number 3 hero wanted to emphasize the name. The aviary was a tall, glass-windowed skyscraper in the middle of downtown Fukuoka with a large domed atrium at the front. When Izuku and Fumikage entered the main lobby, they were stunned that above them were expansive, man-made branches of trees attached to the base of the glass dome. On these branches and flying around the dome were hundreds of different bird species from all over the world. Now, the two students were not bird watchers to begin with, but they could easily identify parrots, toucans, hornbills, and many more flying above. Izuku even thought he saw a large eagle of some sort, perched on one of the branches, watching over the others like a silent guardian. Amazing, ain't it? You two aren't going to be the last to be surprised. Izuku and Fumikage tore their eyes away from the birds. Approaching them at a relaxed pace was Hawks himself. Welcome, fledglings, to the aviary. Thank you for having us, Hawks-san. Izuku bowed, as did Fumikage. It is a true honor to be your interns for this coming week. The pleasure is all mine, kiddos, Hawks smiled. And please, call me Keigo. No need to be stuffy with titles and all. We're going to be around one another for the week ahead, so it's all chill, yeah. Well, who could say no to that? Come on, I'll give you a tour of the premises. We have a busy itinerary for this week, so let's get you two acquainted, yeah. Doctor, how is the latest experiment coming along? There are a few complications, Master. His quirk is extremely problematic. It is almost as if it is trying to absorb whatever I try to pump into his veins. Keep working at it. This is our best chance to demonstrate to those pitiful heroes that I am not to be ignored. Even though we lost our pawns, we are far from defeated. Do not fail me. Yes, Master, the doctor quickly nodded, scuttling off back to the laboratory. The door quickly shut, leaving the bogeyman to his thoughts amid the whirring of his life support machines. He still had no answers to how his pawns could have disappeared, but he was all but certain that they had no further use to him, which was unfortunate, since Kurogiri was an invaluable advantage and Tamura was the perfect heir. It had been incredibly difficult, acquiring his latest test subject. Favors were called in, threats were made, and money exchanged hands, but it was done. His experiment was brought to him under quirk-suppressing binds just before the start of the Yui Sports Festival, and the doctor has been working on him ever since. It was extremely trying work thus far, but he didn't care. A problematic quirk was not going to stop his plans for widespread fear and destruction. He might have been hit with a major setback thanks to the loss of his pawns, but with the success of his latest experiment, he will regain the ground that he lost. It was honestly a lot to take in. The main skyscraper floors were divided into sections for offices, training rooms, a medical center, and suites for visitors, interns like Izuku and Fumikage, and sidekicks who chose to live at the aviary instead of their homes. The top two floors belonged to Keigo as his own personal living quarters. Once the tour had concluded, Keigo gave his new interns lanyards with key cards attached to them. These will grant you access to most of the rooms that I've just showed you, including where you two will be staying during the course of your internship, said the winged hero. Come on, I think you'll like it. Keigo brought them back down to the topmost floor of the residential section. Down a corridor that wouldn't look out of place in a hotel, they stopped at one of the doors. Keigo unlocked it with his own key card and opened it. Izuku nodded to himself. It was indeed quite nice. The room was large, about the same size as an expensive, high-end hotel room. While there was no gaudy displays of luxurious opulence, it was clean and tastefully decorated. There were 2 queen-sized beds, one for each of them. A desk and office chairs stood at one corner. A large plasma screen television placed itself in front of the beds, and the sliding doors of a large wardrobe took up the opposite end of the room. Glass windows presented a panoramic view of downtown Fukuoka, the setting sun beaming a bright glow through the room. I do, in fact, like it, said Fumikage. Keigo beamed. Excellent. Now, I'm sure you two must be hungry. One of my sidekicks had gone out to grab dinner for all of us, so he should be back anytime soon. In the meantime, I want to introduce you two to my other sidekicks. One of them really wants to meet you both in person actually. He's been bouncing off the walls since the sports festival. Izuku and Fumikage shared a look. Who could that be? You two look so amazing in real life. Izuku and Fumikage probably would have preened, if not for how in your face the subject of the praise was acting before them. Hanada Xiaoyu was a newly graduated 18-year-old from Ketsubutsu, and his quirk gave him the wings of a crow. Despite being older than Izuku and Fumikage, his excitement was almost childlike and full of wonder. Especially you, Midoriya. Xiaoyu turned his attention towards Izuku proper. You completely demolished your competition during the sports festival. Your fire was just whoosh and bam. Not even the son of Endeavor could hold a candle to your might. Is this the reason why Fumi wears sunglasses around me? The Phoenix wondered to himself. Xiaoyu then turned his flattering onslaught upon poor Fumikage. You are cool too. Even though people might be afraid of your dark aesthetic and your quirk, you proved yourself by reaching the finals. And you had luck on your side. You showed that anyone can make it in this world. It would have been terribly rude for Fumikage to turn away from Xiaoyu's sheer brightness. So he duked it out, despite his current pair of sunglasses not really providing that much protection. Luckily, there was someone to rein in the sun before it blinded both avians. Xiaoyu, we've talked about this. Please do not bombard guests with praise that they may or may not have asked for. Keigo perked up. Ah, Ushiwaka, you're back. Ushijima Wakatoshi was another sidekick who worked alongside Keigo. Just like Xiaoyu, he graduated from Ketsubutsu and was the raven-winged sunshine senior at school. His quirk gave him the wings of an eagle. And as Izuku and Fumikage would learn over time, Wakatoshi acted almost like a guardian for Xiaoyu. Since his family lived all the way up north in Miyagi and most of their Ketsubutsu friends had gone to different places upon graduation. Though, if Izuku trusted the voice in his head and gut, Xiaoyu and Wakatoshi's relationship could potentially go beyond a simple senpai-kuhai dynamic if pushed in the right direction, especially given how Xiaoyu literally pounced onto Wakatoshi like an excited child. And all the taller man did was catch him with one arm and a warm smile. He'll definitely have to relay his thoughts to Fumikage about this. Did you manage to get everyone's order? Yes, Keigo-san. All right, everyone. Keigo clapped his hands. Chow time. Those present gathered around the conference table. The plastic bags were opened to reveal several boxes of fried chicken. I did not expect that, Izuku thought to himself. Fumikage was on the same wavelength, and he couldn't stop himself from asking the pro-hero, Keigo-san ... Does it count as cannibalism if you eat chicken? Silence befell the conference room before everyone else burst into raucous laughter. Xiaoyu in particular looked extremely smug. Pay up, Waka-chan. I knew that he was going to ask that on his first day. To his credit, Wakatoshi didn't grumble, instead handing his kuhai a 5,000 yen note from his pocket. Keigo, for his part, was unfazed. Nope, chickadee. I'm not fully bird, so it doesn't count. Fun fact though, raptors are known to eat smaller birds as part of their diets. So even you, Izuku, should have no trouble with poultry. Izuku shrugged. I eat all kinds of meat. Then there's no problem, Keigo replied. Dig in, fledglings, it's not every day we get to indulge in fried stuff. Better make the most of it. First day. Quite interesting, I'll say, Izuku remarked as he relaxed into his bed. Hawks is a really relaxed individual, Fumikage commented from his own bed as he fed Dark Shadow some berries. If it weren't for the fact that we know his dark past, I'd say that there was nothing wrong behind the facade. Izuku made a noise of acknowledgement. Both knew that they were going to face off against an uphill battle, and a resolution would not come anytime soon. Say, do you notice anything about Hinata-san and Ushijima-san? About how intimately close they are, despite purportedly being just a senpai and kuhai? Yeah, Izuku sat up. They're essentially acting like a couple without realizing it. Dark Shadow spoke up. Who is Izu going to be a matchmaker? Not explicitly, Shadow-chan, the Phoenix replied. Maybe give them a prod or nudge, but nothing too overt. What if their relationship really is just an unusually close senpai and kuhai one? Asked Fumikage. Then I'll back off, Izuku replied. I'm not going to start a ship drama over something that never existed in the first place. Fumikage nodded, though Dark Shadow looked a little disappointed. Izuku checked the time. I'm going to use the bathroom. Have you brushed your teeth yet? Already did, Izuku. The Phoenix went to perform his nightly rituals, while Fumikage went to change into his pajamas. Tomorrow was a big day. There was no time for joking around. Izuku had deliberately left the curtains parted slightly before he and Fumikage went to bed so that the morning sun could wake them up. It did, but it also had the unintended effect of making the Phoenix realize that there was someone else in his bed too. Sleeping peacefully, curled up to his side, was Fumikage. Not that Izuku minded, of course, and the Phoenix had a good reason to believe why his closest friend would climb into his own bed in the middle of the night. Shadow-chan probably got a little too rowdy, and Fumikage wanted his nightly 8 hours. As it is, it was time to wake up. Izuku gently shook his friend. Hey Fumi, rise and shine. The raven-headed teen would take a few moments to awaken. Fumikage sat up, yawned loudly, and looked around rather dazedly. What ... time is it? Just past 7, Izuku replied. Did Shadow-chan cause you problems? Fumikage rubbed his eyes, a little bit. I hope you didn't mind my presence. Oh, no trouble at all, Izuku dismissed. I didn't even hear or feel you slide into my bed. And I don't mind sharing, especially to keep Shadow-chan in check. Thank you, Izuku. When is Keigo-sen coming to get us? About another 15 minutes. You want to use the bathroom first? I think I'm fine. You can go ahead first. Cool, I won't take too long. The aviary did have a cafeteria where the sidekicks, employees, and even Keigo himself frequented for their daytime meals. However, on this particular morning, the winged hero decided to take his 2 interns out into Fukuoka to grab their breakfast, partly because he wanted to give a short tour of the surrounding city, but also because Keigo joked about how sick he was eating pretty much the same food from the cafeteria all the time. Keigo might have laughed and brushed off his jokes, but Izuku didn't find it as funny, and one glance at Fumikage showed that his friend was on the same wavelength, being made to eat the same kind of food all the time. That was an immediate red flag about the activities of a higher power with sinister intentions. But neither teen voiced that out. Now wasn't the time to delve into difficult conversations. That would come later, once they had broken their fasts and returned to the agency. That was when the real training began. First and foremost, quirks. Izuku's training focused more on flight, since this was Keigo's specialty. The Phoenix's wings didn't have the same abilities that Keigo was capable of. But it was still imperative that Izuku was able to maintain his flight even in less than ideal circumstances. That was where the wind tunnel came in. Naturally, it was located underground to minimize damage to the building and the surrounding area. Keigo explained as he guided Izuku and Fumikage down that the speed capabilities cover an extremely wide range, starting from a mild breeze to the highest category of typhoon or hurricane known to mankind. For today's training, Izuku would take flight in the tunnel and face wind speeds that would gradually increase. Keigo and Fumikage went to the control room, while Izuku got into position. "Are you ready, fledgling?" "Hit it, Keigo-san." The winged hero started the turbine, and a gentle breeze at the lowest setting blew through the tunnel. It lifted Izuku's crest feathers, but it was far from enough to knock him over. Izuku rose up a few meters. "Ready for more." "Bring it." Every 20 seconds, Keigo upped the speed. From a gentle breeze, it became stronger, still not enough to inflict much damage on Izuku. Then it approached a gale. This forced Izuku to flap his wings a little harder. The gale blew harder, and the Phoenix found himself in considerable discomfort, fighting against the strengthening wind that was steadily pushing him back. Then Keigo upped it to one of the higher speeds, equivalent of a storm. Izuku was violently thrown backwards, right out of the wind's reach. He fell onto a padded mat and rolled to a stop. The turbine was turned off. Keigo and Fumikage emerged from the control room just as Izuku picked himself up. "Not bad, fledgling," the winged hero grinned. "You survived up to a storm. Most of my sidekicks would usually get thrown back after a strong gale on their first attempt." "Good to know where I stand." The Phoenix brushed his feathers down. "I suppose you are capable of withstanding a typhoon or hurricane, Keigo-san?" "Not without years of training," Keigo replied. "Hopefully, by the end of the week, we can get you stable under strong storm conditions. Now come on, it's Fumi's turn now." Leading his interns away from the wind tunnel, Keigo brought them back up to the surface. In one of the many training rooms appeared to be a bright spotlight at one end. There was no other furniture, just 4 walls painted black, and that spotlight, which Fumikage instinctually guessed was going to be a lot brighter than it appeared to be capable. "This is to test Dark Shadow's ability to endure brightness," Keigo explained. "Now before we start, there are safety precautions you must adhere to, Fumi. As you might have guessed, this spotlight can go up to a brightness that can literally roast your eyeballs without the proper protection. So you will need these." The hero produced a pair of tinted goggles, "and keep them on at all times until I say that the test is over." "Is it brighter than Izuku on a regular day?" Fumikage asked, half in jest, half seriously. "Trust me when I say that it is," Keigo replied, patting his intern's shoulder. Fumikage put on the goggles. "Goodness, I can barely see anything now." "It won't remain like that for long," Keigo said. "Come on, Izu. Let's head behind the shield." Into a second control room, with the windows so tinted that they barely could make out Fumicage's outline through the glass. Keigo shut the door tightly and manned himself at the controls. "Fumi, we are about to commence the test. Have Dark Shadow come out." The shadow being emerged, looking nervous. "We're starting at notch 1. The spotlight turned on to about the intensity of a normal ceiling lamp, and from behind the tinted glass, the room came into slightly better view. To Fumikage, there was barely any difference with the goggles on. Then it went to notch 2, and the brightness increased. Notch 3, and Dark Shadow whimpered. Notch 4, and with the brightness equivalent to a stage spotlight, the shadow being began trembling. Notch 5 came, and Fumikage had to physically stop his quirk from retreating back into his body. But come notch 6, equivalent of a stadium spotlight shining directly at them, Dark Shadow screeched in pain and dove right back into her host so hard that Fumikage fell backwards. The spotlight was turned off, and the room returned to dimness. Keigo and Izuku emerged from the control room, the latter rushing over to help his friend up. "Not bad, Fumi. Dark Shadow's tolerance is commendable." "Thank you, Keigo-san." "Out of curiosity, how high can the spotlight go?" "Up to the equivalent of a nuclear explosion." "I don't expect your quirk to endure such extremes, but hopefully we can get her up to around notch 7 or 8 by the end of this week." "I think that is doable." "Excellent. Now let's take a short break. We're going to work on your hand-to-hand combat prowess afterwards. There will come a time where your quirks will be insufficient on the field. Whether you can hold your own ground through just basic physical attacks could determine if you live or die." This was not an alien concept. Both Izuku and Fumikage knew full well that quirks are not the game changer in the field of heroism. There will always be someone out there who could nullify their abilities. In those situations, pure brawn could very well be the only means of ensuring their own survival as well as others. Meet me in training room 7 on the 11th floor in about 20 minutes. Yes, Keigo-san. I'm so sore. Fumikage groaned. Wanna use the bathtub this time? Could you help me get there? I don't think I can move much. To say that Keigo did them over like pancakes would be an understatement. Izuku and Fumikage had tasted faux leather before when training with Aizawa for the sports festival, but Keigo was on another level that far surpassed their homeroom teacher. Even without using his wings, Keigo had them onto the mat in seconds. His speed was astronomical, as were his flexibility and reflexes. In simple terms, Izuku and Fumikage stood no chance. It was, from then on, decided that more time would be dedicated towards physical combat training. Both Izuku and Fumikage knew that if their bodies were sore now, things were going to get much worse over the coming day. At least the bathtub was big enough for both of them. Nighttime bathing and massages sounded like an absolute godsend, especially with what was in store for them come morning. Training and sore bodies aside, Izuku never forgot one of the tasks he had planned for this internship. It also helped that Keigo decided that he and Fumikage should also spend time with the sidekicks, Hinata and Ushijima in particular. This wasn't strictly about training either. Sure, even as sidekicks, both the Sunshine Crow and Stoic Eagle had plenty of experience on their belts. In Izuku and Fumikage's physical combat sessions, Hinata and Ushijima acted like teaching assistants, adding on to Keigo's lectures about reflexes and timing. And having been trained by the winged hero themselves, the two sidekicks were in a good position to add their own 2 cents. Away from the mats though, things were completely different. Izuku found Hinata gravitating towards him. Perhaps it was the older sidekick's sunny personality, and he was a physical embodiment of fire. Either way, it wasn't rare for Hinata to spend time with Izuku, having mostly one-sided animated conversations about anything and everything. Perhaps, in another universe, where he hadn't become a phoenix and had grown up in more favorable circumstances, Hinata's enthusiastic ramblings would have been matched by his own excited rantings about quirks and heroes. In this one, Izuku acts more as a listening ear and outlet for Hinata to funnel his energy into, while occasionally inputting where he saw fit. Anyways, you're improving really fast, and it's only your 3rd day here. I try my best, Izuku replied. Such opportunities to train under a top hero and their sidekicks are incredibly rare, and I must cherish this chance as much as possible. Intern and sidekick sat to one side, watching Keigo give a more personalized training to Fumikage, with Ushijima spectating. So, Hinata-san, have you known Ushijima-san for a while? Since we were kids, actually, Hinata replied. Waka-chan lived across town from where I lived, but our parents have been friends for ages. We often got together for play dates, and it was Waka-chan who convinced me to get into heroics. We went to the same school together, and Waka-chan took good care of me, since Ketsubutsu is so far away from Miyagi and none of my elementary or middle school peers followed me and Waka-chan there. Ushijima-san sounds like a really cool person. He is. Hinata practically beamed, and Izuku had to shift away slightly from the sheer brightness that threatened to overshadow his own fire. There were a couple of bullies back in elementary and middle school, but Waka-chan only had to give them his stare and they will all run away. Why did you trademark that? It's unlike anything you've ever seen. I've only been on the receiving end of it once, and I'll tell you, you don't want Waka-chan to give you his stare. If you don't mind me asking, what exactly did you do? Hinata rubbed the back of his head. It's really embarrassing. A couple of theories sprouted in his mind, but Izuku refrained from voicing them. Everyone is entitled to their secrets. He glanced at the eagle-winged sidekick. Ushijima-san sounds like a reliable person to be with. Absolutely, Hinata agreed. I'm sure anyone would love to be Waka-chan's life partner. Hopefully, that person will be you, Hinata-san, Izuku thought to himself. On the other end, Fumikage found himself being drawn towards Ushijima. Unlike his more spirited and energetic Kuhai, Ushijima had a solid, grounding aura around him. Fumikage knew for sure that he didn't risk going blind around the taller sidekick. Their conversations were, naturally, far more muted than the one-sided ones happening between the two sons. But at the same time, it fit Fumikage nicely. In all honesty, if Izuku was as blindingly bright verbally as Hinata was, Fumikage and Dark Shadow would have been completely overwhelmed from day one. But anyways, you're coming along quite well. Thank you, Ushijima-san, Fumikage replied, watching Hinata pounce onto Izuku. Hopefully, further strength and skill will come upon us. So long as you continue to train under careful supervision, they will. A period of silence followed, with Fumikage and Ushijima watching both Izuku and Hinata wrestling and trying to pin the other down long enough for Keigo to call the match. Ushijima-san, you care for Hinata-san a lot, do you? Yes, he is my Kuhai, and we have known each other since childhood. It is my duty to look out for him, since we are so far away from family and friends. How do you do it, though? Please pardon me if I come off as rude, but it feels as if Hinata-san can be quite overwhelming at times. No trouble, Xiaoyu can be a bit much, especially with his never-ending energy. I guess it helps that I grew up with him and know how to rein him back if needed. Fumikage nodded. It sounds like you two are extremely compatible. I guess that is one way of putting it. Ashijima shrugged, though I wish we could become more than that. Relationship-wise, Fumikage deliberately lowered his voice so as to not be overheard by the trio on the mats. Ashijima nodded. Xiaoyu is literally my light. His beaming smile and cheerful laugh warms my heart, and I want to protect that. I want to have him as a life partner. However, I also want him to make his own decisions. If he finds or chooses someone else, I will adjust and accept it. It will hurt, but I just want the best for my kuhai. Fumikage stayed silent. So Ashijima-san has romantic feelings for Hinata-san? It appears so. Bathed and refreshed, Izuku and Fumikage sat on the former's bed, discussing their conversations with their sidekick mentors. Did Hinata-san express the same feelings? I think he is oblivious. Hinata-san obviously takes his relationship with Ashijima-san seriously, but he sees it as more of a friendship within the senpai-kuhai dynamic. I believe that in order for their dynamic to shift into a romantic one, Hinata-san will need to see that Ashijima-san wishes to go beyond the status quo. Are you going to do anything? Izuku was silent for a moment. I did say that I will only prod slightly, not push hard. I intend to keep my involvement that way. I know that Ashijima-san wants Hinata-san as a lover, but if Hinata-san is not ready yet or does not wish to pursue a romantic relationship, there is nothing I should do other than respect his wishes. Fumikage nodded. That was a reasonable move. Dark Shadow, on the other hand, sighed in disappointment on a potential ship being run aground. Anyways, how are you feeling right now, Fumikage? Not as sore as compared to earlier, but my shoulders and back are still a bit tender. Here, I'll help. Izuku shifted closer and turned Fumikage around. His hands rested on the shoulders, and with a bit of healing flame, Izuku massaged the ache out of the muscles and joints. Fumikage sighed, slowly turning to putty under his friend's ministrations. Izuku then gently guided his friend to lie face down on the bed. His hands went to Fumicage's back, and they repeated the warm procedure of soothing the muscles. Fumikage nearly fell asleep where he laid, just barely conscious enough to mutter, "Thank you, Izuku." "No problem. You just lay there, I'll turn off the lights." Fumikage barely caught the wine when Izuku's warmth disappeared as the phoenix slid off the bed. The lights went out, and Fumikage felt his friend's arms wrap around him and pull him against a chest. Dark Shadow huddled close to the pair. "Sweet dreams, Fumi. With you, I will be able to." Flaming Chickadee. "Have you considered giving your hero outfit an upgrade?" Izuku raised an eyebrow, both at the question and the nickname that came out of nowhere. "Pardon, Keigo-san. I had a look at your files, and while I can definitely see the mythical connection between your hero name and outfit, it looks downright impractical," said Keigo bluntly. "In what way? You ever tried to run in a dress that has a long, flowing skirt?" "No, I can't say that I have," Izuku replied. "Then you're setting yourself up for either one of two things, or both happening at the same time," Keigo continued. "First, you end up embarrassing yourself if you're running into a scene and you trip over the skirt. And second, you tripping causes some horrific outcome that could have been prevented if you hadn't tripped. Or if you're incredibly unlucky, both things happen one after the other." Izuku was silent for a moment. "Are you referring to the scenario where I am unable to use my wings?" "Exactly. Speaking from experience." Keigo opened his mouth to reply, when all of a sudden, he appeared to stiffen. His eyes turned glassy, his entire body beginning to tremble as his breathing quickened into short gasps. "Keigo-san." Fumikage, who had been sitting nearby, turned towards the pair and cursed quietly. "Shit." He dropped the novel he was reading and guided the trembling hero to his bed. "Izuku, do your healing flames know how to settle a panic attack?" "Fuck, I'm not sure. I can try." The phoenix sat down next to Keigo and gently placed a hand on the hero's shoulder. Little wisps of fire danced around the trembling man. Eventually, Keigo appeared to settle, but his eyes remained glassy and unfocused. "I think my flames can only heal physical symptoms." He's still trapped. Trying to not lose composure himself, Fumikage racked his brains for another solution. Dark Shadow emerged. "Maybe Izu can sing to Hawkman?" Izu helped Fumi with his nightmare by singing. "I can try." Fumikage helped Izuku guide Keigo to rest his head against the phoenix's lap. His fingers gently carted through the older man's blonde locks, trying to soothe the life back into him. "Flower gleam and glow. Let your power shine. Make the clock reverse. Bring back what once was mine." Izuku's crest feathers began to rise, dancing like tongues of fire in a hearth. They began to glow, bathing the room with an ethereal aura. "Heal what has been hurt. Change the fate's design. Save what has been lost. Bring back what once was mine." What once was mine. Izuku looked down as his crest feathers settled. Keigo's eyes were no longer glassy, and his breathing was back to normal. "Keigo-san, can you hear us?" Slowly, the winged hero nodded. Yes, yes, I can." Fumikage and Izuku helped him return to a normal sitting position. Keigo-san, how often do you get panic attacks? If anyone else had been in the room at the time, they would be hard-pressed to believe that this was Takami Keigo. Hawks, a man with laid-back confidence and one of the best heroes in the country. Keigo curled his legs to his chest, his wings drooping. In the limelight, he had a big presence thanks to his famous blood-red wings. Now though, he was incredibly small. Far more often than most people believe. Do you have a therapist? Or someone to talk to? Do you have any medication? Asked Fumikage. Keigo shook his head. I was never allowed to have any of those. By the HPSC. Keigo glanced up at Izuku. Keigo-san, there is something you need to know. Izuku and I are aware of your past, what the HPSC has done to you, and how you are still leashed to that corrupt organization that has bastardized the very name of heroism. Principal Nezu told us everything, especially after Izuku castrated Endeavor during the sports festival. Yes, I heard about what happened to Inji, Keigo nodded, but I'm very much aware that outing every single crime committed by that illegitimate son of a syphilitic whore will make me a target of the HPSC. I'm already on the lookout for any potential hits on my person, and my mother is keeping vigilance for any suspicious characters around our apartment. The point is, Keigo-san, we know what the HPSC is doing, and we're working with Nezu to take them down and set you free. A conflict of emotions flashed across Keigo's features. He wanted to hope and believe that he could be free of his tortured past, but there was also guarded skepticism. The HPSC had immense power and sway over the general populace. How were two UE students and the principal going to bring the largest hero organization up to task? We will get there, Izuku said, seemingly reading the man's body language. We need the right weapons in our arsenal to make a lasting strike to ensure they can never recover. It will take time, Fumikage added, but I swear, by hook or by crook, we will succeed. Time will only tell. But right now, Keigo could request something that he was never given as a child, or growing up under the HPSC's thumb. Can I have a hug? Izuku was more than happy to oblige. A hug always made things better, even for a little while. Later that afternoon, Izuku headed to the aviary's support workshop to meet with the agency's chief outfit designer. He had given Keigo's advice serious thought, and he agreed that his hero outfit needed a more practical upgrade. Pausing to make sure that the doors didn't explode off their hinges, as they would have done back in Yui, Izuku knocked loudly and let himself in. Amidst the cacophony of loud noises, machines running and equipment being maintained or repaired, Izuku crossed the workshop to one of several offices sharing the same, expansive space. He found the one he was looking for and knocked hard. Come in. Izuku stepped into the office. Good afternoon, are you Kyoko-san? That's me. The bespectacled woman got up from her desk. And you must be Midoriya-kun. Hawk-san told me that you would be coming today. Kyoko Shimizu was a beautiful young woman in her early 20s. She had long, lustrous black hair and spectacles that framed her eyes, shimmering like polished obsidian. She had a precision quirk that allowed her to pay great attention to intricate details. She enrolled in the support program in Shiketsu, and upon graduation, worked as a freelance hero outfit designer before coming to work at the aviary. I believe Hawk-san has already expressed his opinions about your current hero outfit design. Yes, he has. Am I wrong to assume that you share the same opinions as him? I do. Midoriya-kun, Kyoko nodded. Not only is there the possibility of tripping over the skirt when running, it could also get snagged easily, especially in an environment with rubble and debris everywhere. Do you have any suggestions? Yes, Midoriya-kun, Kyoko replied, producing a folder containing a number of blueprint sheets. To start with, we should focus on something that is more practical, while retaining your mythical aesthetic. Have you heard about the pre-Quirk era anime Saint Seiya? Can't say that I have. No problem. Kyoko brushed off. The main point is that I believe armor will be a better choice of outfit, both aesthetically and to protect you while out in the field. Currently, you don't have any protection for your torso and upper arms, and while I can understand that your quirk is arguably one of the most powerful known to mankind, it can't hurt to be cautious. Have a look at several of the drafts I've made. Izuku opened the folder and examined the blueprints. The only component that remained of his current outfit was the golden belt. Each blueprint showed a different design or variation of cuirass, pauldrons, gauntlets, and folds below the belt. The greaves that covered his legs from the knees to the ankles remained the same for each blueprint. For about 5 minutes, he flipped between blueprints, cross-examining each one with the others. Kyoko patiently waited for the phoenix to come to a decision. I think this one is the best. He pointed to one of the last blueprints in the folder. The cuirass and pauldrons were sharp and curved upwards. The folds matched in sharpness, instead running parallel to Izuku's tail feathers. The gauntlets were accentuated by fins large and sharp enough to take out someone's face. And this blueprint was one of the few that included a crown-like helmet for the head. Each armor piece was golden in color, and they formed the top layer over a pearly white sleeveless bodysuit. Excellent choice. This is also one of my favorites too, said Kyoko, taking the folder back. I'll have the workshop expedite your new outfit and have it delivered by tomorrow. I believe Hawk-sen wants to take you and Tokoyami-kun on patrol then, so it will be a good opportunity to show off your new look. Keigo-sen wants to take us on patrol. Izuku thought to himself, You wish to ask Keigo-sen if we could patrol Hasu instead of Fukuoka tomorrow? Asked Fumikage. That's right, Izuku nodded. I know it's rather far, but we should be able to reach Hasu quickly if we fly. Fumikage knew right away. You want to find out what happened to Stain, right? Izuku nodded again. From what I gathered, Stain was last seen in Hasu. If we could perhaps search the city for any clues that could tell us why he disappeared, we might be able to do something before he reappears and causes even more havoc. Keigo-sen may not agree to this, Fumikage reminded. I know, but if I don't try, I won't be able to live with my conscience if Stain reappears and we didn't do anything. Also, I have a feeling that I can't put this off any longer. Tomorrow is my only chance to say something. Izuku never realized how right he was, given the events that were about to unfold. Convincing Keigo to conduct a patrol in far-off Hasu City turned out to not be as difficult as Izuku expected. It was almost uncannily coincidental, bordering on spooky, that the winged hero was also concerned about the hero killer's sudden and prolonged disappearance. The fact that he was planning a solo trip to Hasu in the coming days only added to the belief that perhaps birds of a feather do flock together. That aside, Keigo was more than willing to take them to Hasu that very day. With Izuku's upgraded hero outfit delivered by lunchtime, all three were suited up and ready for takeoff by late afternoon. As Fumikage still had no means of flight, Keigo provided the wings as they leapt off the aviary's roof into the sky above Fukuoka. Within minutes, they had left the city behind and were flying over the countryside. Keigo-san, do you have any theories that might explain why Stain disappeared? Asked Izuku in a bid to get a conversation going. Well, do you want serious or outrageous? Both, if you please. The serious one is that he got kidnapped by some entity, Keigo began, probably by the Yakuza. Ever since you roasted that so-called League of Villains back at the USJ facility, there has been a bit of a power vacuum in the criminal underground, so to speak. As far as I know, only the Yakuza groups have the manpower and capabilities to pull off a successful kidnapping. Another possibility is that he was killed and his body quietly disposed of. While the pros were never able to capture him, the world is a big place out there. Someone might have gotten a lucky shot and had Stain's corpse quickly removed. However, no one can say for sure unless they manage to find the body. And the outrageous? Fumikage asked. The entity that kidnapped him was aliens, Keigo said with no amount of uncertainty. Think about it. There is so little we know about the hero killer, and the same could be said about extraterrestrial life forms. They probably thought that Stain was a kindred fellow and abducted him in the middle of the night. Wouldn't people have noticed Stain getting abducted though? There's more to alien abductions than just being lifted off the ground by a beam of light. Keigo said, you gotta watch more sci-fi movies, fledgling. As they said, totally outrageous. The flight to Hasu took about an hour, arriving at just past 5:30 in the evening. Stopping by an unremarkable ramen shop for an early dinner, the trio of birds began their patrol/investigation around Hasu. Naturally, the sight of the number 3 hero outside of his home turf was one worthy of attention. A good portion of their patrol was taken up by fans requesting photos and autographs with varying degrees of enthusiasm. And it wasn't just Keigo who was thrust into the impromptu spotlight. Izuku and Fumikage had a small but noticeable number of fans themselves. While the Phoenix had no qualms against making his fans' evenings one to remember, he did wish that they understood that the trio were here not for a fan meeting, rather an important investigation that had untold effects on the future. He bit back a sigh of relief once the last group of fans had left. Now they could resume their search for clues undisturbed. As it turned out, they had very little to go by. They asked many locals what they knew of the missing villain and of any possible leads. None of them provided any information that they hadn't already known. And no one had any ideas or intel about Stain's disappearance. It was as if the hero killer had vanished into thin air, and it was frustrating. The unsettled feeling in Izuku's stomach did not abate. He knew something was up, and if his gut instincts were to be trusted, something big was about to happen. And with no answers, they could do little to mitigate whatever that was coming. Midoriya, Tokoyami. The sight of a familiar classmate was a welcome reprieve. Ada, how have things been? Pretty good, Midoriya. Tenya chopped his hand for emphasis. I'm extremely surprised to see you both here in Hasu. We're on a special patrol, Fumikage replied. He glanced at the other person next to Tenya, who appeared to be decked out in a similar style of mecha armor as their classmate, albeit somewhat more streamlined. Who is this? My older brother, Tensei, also known as the Turbo Hero, Ingenium. It's a pleasure to meet you, Ida-san. Izuku bowed, as did Fumikage. No need to be so formal, you too. Tensei chuckled. I'm not that old just yet. So what brings you here to hose for this special patrol? We're here to investigate the disappearance of the hero killer, Izuku explained. It is highly unusual for a seasoned villain to suddenly drop off the radar, and I fear that something is about to happen that requires us to take preemptive action. Huh, what do you know? Tensei crossed his arms. Such an uncanny coincidence. Tenya and I are also patrolling the city while keeping an eye out for any sightings of Stain. I think you all know this, but Stain was last spotted here in Hasu, right where my agency is. So it's only natural that I up the vigilance to keep my colleagues and the citizens safe. Typical Tensei, Tenya praised. You can never get a more capable hero than my big brother. The close relationship between the two siblings was heartwarming, but Keigo knew that they had to return their focus to the task at hand. Still, it would do everyone no favors if he didn't provide some form of assistance. Tensei, take this. The winged hero plucked out one of his feathers. This will act as a communicator between us. It will automatically sense the situation you are in and relay it back to me. In the event of danger, I will be able to locate you. Thanks Takami-san. Tensei took the feather and attached it to his helmet. Admittedly, it looked really out of place with the mecha aesthetic, but safety was a greater priority than appearance given the circumstances. I guess this is where we split up, asked Izuku. Yep, Tensei nodded. Be safe, and listen to Hawks, I'll write you too. Both avians nodded. With a final wave, both Ida brothers sped off. Keigo turned to his interns. Let's move on. The next half an hour was virtually unremarkable. The only note of interest was a purse snatcher whom Keigo immediately immobilized with one of his feathers. The local police was called and the thief taken away into custody. Other than that, their patrol seemed to go on rather smoothly. Until it didn't. It started with a car alarm, blaring incessantly, followed immediately by a thunderous crash so strong that the road shook. Then the screams came right after. The trio barely had time to react when a huge monster that could only originate from the worst of nightmares fell out of the sky and hit the pavement in front of them, destroying the adjacent glass window of a storefront. It had sickly turquoise skin that was incredibly leathery, an exposed brain with 2 pairs of eyes embedded within the matter. It stood on 2 legs, and its tongue hung out like a dog when panting. The calling card was undeniable. Immediately, Izuku did the first thing his instincts told him to do. A conflagration erupted and engulfed the genetically engineered monster entirely. Never mind that it had the ability to absorb whatever was fired at it and then return the attack tenfold. The flames reduced it to ashes in 5 seconds tops. Fuck. This is bad. Izuku swore as he extinguished his flames. That was a Nomu. What is it doing here in Hasu? The onset of more screams and explosions confirmed the Phoenix's burgeoning fears. There were more than one around the city. Izuku, Fumikage, I permit you both to use your quirks, said Keigo. Izuku, I want you to take out these monsters, while Fumikage and I will work on getting the civilians out. Let's go, you two. Taking Fumikage into his arms, Keigo took off with Izuku close behind. From the air, they were able to pinpoint where exactly these monsters were at, rampaging through the city. Fire and smoke burned across the urban landscape, as did the screams of fleeing civilians. Zeroing in on the nearest Nomu, Izuku dive-bombed and unleashed hellfire upon it. Keigo and Fumikage touched down and began getting panicked civilians away from the chaos. By this point, more pro-heroes and sidekicks were showing up and joining the rescue efforts. The Nomu had caused significant damage to the surrounding buildings, forcing the pros to pull victims out of the rubble and somehow get them to safety. Izuku touched down and hurried up to Keigo. I think some of the Nomu might have fire-resistant quirks pumped into them. The one I just cremated lasted longer than the first one. The winged pro-hero nodded. We better get moving then. They were prepared to take off once more, when suddenly, Keigo's wings trembled. He gasped, Shit, Ingenium is in trouble. Where is he? Not too far from here. Let's go. They shot off, following Keigo's heightened senses that picked up the distress signals from the Turbo Hero's current coordinate. As they approached, a loud shriek echoed from an alleyway. It sounded like the Naumus rampaging through the city, but there was a different quality to it, something hellish and unnaturally bloodthirsty. The trio touched down to a scene of horrific gore. Blood was splattered across the walls, and at the far end of the alleyway lay a slumped figure. It wasn't immediately clear if the person was still alive or not, as their attention was directed at a truly nightmarish figure pinning both Tensei and Tenya onto the ground. It had sickly pale skin with visible veins running across the leathery surfaces. It was humanoid, with prominent muscles as a result of what Izuku guessed was a muscle-augmenting quirk. It had human-like hands, but instead of fingers, it had razor-sharp blades. It spun around upon hearing the trio behind it, and the state of its face almost caused Izuku to puke. It had crazed, unseeing eyes, no nose, and a hanging mouth with more blades for teeth and a tongue that easily extended to a meter in length. No one could get a word in before the creature shrieked and pounced straight at them. It moved with inhuman speed, perhaps even faster than the Ida brothers were capable of at their best. Keigo and Izuku dove out of the way just in time, the former protecting Fumikage from the impact with the tarmac. The creature was about to pounce on them before a great blast of flame hit it from behind. "Oi, leave them alone." The creature shrieked again and lunged for Izuku. As before, he responded to this threat with a roaring conflagration. To the Phoenix's surprise, the scorching flames did not immediately halt the creature in its tracks. It continued to power on, forcing Izuku to shoot up into the air to dodge the blades. The creature was badly burned, but the charred tissue was quickly repairing itself thanks to the regeneration quirk pumped into it, recovering from the rush of adrenaline. Izuku ignited his fire once more and pushing more energy and strength into the conflagration, he unleashed it upon the creature again. Unlike the first attack, it was unable to tank the more powerful second. As it shrieked and flailed, 4 orbs of light burst out of its body one after another in quick succession. The unexpected sight caused Izuku to extinguish his flames prematurely, allowing a smoking, slightly charred corpse to crumple to the ground. Izuku rushed over to the figure and bit back a gasp. It took him a hot second to recognize the identity of the figure, especially since he was naked and missing his signature get-up and katanas. However, it was the missing nose that was the giveaway. "What the fuck?" Stain got turned into a Nomu. "Izuku, we need you over here." Tearing his eyes from Stain's corpse, Izuku got to his feet and rushed back to the alleyway. Fumikage and Keigo crouched before the Ida brothers, their armor pieces removed and placed in a heap to one side. Fumikage was using his cape to try and stop the blood gushing out from horrific lacerations and stab wounds dotting Tensei's body. Right away, Izuku got to work. Fumikage pulled his cape off Tensei and stepped back with Keigo. Izuku knelt down and pressed his hands into the Turbo Hero's chest. His healing flames ignited, spreading across every inch of the body and repairing all the damage done to it in 10 seconds. Izuku then moved on to Tenya, who evidently suffered less serious injuries since the healing process took less time than with his older brother. Midoriya, Fumikage, help me get them up. Fumikage and Izuku helped Tenya up, while Keigo picked up Tensei. "Thank you for coming to our rescue," said the bespectacled teen. "I fear that we would have been killed if you didn't." "Was that your famed healing powers?" the Turbo Hero asked, albeit a little tiredly. "Yes, Ingenium-san, I have the ability to heal people because I am a phoenix," Izuku replied. "What was that thing that attacked you?" asked Keigo. "It didn't look like the monsters we were fighting against earlier." "It was Stain, the hero killer." All eyes spun on Izuku. "Come again," Fumikage croaked. Stain was turned into a Nomu, basically a genetically engineered monster with multiple quirks, Izuku explained for the clarity of the two pro heroes. "Keigo-san, let me show you." The phoenix took his mentor several meters away from the alleyway, where the corpse still lay. Keigo bit back a curse, immediately fishing out a communication device from his pocket. "Dispatch to my current coordinates. We have the body of the hero killer on our hands." By this point, Fumikage, Tenya and Tensei came out of the alleyway to have a look themselves. Their reactions mirrored Keigo's own, especially for the Ida brothers. But how could this be that from earlier? Tensei was at a loss for words. "Somehow, my flames have the ability to turn Naumus back into their original humans' forms," Izuku explained. "I'm not sure how it works, though. But I did see 4 bright orbs of light shoot out of Stain's Naumified body earlier. Maybe those had something to do with it." The question would remain unanswered for now, as the wailing of sirens approached. Hasu was a mess. The pros were able to take down the remaining Naumus while Izuku was dealing with Stain, at the unfortunate cost of great swaths of the city being reduced to rubble. The tallies were still out on the number of casualties, but nothing else needed to be said when the hospitals were working in overdrive to tend to the massive influx of injuries and the dead. Izuku and Fumikage found themselves in the waiting area of one such hospital, while Tenya and Tensei were given a second check over by medical staff, and Keigo was handling the logistics about the handling of Stain's corpse. A nearby television screen played reruns of news broadcasts about the disaster in Hasu, while other anxious loved ones milled around, waiting for news about their friends and family. "Fumi, do you want something to drink? Do they have anything that is soothing? I can feel dark shadows shaking inside me." Izuku got up from his chair and headed over to a nearby vending machine. Scanning the options available, he selected a hot cup of green tea, fed in some coins, and received the drink a few seconds after. He went back to Fumikage. "Here, this should help." Fumikage gratefully took the cup and sipped the hot beverage. Slowly, both he and Dark Shadow calmed down from the after effects of the adrenaline. Once he was done, Fumikage returned the cup to Izuku, who went to dispose it. It was around that moment that Keigo returned. "Hey, kiddos." "Keigo-san, what's the update?" asked Fumikage. "The hospital will have Stain's corpse cremated to prevent anyone with nefarious intentions from getting to it," the winged hero replied. "I will be following the transportation to ensure that he gets to the crematory without any problems. Tensei and your classmate should be discharged soon." They will take care of you both until I've sorted out this mess. So we won't be returning to Fukuoka? Asked Izuku. Not very likely, Keigo replied. I will have my sidekicks deliver your things to Tensei's agency by tomorrow. Depending on how things go, I may have to end your internships early. There was nothing that could be done otherwise. It was natural that Keigo, as the number 3 hero, would be needed to help with the recovery and cleanup efforts. And traveling back to Fukuoka just after taking down a notorious villain turned Nomu was unthinkable. Both Izuku and Fumikage were dead tired, with the adrenaline seeping out of them like water from a leaking tank. Midoriya, Tokoyami, Keigo turned around. Ah, Tensei and young Tenya, all good. Midoriya-kun's healing abilities are unprecedented. Tensei praised. The doctors were amazed that he was able to heal both of our injuries completely without any side effects on us or himself. That is our class representative for you, Tenya boasted proudly, earning him plenty of looks from other visitors, which he remained oblivious towards. His quirk is incredibly powerful and versatile. Tensei patted Keigo's arm. You've got great interns this year, Keigo. The winged hero nodded. Don't I know it? Now, I better get going. Duty calls. Take care, Keigo. I'll look after your fledglings for you. Izuku and Fumikage bade their farewells to Keigo, who hurried out of the waiting room. Tensei turned to the 2 avian teens. Well, shall we head back to my agency? Thankfully, the Idaitan agency was not badly damaged by the Nomu attacks. Just like the aviary, it had rooms for both guests and live-in employees alike. Tensei had a double room done up quickly for Izuku and Fumikage, since neither teen had extra clothes on them. The turbo hero graciously provided dressing gowns and clean underwear for them both. Toiletries were included in the en-suite bathroom, and both could order room service just like in regular hotels. However, Izuku and Fumikage were too tired to even consider eating. After a quick shower, they fell into Izuku's chosen bed and were out like the lights, sleeping well into the next morning. Luckily, the cooks down at the cafeteria had sent up hearty breakfasts to their room that both demolished within minutes after setting eyes on the plates. They had just finished when knocking came from the door. It was Tensei. Good morning, you two. Sleep well? Very well, thanks for asking, said Izuku. Oh, and thanks for sending up breakfast too. No trouble. Can't have you starving to death after taking down a major villain, after all. Tensei joked. Ida-san, are there any updates from Keigo-san? Asked Fumikage. Ah yes, Keigo called me this morning to say that he will be caught up until God knows when. So you two will be heading back home by the end of today. I see. Fumikage nodded, as did Izuku. Okay. Also, these belong to you. Tensei produced 2 briefcases, the ones Izuku and Fumikage brought with them to the aviary earlier in the week. Your clothes are inside. That way you don't need to wander around dressed in those dressing gowns. Thanks, Ida-san, said Izuku. Also, thank you for accommodating us. Again, no trouble. See it as repayment for saving me and my brother from Stain last night, said Tensei. And I meant it when I said that your healing powers are unprecedented. When Stain attacked me, I felt one of the blades stab into my back. Despite the adrenaline from the fight, I could not ignore the fact that I lost sensation in my legs. If you never came around to heal me and my brother, at best, my career as a hero would have prematurely ended, or worst, the both of us might have died. It would have made an already bad situation even more tragic. I don't think anyone told this to you too, but Stain got to another pro hero first. His name is Native. And unfortunately, he was already dead by the time Tenya and I arrived on the scene. A grim silence befell the room. If only my quirk could bring back the dead. Izuku muttered. Well, we can't have everything in life. Tensei shrugged. It is painful to see a good hero die at the hands of a Namu-fied villain, but at least Stain is no longer a problem for this country anymore. But anyways, I think you two should get some fresh air. Can't be nice to be stuck in a room all day. Is it safe for us to just wander around Hasu without supervision? Fumikage asked. My agency has an open-air garden at the back, Tensei revealed. We often hang around to chill out when the stress of work and life gets too much. It's on the 15th floor, behind the offices. I can show you two there whenever you're ready. Izuku glanced at Fumikage. Seeing no opposition from his friend, he turned back to the turbo hero. Give us a few minutes to change. It's quite nice, I have to say, Fumikage remarked. The garden was divided into 4 quarters, with a large dancing fountain situated in the middle. Stonework paths bordered the 4 quarters, which had flowers, green shrubs and trees growing in organized planters and rows. Surrounding the fountain were 4 iron-casted benches. Izuku and Fumikage sat together on one such bench for a while in companionable silence, with only the sound of water as background ambience. Penny for your thoughts, asked Izuku. The whole fight against Namu-fied Stain was something I could never have expected, Fumikage admitted after a moment. Truly a mad banquet of darkness when a simple search for information and clues turns into a literal fight against a genetically engineered villain that no pro hero had been able to take down before. Izuku opened his beak to respond, but Fumikage wasn't done. Was it scary, having to deal with that monster by yourself? I think the adrenaline blotted out any fear I otherwise would have felt seeing the monstrosity Stain had been turned into, and he wasn't the only one. I would be willing to bet that all 12 Namas were far more enhanced than the one that joined Shigaraki and Kurogiri at the USJ. So are things going to get worse then? All for one might see this as a challenge to keep enhancing his monsters until they are virtually indestructible. I certainly hope not, Izuku replied, inching closer to his friend. It will be a dark time for humanity should that ever come to fruition. Silence befell them once more. Fumikage closed the remaining distance between their bodies. Absently, his left hand reached for Izuku's right one, and their fingers interlocked. Sometimes, I feel quirks are just a bane on humanity. Fumikage leaned his head on Izuku's shoulder. We wouldn't have this whole mess if quirks never existed. It will certainly be one less layer in an already complicated world. Izuku nodded. Well, I won't say that our lives will be completely different if we didn't have our quirks, but at least the probability of dying young is reduced to some extent. Are you afraid of death? It's complicated, Izuku admitted. Like it or not, all people will die one day, unless you have an immortality quirk that prevents death from taking you. For me, I'm not entirely sure. I'm a phoenix, but not a phoenix in the textbook sense. Will I get to die? Or will I be forced to see all my loved ones pass on without me? If there is an afterlife, I won't be able to join them. I will be stuck here on this earth until it too comes to an end. And then what? Will I continue to exist after that? Fumikage felt dark shadow whine within him. Maybe ... you could have your quirk removed when you're older. I'm not sure if that is possible in an ethical manner, Izuku replied. All for one will never count since he is a villain, but even if such a procedure exists, I think it will financially bankrupt me since it is so niche and it doesn't have a sizable market to make it profitable. This time, Dark Shadow emerged to hug Izuku. Izu is sad. Hugs will make Izu feel better. Thank you, Shadow-chan. I appreciate it. Fumikage was silent this whole time, deep in thought. It truly was a difficult situation with no answers until the time came for such answers to present themselves, which is easily decades from now if the universe permitted it. However, as his parents have told him before, spiraling about uncertainties that are far off will get you nowhere other than a never-ending pit of darkness. Izuku, the phoenix turned to his friend. It is a troubling thought, but maybe ... if we focus on the present, it will be a little easier. Izuku blinked. A grin slowly spread across his beak. Living in the moment with his closest friend and appreciating the support he had from his fellow avian. That was something Izuku could do. Yes, I believe it will be. Fumikage felt his own smile creep across his beak. Dark Shadow cheered, relieved that her host's friend was feeling much better. Their hands remained firmly clasped. His mother had already been informed that his internship had ended early and he was coming home earlier than expected. The same had been done for Fumikage's uncle. So once that evening came, Tensei escorted both teens to the station and saw them off as they boarded the Shinkansen back to Musutafu. They arrived admittedly rather late, but it couldn't be helped. Izuku bade Fumikage farewell as the main station, before taking the local subway back to his neighborhood. It was close to midnight by the time Izuku reached his apartment and opened the front door. Mum, I'm home. Inko spun on her heel, phone in hand. Izuku, the phoenix stilled, not expecting the look of concern on his mother's face. Keigo and Tensei made sure to keep his fight against the hero killer out of the media's attention. Did she somehow find out? She rushed up to him. Izuku, did you see Katsuki recently? Taken aback by the sudden question, Izuku slowly shook his head. No, I haven't seen him since the sports festival. What happened? Masaru was just on the phone. Inko explained. Katsuki is missing. Missing. Yes, Bakugo Katsuki did indeed withdraw from Yui. Nezu confirmed come Monday. He did so last Friday, coincidentally at the same time as the Hasu incident. Izuku leaned back against the sofa, feeling incredibly winded. It just didn't make any sense. Why did Bakugo disappear? My guess is as good as yours, Izuku, Nezu said, apparently reading the humanoid phoenix's expression. However, rest assured, I will do my best to assist his parents in every way possible to bring him home. Is there anything else we can do? I'm afraid that Bakugo could have gone rogue. A valid concern, especially with his quirk and temperament. Nezu nodded. However, I am limited in what assistance I can provide, since Bakugo-kun is no longer a Yui student. Beyond that, we can only pray that some miracle will happen and bring him back. Izuku's hands clenched. He didn't like this, having a walking bomb running loose in the general populace. Precious time had already passed. Who knows how far he could have gotten by this point. Don't worry too much about it. Nezu interrupted Izuku's thoughts. Let the adults handle it. Focus on your education and learning. He will try his best, but there was no guarantee that his mind will accept that. Internships were relegated to memories. As the students of Wano returned to the daily grind of lessons and regular school life, they were able to have a proper rescue training lesson at the USJ facility without the possibility of villains interrupting their learning. Izuku was designated to the landslide zone, while Fumikage was sent to the conflagration dome. It was tough work for both students, who had to rescue trapped civilians in their respective simulated environment. Izuku had to use brute strength to free the civilian mannequins, as the rubble was extremely precarious and the use of fire or his wings could cause even more damage to the environment and endanger his groupmate. Meanwhile, Dark Shadow suffered immensely from the intense heat and light from the fires, with Fumikage having to push his quirk repeatedly to focus on the task at hand and free the civilian. On top of all of that, the end of term was approaching, which meant that there was an assessment on the books. As Aizawa explained during homeroom 1 week before the actual date, the end of term assessment won't just be a written test. There will be a practical component as well. Be sure to be prepared, both physically and mentally. You will be pushed to the limits in this assessment. Understandably, the reactions from Wano were incredibly varied. There were those like Denki, Mina, and Hanta who were terrified. The last test saw them at the bottom of the heap, with threats of academic consequences looming over their heads if they didn't somehow buck up and improve their standing. Those who fell into the middle range, like Fumikage, were not as terrified, but were understandably concerned about the nature of the assessment and whether or not they will be able to perform well. Meanwhile, those in the upper echelons of the rankings were confident about their abilities. Momo, in particular, was incredibly proactive in helping those who were struggling, offering to invite them over to her home to have large group study sessions in order to prepare. Izuku, number 3 in the rankings, had his own plans. Fumikage, Hitoshi, are you both free this week? I don't have any plans. Same here. I was thinking we should meet up somewhere to study together. Unless you're planning on joining Yaoyorozu's study group. Hitoshi turned to the large gathering before the class representative. Almost half of the class were requesting help from Momo. Yaoyorozu will probably be quite busy helping them, Hitoshi remarked after a moment. I probably won't be able to ask for as much help as I need if I'm in a big group. Dark Shadow will do anything and everything to be close to Izuku, Fumikage added. She will give me hell if I didn't accept her offer. The shadowy quirk emerged. You got that right. So which areas do you guys need help with? Asked Izuku later at the lunch table. Modern literature is a bore, Hitoshi replied. I'm an insomniac, but I find that class extremely easy to fall asleep in. Quirk theory is my weak suit, Fumikage said. I'll admit, I find modern literature quite dry myself, but I'll certainly do my best. On the bright side, Izuku turned to Fumikage. Quirk theory is something I'm great at. I definitely will be able to help with that. Hitoshi snorted. Of course, you are great in the topic that your boyfriend requires help in. Both Izuku and Fumikage turned to the insomniac. Completely in sync, we are not dating. Hitoshi snorted again. Could have fooled me. Both avians stare at the insomniac for a moment longer, before returning to their food. Izuku picked a piece of his katsudon pork up with his chopsticks and held it out. I think Lunch Rush changed the spice combination. Wanna try it, Fumi? Don't mind if I do. Hitoshi facepalmed, as Fumikage reached forward to take the pork piece into his beak. However, something knocks into his head, and the impact startled Izuku, causing him to drop the pork piece onto the table. Oh, I'm sorry, came a voice that sounded anything but sorry. Izuku spun on the culprit, Monoma. The 1B asshole smirked, discussing the end-of-term assessment. How quaint. You probably think that Wana is going to do better against us low-lives from 1B? Ha. So pretentious. Do you really believe that we're just going to sit back and let you Wana snobs take the spotlight once more? Monoma then noticed Hitoshi at the table. And you, just because you made it into the heroics course, don't forget where you came from. In fact, you wouldn't be here at all if this flaming chicken didn't throw his weight around to have you moved up. Think about it. You'll still be stuck in the general education course, unable to become what you so desired because you are nothing but a villain. It was the spark that ignited the explosion. Izuku lunged at Monoma, causing the blonde to drop his lunch tray with a loud clatter. All attention in the cafeteria turned towards their table, as Izuku grabbed Monoma's neck in a death grip. You haven't learned a single thing from last time, haven't you? The phoenix's voice was deathly calm, his claws puncturing the skin and drawing blood. I warned you what will happen if you diss my class and my friends. Do you really have a death wish? I can fulfill that, if you want. And I won't grant you the mercy of an instantaneous death. I will first crush your neck, just enough that you still have feeling in your body. And then I'll slowly set you on fire bit by bit. I will ensure that you will feel pain for the last minutes of your life. Please, release him. Immediately, the demonic aura around Izuku evaporated. Kendo-san. The orange-haired 1B representative hurried up to them. I'm so sorry for Monoma's behavior. Please, don't kill him. Izuku tossed the gagging blonde to the ground. Because you asked nicely. Please ensure that he properly learns his lesson before I actually reduce him to ashes. Itsuka bowed gratefully, grabbing her problematic classmate by the scruff of his collar. I'm so sorry, Shinsu-kun. Please understand that Monoma doesn't represent the entirety of Class 1B. And we're extremely happy that you made it into the heroics course. Hitoshi nodded stiffly. Itsuka dragged Monoma away. Izuku sighed in exasperated relief, sitting back down. What a nuisance. True darkness exists in a world that attempts in vain to vanquish it, Fumikage remarked. Are you okay, Hitoshi? I'm fine. The insomniac gazed down. I'm used to it anyways. The fact that you are in one is undeniable. Izuku stressed. Nothing that haters can say will matter. Hitoshi nodded, but didn't say anything else. Izuku pursed his beak. A change in conversation topic is probably for the best. Any ideas what the practical assessment will be about? I've heard rumors that we will be fighting the same giant robots from the entrance exam and the sports festival, but I have my doubts that Yui is that uncreative. Hitoshi glanced around. Before leaning close, I'm not supposed to tell anyone, but I know that it won't be giant robots. Oh, got tea to spill. Aizawa-sensei told me this in confidence, but since you stood up for me, I'll tell you both. Hitoshi continued, we will be fighting against the teachers. Fumikage raised a would-be eyebrow. The teachers? But they are stronger and more experienced than us. We'll be at a disadvantage. I heard that the teachers will be given a handicap to level the battlefield, Hitoshi revealed. But still, it will be difficult. I mean, this is Yui. After all, that made sense. Can I trust that you both won't tell anyone else? Hitoshi pleaded. My lips are sealed, as are dark shadows, Fumikage promised, with the shadowy quirk emerging to mime zipping her lips shut. Izuku nodded too. This was going to be interesting. Later on, there was a slight change of plans. Come the end of the day, Shadow approached them just after the last bell rang. The dual quirk teen wanted to invite Izuku, Fumikage, and Hitoshi to his house so that they could study together. While Shadow himself was among the top students, he struggled with modern art history, which Hitoshi excelled in and was more than happy to help. But there was a second reason why Shadow invited the trio to his house. Specifically for Izuku. Apparently, his older siblings wanted to meet him. In retrospect, this was expected. Shadow's two remaining siblings sounded like decent people with good consciences, and if given the chance, wouldn't have put up with Endeavor's abuse. They must have been thrilled when Izuku broadcasted to the entire country that he had neutered the number 2 hero, the man who instilled so much fear in his family, defeated by a mere first-year student. Actually, Izuku was surprised that it took them this long to ask to meet him, but he figured that there must be other reasons why. Either way, Fumikage and Hitoshi had no problems studying in Shadow's house. So a date was set. That was how the trio found themselves at the front door of a sprawling, traditional-style mansion in the suburbs of Musutafu. Izuku pressed the doorbell. Seconds later, the door slid open, revealing a young woman in her early 20s with shoulder-length white hair with specks of red dotted among the follicles. From Shadow's description, this must be Fayumi. You three must be Shadow's classmates. Come on in. Thanks for having us. Izuku bowed. Please pardon our intrusion. No trouble at all. Fayumi replied. It's so good to hear that Shadow has made friends in school. You can thank Izuku for that, said Fumikage. He is the wing therapist, where his hugs solve all problems and guarantees friendship. Izuku returned the teasing banter by lightly slapping Fumicage's head with his wing. Right after, heavy footsteps rushed towards the entrance room. Fayumi, are they here yet? From the doorway, a tall, incredibly bulky young man in his late teens appeared. His hair was entirely white, and he wore a light blue varsity jacket. Fayumi sighed good-naturedly. Yes, Natsuo. They've just arrived. Natsuo zeroed in on Izuku, and before anyone could react, he crossed the distance, grabbed Izuku's hands, and went down on one knee. Midoriya Izuku, will you marry me? Utter silence. What? Fayumi found her voice again shortly after, and Natsuo. What the hell are you doing? Natsuo turned to his older sister unabashedly. Midoriya defeated Induhor, the monster who caused so much pain for our entire family. It is only right that I declare my undying loyalty to the phoenix who defeated the beast by offering my hand in marriage to him. Izuku was now rendered speechless. He absolutely did not expect this level of adoration for his act of self-defense during the sports festival. Natsuo, you're being ridiculous. Fayumi chided. You can't just spring that question on someone you've just met. That's right. Dark Shadow suddenly emerged and slapped Natsuo's hands off Izuku's own. Don't touch him. Izu belongs to Fumi. Only Fumi is allowed to hold hands with Izu. Natsuo blinked owlishly. Before turning to the trio, I'm guessing that the one with the raven's head is Fumi. That's me, Fumikage confirmed warily. Are you and Midoriya dating? No, we're not. Both replied in sync with each other, earning a barely concealed snort from Hitoshi. Then my offer still stands, Natsuo declared. Only a refusal from Midoriya himself will suffice for me to back off. Izuku was about to voice his refusal when a familiar monotone voice entered itself into the conversation. Natsuo, stop hitting on my classmate, Shadow deadpanned as he appeared. Awa, come on, Shadow. Natsuo whined. Don't tell me that you didn't want to marry Midoriya when you heard that he neutered our old man. Dark Shadow screeched again. Izu belongs to Fumi, and that's final. I was pleased and relieved, but I don't want to marry him. Shadow remained deadpan. Get up from the floor. You're embarrassing us all. It's clear that Midoriya doesn't intend on marrying you anytime soon, if ever, Natsuo pouted, before getting up. Fine. But hear this, Midoriya. The offer still stands. With a wink to the Phoenix, Natsuo disappeared off to some other part of the mansion. Fayumi sighed. I'm so sorry about his antics. He's been going on and on about marrying you after watching your declaration live on television. I'm flattered that someone apparently wants to marry me, Izuku replied, as Fumikage inched closer to him. But I'm too young, and I have no intention of marrying just yet. Does that mean you will accept Natsuo's proposal in the future? Shadow asked out of curiosity. For some reason, that heckled Fumikage's feathers, and Dark Shadow almost screeched for the third time, had it not been for Izuku's response. Not likely, unless I get to know Natsuo and actually fall in love with him, which in of itself is highly unlikely given how vastly different our lives are. Fumikage relaxed unconsciously, and Dark Shadow cheered. Fayumi turned to her youngest sibling. Shadow, why don't you bring your friends to your room? I'll pop by later with some snacks and tea. Izuku would say, with great certainty, that their study sessions at Shadow's house were incredibly productive. All four helped one another with their weak subjects and bolstered those they were confident in. It also helped immensely that Endeavor was never around when Izuku, Fumikage, and Hitoshi showed up. As one would expect, having one's testicles reconstructed and dealing with the fallout of Izuku's damning revelations during the sports festival took up most, if not all, of Endeavor's time, forcing him to spend days at end at his agency and at the HPSC headquarters. There's no telling how much of the Todoroki property would remain standing if Izuku and Endeavor ever met. Finally, the day of the end-of-term exams came upon the land. Frankly speaking, the written assessment was a piece of cake for Izuku, and later conversations with Fumikage, Shadow, and Hitoshi revealed that they generally had not much trouble with their papers too. The main focus was, of course, the practical assessment. Apparently, the rumor that they would be fighting against giant robots had permeated through the rest of classes 1A and B, of course. Izuku and Fumikage gave nothing away, even as 1A was taken by bus to the facility known as the Practical Exam Center, all dressed in their hero outfits. Oh, there was also the additional threat, courtesy of Aizawa, that if they were to fail the assessment, they won't get to go for the summer training camp that would take place during the upcoming holiday, which the eternally tired hobo reiterated when addressing the students at the entrance of the facility. It was Kyoyuka who noticed something odd. There's a lot of teachers here, she remarked. Aizawa seemed to pick up that. As he continued, no doubt, I expected that you lot have gathered information ahead of time, and might have some idea of what is going on. Izuku, Fumikage, and Hitoshi had to hold in their snorts as Denki and Mina enthusiastically shouted the assumption that they all will be fighting giant robots. Any moment now, and the other shoe would drop. I'm afraid not, dear children. Izuku instantly recognized the cheerful chirp of Nezu's voice, coming from inside Aizawa's capture weapon. Somehow, the Chimera popped out of said weapon with his typical genial smile, but the Phoenix could easily see how the principal's eyes shone with as much cheekiness as a cat who managed to catch the canary. I'm actually surprised that rumor still manages to persist even after so many years. Nezu laughed. Of course, it will be too easy for most of you to just battle giant robots. We need to focus on person-to-person combat and practical applications in theoretical situations. Therefore, we will have you all split into teams of 2 to fight against one teacher. A great shout of confusion erupted from the class, though 3 students were inconspicuously silent. Hiro, Mido-chan, Toko-chan, and Shin-chan. You already know about this, Suyu asked. Hitoshi smirked and held a finger to his lips. That's so unmanly of you. Aizawa rounded on them. Yeah, you could have told us, Tetsu added. We'd be more prepared that way. Aizawa-sensei explicitly told me not to tell anyone, Hitoshi drawled. I only told Midoriya and Tokoyami because they defended me against a quirkist bastard from 1B. Aizawa took a mental note of that. Before continuing with the instructions, the pairs and the teacher you will fight against have already been chosen, as per my discretion. Everything, from fighting styles, grades, and interpersonal relations, are all factored into my decisions, which are final and will not be changed. Izuku and Fumikage glanced at one another. Listen up, here are the pairings for each team. The class paid Aizawa their utmost attention. First up, Midoriya and Yaoyorozu will be one team, said the hobo, and they will be fighting against me. Izuku and Shadow gave one another an acknowledging nod, though the Phoenix could hear Dark Shadow crying in anguish. The Shadow Quirk emerged and hugged Izuku tightly while wailing, Nuo. Izu can't be separated from his Fumi. Ignoring the raucous, Aizawa continued. Tokoyami and Kaminari will be up against Principal Nezu. Dark Shadow wailed even louder. Dark Shadow, please have some decorum, Fumikage groaned. While he was disappointed that he wasn't paired up with Izuku, he had accepted that he can't have everything in life. The other pairings were as such. Suyu and Riko versus Cementos. Aizawa and Tetsu versus Recovery Girl. Itoshi and Mina versus Ectoplasm. Tenya and Mashira vs Power Loader. Ochako and Yu vs 13. Kyoyuka and Kuji vs Present Mike. Nezu and Toro vs Snipe. Hanta and Shadow vs Midnight. Nezu continued with the briefing. The practical assessment will last 30 minutes each time. Your objective is to either incapacitate your teacher with a pair of these handcuffs. He showed them the cuffs, or to have at least one of you escape through the gate before the time limit is up. Izuku turned to Dark Shadow, who is still wailing and clinging onto him like a koala. Shadow-chan, don't worry. I will do my best to finish quickly so that I can return to Fumi safe and sound. All right. You must also make sure that Fumi comes out of his exam safe as well. Okay. Dark Shadow sniffled. I will protect Fumi. Fumi must be reunited with his Izu. The rodent will pay for separating the two burbs. Also, give the hobo hell, Izu. Izuku nodded. Sure, he was going to give his best. After all, why give Aizawa an easy time? That wasn't what they're supposed to do anyways. The first pairing to go off was Tsuyu and Riko. Meanwhile, the other students were herded into a holding room with a built-in theater system that allowed them to watch the performance of the pairing that was currently on site. Izuku and Fumikage took the opportunity to sit next to one another, knowing that Dark Shadow would just cause more problems if they remained separated. Together, they watched as the buzzer went off, and Riko downed a packet of sugar to beef up her strength. Cementos was immediately upon them, creating concrete walls in a bid to entrap them both. With her increased strength, Riko blasted the walls apart with overpowered punches, allowing Tsuyu to escape. Where is Asui going? Fumikage wondered. Izuku watched as the frog quirk girl disappeared from the main side of the action. She's probably taking advantage of Cementos-sensei being distracted by Sado-san. If her teammate can keep up the pace, hopefully Tsuyu will be able to reach the gate before the time limit ends. The Phoenix ended up being right. Riko was determined to keep Cementos busy, downing more sugar even as her mental capacity shrunk. Elsewhere, Tsuyu managed to find the gate after about 15 minutes of searching. She leapt through, and a buzzer rang across the fake city. Team Asui and Sado have passed. Good for them, Fumikage nodded, noticing how quickly Riko collapsed from exhaustion the moment the buzzer rang. Next up were Mina and Hitoshi against Ectoplasm. This match proved interesting, a clash between the reckless and the composed. Mina was all for unleashing her acid upon Ectoplasm's clones until they reached the real one, but Hitoshi was quick to ensnare her with his capture weapon before she could do something foolish and cost them the exam. Aizawa's training with the Insomniac was definitely paying off, with the physical results coming into play. Hitoshi grabbed Mina, and using his capture weapon, he hoisted himself and his partner into higher ground, away from the clones. Ectoplasm proclaimed that they won't be able to hide for long as he began searching for them. The camera shifted, showing a darkened corridor where the two students were hiding. Hitoshi and Mina planned their next move, eventually deciding on the sparing use of the latter's acid against any clones they encounter. If they were able to scope out the real Ectoplasm and incapacitate him with Hitoshi's capture weapon, great. If not, they would hightail it to the exit as quickly as possible. Hitoshi and Mina traversed through the labyrinth, beating out and eliminating clones as they went. After about 20 minutes, they reached the end where the gate was. However, blocking their way was the real Ectoplasm. This was where Aizawa's mental training came into play. Before Ectoplasm could unleash a signature move on the two students, Hitoshi muttered, "Just loud enough, maths are a lie." A common technique in the world of underground heroics. Provoke the enemy through a weakness. Ectoplasm gasped, absolutely scandalized. You take that back, you. He was immediately ensnared by Hitoshi's quirk. Come over and let Ashido handcuff you. Ectoplasm did as he was brainwashed to do. Mina snapped the cuffs on, and a buzzer echoed. Team Shinsu and Ashido have passed. Good for them, especially Hitoshi. Izuku remarked, he really has benefited from training with Aizawa-sensei. Momo, who was sitting nearby, turned to Izuku. Do you and Tokoyami-kun have a penchant for echoing each other's choice of words? Both turned to her, in sync. Pardon? Momo blinked, before waving it off, deciding to not dwell on it further. Up next, Tenya and Mashira go against Power Loader. Their exam was the first instance of a pairing unanimously deciding to take the escape route. With Power Loader drilling holes in the ground to hamper their escape, Mashira hopped onto Tenya's back, and the latter pulled off a reciprocal burst that sent them flying down the dirt road. The holes subsequently collapsed, but were too slow to snag the fleeing pair, forcing Power Loader to intercept them before they can reach the gate. Tenya was far from finished. He got Mashira to wrap her tail around his leg, and with another reciprocal burst, he catapulted the tailed girl the remaining distance, sending Mashira flying through the gate. Team Ada and Ajiro have passed. Izuku stood up. Well, it's our turn now. Let's go, Yaoyorozu-san. Momo nodded, standing up as well. All the best, Izuku, said Fumikage. Inside him, Dark Shadow whimpered. Thanks, Fumi. I'll see you later. Izuku and Momo's examination ground replicated a Japanese suburban neighborhood. complete with houses, streets, and electricity poles. As soon as the starting buzzer went off, both enter, eyes vigilant for any sign of Aizawa. Game plan. Momo looked a little uncertain. Maybe ... we should try to escape. We should only engage in combat if Aizawa-sensei finds us. Sounds reasonable. But ... that's not what you're really thinking of, right? Momo was taken aback. What? That's not your actual plan. Yaoyorozu-san, Izuku continued, giving her a pointed look. You have something else in mind, don't you? The uncertainty was back again. I am sure that it will suffice. In fact, I think you will be able to come up with something better. Momo. The use of her first name caused the girl to stop. I won't judge or laugh at you for saying what's on your mind. Just say it. But, Momo, don't second-guess your views. They are valid, and they matter. Lay it all out, and we can work it into our plan. But what if it doesn't work? Momo asked. What if because of my shortcomings, we fail the exam and are not able to attend the summer training camp? Izuku stepped closer and gently gripped her shoulders. Momo, I have faith in you, both as your classmate and deputy. I believe that your plan will help us to pass this practical assessment. I believe that you have what it takes to fight Aizawa-sensei. Momo still looked unsure, but there was a faint glimmer of hope. Izuku figured that he just needed one more push. Did you know, I voted for you as class representative. I believed, then and now, that given the right opportunities, you will flourish and thrive by leading the class. I also firmly believe that you are a capable heroine in training, who will graduate and debut as a heroine who people will look up to as a strong leader and a beacon of hope for a better tomorrow. Have faith in yourself, Yaoyorozu Momo. With your skills and knowledge, we will pass this exam. All right. Momo took a deep breath and released it loudly. With a rekindled, determined look, she nodded, and Izuku smiled. Tell me what you have in mind. Momo filled him in what she had planned, and Izuku agreed that it was workable. As they continued deeper into the suburbs, Momo created a sackcloth bag and then worked on producing as many matryoshka dolls as possible. She managed to get about 24 before the dolls stopped emerging from her exposed abdomen. Izuku knew, right away, this was the moment. His sharp eyes swept up to a nearby electricity pole. Perched on top of it was Aizawa, quirk activated. Izuku knew this, since the fire inside him had dimmed considerably. It was time. Aizawa leapt from the pole, capture weapon out and ready to ensnare them both. Izuku turned to Momo. Momo. Now, she threw the bag forward, the dolls bursting out. The thing was, they weren't normal matryoshka dolls. Each one housed a flash grenade that were supposed to go off from sudden movement. A blinding flash of light lit up the area, forcing all three to fall back and shield their eyes. When the light faded, Izuku got up, his fire burning brightly once more now that Aizawa did not have his quirk activated. Seeing the hobo getting up too, Izuku surged forward and put his close combat training with Keigo into use. Of course, that wasn't to say that Aizawa was a pushover. Izuku was on the defensive almost immediately, but with the flurry of movements, the hobo was not able to get a long enough look on Izuku to activate his quirk. Izuku jumped back and hurled a small fireball at his teacher. It served as the distraction both he and Momo needed. With Aizawa flinching back, Izuku pounced onto the hobo, knocking the taller man backwards onto his face, forcing a foot onto the back of Aizawa's head. Izuku held the man's hands down and turned to his partner, Momo. The handcuffs. Momo ran forward, taking out the handcuffs. She quickly snapped them onto Aizawa's wrists, and the buzzer echoed across the grounds. Team Midoriya and Yaoyorozu have passed. Izuku relaxed. Good work, Momo. We did it. Still coming down from the adrenaline, Momo smiled. Yes, we did. Aizawa twitched underneath both of them. Please get off of me. I can't breathe. Oops. Shit. Sorry, Aizawa-sensei. Understandably, Dark Shadow was already out and moving as soon as Izuku and Momo returned to the holding room. The shadowy quirk crashed into Izuku, wrapping her arms around him in a tight hug. Izu made it back safe. Hobo Man did not beat him to a pulp. I did promise I will return safe and sound, didn't I, Shadow-chan? Izuku returned the hug. Seeing Fumikage approach, he turned to his friend. How did Momo and I do? Wonderfully and incredibly efficient, Fumikage replied, as I would expect from someone like you, Izuku. Thanks, Fumi. Izuku nodded, smiling brightly. Fumikage turned his head away, squinting from his friend's radiance. Denki came over and threw a hand over Fumicage's shoulders. It's almost our turn. Ready to kick some rodent ass. I believe our best bet against a superior intellectual being such as Principal Nezu is to escape to the gate, Fumikage corrected. Dark Shadow released her hug from Izuku to bat Denki's arm off her host. Kaminari, please understand that not everything involves, quote, kicking ass. Awa, Finny, Denki groaned. Now, Izuku has Fumikage wrapped in a hug. Do your best. All right. I'll be waiting here for you. Thanks, Izuku. I'll see you later. Fumikage and Denki leave thereafter. Izuku and Momo return to the seats. Midoriya-san, do you think they'll be able to pass? It will be difficult, especially against Principal Nezu, Izuku admitted. I really hope that they will pass. Let it be known that Dark Shadow was still irritated with Nezu and Aizawa for separating Fumi from his Izu, despite her anger temporarily being quelled when she got to hug Izu before and after his exam. As her host and Pikachu made their way to their own exam grounds, the anger returned in a bubbling simmer. The rodent will pay for causing her host to suffer distress. Tokoyami, are you sure we can't just let my electricity do the work? I mean, Principal Nezu isn't that big in size and it probably won't take much to deal with him. Don't jump into assumptions, Fumikage chided. Do you really think that Principal Nezu would make things easy for us by exposing himself? He's not a combat-oriented hero, sure, but there are other means to take us out. A loud bang echoed across the faux industrial estate. Both teens look up and blanch as a steel pipe was suddenly loosened from its bolts and comes crashing down towards them. Fumikage threw himself at Denki, knocking them both out of the trajectory. The pipe crashed onto the ground where they had been standing only milliseconds before, kicking up dust clouds. Fumikage got up. That's what I meant. Principal Nezu must be behind this, somehow. More bangs and crashes followed suit. Both teens were quickly on their feet and running, as a rain of debris surged behind them like an avalanche. They navigate the estate blindly, only to find paths blocked off by fallen debris and rubble. Shit, what do we do? Denki cried. We have to keep running, Fumikage replied. We can't stop until we find the exit. Seeing her host in distress, Dark Shadow decided then and there that enough is enough. The quirk burst out of Fumikage and shot up into the air. Dark Shadow, despite the bright sunlight, her boiling anger fueled her rise in power. Dark Shadow scanned the grounds for the pesky rodent, spying a yellow construction crane that definitely looked out of place amidst the industrial estate. Dark Shadow surged towards it, screaming bloody murder. She smashed one of the windows, and upon seeing a surprised Nezu inside, she grabbed the chimera and carried him back to her host and Pikachu. She threw Nezu to the ground and began pummeling him with her fists. Puny rodent must be punished. He separated Fumi from his Izu. He is the cause of Fumi's distress. I will. Dark Shadow, enough. Don't kill him. Fumikage forcibly pulled his quirk back, leaving a Nezu that was incredibly bruised and bleeding a little, but still alive. Kaminari, the handcuffs. Denki quickly rushed forward and snapped the cuffs around Nezu's wrists. The buzzer echoed across the industrial estate. Team Tokoyami and Kaminari have passed. Back in the holding room, Momo and Izuku stared at the screen with slackened jaws. I did not expect that, Momo admitted. Who knew that Principal Nezu would be bested by a vengeful, overprotective quirk? Who knew, indeed. But hey, at least Fumikage passed. In the end, all but one pairing passed their practical assessment. Aizawa and Tetsu's performance against Recovery Girl was quite an experience to watch. The elderly Medi heroine did not use a direct approach in her battle against the two students. Instead, she had an army of Medibots to do the work for her. As soon as Aizawa and Tetsu entered their testing ground, they were immediately swarmed by the Medibots. Being the rash teenagers they are, both activated their quirks and dove into the fray, tearing through the robots as they advanced forward. Unfortunately, both failed to realize two important things. First, Recovery Girl had many of such Medibots at her disposal. Second, neither of the pair considered the possibility that the Medibots were merely a distraction to keep them busy, wasting their time and depriving them of the chance for one of them to escape towards the gate. Prolonged quirk usage eventually caught up to them. As exhaustion and overexertion took over, the robot army ceased its onslaught. Barely able to move, both stood no chance against Recovery Girl, who simply knocked them out with one hard blow to the head with her cane. Both Izuku and Fumikage sweat dropped at the anticlimactic end to their assessment, but things did not end there. As it turns out, the entire thing was one of Aizawa's infamous logical ruses. Everyone, regardless of whether they had passed or failed overall, is going for the summer training camp. Admittedly, neither Izuku nor Fumikage saw it coming. But as Aizawa explains during homeroom the next day, for this exam, we made sure to leave a way for students to win or escape from us, all the while watching how each of you handled the task at hand. If we hadn't done the way we did, most, if not all of you, would have been stuck before you even started. That aside, the training camp is meant for you to get stronger, so those who failed will need it the most. The quintet of Aizawa, Tetsu, Denki, Hanta and Mina celebrate loudly, but Aizawa isn't done yet. However, failure is still failure. For those who failed overall, we have prepared separate sessions for extra lessons. All 5 immediately sag, even more so as the hobo continues. Frankly, these will be harder than such lessons you would normally get from summer school, so there had better not be any slacking off. Am I clear? Yes, sensei. Before homeroom ends, Aizawa distributes instruction pamphlets to every single student. When the bell rings and the hobo saunters off, all 20 students group together to discuss what is expected of them. Shadow comes over to join Izuku, Fumikage, and Hitoshi. The camp will last a week long, the Phoenix remarks, and then whistles. Goodness, there's a lot we need to bring. Hitoshi scans the list. I don't have anything on here. Toru then pipes up, bringing the class attention towards her. Oh, since today's the last day of school, and we're done with our exams, perhaps we can all go shopping together. What a great idea. Tenya booms, chopping an arm up and down. It will be an excellent opportunity for us to socialize and hang out with one another. Are you coming, Shadow? Asks Fumikage. I usually visit my mother on off days, Shadow replies, so probably not. Well, if there's anything you need, let us know by tomorrow. Okay. As it turns out, Shadow was indeed missing a few things from the list, but as he didn't want to suddenly cancel his visit, he sent Izuku a message containing the items he is missing and a promise to reimburse him at a later date. The rest of the class, all 19 of them, meet up at the entrance of a sprawling shopping mall in downtown Tokyo. The Kiyashi retail complex is a massive establishment, covering several city blocks and home to hundreds of shops, restaurants, and entertainment facilities, the largest number in the prefecture. Before splitting off, Momo and Izuku debrief their classmates. Try not to separate yourselves from your assigned pairings. Momo says, if you absolutely need to, let your partner know in advance and don't move until you have regrouped. Also, don't forget that we're meeting at the food court at 12 noon for lunch. Try not to be late, unless there is an emergency or unforeseen circumstances that prevent you from reaching there on time. If there is nothing else, see you all at 12. Momo beams. The pairs split off. Due to the odd number of students, Hitoshi joins Izuku and Fumikage as a trio. Alright, first things first, clothes. The trio head off to a shop that sells clothing for outdoor activities. Given their budgets, they don't go overboard with their purchases, sticking to what is required by the pamphlets. After that, they move on to other shops that sell essentials such as water bottles, shoes, bags, and first aid kits. Time flies by relatively quickly. Before any of the trio realize it, it is already 20 minutes to 12. We should head over to the food court now, Fumikage suggests. Hang on, let me pop by the toilet real quick, Hitoshi says. Izuku and Fumikage nod, and the insomniac dashes off to relieve himself of nature's call. Now by themselves, the pair slip into conversation. We bought quite a bit of stuff. Hopefully they are not too troublesome to carry. We can always hail a taxi if needed, Fumikage suggests. So long as we get one before the evening rush hour, the fare shouldn't be too much. Izuku hums and nods. Hey, it's you. Izuku blinks owlishly as two preteen boys rush up to him. The one who defeated Endeavor and broke his balls. Can we please have your autograph? Both boys asked in complete sync with each other. Izuku and Fumikage share a look. Neither had seen this coming, but the boys look so earnest with their request. Sure, got any paper and pens? Both boys produced said items from their pockets, and Izuku signed his signature on both. Thank you so much. With deep bows, the boys scampered off. Well, I guess that's that, Fumikage remarks. I'm surprised that people still remember that. Izuku muses, you'd think that more interesting news would have taken over by now. You sell yourself short, Izuku. Fumikage replies, Endeavor is an influential hero, loath I am to admit that. The fact that you managed to destroy his reproductive organs is a monumental feat that nobody has ever dared to attempt before. This is something that will not fade away with time. I suppose so, Izuku concedes, but still, Then came a sharp whistle, and the glass window next to Izuku shatters in a shower of fragments. A noise of confusion rises. What the? Fumikage blinks. Izuku turns around, just in time to see something hurtling his and Fumicage's way. Get down. Izuku pushes himself and Fumikage to the floor, as whatever they were shoots through where they had been standing moments before and embed themselves into the wall. Bits of concrete spray out and fall among the two avians. More sharp whistles come next, followed by cries of pain. Izuku looks around. Several nearby shoppers had fallen to the floor, clutching various body parts that are spurting blood. Chaos ensues. What's going on? Fumikage yells over the screams and stampeding footsteps. Izuku looks around furtively. Then, he turns towards the ceiling, where several lamps hang from the beams underneath a glass dome. The lamps move and sway from an unseen force, as if something is jumping and leaping from each one. Fumi, get to safety. What are you planning to do? Just go. Without waiting for a response, Izuku gets up, unfurls his wings and shoots up towards the lamps. They continue to swing and sway, moving down the line, as if whatever that was causing the movement is trying to get away. Izuku pursues this unseen force when another sharp whistle echoes. The phoenix grunts in pain as a bullet lodges itself in his left wing. Still, he doesn't lose altitude and forces himself to continue the chase. He hurls a fireball at lamps. There is a loud shout, and something shimmers into view. It is a person, dressed in all black and wearing a hood that obscures their features. A sniper rifle falls from their hands as they plummet off the lamp down towards the ground floor. Izuku shoots after them, grabbing them and slowing their descent. Once back on the ground, Izuku immediately restrains the assailant, pinning them to the tiled floor. Someone call the police. The assailant tries hard to wiggle free, but screams in pain when Izuku slashes them with his clawed fingers. It is at that same moment that Fumikage runs up to the Phoenix. Izuku, are you alright? I'm fine, Fumi. Call the police. The police swarm into the mall in record time. Among them, Detective Tsukachi arrives with his officers. While the assailant is apprehended, Tsukachi beelines to Izuku and Fumikage, the former being tended to by medical personnel, who had arrived alongside the police on calls of several injuries among shoppers. Midoriya-kun. Oh, Tsukachi-san, good to see you again. Izuku replies, it's been a while. Are you alright? I'm fine, Izuku reassures Tsukachi. The paramedic managed to extract the bullet, and my healing abilities will handle the rest. He moves the affected wing for extra effect. Glad to hear that. The detective nods. I hate to bring procedure so soon after a traumatic event, but I need to take your statement, as per usual. Go right ahead. Tsukachi takes out his audio recorder. Can you tell me what happened? We were waiting for a friend to finish his business in the toilet when the assailant began shooting at us, Izuku explained. The first shot missed me and shattered a nearby shop window, but had it not been for my reflexes, the next 2 bullets would have hit the both of us. I ordered Fumikage to get to safety and pursued the assailant, because they fired more bullets that hit innocent shoppers. They managed to stay invisible until I threw a fireball at them, causing them to fall from the lamp. I don't know if it's from a quirk or support equipment. I then restrained the assailant until the police arrived. Tsukachi nods and puts away the recorder. Thank you, Midoriya-kun. As you were protecting the people around you, you won't be charged for illegal quirk usage. I will make sure of that. Detective, who was the shooter? Fumikage asks. We're attempting to find out. Tsukachi replies. Guns are restricted in Japan. Whoever the shooter is, they must have cleared all the procedures and tests to legally own a gun, or must belong to an organization authorized by the Diet to hold guns in their daily activities. Izuku and Fumikage share a look. The criteria doesn't leave much for many options. Sir, Officer Tamakawa Sansa approaches Tsukachi with a concerned look. Officer Sansa, what's the matter? We've identified the shooter. The cat-headed officer replies. He is Nakamoto Koichi, and he works as an agent for the HPSC. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.